After doing all this, Sujia came to Lorella's room. Are you so slow? Lorella frowned unhappily when she saw Sujia coming late. She put her hands on her waist and stared at Sujia fiercely. What? Can't wait to see me? Sujia chuckled and teased. Lorella's fair cheeks immediately flushed, and she said coquettishly, Are you greasy? Hurry up and trade. I'm very busy these 2 days. Busy? Busy fighting again? Sujia asked with a smile. Lorella rolled her eyes at him. Fighting is just my hobby. My journey is the sea of stars, bringing the glory of the winged people to the whole world. Sujia raised his lips. What a great ambition. After that, he traded the black armored turtle egg to Lorella. At the same time, Lorella took the initiative to admit defeat, allowing him to gain 1500 PK value. Just to remind you, the benefits of the Empire expedition are very considerable. Don't always stay in the PK field. Plunder is the core of this game. Before leaving, Lorella earnestly admonished him. Sujia nodded in agreement. Don't worry. I know what to do. Humph. It's good that you know. Lorella waved her claws at him, turned around and left proudly. Sujia did not stop, and his consciousness returned directly to the bedroom. Lorella was right. The core of this game was indeed plunder. After plundering the dungeon this time, he will make a fortune, and the income will be difficult for others to achieve in a few months. Now we must speed up the development progress. Let's not talk about the distant future. At least conquer the current planet first. Sensing that Sujia's consciousness has returned, someone rustled out of the quilt. Master Shasha is asleep. Don't make trouble. I'm practicing. You practice yours. I practice mine. It won't affect it. You are really a clever little ghost. The next morning, Sujia got up early. I didn't sleep well last night, because as soon as I closed my eyes, the enchanting figure of the queen flashed in my mind. Alas, beauty misleads people. Sujia shook his head, dressed properly, and went straight to the control center. Wanching, order the Annihilators to dig up the shuttle forest beside Crescent Lake for me. Okay, boss. After giving the order, Sujia sat down on the wide seat in front of the central control console. In front of him were several huge digital screens, showing all the data of the entire base. Even the mining scene in the mine all night long was clearly visible. In order to facilitate overall management, Wanching installed all the monitoring equipment that Sujia removed from the spacecraft in various places in the base. In this way, the control center can truly be regarded as the center of the base. Let's upgrade the base first. Sujia sat in the control chair, raised his right palm, and shook it in the air, calling out the construction interface directly. Super Intelligent Composite Advanced Base. Comprehensive Building Score, 10,000. Construction Conditions, Metal Materials 40. Copper or 40W. Smart Chip *10. Advanced Base Core *1. Points 1 million. Description: Artificial intelligence breaks through the upper limit. Opens the self-accumulation breakthrough evolution mode. Base data calculation speed plus 500%. Defense weapon accuracy plus 90%. The upgraded base is just based on the original medium-sized base, and the intelligent module has been fully upgraded. For Sujia today, ordinary materials are no longer difficult to obtain, as long as the required special materials are gathered. Any building can be easily made. He immediately clicked the confirmation button. Schwa! A dazzling white light flashed, and the huge super-intelligent composite base was successfully refreshed in the blink of an eye. Sujia found that the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window began to slowly descend, and soon his sight surpassed the city wall and reached the distant plain. It's getting higher, Sujia murmured, through the 3D model of the base on the screen. The originally exquisite and compact 3-story semicircular base has now transformed into a majestic steel fortress. The silver-white metal outer wall reflects a cold light, and refracts a dazzling luster in the sun. Just looking at it from a distance, a sense of solemnity and majesty comes to you. Reminder, your base score has reached 200,000, triggering a large-scale attack. The enemy has 3 hours to arrive at the battlefield. Ding! Congratulations! You have become the first pioneer in this area with a score of more than 200,000. Reward 200 points. 1 gold treasure chest. Plus 200 free attribute points. The building scores on the technology side are generally inflated. Even though Sujia has been paddling for several days, he is still far ahead in this area. He had expected this. Time waits for no one. Sujia quickly allocated the free attribute points, raised all the 4-dimensional attributes to 999, and continued to start the crazy construction mode. Large controllable laser cultivation room. Comprehensive building score, 20,000. Building conditions, metal material 50. Silver ore 10. Glass 5W. Mutation core *1. Points 20W. Description, 80 by 80 meters. 6 floors. Large plant cultivation room. Accelerate plant growth and mutation speed. Plants can always mutate in a benign direction. Now, Sujia has 7W radium and 31,100 universal metals in his hands, which is enough to squander. The cultivation room he had been thinking about was finally realized. Schwa! A dazzling white light lit up from the industrial area on the west side of the base. A brand new and magnificent building rose from the ground, and the layers of floor-to-ceiling glass emitted dazzling colorful light, which seemed mysterious. A cultivation room alone is not enough. It also requires supporting lighting, cultivation tanks, intelligent light control systems, automatic irrigation devices, biological detection scanners, high-quality soil, etc. Anyway, Sujia is rich now, so he spent nearly 10 million points of his resources. Except for the soil. Everything was collected. As for high-quality soil, there are still 100 units of black soil in the abandoned vegetable garden. But these are obviously not enough for the cultivation room. But it doesn't matter. The stupid rabbit's planet is not short of land. Sujia opened a private chat without saying a word. Sujia. Rabbit. Give me some high-quality black soil, and I will give you mutant radishes in 2 days. Lilith. Carrot? Mutation? The kind that moves? Sujia. Something's wrong with you. Be less active in the group in the future. You've been led astray by the little goblin. You know? Lilith. Okay then. But everyone is so busy recently. There's not many people chatting in the group. I don't know where the uncle went. He hasn't been online for a long time. Sujia. Do you think everyone is as idle as you? And they're all busy launching invasion wars? Lilith. Well, Rabbit doesn't like war. Sujia. Then you must at least have the ability to protect yourself. Lilith. But Rabbit is also very powerful. His base score is over 90,000. Sujia. 6. Sujia wanted to remind the stupid rabbit to develop the base well. But now it seems that he was totally overthinking. He almost forgot that this guy had a great start. And he was hardworking and loved farming. The last welfare event brought a large number of refugees to supplement the labor force. The price of vegetables and grains has skyrocketed again recently. It can be said that he was inexplicably pushed to the forefront and became rich. Just continue to plant radishes step by step, and it will be difficult not to become stronger. Lilith. Brother Sujia. Rabbit is about to start a 100,000 point attack. Do you have any powerful weapons for sale? Sujia. Weapons. It seems that there are indeed some laser pistols that are not used. A dozen laser pistols were seized from the Green Tyrant pirates before. The attack power was average, so Sujia threw them into the space ring to collect dust. There is also an electromagnetic pulse laser rifle, which should be eliminated now. A few hundred points of attack seemed a bit useless to Sujia at this time, but for a cute girl like Lilith, it was very attractive. Sujia. Let me touch the bunny ears, and I will give you the gun to play with. How about it? Lilith. No. The bunny ears are very sensitive. Sujia. Don't worry. It's very safe. Go to the PK Field 99999 room and wait for me. Brother will let you see the big baby. Lilith. Well then, you have to keep your word. Sujia. I have to. After a lot of coaxing and deception, Sujia finally fooled the stupid rabbit. There are still 3 hours before the attack, so you can take your time and don't rush. PK Field. Room 99,999. Sujia, brother? A timid female voice sounded. Sujia turned his head and was stunned. The girl in front of him was wearing a light green skirt, with soft and well-behaved features, crystal clear skin, and eyes like a pool of clear water. She opened her wet almond eyes and looked at Sujia timidly. Her lips slightly opened, with a gentle aura of a girl next door. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of half-drooped white rabbit ears on her head, which are fluffy and soft, and very cute. Brother Sujia? Seeing Sujia staring at her ears in a daze, the girl gently pulled the hem of her skirt. Su Jie came back to his senses and quickly explained. Sorry. It's my first time seeing a girl with rabbit ears. I'm a little surprised. It's also the first time for a rabbit to see a human. Lilith smiled foolishly. Her cheeks flushed with two pale pinks. Her eyes sparkling. Like the bright moonlight in the sky. Pure and flawless. Well, do you want to touch it first? The girl mustered up her courage, put her hands on her chest, and shyly stretched her head over. Su Jie was amused by her silly and cute appearance. Raised his hand and rubbed her head. I'm just kidding. Teasing you. You really don't want to touch it? Lilith tilted her head, looking innocent and ignorant. Gudong. Su Jie. No loss in 10 years. And a huge profit in 3 years. Look at this pitiful little appearance. It's so lovable. Then touch it. Su Jie tentatively moved towards the girl. His palm slowly fell on the girl's head, and gently stroked the rabbit ears. The girl moaned, her face blushing, almost dripping blood. Su Jie was secretly shocked. It would be fun to take this thing home. After touching it for about 10 minutes, Lilith fell into Su Jie's arms weakly, and said softly, I feel like I can't think anymore. My brain is blank. Good man. What a lewd word. Ahem. Su Jie awkwardly withdrew his hand and began to be serious. Well, let me show you a big treasure. So and so. Su Jie took out a big gun. Wow. It's so big. Lilith's eyes were twinkling with little stars, full of admiration. Brother Su Jie, are you going to give it to me? Ahem. No. It's impossible to give it to me. Let's exchange it for black soil. Just kidding. My brother Su is a Sigma man. How could he let Rabbit get something for nothing? That's easy. The thing Rabbit has the most is land. In the end, the two of them got what they needed. Su Jie got 8,000 units of black soil, and Lilith got a large number of laser weapons. As for the subsequent charging problem, he had to find a way to solve it himself. Su Jie was not responsible for after-sales service. Anyway, Rabbit had a lot of money, so he could just build an energy storage and conversion device, which was not too much trouble. Then he teased Lilith for a while, and then Su Jie left the PK field. Boss, I just found that your heart rate was rising. Blood was gathering in your philtrum, and adrenaline was surging. In human terms, it should mean that spring has arrived. If you need it, Huanqing can also. Shut up. Su Jie interrupted the maid Huanqing, who was driving seriously with a bad temper. Okay, boss. Huanqing still had a blank expression on his face. Even if the base was upgraded and the smart chip was updated, Huanqing was still an artificial intelligence, and would only analyze and solve problems without any so-called emotions or selfish desires. In contrast, his emotional intelligence was pitifully low. Su Jie let out a long breath and adjusted his state. There is a lot of high-quality soil in the warehouse. You send someone to the cultivation room. Understood, boss. After Huanqing said that, he sent some robots to the warehouse to transport the black soil. As for mugwort seeds and seeds of various vegetables and fruits, they are all available in the trading house, so you can place an order directly. Boss, are all the 6 floors planted with mutant mugwort? Huanqing asked. Su Jie paused for a moment. What is the maximum yield of mugwort? If all the cultivation racks are used, there are 800 racks on each floor, and each rack can plant about 100 mugwort plants. Through the acceleration of laser light mutation, it can mature in 8 days. With the blessing of 100% global working speed, 80,000 plants can be harvested in 4 days, an average of 20,000 plants a day. The 6th floor is 120,000 plants. The boss has a level 9 pharmaceutical skill. If he does it himself, each mugwort plant can make an average of 6 bottles of primary treatment potions. This is equivalent to producing 720,000 bottles of potions every day. The current market price of primary potions is 100 points, and the price of mugwort is 80 points. But since we grow it ourselves, it is equivalent to 0 cost. In other words, if the speed of drug production can keep up, the profit of potions reaches 72 million points per day. This does not include the situation of mutation of high-level medicinal materials, critical hit of intermediate potions, and evolution potions. The actual situation must be more. After calculating with Huanqing, Su Jie couldn't believe his ears. 72 million points per day. This money is too easy to make. Right? Boss, don't be too happy too early. The premise of 72 million points is that the speed of drug production can keep up with your own strength. I am afraid that you can't complete such a large-scale production even if you die of exhaustion. Wanqing poured a basin of cold water on him. Su Jie instantly wilted. That's true. Su Jie scratched his head and said in distress. Can't machines replace pharmaceutical production? Theoretically, it's possible, Wanqing said. But the pharmaceutical factory has no skills, and the profit will be directly reduced by 6 times. It is recommended that you capture more prisoners with secondary professions or pharmaceutical talents, so that the profit can be maximized. It can only be done this way. Coincidentally, a large number of prisoners will soon arrive on the battlefield, waiting for him to swipe them. Su Jie showed a sly smile. Plant 5 layers of mugwort first, and plant vegetables and fruits on the remaining layer. Understood? Wanqing understood, and immediately controlled the robot to start sowing. There are 2 ways of mutation in the cultivation room. One is mutation growth, which accelerates the maturity of plants. The other is the same as the previous nuclear radiation mutation, which makes it mutate into some kind of natural treasure. The former is definitely used to grow mugwort, and the latter is used to grow all kinds of strange plants. But the speed is definitely not as fast as the former. Su Jie estimated that a harvest in half a month would be good. After solving the problem of the cultivation room, he continued to build. Only logistics. Defense weapons have not been built yet. Small laser death ray turret. Comprehensive building score, 1000. Construction conditions. Metal material 15. Silver or 5W. Radium 1000. Points 1W. Description, effective range 1000 meters. Releases laser beams or light waves. Ignores defense. And directly destroys the cell structure of organisms, or the structure of electronic components. Single attack instantly kills organisms with a physical fitness lower than 500. And group light waves instantly kill organisms with a physical fitness lower than 100. Su Jie waved his hand and built 10 death ray cannons in one breath. There is no reason. Just rich. Schwa schwa schwa. 10 white lights that make people physically and mentally happy lit up on the city wall. 10 death ray cannons shaped like big speakers appeared out of thin air. Small turrets cannot meet Su Jie's needs. He glanced at the warehouse and saw that there were about 30,000 radiums left. He also saw that upgrading to a medium turret required 3,000 units of radium and a mutant core. What a coincidence. He just happened to have them all. 10 dazzling golden lights flashed, and Su Jie upgraded it to a medium turret on the spot. Then, 10 building upgrade scrolls were torn apart, and before the golden light dissipated, it was covered by another more dazzling purple light. Large laser death ray turret. Comprehensive building score, 10,000. Construction conditions, 150W metal materials, 150W iron ore, 150W copper ore, 1W radium, 10 mutant cores, 100W points. Description, effective range 50,000 meters. Releases laser beams or light waves. Ignores defense. And directly destroys the cell structure of organisms or electronic component structures. Single attack instantly kills organisms with a physical fitness lower than 5,000. And group light waves instantly kill organisms with a physical fitness lower than 1,000. Awesome. Su Jie exclaimed again and again. The power of laser beams and light waves is beyond description. Not to mention a large-scale attack of 200,000. Even an attack of 300,000. He dared to say it was nothing. Warning! Your base score exceeds 300,000. Triggering an attack merge event. And the difficulty is increased to disaster level. The Pope of the Shurima Empire personally leads the entire Empire's army to wage war against you. The Green Tyrant pirates spread rumors and instigated all nearby pirate groups to attack you. The Queen of the Zerg clan in the Sea of Death started the invasion plan ahead of time. And the Zerg Sea tactics were activated again. The evil country civilization discovered the location of the mechanical cube through special channels, and is leading the space fleet to launch a strong attack on you. The Nukalan Empire passed by the area and was guided by the gods to take advantage of the situation and decided to launch a siege against you. Ding! Congratulations! You have become the first pioneer in this area with a score of more than 300,000. Rewards, 300,000 points. 300,000 gold. 2 gold treasure chests. 30,000 universal medals. And plus 300 free attribute points. Damn! Su Jie couldn't help but swear. Why did so many things suddenly happen? Boss, our energy reserves are not enough to deal with such an exaggerated fleet. Wanqing recommends that you upgrade the collection device and storage device. And the shields of special buildings can also be upgraded. Wanqing slowly leaned over, approached Su Jie, and said seriously, "Otherwise, unless the goddess of luck appears, we have no chance of winning." Goddess of luck? Humph. It's not like we don't have one. Su Jie didn't take this attack seriously. The difficulty of the attack is calculated according to the score. But the personal combat power in the base is not taken into account. Not to mention his own combat power. Sasha's terror is enough to be worth 100,000 points. However, what Wanqing said is not without reason. Although the death ray cannon is powerful, it does consume a lot of energy. The base's current 800,000 energy reserves alone cannot sustain it for too long. Fortunately, the materials needed for radiation collection and conversion devices and advanced energy storage devices are not scarce. As long as they are not rare metals, Su Jie can build as many as he wants. Radiation collection and conversion device. Comprehensive building rating, 3500. Construction conditions, metal materials 5. Gold or 2W. Points 1W. Effect, can absorb any radiation and convert it into energy reserves. Currently can be converted into any attribute. Efficiency, 1 unit of any energy per second. Advanced energy storage device. Comprehensive building rating, 1500. Construction conditions, 3.8W metal materials, 2.5W copper ore, 5,000 silver ore, 4,000 gold ore, 1,500 points. Storage limit, 20W. Su Jie didn't even look at it, and built 3 more conversion devices, plus 11 storage devices. In this way, the energy storage was increased to 300W. There were more than 2 hours left before the enemy arrived at the battlefield, and the energy collection time was not enough. Su Jie had no choice but to upgrade the collection device. Quick charge energy collection and conversion device. Comprehensive building rating, 6,000. Construction conditions, 500 metal materials, 20W gold ore, 100W points. Effect, can absorb any energy and convert it into energy reserves. Currently can be converted into any attribute. Efficiency, 100 units of any energy per second. It's damn expensive. Su Jie looked at his drained wallet, and his heart ached beyond words. He didn't expect that the cultivation room and the death ray cannon didn't cost any resources. But upgrading the energy collection device actually emptied his wealth. But he had to spend this money. Otherwise the energy would really not be enough. Before the upgrade, he could only collect 3,600 energy points per hour, which was pitifully little. Now 360,000 energy points per hour. For guns per hour is 1.44 million. This speed is reasonable. There are still some resources left in his hand. Su Jie simply upgraded the electro-optical cannon. Originally there were only 7 large turrets. He gritted his teeth and completed it to 10. The remaining 20 guns were upgraded to medium turrets. Now, Su Jie's wallet is completely empty. He glanced at the current panel. Star Master, Su Jie Race, Human Immortal Race Region, Jelvo Galaxy Cluster Number, NTR 9528 Base Rating, 345500 Attribute Value, Strength 999, Intelligence 999, Constitution 999, Agility 999 Allocated Attribute Points, 402 Immortal Power Value, 10910 Active Skills, Identification LV7, Detection, Pharmaceutical LV9, Tentacle Entanglement LV2, Sand Soldier Summoning LV3, Shadow Assault LV2, Telekinesis Passive Talents, Observer, Sword Dancer, Digger LV3, Earth Element, Dark Element, Immortal Race, Secondary Occupations, Tamer, Merchant, Pharmacist, Treasure Hunter, Bond, Blessing, Hidden Attributes, Luck 60, Gold Treasure Box * 3, Resource Treasure Box * 10, Element Core * 3, Mutation Core * 12, Defensive Buildings, Universal Mechanical Wall * 4000, Universal Mechanical Floor * 12,000, Fully Automatic Machine Gun Tower * 3, Medium Electro-Optical Cannon * 20, Large Electro-Optical Cannon * 10, Large Laser Death Ray Cannon * 10, Tsar Palace * 1, Night Palace * 1, Invincible. Looking at the various attributes on the panel, Jia suddenly felt his confidence surge. There are almost no shortcomings in group, single, close combat, long range, defense, and logistical reserves. Unless the opponent destroys the planet directly with a star destroyer or two-dimensional foil, Jia will not be afraid at all. No matter how many enemy warships there are, smash them all. Let me see what conditions are required to upgrade special buildings. To be on the safe side, Jia is still prepared to slightly increase the thickness of the shield. Special buildings can also be upgraded, starting with 1 star, and the upper limit is 10 stars. Desert Palace, level 2 stars. Upgrade conditions: Elemental Core *2. Effect: Elemental Shield increased to 200 W. Does it take 2 elemental cores to upgrade to 2 stars? Jia touched his chin. He only had 3 elemental cores left, and could only upgrade 1 palace at most. After thinking for a moment, Jia decided to upgrade the Desert Palace to 2 stars first. After all, Xia is the main force in the battle, and the earth element will be more concentrated after the palace is upgraded. When she releases her skills, the power will definitely be stronger. The skill cooldown and magic power recovery speed will also be faster. Buzz, the golden gem on the top of the palace, which looks like a pyramid, shines brightly and emits dazzling rays of light, accompanied by a low humming sound. Dozens of layers of golden light films appear around the palace, like ripples rippling out. Finally, a pale golden shield with 2 million HP was formed. Wanqing, do you have elemental cores for sale in the trading house? No. Wanqing shook his head decisively. Okay. Jia sighed. It seemed that he could only find a way by himself. I thought that after the reverse invasion was turned on, the production of this type of energy core would be easier. But now it seems that he was thinking wrong. Core items are different from ordinary items. They are things that can be encountered but not sought. Those who have the ability to access the core are all hegemons at the forefront. They all understand the value of this item, and naturally will not choose to sell it. Unless you meet a lucky person who doesn't know the value of it. You get a dog shit but don't know how to cherish it, and throw it into the trading house to sell. Unfortunately, this kind of probability event is rare in a century. Alas, let's fight it ourselves. Jia sighed and stood up from the command platform. Wanqing followed him silently, perfectly playing the role of a personal maid. Walking out of the command center, the metal materials in the square in front were still piled up like a mountain, and it would take a lot of time to completely digest them. More than 80 annihilators pushed carts in and out. They were responsible for carrying metal materials, and Jia saved a lot of manpower. The other 40 were transporting shuttle trees, and in a short while, all the plants around Crescent Lake were transferred to the base. Jia waved his hand and built a large ecological park in the entertainment area on the north side of the base. A huge transparent glass cover covers the ecological park, with green grass and a gurgling stream inside. Built-in natural fans, mist and coolness. Much more comfortable than the desert. Let's go in and take a look. Jia walked into the park with Wanqing, feeling the natural wind blowing on his face, and suddenly felt refreshed and comfortable. Hint, you are close to nature. Happy. And get +3 fairy power good guy. Let's say it's necessary to organize the base entertainment. Breathing can make it stronger. It's simply abnormal. Jia simply went all out and directly connected the spiritual power spire with the ecological park, allowing the environment in the park to blend with the spiritual energy. Realize a real paradise on earth. Finding a sun umbrella and a rattan chair, Jia lay on it and basked in the sun leisurely. Wanqing, pour me a cup of tea, he ordered, enjoying a relaxing sunbath. Wanqing nodded in response, took a set of tea sets from the trading house, and began to brew. Sizzle. The fragrance of tea wafted, refreshing the heart. Jia sipped the tea with satisfaction, closed his eyes, and quietly appreciated its beauty. Such a large ecological park cannot be wasted. Plant some tea trees and so on, so that you won't have to worry about not being able to drink fresh tea in the future. Understood, boss. Wanqing silently took note of this, and prepared to plant it as soon as he could. Wow, what a beautiful place. Sasha, who had just woken up from a lazy nap, rubbed her sleepy eyes, looked at the vibrant green, and couldn't help but screaming. Amanda and Nana followed closely, and were also full of joy. How many years have I not seen such a beautiful scenery? Is this made by the master? Sasha ran over and hugged Jia's arm, asking curiously, how is it? Not bad. Sujia nodded. This will be our leisure place in the future, where we can practice and relax at the same time. Great. Sasha was so happy that she ran around on the grass with her bare feet. Huh? You have fun, but you don't take me with you? Chongmei appeared at some point and joined Sasha's wonderful game. Erky. Let's catch jellyfish. Okay. SpongeBob. Time passed slowly. And in the blink of an eye, it was 2 hours later. Master, I'm here. Nana slowly got up from the recliner and whispered in Sujia's ear. Okay. No one can escape today. Sujia opened his hazy eyes. His eyes were fierce. Under his leadership, a group of people walked up the towering city wall. Several women changed into armor at some point, looking like they were about to go into battle and kill the enemy. Erky stood aside, looking nervously at the distant horizon, with a tangled look on his face. If I see my mother later, how should I explain it? Suddenly, roar! A beast roar suddenly resounded through the earth. Then, on the horizon, a dark mass of monsters could be seen attacking the base. There were so many of them that it was hard to tell how many there were. Among them were huge, fanged, ferocious and terrifying alien monsters. With their arrival, the earth trembled. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. It was as if the end of the world had come. The appearance of the insect beasts was like turning on the attack button. In the sky, more than a dozen dark warships broke through the clouds and swooped down, covering the sky and the sun. Behind the warships, there were countless small spaceships. There were a lot of skull symbols sprayed on the outside of the spaceships. Obviously, this group of guys without any combat deployment were the pirates from the nearby star field. Strange. Why didn't I see the Shurima Empire this time? Sujia waited for a long time, but did not see the flying boats of the Shurima Empire appear. And he was a little confused. Hint, General Isaacs had a stomachache halfway through the battle, and said he could not continue to participate in the battle. The Pope had no choice but to return to the Empire, and took the initiative to withdraw from the attack. Sujia was speechless at first. But then he thought about it, and felt something was wrong. Damn. Who let that bastard escape in the face of the battle? My gold? My captives? My elemental core? T&D. Wait until the attack is over. And attack Shurima first. Sujia cursed Isaacs fiercely, saying that if you want to escape, just run away by yourself. And leave the Pope behind. This wave of direct losses amounted to several hundred million. A huge loss. Foreigner. Hand over the princess, and I'll leave you with your whole body. A violent roar came from the sky, followed by the hissing of thousands of insects. Like 1,000 troops galloping. Sujia looked up and saw a huge monster with a row of black wings spread out behind it, moving at a terrifying speed. The other party's information appeared on his retina. Blade Scythed. Race, Zerg Blade. Attributes. Blade Scythed. Race, Zerg Blade. Attributes, Strength 1300. Constitution 999. Agility 999. Intelligence 200. Description, Chief of the Zerg Queen's Guard. Good at using blade light, blade wings, and ultrasonic waves. It's interesting that the attribute limit has been broken. Sujia touched his chin and raised his mouth slightly. It takes special props to break through the limit. Currently, there is no trace of it in various stores. It is a rare opportunity. Urd's appearance can almost crush all pioneers at this stage. But Sujia is obviously not among them. Erky, I'm looking for you. Sujia turned his head to look at the insect girl and called her to come over quickly. Well, Erkia doesn't want to leave the master. Erkia pouted, looking unwilling. Although the master is a scumbag, it is indeed very comfortable here. Big bug? Did you hear that? Sujia grinned. Go back and tell your queen that the princess has been adopted by me. If you want a daughter, let her come and grab it herself. Boom! Urd's anger could no longer be suppressed. It flapped its beetle-like wings fiercely, and its speed soared again. Its purpose was to take Erkia back. Otherwise, it would be skinned alive. Foolish alien. You know nothing about the horror of the Zerg. Urd's voice was like thunder. I am the greatest blade sickle king of the Zerg. With supreme glory. The moment the voice fell, Erd waved his claws and rushed towards Sujia. However, a golden barrier appeared out of thin air, firmly blocking Urd's attack. Shield value, minus 0.1%. Sujia simply moved a chair and sat on the recliner motionless, looking at the other party calmly. Hee hee. He laughed sarcastically. You little bug are really brave. It's just an energy shield, which can stop the Zerg for a while, but not for a lifetime. Erd sneered. Children, tear it apart. Suddenly, dense Zerg soldiers rushed in frantically, covering the sky like locusts, making people's scalps numb. What came this time was not a death worm, but a real Zerg army. Each bug's attribute exceeds hundreds, and some elite ones are close to 300. The 4 dimensions are almost surpassing their princess. Shield value, minus 0.2%. Shield value, minus 0.1%. Shield value, minus 0.3%. The dense prompt sound keeps ringing, indicating that the barrier shield is constantly consuming energy. Sujia naturally can't just leave it alone. Otherwise, 1,000,000 shields are really not enough for these bugs. Wanching, let them taste the power of the electric light cannon. Yes. He gave an order, and the mechanical wall quickly changed, revealing 30 black holes. The next second, the terrifying electric light cannon shot out a lightning ball that cut through the void, carrying a sharp and piercing whistle and hitting the insect swarm head-on. In an instant, endless lightning arcs burst in the insect swarm. Zila la la. What? Ald screamed in horror and dodged quickly. Boom! Bang! Boom! Violent explosions continued, accompanied by bursts of screams, and dense insect soldiers turned into charcoal and fell to the ground dead. In just a blink of an eye, thousands of insect soldiers died under the base's electric light cannon. Master, is it Sasha's turn to play? Sasha rubbed her hands excitedly and looked at Sujia eagerly. Don't worry. It's not time yet. How can you start with a big move? Sujia rubbed the little cutie's head, and then took the golden scepter from her hand. Sand soldier summoning. A burst of golden light burst out from the top of the scepter, forming a strong attraction that pulled countless gravel into it. Soon, hundreds of solemn-looking sand soldiers gathered together. Go. Clean up the battlefield and collect the Zerg corpses. Sujia ordered. Yes. The sand soldiers took the order and immediately took heavy steps, taking advantage of the gaps between the Zerg attacks. They walked out of the shield and dragged a large number of Zerg corpses into the shield. You two should not be idle either. Help. Sujia patted Erky and Shasha's heads, and the two immediately understood. Shasha took back the scepter and waved it lightly. Suddenly, hundreds of desert guards, with attribute values of 4 or 500 appeared out of thin air and joined the ranks of collecting corpses. The insect sister immediately commanded the insects to drag the corpses under the city wall into the insect nest. These are nutrients for the insect nest. Erky, this time there is more meat than not. Hatch all the remaining eggs. Sujia instructed Erky. Master, do you want to continue hatching the blade species or hatch some other insects? You decide. Is that so? The insect girl's eyes turned, and she thought of a kind of rush that was very suitable for the current situation. So she immediately moved her tentacles back to the insect nest. After a while, a huge black shadow emerged from the insect nest. The appearance is a bit like an enlarged version of an earthworm, and the internal mouth is full of sharp teeth. It is completely a living meat grinder. Scavenger, Strength 240. Constitution 310. Agility 40. Intelligence 12. Scavenger, as the name suggests, should be a bug specially used to clean the battlefield. Master, the scavenger is a large devouring creature evolved by the Zerg to clean up the battlefield. Unfortunately, there is not enough meat, so the Zerg nest only hatched this one. The insect sister returned again and reported to Sujia as if to ask for credit. Sujia nodded slightly. Well, not bad. With the addition of the scavenger, collecting supplies has become more convenient. The giant worm opened its mouth and swallowed a large number of corpses. And then after the digestive system in the body transformed, the blood and flesh would be transformed into nutrient solution and stored in the stomach, and then returned to feed the Zerg nest. Excess impurities would be vomited out, and these impurities are the most solid claws, teeth, scales, dorsal spines, and other resources on the Zerg. It's so practical. Foreigner, you dared to enslave the princess to give birth to a worm baby for you. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. At this moment, Erd's angry roar spread throughout the battlefield. Hey, above, how long do you want to watch the show? Although Erd was angry, he did not lose his mind. With his own power, he had no way to deal with the alien in front of him. Now he could only drag others into the water to have a hope of winning. Why? Aren't you Zergs all arrogant? If that's the case, why ask me? A man's teasing laughter came from the battleship high in the sky. If you don't fight, I'll leave. You want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor? You're so good. Ald waved his hand and immediately ordered the bugs to stop attacking, looking like he was going to give up. Uh-huh. What a good move to retreat and advance. A man's joyful laughter came from midair. In that case, what do you say about the girl hiding over there? Hearing this, Su Jie frowned fiercely. No wonder he always felt that someone was secretly spying on him. It turned out that someone hadn't appeared yet. Noisy, brainless evil countryman. You are so stupid to destroy my plan. As soon as the voice fell, a gorgeous warship slowly lifted its stealth mode and suddenly appeared above the base. The warship was silver and inlaid with complicated runes, and it was obvious that it was of high quality. Under Su Jie's suspicious gaze, the hatch of the warship was pushed open, and a woman wearing silver armor and a mask walked out. If it weren't for the guidance of the gods, I wouldn't come to such a barren planet. The princess of the Nukalan Empire, standing on a floating platform, curiously looked at the situation of the base. Huh? Elemental apostles? Two? The princess stared at the two women beside Su Jie with interest, as if she saw some rare toys. You two follow me. Shasha. Nana. Who are you? Why should I follow you? Shasha was the first to refute. I am the eldest princess of the royal family of the Nukalan Empire. Nakanika Dashia. Dashia raised her head arrogantly. Instead of suffering in this wild land, it is better to follow me to the empire to enjoy the glory and wealth. As for you, I can also spare your lives. Hearing this, Sasha and Nana's faces suddenly turned cold. Sasha was just feeling uncomfortable, but the queen almost went berserk. She didn't have her memory erased, and she knew very well what would happen to the elemental apostles after being captured. They were like elves from another world, and were loved by the nobles, because they were rare and powerful. There were countless strong men who wanted to conquer them. Otherwise, the great Knight Emperor wouldn't have to hide in such a marginal area of the star field. Elemental apostles? Ha ha ha. How come I have caught up with all the good things recently? Just then, an arrogant voice suddenly rang out, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Then, a burly figure appeared in front of everyone. The inspector of the evil country, Richard Megan, has sent a marriage request to the two beautiful apostles, and invites my two princesses to board the ship. Megan's eyes were scarlet, and he looked at the two greedily. Sasha's eyes were complicated, and she slowly complained, "What an ugly dinosaur." Well, it's really ugly, and it smells bad. Erky also agreed. Su Jie couldn't help twitching a few times at the corner of his mouth. These two girls are really poisonous. Although this is true, it can't be said openly. The civilization of the evil country is indeed ruled by dinosaurs. Although they can also walk upright, their bodies are no different from dinosaurs. To be more precise, they should be called dinosaurs. Megan's appearance is very typical. His whole body is black. His skin is pockmarked and full of bumps. And the crocodile tail behind him is thick and short. From an aesthetic point of view, it is simply unbearable to look at. This ugly dinosaur man actually wants to marry his two babies, which is really a pipe dream. What did you say? I, Megan, am a national idol in the evil country. Are you kidding me? How dare you say I'm ugly? Megan roared in anger. Shut up. I saw it first. What does it have to do with you? And it's a fact that you are ugly. Dashia glanced at him with disdain. It seemed that he thought it was not difficult to capture the two people. He did not take Su Jie below seriously at all. Instead, he started to quarrel with the coalition forces about the distribution of spoils. Su Jie, who was watching the show below, shook his head helplessly. Huanqing. Yes. Do we have a chance to occupy their warships? Su Jie asked casually. Huanqing immediately replied. Almost impossible. In order to prevent the warships from being captured by the enemy, the warships are equipped with self-destruction programs. Battleships and frigates, like the ones in front of us, are definitely no exception. Su Jie sighed lightly. Sure enough, no civilization would be stupid enough to give weapons to the enemy for free, let alone spaceships. In that case, there is nothing to worry about. Dismantle the materials and make it yourself. Nana, do it. Yes, master. As soon as the voice fell, the queen, who had been ready for a long time, immediately drew the sword from her waist. Night Shadow Sword SSS level Yefina's exclusive weapon. This long sword is similar to the Tsar's scepter, and it is a special weapon for the apostles. Su Jie has seen its attributes, all of which are in line with the Night Emperor's skills, and there is almost no increase for him. Dark Night. Coming! Accompanied by a delicate shout. A strong dark element fluctuation suddenly spread. A mysterious whirlwind suddenly blew up. The world changed, and a huge night curtain covered the whole scene, blocking the sunlight, and the surroundings fell into darkness. What is that? Damn it. My vision is blocked. How can I not see anything? The sudden change caught the enemy coalition off guard. Even the three leaders frowned slightly. Hee hee. It seems that the elemental apostle is not an easy person to deal with. Megan snorted sarcastically and walked back to the cabin. Dacia also did not dare to be careless and immediately returned to the battleship. Shasha. It's your turn. Su Jie ordered calmly. Understood. Leave it to me. Shasha smiled confidently, tightly grasped the scepter in her hand and began to chant. Earth Spirit, listen to my call. Come down. Sandstorm. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged. A huge yellow sand vortex appeared under Shasha's feet, spreading around like a wave. Since the desert palace is immune to the effect of earth elements, Su Jie's base is not affected at all. As for other people nearby, they can only leave it to fate. Amanda, give them a hand. Yes, Lord. As soon as the voice fell, Amanda took out the wooden staff, and the dazzling magic circle unfolded. 10 times the forbidden spell. In an instant, the yellow sand vortex, which was only a few hundred meters wide, expanded wildly and turned into a huge one of several thousand meters. The terrifying momentum frightened the evil country inspector in the distance. How? How is it possible? How can a mere barbarian have extraordinary power? Megan's expression was stiff. His eyes were full of horror, and he couldn't believe his eyes at all. Damn it. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Ald hurriedly called on the Zerg army to retreat. Such natural forces are definitely not something they can contend with. Your Highness, the warship was attacked by unknown energy, and the shield was seriously damaged. Should we retreat? Stretch the height, and stay away from the danger zone immediately. Dacia gave orders in a panic. As long as you climb to a high enough height, you can get out of the attack range. If it doesn't work, fly back to space, and come back after the momentum has passed. But Su Jie obviously won't give up this opportunity to beat the fallen dog. Taking advantage of the fact that the group's vision is blocked, and they can't avoid damage, the laser death ray turret quietly began to accumulate power. Tip: the Apostle Bond feature blessing effect is activated, triggering the monthly lucky event, Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm. A sudden thunderstorm causes lightning and thunder in the surrounding area, filled with violent electric currents. Please stay away from high places to avoid being affected by the thunderstorm. Good guy. The goddess of luck really lives in my base. This event comes too timely. Boom! The thunderous explosion sounded instantly. The deafening roar shook the sky, and the whole desert seemed to shake 3 times. What's going on? Megan looked out of the ship window in shock, but could not see anything except darkness. Report to the commander. 2 of our frigates were attacked by thunderstorms, and the damage was 30%. Damn it. What's going on? It's broad daylight. How could there be a thunderstorm here? Megan was furious. His face was ashen, and he wanted to turn into an elephant and rush out to fight. Where are the detection equipment? Are they all decorations? Report to the commander. Affected by the special energy field. Our detection equipment, scanning devices, radars, and other instruments have all failed. Asshole. Trash. Megan cursed angrily. Failure at this time was even more unbearable than the enemy coming to kill him. Just when he was in a state of panic, a dazzling light came from a distance. Everyone squinted their eyes. Boom! The next second, a violent explosion spread all over the field. The terrifying thunder fell from the sky, forming a long spear of judgment, instantly submerging the 2 warships. Report to the commander. The 2 frigates were affected by the thunderstorm. A large number of electronic instruments failed, and the deck was damaged by 80%. Request to descend and stay away from the thunderstorm clouds. Hearing this, Megan almost vomited blood. You bunch of good-for-nothings. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and descend. Yes. Soon the fleet changed course and fell rapidly. Report to the commander. What happened again? Megan was already a little collapsed. Damn. What else happened? The energy reaction below is violent. If we continue to descend, we will encounter unknown risks. Damn. Megan cursed. Now we can neither go up nor down. And we can only be stuck in the middle. The fleet moves forward and stays away from the thunderstorm area. There is a thunderstorm in the sky and a sandstorm underground. There is no way up or down. So we can only go left or right. However, as soon as he finished speaking, several green beams of light shot up from the bottom and fiercely hit the side of the ship. Boom! The violent explosion set off waves of energy ripples. The energy shield value of the main ship dropped rapidly, leaving only 60%, and it could be breached at any time. This is not over yet. Swoosh! Dense lightning balls whizzed in and hit the main ship hard, instantly attracting high-altitude thunder explosions. Boom, boom, boom! The thunder was attracted and poured down like it was free, covering the entire ship like a waterfall. How could it be like this? Looking at the alarms that kept ringing in the control room, Megan's pupils quickly shrunk. The warship was obviously loaded with a large number of weapons, but it was helpless in the face of natural forces. This feeling of powerlessness was simply suffocating. Megan's situation was not an isolated case. A large number of nearby pirate ships also suffered the same treatment. Sujia looked up at the small ships falling with tail flames, and his expression became more and more excited. He turned back to look at the battle situation on the ground. The Zerg army, which could not tell the direction, was also severely damaged by the baptism of the sandstorm. It was also wishful thinking to want to evacuate the battlefield. The base was full of artillery fire and full firepower. Dense green beams of light vented from the muzzle of the death ray cannon, pouring into the sky like money. The electric light cannon was also not to be outdone. And combined with the thunderstorm in the sky, it hit a terrifying 200% lethality. Cool. Sujia laughed up to the sky. This exhilarating feeling was really comfortable. More than 10 minutes later, the storm weakened and the night gradually faded, under the double wash of thunder and sandstorm. Except for the main ships of Dacia and Megan, the rest of the frigates and pirate ships had all fallen. The battlefield was filled with flames and thick smoke, and there was almost no grass growing, leaving only a pile of ruins. Erd led the remaining thousands of Zerg elites, standing in the distance with lingering fear, witnessing this doomsday catastrophe. Just as he was still hesitating whether to continue the attack, Megan's roar came from the sky. Damn it! Damn it! You despicable alien race! You dared to destroy my fleet! Die! I want you to die! Commander, the Rubik's Cube is still in the hands of the other party. Think twice. Go to NM Rubik's Cube. Prepare the ion anti-aircraft gun. Grind this place for me. Megan's eyes were red, and his hideous face was almost distorted. Click! With a crisp sound of metal friction, a giant silver-gray gun barrel slowly stretched out from under the warship. Madman! Dacia cursed inwardly and immediately ordered the warship to move away. The power of this thing is enough to kill any formal fleet in seconds, and its power is a million-level equivalent. Even in her empire, there are only a handful of strategic-class aircraft carriers that can withstand ion anti-aircraft guns. I really don't know what the evil country is thinking. They actually equip this kind of waste with weapons of millions of scale. It is indeed a crazy country with abnormal brains. Dacia frowned and snorted. But at this time, she had no choice but to escape as soon as possible. It's a pity for the two apostles. They should have had a brighter future. But they were buried here because of their own ignorance. Boom! Accompanied by an astonishing roar, the silver-white light illuminated half of the sky. An unparalleled power suddenly surged and tilted downward. The terrifying energy tide swept across the earth, destroying everything along the way. Unstoppable. Oh no! Princess! Asshole! Stop it! Erd suddenly realized that the princess was still in the base. If this cannon landed, the base would definitely be razed to the ground. Thinking of this, Erd rushed into the sky regardless of his life and launched the strongest attack on the battleship where Megan was, trying to change the trajectory of the cannon. Heh. Garbage bug. Die together. Megan sneered and didn't take Erd seriously at all. Unless the void fleet of the Sea of Death appeared here, no one could stop him. Erd sent out a strong ultrasonic wave and tried to overturn the battleship. But human power was too small in front of the power of the spacecraft, and even the waves could not rise. The cruelty of war was thus revealed. Seeing that the battleship was motionless, Erd was disheartened and prepared to let the ion cannon destroy it. Your Highness, I am incompetent, Erd growled sadly, and 2 crystal tears slid across his eyes. Swish. At this moment, several purple streams of light suddenly swept out of the void. Then, 3 tentacles dragged Erd down rapidly. And in an instant, he fell into the base shield. Why are you meddling in other people's business? Erd opened his eyes, with a puzzled look on his face, looking at the strange figures around him, and the princess he was thinking about. He didn't react for a while. Boom! However, the next moment, he was dumbfounded. The ion beam, nearly 100 meters thick, descended with a terrifying momentum that could tear the sky apart. Be careful, Erd shouted. But shouting was useless. It couldn't change the facts at all. Uncle, why are you yelling so loudly? My ears are deafened. A delicate female voice suddenly sounded. Erd was slightly stunned and looked over subconsciously. He saw that Erky was looking at him complainingly. Strangely, there was no panic on His Highness's face. It seemed that the ion beam was not aimed at them. He looked up in disbelief and found that a gentle but powerful wave suddenly rippled over the base. The 100-meter beam was frozen in place. At this moment, Erd's soul trembled. What kind of great power is this? What kind of technology is this? What kind of civilization is this? At the moment when Erd lost consciousness, a golden light shot up into the sky. Sunlight! Accompanied by Sujia's loud shout. The golden light cut through the sky with an indescribable brilliance. It instantly pierced through Megan's warship, and a gorgeous mushroom cloud exploded at its bow. The next moment, a wailing sounded in the warship, and the ion cannon went out. Megan's warship completely turned into a pile of scrap metal, decomposing and exploding in the air. Shasha. Go and stop the fleeing woman. Okay. Big Bug. You go and help too. Ah? Oh. Oh. Sujia soared into the sky and rushed straight to the ion cannon. It would be a pity if such a fun thing was broken. As the telekinetic field unfolded, Sujia slowly landed in the base, dragging the ion cannon. Not to mention, this thing is really big, estimated to be at least 30 or 40 tons. Wanching. Arrange for people to clean up the battlefield. I'll be back soon. Got it, boss. Dropping the cannon, Sujia spread his light wings and chased out again. Your Highness, I found that the UFO is approaching the ship quickly. In the command room, the pilot who controlled the warship suddenly said. Dasha's beautiful pupils suddenly shrank, and then said in a deep voice, "Open the defense barrier and let the soldiers get ready." Yes. After the order was issued, she stared at the screen nervously. The horrifying scene just now lingered in my mind. Million-level anti-aircraft guns were easily blocked, and the warships were blasted into scrap metal? This kind of thing is simply unbelievable. Dashia's face was extremely solemn, and she felt something was wrong. The key is that the thunderstorm clouds in the sky have not yet dissipated, which has greatly hindered their evacuation plan. Soon, the screen flashed, and 2 figures appeared in everyone's sight. Compared with the heavy warships, their speed is extremely fast. If they were placed in a gravity-free universe, how could they have a chance to catch up? However, they were on a planet affected by gravity and air resistance, and the serious energy consumption of the ship caused their speed to slow down greatly. This made Dashia feel full of regret. I should have known better than to wade into this muddy water. Boom! Just as she was secretly hating in her heart, a violent explosion sounded. The whole ship shook suddenly. What's wrong? Dashia's pretty face suddenly showed anger. Your Highness, the hull was attacked, and the 3rd deck was damaged by 40%. Send a small fighter to delay time. As long as we get out of the thunderstorm cloud, we can enter the space. Dashia gave this order calmly. Yes, Your Highness. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of fighters rushed out of the warship and launched a siege against Sasha and Erd, who were standing on the deck and bombarding. However, the 2 had extremely high attributes, and the damage of the fighter planes was only 500 to 600 points, which could not break their defense at all. TND, I can't beat the ion cannon, so why should I be afraid of your little toys? Little girl, you keep smashing. I'll deal with these flies. Okay, Uncle Bug. Sasha smiled sweetly and continued to swing the scepter and smash the warship madly. Bang, bang, bang. The warship shook again. At this time, Erd spread his beetle-like wings and waved his sharp blade to slash at the fighting fighter planes. After a short confrontation, all the fighter planes were cut off. Boom boom boom. A grand fireworks show was staged at this moment. This refreshing scene made Erd's blood boil. Ah ha ha ha. Have you seen how powerful I am? Eh? No. Why am I masturbating here? Erd slapped his forehead and suddenly realized. What the hell is going on? He came to pick up Her Royal Highness the Princess. Why should he work for that guy? Forget it. Since that guy saved my life, I'll help him out reluctantly. On the other side, Sujia hurried and finally arrived before the spaceship crashed. Seeing that the behemoth was about to crash under Sasha's power, Sujia quickly used telekinesis to let the ship land smoothly. It would be a waste if all the spoils were blown up. She is the eldest princess of the empire after all, so she should be worth a lot of money. Right? Sujia slowly landed with the spaceship. When Sasha saw him coming, she threw herself into his arms, as if to ask for credit. Master, Sasha is awesome, isn't she? She blinked her big eyes, looking like a good baby asking for praise. You did a good job. I'll give you a reward later. Pinching Sasha's little face, Sujia ruffled her long hair lovingly. Humph. I also contributed a lot. Okay. All came over with a proud look on his face. What's the matter? You want a reward too? Sujia glanced at him speechlessly. No need for a reward. Just let me take Her Highness the Princess away, Erd said, as a matter of course. Hee hee. That depends on Erky's own intention. We'll talk about our business later. You stay outside. After that, Sujia kicked open the hatch and went straight in. Erd curled his lips. Although he was unhappy with Sujia's attitude, he still stayed outside the cabin obediently. After all, the princess was still in the other party's hands. Crack! Boom! Bang! Soon, there was a commotion in the ship. No need to guess. It was Sujia who was violently breaking through. Your Highness, that man is about to rush in. What should we do? Several guards driving the spacecraft looked helplessly at their backbone, praying for a miracle to happen. Contact the Empire immediately. Request support. Decia looked grim, staring at the hatch. The communication device is damaged, and the message for help cannot be sent out. Damn it! Decia gritted her teeth. But she was powerless. At this moment, the hatch of the control room suddenly, bang, exploded. A dark figure walked in slowly. And it was Sujia. You? What do you want to do? Decia looked at the man who was getting closer and closer in horror. She couldn't believe that she would be trapped in such a wild star field. I want to. Sujia raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Decia was stunned, and asked subconsciously, What do you want? Sujia smiled and said nothing. Soon, she realized that she was being teased. Asshole. Under the white mask, Dacia's pretty face instantly turned red, and she was extremely ashamed. You lowly bug. I'll kill you. Dacia drew the sword from her waist angrily, and rushed towards Sujia. TSK. It's quite hot. Sujia praised, exerted a little force on his feet, and teleported behind Dacia. Bang! Knock them out. Carry them away. It's that simple and crude. Shasha. Tie up the rest of the people, and let Erky take them away later. Leave it to me, Master, and Shasha will complete the task. Carrying Dacia, Sujia called Shasha and turned to fly towards the base. Among the captured prisoners, Sujia found a few guys with a talent for life. Just catch them and make them pharmacists. Prompt, scoring, the attack is over. Damage to the base, 0%. Score, perfect. Obtained, Breakthrough Secret Medicine *2. Space Core *1. Myth Treasure Box *1. Sky Island Blueprint *1. Self-Selected Resource Treasure Box *50. Free attribute points plus 500 as soon as Sujia landed. He heard the system prompt in his mind. This made him look happy. The rewards were not much, but the quality was several times that of the previous attack rewards. Apart from anything else, the 50 self-selected treasure boxes alone were very abnormal. Sujia was not short of ordinary resources, but what he lacked was all kinds of strange and high-level resources. Therefore, seeing the 50 self-selected treasure boxes, Sujia was excited. It feels like a controllable nuclear reactor is not so far away. Nana, lock this woman up. I'll be able to use her later. Sujia threw the unconscious Dacia to Nana, who was cleaning the battlefield, and turned to the ecological park. Useful? Looking at the slim and elegant woman, Nana immediately understood. She'd found a bundle of ropes, tied Xia up, and stuffed her into the bedroom. It's just that the way she tied people up was a little special, strangling the flesh. Su Jia walked into the ecological park full of spiritual energy. And just as he was about to sit down to study the attack rewards, Wanqing's projection appeared beside him out of thin air. Looking at Su Jia's puzzled eyes, Wanqing said lightly, "Boss, we found many survivors while cleaning the battlefield. Most of them were seriously injured. Do you need medical treatment?" "Survivors?" Su Jia raised his eyebrows and pondered for a moment. "Do we have the ability to treat them?" "The treatment potion is not that powerful." "Boss, we do," Wanqing explained. "Among the instruments you brought back last time, there are 2 intact cell repair chambers. As long as they are not on the verge of death, they can basically be saved." "I see." Su Jia nodded in understanding. "Both pharmaceutical and mining are short of manpower, so try to save them." "Yes." Wanqing nodded respectfully. "By the way, boss, do you want to build an area to hold prisoners?" "Okay. I got it. I'll build a prison in a while. Then I'll take my leave." Buzz. The phantom star turned into a shadow and disappeared. At the same time, Su Jia also opened the construction interface to find a suitable building to hold prisoners. Steel cage. Comprehensive building rating, 1000. Construction conditions, metal material 20. Description, fully made of pure metal, with independent cells, interrogation rooms, electrotherapy services and other facilities. Evaluation, prisoner's home. Warm and safe. This is it. Swish. A large square iron box appeared on the east side of the base. The prison is very simple. The first floor is the interrogation room and a small room for the guards on duty. The second floor is a large bunk bed that can accommodate more than 100 people, and each bed is very sturdy. If you are disobedient, you can also connect the bed to electricity. The third floor is an independent cell, which is used to detain prisoners with special identities. It is a very simple prison, but it is enough to detain prisoners. Don't expect Su Jia to improve the treatment of these guys. He is not the Virgin Mary. After doing all this, he slowly lay on the rattan chair, enjoying the comfort of being wrapped in natural aura. Let me see what good things I have rewarded this time. As his thoughts flashed, he clicked on the reward panel. Breakthrough secret medicine. Break the attribute suppression of the New World will, and unlock a certain numerical limit. This thing is good? Su Jia's eyes lit up. He immediately gulped down 2 bottles of medicine. The next second, Su Jia's body surface was covered with strands of silver light. As time passed, the silver light gradually disappeared. Hint, intelligence attribute limit unlocked. Physical attribute limit unlocked without any hesitation. Su Jia put all the 402 attribute points he had accumulated before, and the 500 attribute points he was rewarded with on intelligence, leaving only 1 point to increase physical fitness to 1000. Schwa. His panel changed dramatically again. Attributes, Strength 999. Intelligence 1900. Constitution 1000. Agility 999. With nearly 2000 intelligence, I'm invincible. Su Jia's eyes glowed, and he had an air of dominance that could conquer the world. It was a pity that he had too few magic skills, and couldn't bring out the true power of 2000 intelligence. The only thing he could show off was telekinesis. Forget it. I'll go back and look in the skill library and change a few superpositions to play with. Su Jia closed the panel and continued to look through other rewards. Space Core. Unlock the space technology tree. This core was quite interesting. Space rules were something that only advanced civilizations would dabble in. Unlocking now. Su Jia felt a bit unreal. Wanqing. What do you think of space technology? Su Jia talked to himself in the air, as if he knew Wanqing was always there. Schwa. A virtual image suddenly appeared. Boss, we may not be able to realize technologies such as space folding and space shuttle for the time being, but your warehouse can be slightly upgraded. There will be more and more supplies in the future, and it will be much more convenient if there is space folding technology. Also, the number of base buildings has increased recently, and the area available for use in the base is getting smaller and smaller. Perhaps space folding can be used to hide some buildings. That's a solution. Su Jia's eyes lit up, but he soon became distressed. But the space folding technology is not so easy to master. Wanqing thought for a while. It sounds difficult, but as long as you master the principle, It's actually very simple. Just like the ancients making fire. Without knowing anything, primitive people could only rely on the flames produced by thunder hitting trees to make fire. But modern people understand the principle of frictional heat generation. And they can make fire by simply drilling wood and rubbing. Knowledge is powerful. In Huanqing's view, knowledge is the law of the universe. Mastering knowledge is equivalent to mastering the law and indirectly mastering the universe. Su Jie nodded seriously. Well said. Don't say it next time. Just when Huanqing was talking about the importance of knowledge, Su Jie had already found a suitable building in the construction interface. Space storage room. Comprehensive building rating, 1W. Construction conditions. Metal material 50. Points 50W. Unlock space technology tree. Building effect. Built-in 10,000 cubic meters of space. Permanent storage of materials. Cannot store organisms, this thing is equivalent to a large space ring. The materials required are not much. It's just that the space is a bit small. Only 10,000 cubic meters. Equivalent to the size of 5 villas. This space is not enough to store the spoils of war this time. However, this thing can be expanded continuously. As long as the materials are sufficient. The size of the space can be adjusted at will. As for platinum, we can dismantle some in the copy spaceship. But how to get aluminum alloy? Su Jie found that he was a little illiterate and didn't even know this. Boss, the raw materials of aluminum alloy are mainly high-purity aluminum, alumina and other alloy elements, such as magnesium, silicon, copper, manganese, nickel, etc., which can be mixed in a certain proportion to get the desired material. Silicon can be refined with silica sand, and we also have copper. If you only need aluminum alloy, the above two are enough. Do you need to let the smelter start processing? Ahem. So, Su Jie coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment of ignorance. In this case, then process it as soon as possible. Otherwise the base will soon become a garbage mountain. Okay. Huanqing agreed, and his figure slowly disappeared. Sky Island. Special base. Construction conditions. 100W bricks. 100W soil. 10 element cores. 1 gravity core. Advanced base core. 100 magic crystals. 1000 W points. Description: a magical floating island. Interesting. Su Jie looked at the architectural drawings in front of him and fell into deep thought. If the base continues to upgrade, it will definitely develop in the direction of a large carrier. However, before that, Sky Island seems to be able to serve as a transition, and it will be used as a temporary base for the time being. Sky Island seems unable to travel in space, but traveling around the planet is a good choice. Just move the base to the island, and he can go to any planet. He can also brush up exploration points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After exploring this planet, the next planet can be used, even if it is used as a sub-base. It is a good option. What is this gravity core and magic crystal? Su Jie touched his chin and thought. The magic crystal is obviously a product of the magic law. As long as you are willing to spend money, it should not be difficult to obtain it. The key is the gravity core. Anything with the word core is a rare commodity. It's a bit uncomfortable that you can't buy it even if you have money. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, it's not necessary to build an empty island. Su Jie put away the blueprint for the time being. His current goal is to build a controllable nuclear reactor and a robot factory. And other buildings can only be left to chance. After counting all the rewards, only the last mythical treasure chest is left. This thing is a treasure chest of the highest grade, and it is really exciting to see what can be opened. Sha. Su Jie took a deep breath and called the little lucky star to open the box. It happened that Sha had just locked the captives of the Nukalan Empire in prison. When she heard the master's call, she immediately ran over. Master, do you have something to do with Sha? Go take a shower. Take a shower and change clothes. And gather your luck for me. Sha hates taking a shower. Be good and listen to me. Woo. Sasha is leaving. Not long after, she came back with a fresh look and stood in front of Su Jie with a smile. Master, I'm ready. Well, open the box. Su Jie reached out and stroked Sasha's long hair. Smiling. Okay. Wait. Open a few gold treasure chests first. Su Jie took out the 3 gold treasure chests that had not been opened before. You open these 3 first. No problem. Leave it to Sasha. Sasha made a solemn promise. waved her hand, and directly did a triple combo. Successfully opened the gold treasure chest. Obtained 10W gold. Resource transfer scroll *1. Successfully opened the gold treasure chest. Obtained 100,000 gold. Large drilling car *1. Successfully opened the gold treasure chest. Obtained 100,000 gold. Medium-sized tunnel boring machine *1. Okay. 3 pieces of garbage. Even the hidden characteristics are not triggered. Perfect. Sujia's face was full of excitement, knowing that the padding this time was quite perfect. The next one will definitely produce gold. Shasha didn't understand why the master was so happy when nothing good was opened. But Sujia didn't give her time to think, and directly stuffed a gorgeous treasure chest with colorful glare. Hurry. Now. Open it. Oh. Shasha was forced to open the treasure chest. And in an instant, the dazzling colorful glare illuminated the entire ecological park as if it were daytime. Seeing this, Sujia felt relieved. Such a grand scene must have brought something good. The colorful glare rushed into the sky, shattering the thunderstorm clouds that had been lingering for a long time, revealing a clear blue sky. Then, the treasure chest disappeared. Huh? Where is my SSS level artifact? It ran away. Sujia's eyes widened, and he almost spit out blood. The system is not cheating. Ouch! Accompanied by a cry, a delicate girl fell from the sky. Wow! Help! Help! I'm going to fall to my death. Woo-woo. The girl was so scared that she cried out in panic. Sujia's mouth twitched. Damn! This is not a mythical reward. Right? Successfully opened the mythical treasure chest. Obtained Elemental Holy Spirit Lei Linger *1. Special Building Lei Ling Temple Blueprint *1. SSS Special Weapon Lei Ling Ju *1. Successfully triggered Shaper's hidden characteristics. Obtained 1,000 W gold. Sujia's face suddenly darkened when he heard the prompt. That's it? I took off my pants and gave it to a pet? Damn. What a rubbish mythical treasure chest. It's really lame. Wow. Help. The scream from the sky brought Sujia back to his senses. After all, it's a mythical reward. I can't just watch the other party fall to death. He walked out of the ecological park, spread his wings of light, and flew up to catch the falling girl. Then he turned a corner in the sky and slowly landed back to the base. Hello. I'm saved. I was so scared. The girl lay in Sujia's arms, panting. Although she looked boneless, she was soft and smooth, and it was very comfortable to hold her in his arms. Thank you, big brother. If it weren't for you, I would have died. She looked up, staring at Sujia with her black eyes, and her eyes flashed with purple lightning. Unlike ordinary girls, Lei Linger has 2 crystal clear unicorn horns on her forehead. There is a diamond-shaped purple crystal inlaid between her eyebrows, and a strand of silver-gray hair falls on her shoulders, which makes her look particularly otherworldly. It was like a fairy child who was ignorant of the world. The huge movement attracted several women who were cleaning the battlefield, and they all gathered around. Oh, Master, it's the Holy Spirit, Nana exclaimed, with surprise flashing in her eyes. Holy Spirit? Sujia frowned. Is there any difference between you apostles? Of course there is a difference. The elemental apostles are the spirits of heaven and earth bred by nature, and the Holy Spirit is a miracle born at the beginning of the universe. The Holy Spirit is the Son of the universe, born with the ability to manipulate elements and possesses powerful strength. We apostles are only worthy of being the servants of the Holy Spirit. There is no comparison at all, Nana explained. So powerful? Sujia glanced at the little girl in his arms. Lei Linger proudly held her head high. Although I don't know why the Holy Lord kicked me out of the lower world. It doesn't matter. I can finally come out to play. Elemental Holy Spirit Lei Linger is here to report. Big brother, are you Linger's host from now on? Lei Linger blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked up at Sujia with desire. Host? Sujia shook his head. Not a host. I am your master. Hey. Stop. Lei Linger jumped off Sujia and then stretched out her hand. Then master, please take care of me in the future. Sujia was slightly stunned, then stretched out his hand to hold the other's soft little hand. Then, his pores suddenly expanded and the blood in his body rushed faster. Boom! A huge force poured into his palms, making the muscles of his arms throb. Hint, get the blessing of the Holy Spirit and get the talent, Thunder affinity this. Sujia was stunned in place. He felt an extremely pure thunder force flowing into his limbs along his arms. These powers filled his whole body, making him numb all over. And he couldn't help but moan. Master? Lei Linger looked at him blankly. Sujia quickly suppressed his agitated emotions and carefully looked at the mysterious girl in front of him. Elemental Holy Spirit. Status. Growth period 1892 real years / 3.4 billion virtual years. Attributes. Strength 999. Agility 999. Constitution 1000. Intelligence 1900. Skill 1. Lightning Element Control. Control all lightning attribute energy. Skill 2. Thunderstorm coming. Summon thousands of thunders for your own use. Skill 3. Holy Spirit Armor. Immune to 90% elemental damage. Skill 4. Thunder Spirit Incarnation. Incarnate Thunder. Immune to all physical damage. Ignore agility attributes. Activate Godspeed Thunder. Skill 5. Forbidden Spell Kirin. Condenses thunder into a Kirin, causing 1000% thunder magic damage. Cooldown, 6 hours. Skill 6. Forbidden Spell Heavenly Tribulation. Summon Heavenly Tribulation to attack the designated area. Duration, 10 minutes. Range, 1000 square meters. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Skill 7. Holy Spirit Transformation. All attributes doubled after activation. Talents, Thunder Element Affinity. Thunder Domain. Holy Spirit Body. Holy Spirit Blessing. Hiss. Sujia took a breath of cold air. The treasures in the myth treasure chest are simply amazing. This Kirin girl is quite something. And her combat power is off the charts. One forbidden spell directly hits 2W damage. This is just her own skill blessing. And the bonus of the special weapon Thunder Spirit Pearl is not calculated. Add to the attribute enhancement given by several talents. The effect is fully activated. A forbidden spell. Nearly 160,000 damage. Destroying the world. So terrifying. The key is that the cooldown is only 6 hours. His Yoguang recharge is not so fast. Sujia has worked hard for so many days to build a base so perfectly. But the result is not as good as an airborne little girl. He was rude just now. Mythical treasure chest. Awesome. Suddenly, Sujia was waiting for the other two apostles fiercely. Master, what's wrong? Sasha asked timidly. Sujia frowned and asked coldly. Tell me, how can you evolve into a holy spirit? Lei Linger interrupted immediately after hearing this. I know. Build the exclusive building to level 10. And then practice hard for 100 years to have a chance to advance. Sujia raised his eyebrows. 100 years? Too long. Right? Not long. This is a benefit of the new era. Otherwise it would take hundreds of millions of years to start. Sujia was speechless. I mean, is there a shortcut or something like that? The Holy Spirit is so powerful. If there is a chance to evolve, you must seize it. Lei Linger tilted her head and thought about it. And after a while, she patted her little head. Yes. Collect 1000 element cores. And then build an ascension pool to soak in. And if you are lucky, you can advance? Okay. Let's go. It's over. When Sujia heard that he wanted 1000 element cores, he decisively gave up the idea. With so many resources, his galactic empire has been established. So why would he need a holy spirit? Sujia waved his hand and asked everyone to continue working. Master, what should I do then? Finding that everyone had something to do, and she was the only one idle, Lei Linger was unhappy. I haven't thought about it yet. Go help clean up the battlefield first. Sujia rubbed his eyebrows. Okay. Lei Linger disappeared in a flash, and appeared in the ruins of the battlefield in an instant, turning into lightning and quickly sweeping across the metal debris scattered everywhere. All the objects she touched emitted lightning, and randomly floated up and fell into the base square. So the thunder element can be used in this way. Sujia suddenly realized. The so-called control of all thunder energy includes positive and negative thunder. As long as the ratio of the two is controlled, it can achieve the level of magnetic levitation. I didn't expect that this girl is not only powerful, but also amazingly intelligent. At this moment, Lei Linger seemed to be an elf out of a cage, flying happily above the ruins of the battlefield. Every time she landed, there was a burst of thunder light, as if she was walking on thunder and lightning, gorgeous and dazzling. While playing, she collected materials and seemed very curious about everything. Like a curious baby, who had not left home for a long time, and suddenly found that the world outside had changed drastically. He's almost 2,000 years old, but he's still like a child. Sujia smiled and shook his head, then built the Thunder Spirit Temple. He just had one element core left, so he used it. Shwa. A thunder palace with a mysterious aura rose from the ground. Majestic and magnificent. 3 palaces formed a triangle and stood in the center of the base. Now, the base's defense has increased by another 1,000,000. By the way, there is one more element immunity. Thunder element immunity is still quite practical. After all, the energy used by most warships is related to electrical energy. Now that there are so many palaces, the base seems a bit crowded. No way. Special buildings are too useful. He can't just leave them alone. We can only think of ways to study space folding technology later, and reduce the special buildings to model size to solve the problem. After all the raid rewards were counted, Sujia also joined the ranks of cleaning the battlefield. With his telekinesis, the speed of cleaning the battlefield became faster. The work that originally took several days to complete only took half a day to complete. These spoils removed from the wreckage of the spacecraft can be used directly as resources, without wasting time on remelting and remaking. This system is still very humane. The illegal metal garbage removed from the copy is black money and needs to be washed in the factory before it can be put into use. But the materials brought by the attack were from regular channels, so there is no need to wash them again. This wave of Ganges. Boss, the warehouse is full again. Wanching came to Sujia silently with a list of materials. I know. How long will it take to gather the aluminum alloy for building space storage? It should be enough tomorrow morning. Okay. Then we will count it tomorrow. Everyone has worked hard today. Take a shower and eat. Oh. Wanching. Let the Annihilator take care of the prisoners. If there is anything, we will talk tomorrow. Understood. After that, Sujia took everyone to the bathroom to take a comfortable bath, and then sat in the restaurant waiting for Amanda to call for dinner. Boss, did you forget something? Wanching leaned over and whispered in Sujia's ear. Huh? What? The big bug is still waiting for you outside the base. Sujia finally realized. Erd is really persistent. Forget it. Erky, come with me to see him. Sujia called the insect girl to follow him and settle things with Erd. But dinner is about to start. Erky drooped his hands and followed his master weakly. He cursed Erd in his heart. When Sujia arrived at the temporary camp built by the Zerg, it was not only Erd who was waiting for him. There was also a charming woman sitting next to Erd, watching them quietly. The woman was beautiful, wearing a gorgeous black dress and a crystal crown, with a noble and elegant temperament. Sujia narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dangerous dark light flashed in his eyes. He quietly launched the appraisal. Apostle of the Abyss. Complete form. Identification failed. The appraisal master, who had been tried and tested for 100 times, was actually invalid, which made Sujia feel a strong sense of crisis. Behind the woman stood dozens of black-robed guards, whose faces could not be seen clearly. Each of them had a deep and powerful aura, and their attributes were definitely more than 3,000. Shwa. Sujia summoned Lei Linger without saying anything and protected him. He didn't dare to joke about his own name. When Linger appeared, the woman opposite her had a strange look in her eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. Ekia hugged Sujia's neck nervously and trembled in his arms. Master, why did you call me here? Lei Linger still had an unfinished steak in her mouth, chewing and asking in a baby voice. Sujia's face was full of black lines. Doesn't this girl have any sense at all? Didn't she see the other party's posture? It's obvious that she is here to cause trouble. Boy, you kidnapped my baby daughter and disrupted our invasion plan. You are brave. Fei Hong slowly raised her head and lifted her long white legs. She was noble and elegant, and exuded a majestic aura, as if she was born superior to others. Sujia glanced at the trembling insect girl in his arms, and then looked at the Queen Fei Hong opposite. Well, they do look a bit alike. To be honest, I am not interested in your plan at all. You insisted on picking a fight with me. At most, I am acting in self-defense. Sujia shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he was very wronged. Humph. It has already happened, and the process is no longer important. Fei Hong snorted coldly, and her beautiful eyes showed disdain and contempt. Sujia raised his eyebrows. He hated cruel and unreasonable women the most. Then there's no room for negotiation. Linger, do it. Su Jie glanced at Fei Hong indifferently and ordered without hesitation. When Lei Linger heard this, she instantly shot out dazzling blue-purple lightning. In an instant, the little lowly's figure suddenly grew. It was visible to the naked eye that the original long skirt turned into a miniskirt. The original short legs turned into long legs. And the original A turned into D. The Holy Spirit transformed. And all attributes doubled. Intelligence directly soared to 3,800 points. And the forbidden spell was activated, which was 38,000 damage. With the Thunder Element Affinity talent, the damage doubled. And the special weapon bonus, the damage doubled again. Thunder Field. Thunder Attribute Damage Amplification. The damage doubled again. Nearly 200,000 damage. The terrifying destructive power is catching up with Yogwang. This posture. Even Fei Hong couldn't help but frown. And a strong fear surged in her heart. As expected of the most destructive mind attribute Holy Spirit, it is really powerful. If it weren't for maintaining her image, Fei Hong would definitely hide farther away and let her younger brothers go first. But she didn't come here to fight this time. Put away your thunder, Fei Hong warned in a calm tone. Why? Lei Linger's eyes lost the previous innocence, but a little more mania and wisdom. With the growth of body size, will it also change personality? Su Jie saw Lei Linger's appearance at this time, and couldn't help but guess secretly in his heart. I am not here to start a war. Otherwise, I would not have come alone. If not, what you will see will be an endless fleet of void. Fei Hong remained calm and composed, seemingly not afraid of the thunder's rampage. Linger. Stop. Yes, master. Lei Linger snorted, silently restrained the lightning, and stood behind Su Jie. Su Jie smiled at Fei Hong and said gently, since they are not enemies, may I ask what you can do for me? I heard from word that you repelled the fleet of the evil country? Fei Hong's eyes fell on Urkia in his arms. Urkia was a little creepy when she was stared at by him, and shrank into Su Jie's arms and dared not look up. You can't see me? You can't see me? I don't know anything. ABA. Su Jie touched the soft little head in his arms, indicating that she was relieved. It is true. The evil country civilization is the hegemon of the nearby star field, and its swift fleet almost spans the entire Jelvo galaxy. You dare to offend them. It is really amazing, Fei Hong said admiringly. The evil country is so strong? Zundu is fake? Su Jie pretended to be surprised. It's just relative to you. But in my opinion, it's just SOSO. There was a hint of sarcasm and arrogance in Fei Hong's eyes. Oh! What do you want? Sir? Su Jie continued to play dumb. The resources in the Sea of Death are running out. The only way to continue the reproduction of the Zerg is to continue to expand outward, occupy more areas, and obtain more resources. So? I want you, and the entire alien race to help me expand until the evil country is occupied. Hee hee. Su Jie laughed softly. Are you dreaming? Why should we help you? Fei Hong narrowed her eyes slightly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Isn't it? Su Jie was speechless. Fei Hong's statement was indeed correct. After all, he was at odds with the evil country, and cooperating with the Zerg in the Sea of Death was the best option. Triggering a large regional side quest, Zerg Invasion. Quest description: assist the Zerg Queen to wipe out the evil country civilization. During the mission, you will be protected by the Queen. The hatred of the evil country will rise to 100%, and the probability of attack will increase significantly. A regional announcement suddenly appeared in front of the pioneers of the galaxy. The regional channel exploded instantly. What's going on? What Zerg Queen? What evil country civilization? I'm still digging stones and chopping trees in the mountains. How come a civilization-level battle is triggered? Okay. Everyone ascends. You don't want to play with me, right? Then don't play. Is there anyone who can explain it? Su Jie ignored the chaotic regional channel and thought about the pros and cons of this mission. The bandits must be surrendered, but it is easy to get into trouble by trying to get the skin of Huang Xilang. The pioneers will inevitably fight with local forces on their way forward. As the controller of this galaxy, the outbreak of war is inevitable. However, destroying an evil country will attract a group of more hungry Zergs, and Su Jie can't help but feel a headache. Master, agree to her. Lei Linger tugged at his clothes and persuaded him seriously. With the help of the power of the Zerg, we can buy more time for development. What we lack most now is time. After the transformation, Lei Linger's IQ also soared, and she actually found the core of the problem at once. Su Jie thought that it was indeed true. Fighting with the evil country is an inevitable result. Now that the Zerg has joined, the pioneers have more buffer time. He doesn't know whether this deal is profitable or not, but it is definitely not a loss. As for what happens next, we will talk about it later. If it really doesn't work, he will sacrifice himself and take down the queen for his compatriots. In order to bring peace to the world, we have no choice but to do it. Su Jie thinks he can give it a try. Then, Your Majesty, the power behind me is a bit big. I wonder if you can handle it. This emperor will give you 3 months. During these 3 months, my tribe will hold back the main force of the evil country. After 3 months, you must send troops to support. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Su Jie nodded, indicating that he understood. I hope you will abide by the agreement. After Fei Hong finished speaking, a black portal suddenly appeared, and she left quickly with the attendants around her. Mother! Mother! Seeing Fei Hong was about to leave, Urkia called out weakly. Humph! Useless thing. Fei Hong shouted coldly without turning her head. Boy! Urkia is free to be with whomever she wants. For the sake of the Holy Spirit, I can let it go. You should learn your lesson. Fei Hong waved her sleeves, and her figure gradually faded, until it completely disappeared into the void. Hint, the mission is successfully accepted. 3 months later, you will be teleported to the battlefield of the evil country to participate in the invasion campaign. During the mission, you will no longer be attacked by evil countries and Zerg. Huh? Urkia breathed a sigh of relief, with a trace of relief on her face. Your Highness, the Lord is just a soft-hearted person. This time he came here just to see how your Highness is doing. The Lord actually cares about you very much. This is something the Lord asked me to pass on to your Highness. I will take my leave. Ald bowed and put a can of mysterious liquid into Urkia's hands, then left in a hurry. Urkia held the can in her hand and was very moved. Although her mother was a little fierce, she still cared about her and just helped her scare the master. Thank you. Mother. Master. Have I caused you any trouble? After returning to the base, Urkia looked at Su Jie, who was sitting at the head of the dining table. Anxiously. It's okay. It's not a trouble, Su Jie said casually. What he was thinking about now was that the time limit given for the main task was also 3 months. And the time given by Fei Hong was the same. The two were so close. Could there be any connection? No. There was too little information. And we had to find someone to investigate the situation in the nearby star field. Nana, where is that woman Dacia? Su Jie suddenly asked. They locked us up in the bedroom. Why did they lock up the bedroom? Su Jie suddenly felt a headache. Forget it. I'll go check it out myself. After that, he quickly finished the food in the bowl and prepared to get up. Sasha is sleepy. Sasha also wants to go back to the bedroom. The little guy just wanted to get up, but was grabbed by Yefina beside him. DeMayo. Let's sleep in a different room today. Why? Kid. Don't ask so many questions. Yefina gave Su Jie a meaningful look, as if I understand everything. Su Jie? This idiot. Is her head full of yellow garbage? So she can associate? I don't bother to pay attention to her. Amanda, prepare a bedroom for Linger later. Okay. Lord. Su Jie waved his hand and walked towards the bedroom. Yefina slowly smiled evilly. Amanda, prepare a room for Sasha. Okay. Does my sister need a room? I don't need one. 3 people can sleep. Pushing open the bedroom door. After hearing the movement, Dacia, who had been tied up for a day, immediately struggled violently. However, a cloth strip was stuffed in her mouth and her eyes were covered, leaving only the sobbing sound in her throat. Seeing this, Su Jie had to sigh that Nana knew a lot. Even he couldn't understand how she was tied up with such professional techniques. Stop struggling. I won't eat you. Su Jie finished speaking and reached out to remove the cloth and blindfold from Dacia's mouth. His Dacia immediately gasped violently and glared at him angrily. Asshole. Despicable. Dirty. Shameless. And a beast. Dacia cursed. You will be punished for talking like this. Su Jie smiled evilly and shook the red rope on her body, which immediately caused the other party to gasp. You dead pervert. If my fiancé finds out, he will definitely kill you. Dacia screamed in horror. Hee. Don't be afraid. I'm just making you understand that a captive should have the self-cultivation of a captive. Sujia pressed her down on the bed. His legs tightly clamped around her waist. What do you want to do? Dacia asked tremblingly. Well? What do you think? Dacia panicked instantly upon hearing this, and explained eagerly. I was wrong. Please let me go. Woo-woo. I really know I was wrong. Her tears could not stop flowing. Her eyes were wet, and she looked pitiful. TSK. Sujia pouted. He really couldn't do it to such a weak look. But he didn't intend to let this guy off easily. Were you quite strong before? Swish. Sujia tore the only skirt on her body into pieces, revealing the small clothes underneath. No. I really know I'm wrong. Don't do this. Daddy. Whoa. Where are you? Pa. Shut up. Sujia roared. He slapped Dashia's buttocks, causing her to cry out. Be quiet. I ask. You answer. If you answer wrong, I'll tear off a piece of clothing. Do you understand? In just a few words, Dashia's psychological defenses were completely destroyed by Sujia. This is the effect Sujia wanted. Otherwise it would be annoying to argue with a woman. I'm asking you. What is 1000 minus 7? Ah? Pa. Another crisp sound. Dacia almost collapsed. Tears already welled up in her eyes. It's equal to 993. Dacia choked. Very good. Then I ask you, how many people are there in your family? What do your parents do? How much do you earn every month? What are you doing here? Sujia continued to ask. And Dacia answered without hesitation. Sujia nodded with satisfaction. Well, good performance. Keep it up. Dacia nodded agreeably, praying in her heart that Sujia would finish quickly. Because but hurt so much. After Sujia's interrogation, he learned that the other party's father was the king. The mother was the queen. There were 4 people in the family, and there was a younger sister. The reason why he appeared in the nearby star field was because he had just returned from an engagement in the neighboring Yama Empire. He was simply passing by. He came here to suffer under the guidance. Sujia learned by the way that the number of the planet he was on was consistent with that displayed on the panel. It was called NTR 9528. This star field is also known as the NTR asteroid belt. It is a chaotic area on the edge of the Jelvo galaxy. There are no powerful civilizations nearby, and it is ruled and managed by 3 forces. The Nukalan Empire where Dacia is located is one of them, and the Yama Empire where her fiancé is located is the second one. The third is the 100 federations formed by hundreds of planets. A power that can be called an empire must have at least hundreds of resource-rich asteroids under its jurisdiction, in order to avoid being annexed. The 100 great federations banded together to resist the other 2. This time, Dacia's marriage plan was a joint decision made by the top leaders of the 2 empires. It is hoped that the 2 empires will merge, join forces to eliminate the 100 great alliances, and harvest all the resources in the NTR asteroid belt, so as to use this as a springboard to go to a more vast galaxy and enter the door to the new world. Pa! Ah! Dacia screamed again. I told you everything. Why did you hit me? Because you lied? I didn't. Dacia said stubbornly. You still dare to be stubborn. Sujia snorted coldly. According to what you said, the Nukalan Empire is just a small village in front of the evil country civilization. How dare you, the daughter of a village chief, yell at the inspector? Recalling the scene when Dacia and Mi Jen were at odds with each other, Sujia felt that things were not that simple. No matter what, Mi Jen is also the inspector of the evil country. No matter how small the official is, he is still an official. Others can easily find an excuse to destroy the Nukalan Empire. How dare she? We are not without someone protecting us. How dare he, a small inspector, not offend our empire? Besides, the evil country has ruled Jelvo for thousands of years, and the civilization system has become increasingly bloated and huge. The internal relations are complicated, with open and secret struggles, collusion between officials and bandits, and various factions. It has long been on the verge of disintegration. They are busy with their own internal problems. The emperor is far away. So who will take care of your trivial matters? Dacia said confidently. Sujia fell into deep thought. What Dacia said seemed to make some sense. I didn't expect you to be so smart, Sujia said with a smile. Dacia said proudly. Of course. My goal is to become the Queen of Jelvo, to rule the entire galaxy, and to become the most noble and powerful existence. Speaking of her ambitions, Dacia's eyes flashed with a fiery and crazy light. Poochie ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Sujia couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dacia's confused face? Ha. Are you serious? Sujia stopped laughing and looked at her with a silly look. Do you know what the first element of becoming a ruler is? Huh? Dacia frowned. It is absolutely powerful, able to suppress billions of lives. And secondly, it is the unrealistic ambition of great strategy. Sujia shook his head and looked at her with a look of you are too naive. If you become the queen that day, I can occupy the magpie's nest in a minute, hold the emperor hostage, and command the princes. Idiot! You are the idiot. Dacia was furious and glared at him fiercely. Then she lowered her head and murmured in frustration. I am just not an adult yet. So I have not awakened. And I will not always be so weak. Maybe she figured something out. Or she completely gave up resistance. Dacia buried her face in the pillow and said in a muffled voice, Ask if you have anything else to ask. And then get out of here when you are done. I don't want to see you again. Perhaps knowing that she could not escape the clutches tonight, she could only cry to make a final protest. You still want to be a queen? Sujia rolled his eyes. Being a crybaby is better. Humph. Sooner or later, I will climb to the top step by step. I swear. Dacia raised her head, her eyes red. Okay. Then you can continue to dream about your spring and autumn. After that, Sujia lifted the quilt and covered the other's body. He turned around and opened the door. Ready to leave. Under 18. You must not touch it. Otherwise the river crab god wandering in the long river of time will take action. He didn't want this world to be slapped away. The door was opened, and he ran into Yafina, who was sticking her butt out and eavesdropping with curiosity. Master, you haven't slept yet? Nana laughed dryly, her eyes darting around. What? Want to sleep together? Okay. Sujia was speechless. Then go and sleep with her. Isn't it possible to cure you? Don't worry. Nana waved her hands and held Sujia's arm with a flattering look, saying coquettishly, I was wrong. Master, don't be angry. Don't come on. I don't know you yet. Sujia glanced at her indifferently. Nana stuck out her tongue and said obediently, Oh, Master, do you have any other instructions? There are no rooms left. What can I do? Sujia glanced at her. Nana suddenly realized. Oh, I understand. Master, wait a moment. I will make the bed right away. You will drain me sooner or later. The next morning, Sujia was awakened by a rustling noise. He opened his eyes and found that there was a demon in the quilt. Didn't you feed your greedy little cat all night? So early in the morning. Sujia sighed lightly and rubbed his eyebrows with his hand. Don't make trouble. I'm still sleepy. It will be done soon. I don't know how long it took. And Huanqing's reminder came to my ears. Boss, the Yama Empire sent a message. Do you want to receive it? Sujia woke up suddenly. Yama? The boy who sent money came so soon? End the battle quickly. Then he put on his clothes and went to the control center with the service of the greedy cat. I don't know how financially secure this fiancé is. I hope he won't disappoint me. Huanqing. Connect the line. Yes, sir. Soon. The video link was connected, and a handsome young man appeared on the screen. He was tall and slender, with deep and handsome features and a goatee, which made him look like a shabby artist. He looked gentle and gentlemanly, but he exuded a kind of indifference that kept people away from him. He looked very similar to humans, but the inscription on his cheek represented his race, the Ming clan. Sujia had also seen such a mark under Dacia's clothes, but there were not so many. The other party's inscription spread to his face, which should be a manifestation of the awakening of the Ming clan. I am Yama Augustine, the governor of the Yama Empire, and also the eldest prince of the empire, the first in line of the royal family. I heard that you have captured my fiancé. Is that true? Don't mention it. This guy is quite polite. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Sujia nodded slightly. It is true. When will it be returned? Augustine asked expressionlessly. It seems that the kidnapped woman is not his fiancée, but just a trading item. His attitude made Sujia have different ideas. You don't seem to care much about the situation of your fiancé? Sujia smiled meaningfully. We are all males, and our eyes should be on the sea of stars, not a political sacrifice. Your Excellency needs to open up, Augustine said calmly. I see. Su Jie showed a thoughtful expression, then changed the subject and said lightly, let's do this. 1,000 element cores. And I will release you immediately. Element core? What is that? Augustine asked in confusion. You don't know? Su Jie was also surprised. Shouldn't this thing be a hard currency known to the whole universe? Boss, each civilization calls the element core differently. The magic side calls it the element core, and the technology side calls it the energy crystal core. The essence is the same, collectively called the source energy aggregation crystal. Huan Qing reminded him in his ear and whispered, you can take this opportunity to ask for some special crystal cores, like energy crystal cores, space crystal cores, gravity crystal cores, etc. Su Jie immediately understood. Ahem. Well, forget it if you don't have any. Just give me 100 light crystal cores, 100 space crystal cores, 100 gravity crystal cores, and 700 ordinary crystal cores. Augustine frowned. Are you kidding me? Why? The Yama Empire can't even give out a few crystal cores. Right? Su Jie sneered. If that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. Wait. Augustine was silent for a moment and said, I can give you the ordinary crystal cores, but don't even think about the remaining special crystal cores. Dacia's life is not that valuable. She has a younger sister. Although she is only 7 years old, it is not impossible to marry her. Su Jie felt a chill in his heart. I didn't expect the other party to be so heartless and cold-blooded. It's not easy to deal with. Are all aliens so realistic? Boss, your request is really too high. Only a few special crystal cores can be produced on a planet. Report less. Huan Qing seemed to be Su Jie's roundworm. He guessed Su Jie's inner thoughts from the subtle expressions on his face and reminded him quietly. Su Jie realized that he seemed to have made an unreasonable request. 10 special crystal cores, plus 990 ordinary crystal cores. This is my bottom line. Deal? Augustine thought for a moment and finally agreed to the deal. Although he could choose Dacia's sister, she was too young after all, and he couldn't wait to unify this NTR star field. The evil country's civilization was about to collapse, and the kings and generals were not of the same kind. If they didn't attack the city and plunder the land now, when would they? In 3 days. I will come to pick up Dacia in person. I hope you won't break your promise. Otherwise, the artillery fire of the Yama Empire is not something you can withstand alone. After saying this, Augustine cut off the communication. Heh. It's interesting. Su Jie sneered and shook his head. Did you hear it all? The future queen? Su Jie asked abruptly. The haggard Dacia walked out of the shadows slowly, with mixed feelings in her heart. But she seemed to have expected it. In this cold universe, marriage is the most useless contract. I am mentally prepared. Dacia pulled the corner of her mouth with difficulty. Oh, you are quite open-minded. Su Jie smiled and continued. Are you interested in doing a deal with me? Dacia was slightly stunned. Help me conquer this galaxy. What? Instead of becoming a political victim, it is better to overthrow the old regime and establish a new dynasty. Dacia was extremely shocked. Are you serious? Of course I am serious. Su Jie smiled and said, I will not stay in this small star field. What's wrong with being your queen? As he was talking, Su Jie quietly bought a talent transfer scroll, transferred the born to be a rebel on Urkia to Dacia. Hint, current recruitment probability, 36%. Recruitment failed only 36? A bit low. Su Jie felt that there were still 3 days left, so he couldn't rush this matter. It's not so easy to make Dacia completely evil and actively participate in the conspiracy to destroy his empire. It's a fantasy. With the weapons you have now, it's impossible to win the Imperial fleet. Although Dacia was tempted for a moment, she was soon awakened by reality. At the very least, she was an Imperial princess. She had nothing better to do than to come here and become a bandit with a strange man and start from scratch. Isn't this an extra 30 years of detour? Haha. That's not necessarily true. Su Jie smiled and didn't explain. If you want to change a person's cognition, persuasion is meaningless. Only when she finds out her own mistakes can she repent. Nana, untie this princess. Then take her to take a bath and change into clean clothes. Yes, master. Nana responded obediently, and in Dacia's stunned eyes, she carried her into the bathroom by the waist. After the two left, Su Jie sat at the control console, his thoughts flying. There have been a lot of things happening recently, and they have come one after another. He can't stop for a moment, and he is a little tired. At this moment, a pair of cool and delicate hands stroked Sujia's forehead, fell on both sides of the temples, and gently pressed. Boss, what are you worried about? A cool and soft touch flowed from the forehead to the limbs, making people indulge in it. Sujia closed his eyes, enjoying the wonderful massage, and said casually, "Nothing. Just a little irritated. Boss, you walk too fast. Maybe you can wait for your companions." Sujia opened his eyes and looked at Huanqing suspiciously. "I mean, you don't have to leave the pressure of the evil country and other empires to yourself. Appropriate risk sharing is conducive to better progress." Sujia suddenly understood what he said, and couldn't help but secretly curse himself for being confused. He had been fighting alone for a long time, and subconsciously felt that he was the only one to rely on, ignoring the existence of other pioneers. Huanqing was right. If he did all the work, wouldn't it be a bargain for others? No. He had to muddy the waters, so he didn't want to be a sucker. He immediately opened the regional channel. Regional channel Sujia. My compatriots from thousands of races, please listen to me. The evil country is about to be destroyed, and the chaotic times are coming. The situation of all races is precarious. It is time to unite. I have 3 months for you. I hope you can put aside your past grudges, let go of your grievances, and overcome difficulties together. I hope you can encourage each other. Fuck. The ancestor of the immortal race? There are great human beings in our area. It turns out that the regional branch is triggered by the boss. That makes sense. Boss, are you missing a pendant? Please help me. The regional channel is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Boss, please protect me. Please support me. Boss, we are willing to follow you and go through fire and water. Boss, I am a magician. Please protect me. Boss, I am a male lowly. Please support me. With Sujia's behavior of exploding, the regional channel suddenly exploded. After all, Sujia has the suffix of the immortal race, and he is a boss-level figure no matter where he is. No one wants to miss the opportunity to hug thighs, so everyone tries their best to show their courtesy in the channel. Sujia was speechless. Can we really accomplish anything with this bunch of good-for-nothings? Sujia. Silence. I will only say this once. If you don't want to die, just listen quietly. Instantly, the channel was silent. Sujia roughly described the situation between the Zerg and the evil country. He also directly pointed out the inevitable war between the evil country and the pioneers. Some smart people immediately understood Sujia's deep meaning. To deal with a behemoth like the evil country civilization, one person alone has no chance of winning. Even Sujia was powerless at this moment. After all, such a large galaxy cluster spans a distance scale of 16 million light-years. No matter how strong he is, he can't manage such a vast territory. But with the help of regional channels, it is much easier to bring together the pioneers scattered throughout the star field. Each person is responsible for the opponents in their own area, sharing the risks and dividing the cake equally, so as to minimize the losses and maximize the benefits. Chihua Xiong. Chihua Xiong, on behalf of the Chihua clan, agree with the strategy of the predecessors. As a Chihua clan member who has been familiar with each other for a long time, Chihua Xiong took the lead in expressing his position. With the leader, the rest of the races followed one after another. My Thundercloud clan agrees with the predecessor's plan. My Crystal clan also agrees. My King Kong clan agrees. Sujia nodded with satisfaction. It is convenient to have the identity of a top race. Sujia. In this case, try to avoid spamming in the regional channel in the future, and talk more about development experience and resource sharing. Each tribe should elect a leader as soon as possible. If there is any situation, you can contact Chihua Xiong at any time. I am used to being a free and unrestrained person, and I am not suitable for management. Chihua Xiong. Thank you for your trust. I will swear to be loyal to you until death. And at the same time, I will never take a single needle or thread from the masses. And I will be strict with myself. Sujia decisively closed the chat window, not interested in listening to Chihua Xiong's endless chatter. Now that the pressure is on the pioneers of the entire region, the heavy stone in his heart has finally fallen. As for whether this little spark can set the prairie on fire, it all depends on their own abilities. Sujia is not a babysitter, so it is impossible for him to take care of everyone. But he can still take care of some of the girls. Team Channel Eddie. No way. No way. It turns out that the boss is right next to me. Lorella. Although I am not convinced. This bad guy is really powerful. Sophia. What does Xiaoluoluo mean by powerful? Lilith. I know. I know. Brother Sujia's gun is powerful. Everyone. Huh? Caleb. At Sujia. Kid. You better come out and explain. Otherwise, I will beat him up even if he is an ancient immortal. Sujia. Laser gun. You all have problems with your thinking. I have always regarded Stupid Rabbit as my sister. Eddie. I don't believe it. Sophia. The goddess of life told me that she doesn't believe it either. Lorella. Let's get back to the point. Are we going to fight? I just conquered an indigenous kingdom, and I'm just bored. Caleb. My hero tavern has been built, and I'm in need of captives to convert. Sophia. My ancient war tree is also ready. It's time to rebuild the glory of the elves. Goddess of life. Please protect me. Sujia. Why are you all so excited? Our opponents are flying aircraft carriers. Save your energy and conquer the planet first. Everyone. Although they were despised, they still had a burning fighting spirit in their hearts. Their development progress was not slow. It was just that Sujia developed too fast. It was not impossible to build a fleet with considerable combat power in 3 months. After all, the game had only just started for a month and a half. And the snowball was getting bigger and bigger. And the subsequent development would be faster and faster. Lilith. Come on. Everyone. Tutu will prepare enough carrots for everyone. Everyone. After that, Sujia asked everyone about their numbers. And was surprised to find that Lorella's number actually had NTR. In other words, her planet was also in the NTR asteroid belt. This is a pleasant surprise. The two may have a chance to cooperate. Sujia entered the other party's number into the star map. This thing was opened from the diamond treasure chest together with a life transition potion. The effect cannot be said to be very strong. But it is extremely convenient. As long as you have the planet number. Even if you don't know the cosmic coordinates. You can lock the other party's position through the star map. 160 light years away. It doesn't seem too far. Sujia thought that after mining this planet, he could go to Xiaoluoluo's house to grab resources. Anyway, that guy only knows how to fight and kill. Not how to develop and build. It would be a waste to leave it alone. Right? After recording the numbers of several team members in the star map, Sujia exited the chat interface. I've been busy lately, and don't have time to chat in the group. Let's talk about it when I'm free. Boss, the aluminum alloy is ready, and we can build a space warehouse. Here I am. I have something else to do. Space warehouse. Comprehensive building rating, 1W. Construction conditions, metal material 50. Points 50W. Unlock space technology tree. Sujia put the space core into the core slot. And instantly, he keenly noticed a slight change in the surrounding space. It was hard to tell what it felt like. But the whole space seemed to become more stable and tough, revealing a sense of heaviness everywhere. The light flowed in the core slot, and the white light flowed along the lines in the slot, gradually spreading to the entire base. Then, Sujia waved his hand and clicked to build. Swish! The original large warehouse flashed white light and disappeared out of thin air, replaced by a large iron box about 2 meters high. The box was silver gray, and the walls were inlaid with black dark gold patterns. At first glance, it looked quite solemn. The energy of the space core connected to the warehouse along the universal mechanical floor, activating the mysterious pattern on the outside of the box. In this way, a brand new storage room was successfully built. Send someone to deliver the supplies to the warehouse, and then count the spoils of this attack. Sujia ordered. Yes, boss. Wanqing responded and immediately controlled the robot to start moving. By the way, how is the mechanical Rubik's Cube being cracked? Sujia suddenly remembered something and asked. The communication module has been decoded. Except for the evil country civilization. No one knows that the boss has the Rubik's Cube in his hand. Currently decoding the mechanical engineering module. According to the development direction of the base. The main decoding directions are drones, small mechas, power engines and battleship drawings, etc. Well, this is a huge project. But time waits for no one. So do it as soon as possible. Sujia said. Yes, boss. There is another question that requires the boss to decide. Go ahead. about resurrecting the mechanical race. Just tell me the pros and cons. It's like this. Su Jie didn't know much about this race, but he heard that it was destroyed by other races because it was too strong. But Huan Qing heard a different answer. The reason why the mechanical race was destroyed is that they only know how to plunder and develop civilization endlessly. This reckless development will eventually lead to the exhaustion of cosmic resources and complete destruction. It was as if they were a group of alternative foreign pioneers, making waves in the universe. There is another race like this. That is the Zerg. The former needs endless metal energy, while the latter needs endless blood and flesh food. Both civilizations are not tolerated by major forces. It's just that the Zerg knows how to seek benefits and avoid harm, and hid in the abyss early, which saved them from disaster. The mechanical race chose to fight hard, and the result is obvious. Now Huan Qing proposed to revive the mechanical race, which naturally makes sense. This race has the top talents in the universe for civilization development, resource construction, and scientific research, even due to the racial talents such as data sharing. Every mechanical race is a super scientist. Resurrecting one person at random is of great significance to the development of the base. Of course, the disadvantages are also great. It is easy to take over the magpie's nest and become the host. Even with the constraints of the world's will, it cannot ensure 100% safety. It is too easy for them to decipher the base's authority. This is a double-edged sword. And it is a tempting double-edged sword. Boss, what do you think? Su Jie was silent for a long time before he slowly uttered a sentence. Put it aside for now. Unless he is in a desperate situation, Su Jie will never open this Pandora's box. Huan Qing, do you think that one day you can also evolve to the level of the mechanical race? It should be impossible. Huan Qing was silent for a moment and gave a positive answer. Really? Su Jie smiled meaningfully. The mechanical race is not artificial intelligence. They are also evolved from a certain race of mechanical ascension. Huan Qing is just a pile of data now, and is still far from real intelligent life. But if she cracks all the Rubik's cubes, it's hard to say. Let's go to the prison and take a look. Without dwelling on this issue too much, Su Jie stood up and walked out the door. Huan Qing lifted her maid's skirt, bowed slightly and followed Su Jie. After climbing 5 flights of stairs, she finally walked out of the control center. Install an elevator someday. Otherwise, I'll be exhausted sooner or later, Su Jie complained quietly. And Huan Qing silently took note of it, and prepared to improve the control center in 2 days. Although the control center has been upgraded from the original 3 floors to 6 floors after the base was upgraded. But there are a lot of instruments and equipment piled up inside, which makes it look even more crowded. But she has been too busy recently. And even she, an artificial intelligence, has no time to deal with these trivial matters. It seems that the robot factory has to be put on the agenda. And she will make more clones later. Otherwise she will be too busy. Huan Qing silently calculated in her heart. Walk into the prison. Led by 2 mechanical guards, Su Jie came to the 2nd floor. What he saw were all some strange aliens. Some have strange heads. Some are covered with scales. And some have wings, tails, and tail fins. It's hard to describe them in a few words. The most eye-catching thing is the green figure in the corner. This guy is definitely a relative of the Hulk, and is simply a replica of him. Everyone, gather and count. Su Jie's indifferent voice resounded through the cell. In an instant, the originally noisy cage became silent, and every prisoner lined up honestly. Su Jie's eyes swept through the crowd for a few times, and he didn't find any useful talents and skills. So he cast his eyes on Hulk. Are you the Green Tyrant? He asked. Green Tyrant lowered his head. Silent. Paw. Su Jie kicked the Hulk in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. You seem very unconvinced? Su Jie looked down at the Hulk coldly. The Hulk clenched his teeth and said nothing. Boss. He is dumb and can't speak. Huan Qing spoke at the right time. Why didn't you say it earlier? Su Jie frowned and glared at her. You're too fast. Huan Qing muttered softly and shrank back. Green Tyrant. Look up at me. The Hulk hesitated for a moment, raised his head, and looked confused. Ah bah ah bah ah bah. Su Jie. What is this guy talking about? My lord. He said he knows the secret of the treasure, and wants to use it to buy his freedom. At this time, a short dwarf with a scar on his face came forward and reported respectfully. Su Jie raised his eyebrows. Can you understand what the mute said? My lord, I am proficient in various languages, and it is very simple to read lips. The dwarf answered humbly. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a diplomat, Su Jie joked. Then you translate it. What? A surprise? No. What is a treasure? Aba. My lord. He said it was a treasure left by the previous generation of pirate kings, and it contains inestimable wealth, the dwarf explained while helping the Hulk translate. Huh? Pirate king? Is that man called Roger? Su Jie was stunned for a while, and suddenly asked. Yes, my lord. The dwarf nodded. Damn! I'm the first one who doesn't believe it. Su Jie cursed, with a strange expression on his face. My lord. It's true. Everyone in our circle knows the story of the Pirate King. It was to find that person's treasure that we embarked on the voyage. Su Jie suddenly felt like he was screwed. Do you dare to talk more? As a result, Su Jie asked Dacia, who had just finished taking a shower, and found out that there was such a troublesome guy in the nearby star field. However, Su Jie was not very interested in the treasure of Pirate King Roger. That thing was too illusory. And who knew if what he got in the end was a piece of Roger's autograph? Let's talk about this kind of thing later. I don't lack pirate kings, but I lack mining kings. Nana, take them down to the mine. I'll come later. After dealing with the mob on the second floor, Su Jie brought Dacia and Huanqing to the independent cell on the third floor. The prisoners here are all captives from Dacia's battleship. All of them are women, and they are all good-looking. After all, the operators who can control the royal battleships are all carefully selected talents in the Empire, and all the values must meet the standards. Your Highness! Your Highness! Are you okay? In the cell, a series of joyful and excited voices came. I'm fine. Dacia recalled Su Jie's brutality against him last night, and her buttocks suddenly felt a dull pain, and a different blush appeared on her haggard face. Seeing this scene, all the members in the cell breathed a sigh of relief. Please skip the touching reunion scene. I'm in a hurry. Su Jie interrupted their reminiscence very ruthlessly, and then released all of them from the iron prison. Foreigners, die! As soon as she was released, a wavy girl in military uniform rushed towards Su Jie. Vivian, don't! Dacia hurriedly stopped her. Unfortunately, it was too late. The wavy girl rushed to Su Jie like a fierce tigress, with a sharp blade extending from the back of her hand, flashing cold light. However, at this moment, her sharp blade stopped in midair. It was as if a pair of invisible big hands grabbed the blade, making it unable to move. The wave girl struggled desperately, but it was useless. Oh! Wolverine? Pretty handsome. Su Jie stared at the wave girl with interest. Subwolf tribe. Strength 687. Intelligence 487. Constitution 720. Agility 654. Good attributes. The combat power in the PK field can definitely be in the top 100. Unfortunately, she met the inhuman Su Jie. He flicked his finger, and the wave girl's body was struck by lightning. The whole person flew out, crashed into the wall, and fell to the ground. My patience is limited. Don't challenge my bottom line, Su Jie said lightly. Otherwise, you don't want to be locked up with the pirates below. Right? The wave girl struggled to get up, her chest heaving violently. Obviously, she was seriously injured. Come at me if you can. Don't embarrass them, she roared angrily. Vivian, don't be rude. This is an order, Dacia shouted with a serious look. She knew Su Jie's methods. She also knew that his strength was enough to crush anyone present. Not to mention the terrifying black technology weapons outside. And those girl apostles. They had no chance to escape, and surrendering was the wisest choice at the moment. But your highness. Shut up. Vivian bit her lip, and finally reluctantly retracted the sharp blade. I really like you more and more. Your highness. Su Jie teased with a smile, a dangerous undercurrent in his eyes. Dacia blushed and quickly changed the subject. How do you want to deal with him? She asked. I need a group of pharmacists. As long as they work well for me, I won't make things difficult for them. Leave it to me. Dacia nodded, signaling Su Jie to leave for the time being, and she would communicate with her subordinates. I like women who know the times. Hint, recruitment probability 47%. Recruitment failed. Su Jie smiled, and left with Huanqing for the time being, leaving the space alone for Dacia. Walk out of the prison. Su Jie opened the construction interface. The pharmacy can't be placed in a core building like the control center. Sujia naturally had to build a new workshop to house these women. Multifunctional workshop. Comprehensive building rating, 2000. Construction conditions, metal material 8. Silver 2000. Glass 3000. Points 3W for this kind of ordinary building. Sujia can be said to be able to build as many as he wants. Anyway, there are too many basic materials to use now. So arrogant. The snowball effect has begun to show results. And the snowball will get bigger and bigger in the future. And resource acquisition will become easier and easier. Schwa. A flash of white light appeared. And a 3-story small factory building appeared out of thin air between the entertainment area on the north side of the base and the industrial area on the west side. The first floor is the work area. The second floor is the activity area, with a built-in kitchen, library, gym, etc. The third floor is more than 30 independent bedrooms. It is more than enough to accommodate more than a dozen girls. The only drawback is that there is no toilet or shower room. If you want to wash, you can only go to the luxurious bathroom. In this regard, Sujia said that the funds and space are limited, and he has no choice. That's why the workshop was built in the entertainment area, close to the bathroom, to facilitate their daily life. Let Amanda prepare bedding and daily necessities for them, and also customize 2 sets of uniforms for them. Wanching nodded slightly, and then conveyed it to Amanda, who was busy in the clothing room. Uniform? Amanda looked at the types of clothes displayed on the clothing table, and still thought that the maid costume was the best looking. However, in order to distinguish it from her position, she changed the color of the maid costume from black and white to white and purple. Then, according to her own aesthetic taste for women, she added lace edges, lace garters, white stockings. Perfect. On the other side, after Dashia's PUA, the crew members didn't say anything and could only accept their fate. After all, if it was just a pharmacist, it wouldn't be a big deal. Finally, a group of people slowly left the prison and were arranged into the workshop. I thought the working conditions would be very difficult. But as soon as I entered the door, I found that I seemed to have misunderstood something. The house is spacious, well-equipped, elegant, and has a suitable temperature. There is even a place for entertainment, just like a luxury house. Oh my God! I can't afford a house after 10 years of hard work. But I didn't expect that my dream would come true after being captured? Ah! This feeling is so happy. Fantasy is beautiful. And reality is even better. Woo woo woo. I'm crying. The female crew members were amazed and full of hope for the future. Only Vivian scolded them for being useless. But her eyes were still red, and I didn't know whether she was happy or sad. Vivian has lived in the slums since she was a child, so her character is a bit bad. But her nature is not bad. I hope you don't bother with her. Dashia walked up to Sujia and explained. It's okay. Who doesn't have a rebellious period? Sujia shrugged. The remaining children were also born as poor orphans. They were specially selected for me by my mother. They suffered more than 10 times the hardships of their peers, so they are easy to satisfy. Please treat them well. Dashia warned seriously. Don't worry. I'm not a person who kills indiscriminately. Dashia was relieved when she heard him say this. But suddenly, she thought of something and warned sternly with a red face. You are all still young. You can't do anything reckless. Sujia was stunned, then showed an ambiguous expression. Dashia's pretty face turned redder, stamped her feet, and said something coquettishly, and left quickly. Anyway, I will come to visit them often in the future. You should be careful. Looking at her panic and fleeing, Sujia raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Of course he would not mess around. He practiced during the day and practiced double cultivation at night. He was very busy. How could he have time to mess around? Hint, recruitment success rate 59%. Recruitment failed, there is another improvement. Not bad. It will be soon. Girls, if there is no problem, just sign the contract. Sujia took out the slave contract and handed it to everyone. Generally, there are 3 identities for joining the base: partner, citizen, and slave. Only the pioneers after the base merger, or the companions who have a close relationship with the Lord, can enjoy the identity of partner and use part of the base authority. Citizens are ordinary people, without benefits, but also without restrictions on freedom, and can come and go as they please. But citizen management is very troublesome. Far less convenient than slaves. Su Jia naturally chose the latter. After all, it is impossible to give away the pharmacist who has spent a lot of money to train. At the moment of receiving the contract, everyone did not hesitate too much. After all, they were captives, and there was no room for bargaining. As the contract came into effect, the loyalty of these people also became apparent. The average loyalty was above 80, and there was no risk of riot. Only the wolf's sister Vivian had a loyalty of only 60. Barely passing. Who was your original captain? Looking at the woman in front of him, Su Jia asked. My name is Leah. I am the deputy captain. And Vivian is our main captain. A gentle-looking girl with 2 ponytails stood up and answered respectfully. Not far away. Vivian snorted lightly and straightened her capital-rich chest. The girl in question turned out to be the captain? Su Jia rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Leah. Right. From now on, they will be under your management, including this big wave, Su Jia said. But Leah was stunned and hesitated. Remember, there is only one rule in my base. Obey orders. Su Jia stared at Leah coldly. Leah immediately lowered her head, not daring to question Su Jia's decision. The others were also shocked by Su Jia's power and stopped talking. Only Vivian curled her lips indifferently, as if she didn't notice anything unusual. Amanda, take them to wash and get familiar with the new environment. Okay, Lord. Amanda bowed. Master. Good morning, Hee. X2 just after dealing with the prisoners. 2 cute figures threw themselves into Su Jia's arms. The sun is shining on our buttocks. And it's still good morning. Su Jia scratched the bridge of Sasha and Linger's nose, and then let them leave the base and travel freely between heaven and earth. In the past, Sasha's task was to wander around with the exploration crystal. But this time the goal has changed. The two need to find the location of the Shurima Empire. It's time to start the Empire expedition mode. Then, a golden light and a lightning light shot up into the sky and disappeared into the sky. After sending the two away, Su Jia spent a high price to purchase 16 intermediate medicine tables from the trading house. This thing is a prop item, which cannot be made by yourself, and can only be obtained through treasure chests or other means. Su Jia had no choice. However, he didn't care about the few million points. It's a pity that there is no advanced medicine table. Otherwise I would earn more. Su Jia muttered to himself, silently wrote this down, and waited for a chance to upgrade the equipment. Let's go to the mine cave. I haven't seen Xiejia for a long time. Yes. Wanqing followed Su Jia silently, and Dashia followed him out of curiosity. For these novel things in the base. The princess, who didn't know the suffering of the people, was still quite interested. She really wanted to know what means this man had to beat the Imperial fleet to pieces. Hey, that guy just now. Was he the Holy Spirit? On the way, Dashia recalled the lightning that flew to the sky and asked curiously. First of all, I'm not called Hey. You can call me Su Jia, or Master. Secondly, you are a captive now. Don't be disrespectful. You can't do anything to me. Dashia put her hands in front of her chest, looking arrogant, which made Su Jia want to hit her. Pa! Ah! After a scream, Dashia covered her red buttocks, tears in her eyes, and looked at the man beside her angrily. This damn guy. He hit there again. How did you recognize the Holy Spirit? Su Jia suddenly asked seriously. Huh? Do you even need to ask? Of course, it's the rich knowledge and supreme wisdom. Dashia rolled her eyes and raised her head proudly. Speaking of which, Linger's illustrations haven't been lit up yet. Su Jia took out the illustrations and then found the pattern of Qilin Yang at the top. Lay Linger, Strength plus 20. Intelligence plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Agility plus 20. Luck plus 40. The attribute points didn't increase much, but this hidden luck value is outrageous. The reason why the goddess of luck lives in his base is all because of the blessing of the luck value. In this way, including the Tsar and the Knight Emperor, Su Jia's luck value directly reached 80 points. When entering the mine, I passed by the insect nest. I don't know what liquid Feihong gave the insect girl, which seemed to promote her evolution. During this period, she almost stayed in the insect nest, except for eating on time. She didn't see the insect girl at all. Su Jia didn't care about her. Anyway, her rebellious nature had been transferred to Dashia, so there was no need to worry that the insect girl would rebel. Ding ding dang dang. Boom. Moo. As we went deeper into the mine, Various noisy sound waves were sandwiched together, forming a deafening noise that made people frown. It's hard to imagine what kind of inhumane life the cows who stayed in the mine for a long time lived. It's time to send the cows back to the ranch to give birth. Caw-caw! Having not seen his untrustworthy master for a long time, Shujia rushed over from the side waving his big pliers, hugged Sujia's thigh and rubbed it, looking very intimate. With the arrival of Sujia, everyone present stopped the tools in their hands and fell to Sujia's feet to beg for mercy. Sir, please let me go. I haven't closed my eyes for 3 days. I really can't do it anymore. Whoa, we are wrong. Please give us a chance. We can fight and shed blood on the battlefield, but we don't want to die of exhaustion in this mine. Huh? Sujia cast a puzzled look at Yafina, who was smiling. She is usually responsible for the management of the mine, and this situation must be caused by Nana. No wonder the mine's output has been getting higher and higher recently. It seems that they have encountered a black-hearted entrepreneur. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Sujia gave her an encouraging look, and the master and servant tacitly outlined a black smile. At this moment, 14 miners from Shirima in the mine cave begged and cried. They were too sleepy, sleeping only about 2 hours a day. If they hadn't forced themselves to stay awake, they would have fainted here long ago. The pirates, who had just arrived, hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Looking at these miners with dusty faces, sunken cheeks, blisters and dirt on their hands, they felt disdainful. The strong never complain about the environment. It's just mining. What's the big deal? All right. Your hands haven't been broken. How dare you complain about being tired? Sujia walked up to the miners, glanced at them indifferently, and threw out a sentence lightly, which instantly made the miners feel hopeless. But the eyes of the miners suddenly lit up, and they waited for their master's orders with hope. The mining equipment is indeed too simple, and manual excavation is not as good as machinery after all. Hearing Sujia's words, their previously dim eyes regained their spirits, as if burning with a blazing fire. Machinery? Machinery is good. It's better than digging off fingers. Shujia, take the cows back to the ranch. They won't be needed here in the future. After untying the wires on the cows, the blue Arkhorn cow, who had worked hard for many days, finally breathed a sigh of relief, shaking its tail and slowly walking towards the ranch. Sujia turned around and looked at the empty resource point. After this period of mining, the already empty cave became even emptier. To develop the mine, the first thing to do is to solve the energy problem. Sujia unfolded the telekinetic field, found a suitable position, took out the pickaxe, and madly chiseled at the top of the cave. The mine was originally under the base, and it was not difficult to dig an underground passage directly to the base. Soon, an underground tunnel was dug out. Then, under the astonished eyes of everyone, a large amount of white light lit up in the mine. The mechanical floor went down along the mine from top to bottom, forming a track like an elevator. Gulp. Looking at the magical scene in front of them, everyone swallowed their saliva. What kind of technology is this? Creating things out of thin air? Dashia couldn't believe her eyes at this moment. Are all aliens so magical? Doesn't it mean that as long as there are enough materials, any weapon building can be built at will? At this moment, she seemed to have made up her mind. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Sujia concentrated on transforming the mine. Mine elevator. Comprehensive building rating, 400. Construction conditions, 5,000 metal materials, 3,000 copper ore, 2,000 silver, 500 gold, 2,000 points. Medium underground exploration base. Comprehensive building rating, 1,000. Construction conditions, 2 metal materials, 2,000 gold, 2 W points. Large mining lighting. Mining area tunnel rails. Rail transport vehicle. Fresh air circulation system. As long as it does not involve special materials, Sujia will click to build it without hesitation. Soon, the dilapidated mine cave became brand new. Simple yet luxurious. Full of the sci-fi color that only heavy industrial civilization has. A fully equipped factory building appeared on the open space under the cave, which was the area where miners rested and ate. The mine caves that were connected in all directions were all equipped with rail cars and searchlights. The mine elevator can transport underground minerals directly into the base warehouse, saving a lot of effort and labor. This is not the most important thing. The rail car is equipped with mechanical arms all around, and the excavation efficiency is 3 or 4 times that of manual labor. As long as the area can be reached by the track, there is no need for miners to go down to the mine in person, and the mechanical arms can dig directly. The miners' tasks were also changed to trivial work such as laying rails, opening mine tunnels, and reinforcing mines. Lord Qingtian, you are my adoptive father. I will remember your kindness in my heart. Please accept my greeting. Lord, you are so powerful. We are willing to go through fire and water for you. Some miners knelt beside Su Jie excitedly to express their loyalty. As long as they are not asked to mine, they can agree to anything. Su Jie nodded slightly, showing a hint of satisfaction. The construction of the mine is still very rough, but Su Jie has no better plan. At this stage, use it first, and upgrade it when there is a chance. After all, his construction directly raised the score to 390,000. If he continued to build, he would trigger another attack. Then, Su Jie took out the large drilling rig and medium-sized tunnel boring machine that Shasha had driven from the gold treasure chest yesterday. With these two things and the addition of new members, I hope the output of the mine can be more than 50 times the previous one. As I said, when the mine is emptied, you will be free. Hearing this, a group of miners burst into tears. 50 times the output. It's life-threatening. But for freedom. Fight. Su Jie glanced at the mining rate of the mine. Abandoned mine, rich in metal veins. Iron 30%. Copper 30%. Silver 18%. Aluminum 15%. Gold 7%. Current mining level 48%. That is to say, there are still 50% of the area that has not been mined yet. We have to hurry up. Su Jie frowned. How can we search all the mineral deposits on the planet at this speed? There are still too few mining tools. We have to find a way to capture more people. Su Jie made up his mind to take over Shurima as soon as possible. Huanqing, you stay and teach them how to use the minecart. Yes, boss. Nana, the mining area is still in your charge. I am most confident in your management. Understood. Master. Yehafina understood. Licked the corner of her lips gently, and a bloodthirsty red light flashed in her eyes. She is really good at squeezing people. After that, she pulled out the long whip from her waist, turned into a demon on earth, and began to whip a group of trembling miners. Scum! The master said that the output should be increased by 50 times. I think it is far from your limit. 100 times. Tonight is a crazy mining day. Do you have confidence? Yes. Snap. Facing the weak cheers, the queen came up and whipped the surrounding stones directly. Ask again. Can you do it? Yes. Very good. Very energetic. Let's get started. The miners rushed to the major mines with a howl, fearing that they would be whipped to death by the queen if they were late. Master, do you think I did the right thing? After spurring the miners, Nana ran to Su Jie to ask for his favor, with a flattering smile on her face. Su Jie was very upset. He recalled the evaluation on the Night Emperor's panel that he had seen at the beginning. Evaluation. This is a woman who is extremely beautiful and seductive. Don't think about being able to conquer her. Her heart is as black as her talent. Well done. Keep up the good work. What else can Su Jie say, except to encourage her? With such a black-hearted employee, Galaxy Enterprise will have no worries about not being able to go public. After solving the problem in the mining area, Su Jie took Dashia back to the base first. You aliens, don't you need time to build things? Dashia asked curiously. Are you moved? No. No. Dashia's pretty little face flushed instantly, and she denied it. Su Jie's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that it is almost certain to win this girl. In the ecological park, Su Jie lazily leaned on a rattan chair. Use some strength. Haven't you eaten yet? Hearing the order, Dashia snorted lightly, and then increased the strength a little. A little more to the left. It's half an inch off to the right. Keep going. Don't stop. Su Jie leisurely directed Dashia, enjoying the little girl's service. Opening his eyes, outside the glass cover were the female crew members, who had finished washing and dressed in maid clothes. They were like a beautiful landscape, raising the appearance of the entire base by several levels. Since the mugwort is not yet mature, they temporarily joined the robot team that transported metal materials. Bathe in the sun, enjoy the princess massage, and watch the beautiful white silk maids working hard. This kind of life is called life. Cats. The gate of the ecological park suddenly opened, and Huanqing slowly approached. Boss, the list of spoils of this attack has been sorted out. Please take a look. After that, a 3D virtual image appeared in front of Su Jie. Ordinary metal, 1E3000W gold, 1518W platinum, 64W tungsten, 26W radium, 19W mixed alloy, several element cores, 79 gravity core, 2 intelligent chip, 48 wide area communication equipment *2 space ring *5 food, 16W sharp blade, 13W zerg teeth, 3W high density bones, 37W laser pistol, 1200 laser sword, 3 combat uniform, 98 scientific research freezer, 2 medical. Su Jie's eyes were dizzy at the dazzling list. Isn't this too exaggerated? Daxia, who was pinching his shoulders, was stunned. But Su returned to normal. Su Jie opened the team channel and asked if they had the materials and equipment they needed. Finally, Uncle Caleb bought some Blade Clan materials from him to forge weapons and armor. Tuta bought a large number of laser pistols, and Lorella took a fancy to laser swords. Sophia and Eddie spent millions of points to buy 2 priceless space rings. Afterwards, Su Jie threw all the useless materials into the system's recycling bin. Some things are really useless to Su Jie, so it's better to exchange them for contribution points to find suitable skill books in the skill library. After more than half an hour of cleaning, Su Jie looked at the list again. Metal materials, omitted element core, 79 gravity core, 2 smart chip, 48 space ring *3 food, 16W contribution points, 5,600 wide area communication equipment *2 scientific research freezer, 2 medical. Now it is much clearer. Those high-tech equipment will be left to Huanqing to tinker with, and he will only use them when needed. The food will be given to Amanda to put in the freezer storage room, and they will enjoy it themselves when the time comes. Most of them were looted from the warships, and there are many types of food, which will improve the food by several levels. The smart chip will be kept by Huanqing for use after the robot factory is built. The remaining thing is to deal with the element cores. Why are there so many cores this time? Although Su Jie was delighted to see these piles of element cores, he was also very confused. Boss, element cores are the most common energy used by spaceships and warships. There are many pirate ships and evil country fleets this time, and they are all dismantled from them. So that's it, Su Jie suddenly realized, and then asked, then where did the gravity core come from? This has to do with the level of warships. Swish Huanqing immediately projected a picture of a warship model and began to introduce it to Su Jie. It is roughly divided into 9 levels. T1 is the weakest. T9 is the strongest. T1 frigate. T2 destroyer. T3 cruiser. T4 battleship. T5 interstellar aircraft carrier, and the models of battleships will also be different. Generally, it depends on the battleship prefix. For example, T1 class storm type frigate. T1 class heavy armor type frigate. The former is a speed type battleship, while the latter is more defensive. In simple terms, the number represents the level, and the prefix represents the emphasis. Su Jie understood it as soon as he heard it. As for the 2 gravity crystal cores in the list, they are the necessary anti-gravity equipment carried on the T3 cruiser. Since the T3 class battleship is huge, it will naturally have no effect in a gravity-free universe. But once they enter the interior of the planet, the huge gravity is enough to make them lose balance. Therefore, warships above T3 level will carry gravity crystal cores. The 2 in Su Jie's hand were removed from Megan's warships and Daxia's warships. When she mentioned this, Daxia's face sank. That was a gift for her coming of age. As a result, it was not even named, but was torn into scrap metal by this bastard. Damn it! So, I can build a sky island? Su Jie raised his eyebrows. Boss, we still need the core of the advanced base and 100 magic crystals. Well, it's a bit troublesome. Su Jie touched his chin and muttered to himself. It's not difficult to collect magic crystals. There are some on the little fairy's planet. The key is how to get the core of this base? You don't even know where the core comes from, do you? As if she had found an opportunity to mock Su Jie. Daxia couldn't help but tease. Oh, you know? Su Jie raised his head and looked at Daxia jokingly. Of course, this princess is a top student in the Royal Academy, and I always rank first in the exams every year. Daxia raised her head proudly. Then please teach me, Your Highness. Su Jie stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. You want to know? Dacia blinked cunningly. My shoulders are a little sore. Su Jie immediately understood and slapped the other's hips. Pa! You're itching? You? Dacia glared at Su Jie in shame and anger. Don't forget that you are still a captive now. Since you are a captive, you should abide by the rules of captives. Understand? Dacia gnashed her teeth angrily. But she still sat on the rattan chair next to Su Jie unyielding. Knowledge is priceless. I'm thirsty, she muttered. Wanching. Pour 2 cups of tea. Su Jie ordered lightly. This proud princess really knows a lot of things. And it is not a loss to exchange a cup of tea for the information she wants. Yes, boss. That's more like it. Then, the two drank afternoon tea and began to discuss the mysteries of the universe, the true meaning of life, the profoundness of culture, and even talked about various anecdotes. The two people who originally didn't get along with each other actually chatted with gusto. There were even bursts of laughter from time to time, which attracted the attention of the maids working around. When did Her Royal Highness become so approachable? And looking at her blushing face, she seemed to be really happy. The sun passed through the rings of Saturn and slowly sank to the west. The bright stars came into view, and Su Jie put down the teacup in his hand. A bonfire slowly rose. Let's go. Let's have a barbecue. Su Jie stood up and invited Dacia. Well, he took Dacia's soft and delicate hand and walked towards the bonfire. Perhaps it was because life in the base was too comfortable. She gradually got used to this feeling of being defenseless. When Su Jie suddenly grabbed her hand, she didn't feel any resistance. Hint, recruitment success rate 96%. Can be recruited. Su Jie raised a barely noticeable arc at the corner of his mouth and led the shy girl to the bonfire. The original crew members saw this scene. Their eyes gradually became ambiguous. Your Highness. You? Wolf's sister Vivian was about to say something but stopped. Dacia realized that her hand was held by Su Jie and quickly pulled it back. Ahem, well, I discussed some things with him. And now we are allies for the time being. Dacia concealedly picked up the plate full of barbecue on the table, and she began to chew it in small bites after being hungry for a day. Oh. Wolf's sister Vivian nodded as if she understood. Master, we are back. Just at this time, Sasha and Linger flew in from a distance, breaking this awkward scene. Su Jie waved his paw and asked them to come over to eat. How did you achieve today? 5 silver treasure chests. Hee hee. Sasha was very proud and took out the things in her arms to show them. Su Jie was already used to this. The goddess of luck would never return empty-handed. However, there was nothing good in the silver treasure chest. Mostly some resources and small props. Sure enough, after 5 white lights, only some sea-level equipment were opened. Su Jie threw it into the trading house. Where is Linger? Did you find anything? Master, please take a look. The little girl took out the exploration orb, which recorded her entire itinerary for the day. Linger found a mineral resource point and a large building complex. But she is not sure whether it is the Shurima Empire mentioned by the master. Mineral resource point? Su Jie immediately threw out a resource transfer scroll and transferred the resource point recorded in the crystal to his own mine. Abandoned mine, 50% metal minerals, 50% energy minerals. Remaining resources, 25% metal minerals, 50% energy minerals. Su Jie promised that when the mine was emptied, the slaves would be freed. But he did not say that the resources in this mine would increase. Now, after finally digging half of the mine, he became rich again. After an afternoon of in-depth communication with Dacia, Su Jie also made up a lot of interstellar common sense. The elemental cores come from these energy veins in the planet. Su Jie feels that the name elemental cores is a bit inconsistent, so it is more appropriate to call them energy crystal cores. According to Dacia, the planet itself will absorb the free energy in the universe, thereby breeding energy veins inside the planet. Most energy mines produce non-attribute, ordinary crystal cores, which are the so-called elemental cores. The base core that Su Jie was entangled with before was a high-concentration energy crystal condensed from ordinary crystal cores. Due to the different element ratios of each planet, the mineral veins bred are also different. Some planets are all seas, filled with a large amount of water elements, and the crystal cores that are bred are water attribute crystal cores. Some planets are full of thunderstorms, and the crystals that are aggregated are naturally thunder crystal cores. Of course, there can't be too many crystal cores in a vein. Most of them are secondary ores. The energy is not as huge as the element core, but the quantity is considerable. After processing, this kind of stone is called star coin. From its name, we can know that star coin is the recognized currency circulated in interstellar civilization. According to the ratio, 10,000 star coins are equal to 1 ordinary crystal core. 1,000 ordinary crystal cores are equal to 1 special crystal core. In other words, the ransom price that Su Jie asked for from Dacia's fiancé is equivalent to 109.99 million star coins. The annual fiscal revenue of the Yama Empire is only 300 million. Su Jie was definitely asking for too much this time. Well done. I'll give you a grilled chicken wing as a reward. When she heard that she could get a reward, Sasha's eyes lit up instantly. Master, I want one too. Okay. One for each of us. A chicken leg was stuffed into Sasha's hand, and the two girls held the chicken leg and ate it happily. It's delicious. You can't get such delicious food up there. Qilin Yang was intoxicated, and Su Jie shook his head. This girl is too easy to raise. She was sent away with a grilled chicken wing. Boss, we have found the location of Shurima. When will we send troops? Wanqing, who was standing by, analyzed the sun totem on the building and knew that Linger had definitely found Shurima. Let the Annihilator prepare tomorrow and follow me. Yes. Not long after, the insect girl who smelled the fragrance consciously walked out of the insect nest and joined the bonfire party. After handling the trivial matters in the mine, Nana handed over the guarding rights to Xiaojia, and also clocked out on time and returned to the base. Under the starry sky, a group of young women gathered around the bonfire, enjoying the food, chatting, and worry-free. Dacia sat alone aside, quietly enjoying the joyful atmosphere of everyone. I haven't been so relaxed for a long time, Dacia murmured in a low voice, and suddenly found that she liked it a little bit here. At least, compared with the cold palace and the aristocratic banquet full of rules, this place made her feel stress-free and relaxed. If you like, you can live here forever. The sudden voice beside her startled Dacia. When she reacted, she saw clearly that the person who spoke was Su Jie. Who wants to live here? Dacia blushed and explained quickly. That's not what you thought just now. Su Jie stared at Dacia with a smile, not giving up the teasing at all. Don't talk nonsense. How could I? A princess of the empire. Like your small base? Dacia was eager to refute, but the more she spoke, the less confident she felt. Really? Su Jie was still smiling, and Dacia couldn't help but grit her teeth. Humph. Believe it or not. Dacia turned and ran away, leaving Su Jie with a proud back. Su Jie touched the tip of his nose. He just wanted to tease her. Late at night, after finally feeding the little greedy cat, Su Jie opened the racial skill library. The more than 5,000 contribution points he obtained during the day were enough for him to exchange for a good skill book. After searching for a while, he finally found the skill he liked in the dazzling skill library. Thundering 9 Heavens. Contribution points, 5,000. Su Jie's skills are a bit mixed. Summoning, elemental, spiritual, and cultivation. He is everything, but he is not good at anything. If there is no racial skill library, he must use PK points to exchange magic skills like ordinary pioneers. But now there are top race skills, and don't learn them. Learning low-level skills is obviously redundant. I have 3 elemental affinities, earth, dark, and thunder. On the cultivation side, it can be understood as 3 elemental spiritual roots. That's not so troublesome. Let's exchange them all at once. After thinking about it, Su Jie opened the recycling panel and directly handed in 10 million metal materials in exchange for 10,000 contribution points. Then each of the 3 attributes was exchanged for a skill book worth 5,000. Thundering 9 Heavens, condensing immortal power, unleashing the power of thunder and lightning, causing 300% thunder attribute damage to a single target. Earth technique, condensing the energy of earth, forming a true energy barrier, immune to 50% damage. Netherworld sword technique, bringing sword energy when attacking, inflicting 100% dark attribute damage, ignoring 20% defense, and has a certain chance to trigger corrosion effects. Reducing movement speed by 20%. Each of the 3 skills has its own characteristics. Thundering 9 Heavens is a big move. Earth technique is defense, and Netherworld sword technique is general attack. Perfect. Su Jie immediately clicked to learn. Ding! Successfully learned. The next second, 3 more skills appeared on his panel. But the level was only LV1. This is not difficult for him. It's just an experience book. We have plenty of money now. Just spend it. After saying this, Su Jie's consciousness has already appeared in the PK field. He found Qi Wuxiong and asked him to arrange for the vendors who sell PK points, and started to spend lavishly. This time, Su Jie spent almost hundreds of millions of points of resources. He directly raised all the skills and talents of his body to the maximum level. He even did not let go of the identification skills. Now, Su Jie's combat power can be said to be truly at the top of the region. Even if he encounters those truly top races, he is not inferior in any way. At the same time, because of his operation, his PK field points ranking directly rushed to the top position. Regional PK ranking. First place, Su Jie. Second place, De Koala. Third place, Yu Shimon. Fourth place, Alan. Ninth place, Qi Wuxiong. 17th place, Lorella. 97th place, Caleb. 98th place, Sophia. Don't mention it. His team actually has 4 comrades on the top 100 list. This combat power is good. Su Jie sighed that these guys hid very deeply. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. Although the stupid rabbit only liked to farm, he ensured the food supply of the team. The Goblin Eddie can provide a lot of magic materials. Uncle Caleb provides weapons and equipment. Sophia provides rare wood. Lorella, with their resources, fought everywhere, obtained a large number of slaves, and finally fed back to each family. The 5 people each performed their duties, forming a virtuous circle. During this period, Su Jie would occasionally provide some leftover high-end goods, and they had to become stronger. If there was a chance, they could team up to fight small monsters and meet up. When Su Jie finished his work, it was already light. After his evolution, he didn't need to sleep, and meditation and practice could replenish enough energy. He lifted the quilt and got up, and Nana was awakened by his movement. Opening his sleepy eyes, "Master, you are attacking Shurima today. Do you really not need my help?" Nana asked curiously while helping Su Jie to tidy up his clothes. "No, the base cannot be left unattended. You just stay in the base and wait for my triumphant return." Su Jie smiled. It was just a battle against Shurima. There was no need to mobilize so many troops. Not to mention his group of apostles. Even more than 100 annihilators would be enough to destroy that small kingdom. After breakfast, Su Jie assembled the annihilators, took Shasha and Linger and prepared to leave. The sooner you go, the sooner you can come back. Maybe you can come back for dinner or something. Wanqing. It's such a long distance. Is it okay for you to control the annihilator? Sure, boss. There is a wide area signal receiving device in the base. As long as I am inside the planet, I can receive the signal anywhere. Su Jie nodded. Okay, let's go. Then, he unfolded the telekinetic field, dragged hundreds of annihilators, and slowly took off. I want to play too. Dacia shouted excitedly at this scene. Su Jie glanced at her, his face full of black lines. I'm going to fight, not travel. What's wrong with fighting a barbarian country? Take me with you, Dacia begged. Seeing this, Su Jie had to agree. Over the endless desert, Su Jie spread his light wings and flew past with hundreds of annihilators. For so long, he has hardly left the base. Today, he has thoroughly experienced the charm of the outside world. He casually opened the map interface, which showed the areas that Shasha and Linger had explored. It can be clearly seen that the surrounding area is almost entirely desert, and there is also a part of Gobi and stone forest. The environment of this planet is indeed not very suitable for living. Master, we are almost there. Linger's voice came from his ear. Su Jie looked up and saw a touch of green at the end of the sky. Yeah. Su Jie nodded and increased the speed of flight. Soon, a huge city came into Su Jie's sight. From above, it looked like a giant lizard crawling on the ground. There are a lot of trees planted in the city, and there is a clear spring in the center. The underground water flows out continuously and is transported to all parts of the city. On the cliff behind the city, there stands a magnificent golden palace. If Su Jie guessed correctly, this palace was actually forged with gold. Damn. Is this how you use gold? It's just a waste of natural resources. Su Jie couldn't help but complain, and made up his mind to catch these guys, who didn't know what was good for them, and take them back to mine. Shasha. Go! Su Jie told Shasha to negotiate first. If the royal family was smart enough, everyone would be happy. If they dared to stop Shasha, Sujia wouldn't mind killing them and taking away the gold treasure house of the royal city. Shurima, your emperor is back. Back? Here. Here. Sasha spread her wings, and her voice resounded throughout the royal city, so that all civilians could hear it clearly. In an instant, everyone stopped working and looked up. Under their astonished eyes, they saw the Tsar who had disappeared for a long time. Your Majesty? Are you not dead? A white-haired, wrinkled old man ran over tremblingly, looking excited, but not daring to recognize him. Many old people in the city also came up to meet her, and when they saw Sasha, their eyes were wet and tears were flowing. This seemed a little different from what Sujia had imagined. Fuck. How come this evil star came to the capital? At the door of a tavern somewhere in the city, Isaac saw Sujia and others hanging in the sky, and his head was buzzing. That day, the general recalled the fear of being dominated by the mind. He went home without looking back to pack his bags and prepare to run away. But unfortunately, Sujia's full-level identification skills allowed him to know the situation of the entire city at a glance. As an old acquaintance, General Isaacs was naturally discovered at a glance. Isaacs, are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? The light voice sounded, but it contained infinite power and oppression, which made Isaacs tremble all over. Lord Sujia. Isaac swallowed his saliva and shouted carefully. Yeah. Sujia nodded, and then said lightly, what are you doing? I'm going to escape. 6. Sincerity is often a killer move. Seeing that he was so honest, Sujia didn't want to continue to make things difficult for him. He just asked about some of the empire's conditions. Basically, the Tsar who protected the kingdom disappeared, and the Pope took over the other's position, and made various cruel repressions against the people of the empire. This country itself was established by a group of survivors who begged for the Tsar's protection. Although the Tsar didn't care about things, her worship was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. In other words, dealing with the Pope is equivalent to conquering this country. If that's the case, things will be much easier. Sujia touched his chin and showed an inexplicable smile. Lead the way. Go to the palace to meet the so-called Pope. Isaacs was relieved when he heard this. As long as he was not allowed to go back to mining, everything would be fine. Master, please come this way. Sujia followed Isaacs into the palace. Behind him was 100 annihilators, with Sasha leading the way. No one dared to stop him. The roads were lined with people welcoming him, and there was no way to fight. If those guards dared to stop him, they would be beaten up by their parents when they returned home. They might even be kicked out of the family tree. Who dares? Oh, it's boring. I thought it was a big battle. Dacia, who had to come to join in the fun, sighed and felt bored. I told you not to come, but you insisted on following me. Sujia shook his head, feeling helpless. It's so hard to come out. I have to see more of the world. Dacia pouted. Why? Does the Nukalan Empire not allow the princess to go out for fun? As a noble, there are so many rules. It's annoying. How can I have the mood to go out for fun? Dacia rolled her eyes. Well, that's really unfortunate. The two chatted casually. Soon, they came to the door of the main hall of the palace. Sujia just took a step and suddenly felt something. Heretic. Accept the wrath of the sun god. As the cold words fell, a ball of hot flames roared from the hall. Sujia lifted Shasha and perfectly blocked the sneak attack. Master, Shasha is a mage, not a meat shield. Shasha protested and complained aggrievedly. Ahem. Sorry. It was subconscious. Puff. Dacia covered her mouth and laughed secretly, almost bursting out of laughter. Pope, we don't need the protection of the sun god. Please roll down from the throne. At this moment, Isaac stepped forward and shouted loudly, trying his best to express his loyalty to the Tsar. Ha ha. A arrogant laugh came from the hall. Isaacs, the great God will not tolerate foreign blasphemy. God's grace is great. Punish the sinners. After speaking, a golden beam of light fell from the sky and shone on the sun totem at the top of the hall. Sujia knew very well that as long as there was a chance, the world will of this universe would make trouble for the pioneers. This time was no exception. You retreat? I just want to try out the new skills I just acquired. Sujia patted Shasha, signaling her to take the others out of the palace. You be careful. Dacia had also received guidance from the gods, and understood what the so-called gods were. and knew that they were not easy to mess with. The world can indirectly guide the natives to attack the pioneers. But if the natives resist, the world can do nothing to them. But if the natives accept it wholeheartedly, the so-called gods will have room to play. It's like the Pope, forcibly blessing and enhancing a wave of strength. It doesn't matter, even if there is a god descending. It depends on the foundation of the object descending. How much strength can be exerted by descending an old man? Sujia waved his hand and didn't take it seriously. It's not that he is arrogant, but he saw the attribute panel of the other party. Pope of the Church of the Sun God, Strength 999. Intelligence 999. Constitution 999. Agility 999. God's Blessing, Skill Power plus 100%. Casting Speed plus 100%. Unlimited Mana Bar. 10W Health Bar. If this buff is placed on Sujia, it can really be described as invincible. Unfortunately, the one who blessed was the Pope, whose combat power was low. And it was just SOSO after the enhancement. Whether it could break through Yaoguang's 20W shield was uncertain. Buzz! The lightsaber was unsheathed, and a sharp sword light pierced through the void. Sujia did not choose to respect the old and love the young, but took the lead. Swish! A dark blade light went straight to the Pope's face. The Pope's eyelids twitched, and he immediately released a defensive spell, summoning a magic barrier to resist. Bang! There was smoke but no injury, and the barrier was intact. Ha ha ha! Feel the power from the gods. The Pope's dry hair flew, and he laughed wildly. Endless power poured into his body, and he had expanded to 3 meters tall, exuding a terrifying momentum. 10,000 fires worshipped the great meteorite fire. The red flames burned fiercely. The magic circle gathered, and the Pope raised his hand to fire a huge fireball. Sujia had a blank expression on his face, waving the lightsaber in his hand, slashing out countless netherworld sword chi. This huge fireball with more than 2,000 damage was torn to pieces by countless black sword chi. The netherworld sword technique is really useful. Sujia strolled leisurely, sighing at the power of the new skill. The sword chi hardly consumed any immortal power, but the effect was comparable to that of the electric light cannon. There was no way. Sujia's several talent bonuses were too powerful. General attacks can produce big moves. It's not over yet. Kid. Infinite meteorite fireball technique. Die! The Pope launched another attack. Fireballs gathered in the air and poured down densely like rain. Each fireball had 2,500 damage, and also had burning and stun effects. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly rose. The entire palace shook a few times, and the surrounding walls collapsed instantly. Sujia, Dashia, who was watching at the door, saw Sujia being overwhelmed by the opponent's skills, and her heart was clenched for some reason. On the other hand, Sasha and Linger were bored and dozed off. As pets, they knew the strength of their masters very well. This level of damage could not break the defense even if the shield was not activated. The dust cleared, and Sujia still stood there quietly, only a few more burnt marks on his cheeks. He's not dead? The Pope was shocked. Well, the 50% damage reduction of Wu Tu Ju, plus the 50% defense increase of the innate immortal species, can basically be immune to damage below 3,000 points of attack. Sujia ignored the shocked people and silently calculated his own defense. Use any tricks you have. Otherwise, I will use my ultimate. He glanced at the Pope slightly, with a dangerous flash in his eyes. Humph! A mere mortal. Feel the majesty of the Sun God? The Pope roared and raised the gorgeous staff in his hand. Glorious sunlight. A blazing and dazzling light burst out. In an instant, countless beams of light swept around like a solar storm. The Golden Palace could not withstand the baptism of the holy light at this moment and began to collapse. Oh no! Linger, who was paddling, felt the terrifying energy in the light column and immediately took Shasha and Dashia away from the palace. Isaacs had been hiding far away since the beginning of the battle, which saved him from a disaster. Buzz! Boom boom boom! The holy light was raging. The Pope's light magic was like a cheat. A series of beams of light were smashing down. For a moment, the whole sky became dazzling. Large areas of palaces collapsed, and ashes filled the sky. Wherever the light beam swept, it plowed the land like an old cow plowing the land. Bang bang bang. Large areas of buildings collapsed, and countless precious plants were crushed into ashes. Where is Sujia? Sujia is still inside. Go and save your master? Above the ruins, Dacia, who was held in Linger's hand, struggled to let the two people rescue her. As a result, Linger shook her head indifferently. If it was magic of other elements, Linger would have taken action long ago. Huh? What do you mean? Dacia was stunned. Hint, with the special equipment, Radiance. Characteristic blessing. Immune to all light element damage, Sujia slowly walked out of the ruins and patted the dust on his shoulders. Why cast light magic? Wouldn't it be better to continue setting fires? He said calmly. But his hands were not slow at all. And a thunderbolt appeared out of thin air. Crack! The Pope had no time to dodge. And his whole head was numbed by the electricity. The powerful defense and magic shield helped him block most of the damage. Although he was not injured, he was not feeling well. That's it? Just as the Pope was about to start shouting, Sujia snapped his fingers twice again. This time, there were 10 thunderbolts. Pa! A few more finger snaps. The power of thunderbolts was truly revealed. Just now, Sujia was just adapting to the skill. Just like a lighter that needs to be hit twice before it can produce fire. Thunderbolts in the sky. Thunderbolts falling. Ziz. Zizzes. Thunderbolts fell from the sky, instantly tearing the Pope's light shield apart. Following closely, there was an overwhelming thunderbolt. Each thunderbolt comes with a 300% damage bonus. Add the 100% bonus of thunder element affinity. That's a 400% bonus damage. 2,000 intelligence plus 8,000 damage. That's 10,000 points of attack power. Finally, the total damage of the gifted immortal species increased by 50%, which is 1.5W total damage. This is just the damage of a thunderbolt. Dozens of thunderbolts flashed by. I can't imagine how miserable the Pope will be. Boom. Puff. The thunder and screams intertwined. And the listeners were horrified. When the thunderbolt faded, only a pool of black and filthy corpses were left lying in the ruins. Ding! Congratulations to the pioneers. Successfully conquered the Shurima Empire. And obtained the exploration treasure chest *1. It is powerful, but it consumes mana. In order to experiment with skill damage, Sujia used up all of his nearly 20,000 immortal power points in one breath. After his calculation, he could only blast out 50 thunderbolts at most, equivalent to 400 immortal powers. A big move with 15,000 damage. Yeah. Very cool. Sujia grinned and picked up the staff dropped by the Pope on the ground to play with it. Sun Staff, mana consumption minus 50%. Fire and light skill damage plus 20%. Mana consumption minus 50%? Good stuff. Now, Sujia only needs 200 immortal powers to deal tons of damage. A 2 of blue bar can deal millions of damage, which is simply invincible. Sujia, are you okay? At this moment, Linger flew back, and as soon as she landed, Dacia rushed over and asked with concern, "Why do you care about me so much?" Sujia raised his eyebrows and looked at her suspiciously. "Is there?" Dacia blushed and lowered her head to hide her guilt. "I'm just afraid that if you die, I will be buried with you," she argued confidently. Sujia laughed and didn't expose her. He turned his head and stared at the collapsed palace. "It's all gold. Don't waste it." "Shasha. Here." Shasha ran over immediately and pulled the corner of Sujia's clothes with her claws. "Find Isaac's for me." "Okay." About 10 seconds later, Shasha came back dragging Isaac's. Sir, you're looking for me?" Isaacs asked timidly, shrinking his neck. "Want to be the king?" Sujia asked lazily. Isaacs was stunned. The boss's topic jumped too quickly. "Don't worry. I don't mean to kill you." Sujia waved his hand. Isaacs breathed a sigh of relief. But he still felt something was wrong. "You will be the king of the Shurima Empire in the future. But 80% of the profits will belong to me. And I will also protect your safety." "Puppet Kingdom? You can understand it this way." Isaacs hesitated. "Mining or being a king? You choose." "King. I want to be a king." When I heard about mining, Isaacs agreed without hesitation. Sujia chuckled. "That's right. Let someone demolish the hall. And then compile a list of resources for me." Okay. Isaacs was dizzy. How could he become a king inexplicably? Could a small general like him afford such wealth? In the end, under the operation of Sujia and Shasha, Isaacs became a hero who overthrew the evil Pope and saved the people from danger. Isaacs, who was successfully crowned as king, held a simple coronation ceremony and began to repair the damaged royal city. Su Jie knew nothing about state governance, but fortunately Dashia knew a lot. Under Dashia's advice, he promoted a group of good people to assist Isaacs in governing the kingdom. With her guidance, Isaacs quickly took control of the kingdom's affairs and consolidated his throne. As night fell, a detailed list of the kingdom appeared in front of Su Jie. There are actually 3 gold veins and 2 silver veins in the area under the jurisdiction of Shurima. In addition, there are an astonishing number of small metal veins, at least hundreds of them. This planet doesn't have much else, but it has a lot of mineral resources. There is also an energy mine under the mountain behind the capital. It can produce more than 100,000 star coins every year, and occasionally 1 or 2 energy crystal cores. That is, element cores. This thing is much more valuable than metal mines. After all, metals are not scarce in cosmic civilization, and the real hard currency is energy. As long as there are enough crystal cores. What metal can't you buy? Oh, I can't tell. Your tiny country is quite rich. Su Jie sat on the temporary throne, looking at the trembling Isaacs below with a playful look. Don't look at the Shurima buildings in the desert, which look like a poor Indian brother. But they still have hundreds of small cities under their control, with a population of tens of millions, distributed near water sources in various parts of the desert. If they really gather together, they will be a considerable force. Ahem. Sir, you are joking. What yours and mine are all yours. Isaacs wiped the cold sweat from his sweat and smiled. Okay. Be your king in the future. I will leave 2 annihilators to protect your personal safety. Remember to pay the protection fee on time every month. Su Jie waved his hand, signaling Isaacs to leave. Isaacs immediately ran away, as if he had been pardoned. Why don't you rule as a king yourself? After Isaacs walked away, Dashia asked curiously. Don't men like to be kings? Then the whole 3 dukes and 6 ministers, 3,000 beauties, exploiting the fat of the lower class people for their own enjoyment. This kind of thing is very common in the universe. So the life of the lower class people is actually worse than that of low-level civilizations. The pattern is small. Su Jie shook his head calmly. What do you mean? Dashia was confused. How can a mere planet satisfy my appetite? A man's journey is to the sea of stars and the vast universe. Su Yin was calm, but it was full of arrogant ambitions. She was shocked, and she had never seen anyone like Su Yin. However, she did not hate him such a madness, even with an inexplicable excitement. Go empty, and go home for dinner. Su Yin stood up and took Sasa and lingered deeply towards the palace. His Royal Highness Princess. Why not keep up? Oh! Lien Xia then reacted, caught up with Su Shi's pace. The group quickly arrived at the palace treasure house. The door of the treasure house is open, and several night pearls are embedded in the 4-week wall to illuminate the scenes in the treasure bank. Wow, so many treasures. Sasha drooled on the mountain of gold coins. This is originally yours, little idiot. Su Jie rolled his eyes at her unhappily, then took out his space ring and pocketed the gold coins on the ground. Get gold *200W. Get exquisite porcelain *100. Get luxurious ornaments *30. Get. Most of them are gold and silver products. Take them back and let Amanda decorate them. The bedroom in the base happened to be too monotonous, so it was time to decorate it. After everyone's search, Su Jie found 20 element cores, or energy crystal cores, in addition to gold utensils in the treasure house, and an advanced core. As for star coins, they were not found. According to Isaacs, star coins were used to buy spaceships and food supplies, and there was basically nothing left. The magic spaceship he drove when attacking the base before was ordered by them from other civilizations. Every year, there will be interstellar trade caravans passing by the planet and stopping briefly in their country for rest and recuperation. There is no use for them to keep the star coins, so they spend all the money every time. After years of accumulation, the number of spaceships has reached nearly 100. 50 are in the army, and 50 are transported between major cities. Of course, Su Jie did not hesitate to take the 50 spaceships into his pocket. By the way, take away all the remnants of the sun god cult. The mine is short of people, and needs a group of free labor to help with mining. Su Jie will certainly catch them all. After finishing a series of trivial matters, Su Jie took a few people and drove the spaceship to the base. My lord, have a good trip. Isaacs personally saw off Su Jie and his party. his face full of flattery. Sujia nodded. Well, if there is a caravan coming, remember to notify me. Okay, my lord. Take care. Isaacs waved his hand, and the line of spaceships gradually went away. Sujia stood on the deck of the spaceship and counted today's harvest. 50 inferior spaceships. 8 million gold. 6 million silver. A large amount of metal materials. Estimated at about 30 million points. Exquisite utensils, furniture, decorations, etc. are countless. 20 element cores. 1 advanced base core. The most important thing is the protection fee that can be received every month in the future. It is estimated that every month there are about 10 million points of metal, 10,000 star coins, and a small probability of obtaining an element core. Although the number is not much, it is better in the long run. So you are here. I have been looking for you for a long time. At this time, a pleasant female voice came, and Dacia came slowly. Sujia looked up at Dacia and smiled. What's wrong? What's the matter? This is a detailed planning list. Let Isaacs do it according to it. Within 10 years, Shurima is expected to break through the shackles of the first-level civilization and step onto the stage of the universe. Dacia took out a list and handed it to Sujia. Oh! Sujia took the list and scanned it. This is a very complete and huge list. It contains knowledge in various fields, various policies, and plans for base development. To be precise, this is a foolproof guide to civilization development. Breaking through the first-level civilization. So easy? Sujia raised his eyebrows. What else? Dacia rolled her eyes. It used to be very difficult to go from 0 to 1. It took hundreds of years of efforts for the entire civilization to have a slim chance of breaking out of the planet and traveling in space. But now it's different. If there is an advanced civilization willing to take you to fight monsters and upgrade, it basically takes minutes. For example, Shurima now has an energy mine in its hands, which is a great start for the entire civilization. They don't need to master advanced technology. They just need to learn how to drive a warship, use star coins to buy warships, and then use warships to mine more resources. Use the mined resources to buy more warships, and continue in this cycle. And you can become a hegemon. When you have enough resources in your hands, you can invest in scientific research and improve the foundation of civilization. Many civilizations are doing this now. So interstellar pirates are rampant. They all want to go public through financing. I suddenly don't want to let you go back. Looking at Dacia, who was talking non-stop, Sujia suddenly felt that this girl was really smart. Huh? Dacia was stunned and looked cute. How about following me? In the future, I guarantee that you will have a good life. Enjoy wealth and glory, and rule over billions of lives and thousands of star regions. Sujia lied without thinking, without blushing or beating his heart. But the little girl was particularly easy to believe his lies. Huh? This kind of lies can only deceive those young girls who are not experienced in the world. Dacia curled her lips and said contemptuously, This is not the way to draw a big pie. How can you draw such a big pie right from the start? If it were an ordinary scumbag, he would definitely be exposed at this time and fall into an embarrassing situation. But Sujia is not an ordinary scumbag, and his face has been trained to be extremely thick. He still had a smile on his face, and his eyes flashed with confidence. He stared at Dacia firmly, as if he wanted to see into her soul. Dacia looked at him and felt her heart tremble. This feeling was very strange, making her feel a heartbeat. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the two stared at each other for more than half a minute. Dacia finally retreated. Her pretty face flushed, and she glanced into the distance. What do you think? Future queen? Sujia took the opportunity to ask. Yes, it's not impossible. But what about my fiancé? It will be difficult for him. Difficult? Don't do it if it's difficult. Prompt, you have 100% chance of successfully recruiting the first heir of the Nukalan Empire. The eldest princess Dacia, as the system prompt appeared. Sujia's mouth curled up slightly. Dacia cannot be taken as a slave. Once she does so, she will lose the qualifications of a princess and the heir of the empire. Her identity is indispensable if you want to quickly open up the situation in the NTR planetary belt. Otherwise, Sujia would not have to go to such great lengths to drag her into the water. Back at the base, the moonlight deepened. Master, welcome home. Nana and Huanqing saluted Sujia together. Sujia nodded. Huanqing, arrange the spaceship and the supplies on it. Nana, Take the slaves to the mine. This time we brought back a total of 200 slaves. All male. Counting the original 100 slaves in the mine. The number of slaves in the mine reached 300. This number is just right. Otherwise the mine cannot accommodate them. If you need it in the future, just ask Shurima to send some. Yes, sir. After giving instructions, the group had a simple dinner. There was no homework to be handed in tonight, and he had many things to discuss with Dacia. So Nana was destined to stay alone tonight. In the ecological park, under the bright moonlight, Sujia and Dacia sat on rattan chairs and talked about something. Originally, Sasha wanted to join in the fun, but she was so sleepy that she couldn't even finish it within 10 minutes. She fell asleep on the grass. Urkia also returned to the insect nest early to continue absorbing the mysterious liquid of the Scarlet Queen. Only Huanqing and Nana could get in the conversation at the scene. Linger didn't know much about it, and could only listen silently. After a night of conversation, dense coordinates appeared on Sujia's star map. Dacia had an amazing memory, and almost completed the numbers of all developed planets in the NTR star field. She also used her own understanding to explain the situation of major civilizations in detail, which benefited Sujia a lot and made him dazzled. Until the sky gradually brightened, the exchange meeting finally came to an end. However, everyone did not disperse, and went directly to the restaurant to have breakfast. Your fiancé is coming soon. Aren't you excited? Sujia suddenly asked during the meal. Dacia rolled her eyes at him unhappily. Originally, I thought Augustine was the best man in this star field, so I wanted to unite his strength and do something big, Dacia said faintly, with a trace of sadness in her eyes. Unfortunately, he seems to only regard me as a tool for marriage. The short-sighted four-legged beast has no idea of the strength of this princess. So, you are praising me for my vision in disguise? Sujia smiled easily. Dacia glanced at him with her beautiful eyes when she heard the words. You are so beautiful. Suddenly, her tone changed and became serious. You'd better be careful of that guy. The fleet of the Yama Empire is still very strong. It's easy to destroy your base. Sujia smiled faintly. You don't have to worry about this. Dacia looked at Sujia in confusion, but didn't ask any more questions. She lowered her head and ate slowly. She also had to think about how to explain to her parents when she returned and cancel this ridiculous engagement. Dacia, a gift for you. After eating, Sujia handed over an ancient scroll. What is this? You will need it. Open it when you return. Yes. Dacia did not refuse and put it into the space ring. Then I'll give you a gift too. She took out a watch from her ring and threw it to Sujia. Communicator? Sujia took it and saw that it was an interstellar smartphone. As long as there was a signal transmission base station nearby, it could be connected immediately. It was a product issued by a neutral civilization called Yinlian. Add a friend so that we can contact each other in the future, Dacia said. Sujia agreed to the friend request, and Dacia appeared in the friend list of his account. I'm done eating. I'll go see Vivian and say goodbye. After that, she got up and left. As she left, the atmosphere in the restaurant gradually became strange. Master, where are our gifts? Nana shouted charmingly. Stop it. Sujia rolled his eyes. This girl was not serious again. Master, Sasha wants a gift too. Linger wants one too. Urki wants one too. The three Lolitas shouted one after another, full of expectation. Sujia rubbed his eyebrows and glared at Nana fiercely, as if to say, look at what you have done. Where can he find a gift? Nana stuck out her tongue and quickly buried her head in eating. Fortunately, they were all considerate little angels and did not hold on to it. Sujia remembered it in his heart. Element Core 2. Successfully upgraded special building, Night Emperor Palace. Element Core 2. Successfully upgraded special building, Thunder Spirit Temple. Element Core 3. Successfully upgraded special building, Tsar's Palace. Element Core 3. Successfully. After dinner, to be on the safe side, Sujia thought it would be better to improve the base's defense. Counting the 79 element cores obtained before, plus the 20 obtained from looting the Shurima treasury, there are a total of 99. Anyway, it's useless to keep them for the time being, so it's better to use them to increase the shield limit first. As Sujia clicked frantically, the three elemental forces in the base suddenly soared. The translucent barrier covering the base also expanded to 10,000 meters as the building level increased. The shield value has also reached tens of millions. However, the cores in hand are only enough to upgrade the Thunder Spirit Temple to the maximum level 10. The Desert Palace and the Night Emperor Palace are only enough to upgrade to level 7. And there is only one core left. To fully upgrade, there are still 53 cores missing. Su Jie is not in a hurry. Augustine still owes him 990 cores. To fully upgrade, it will take a few minutes. Boom! Look! The money is coming. A large piece of fire cloud appeared in the sky. And a huge super battleship passed through the atmosphere and landed in front of the base. Then, the battleship hatch opened. And a group of tall and burly officers jumped down one after another. The leader was Yama Augustine. Dear Princess, I'm here to take you home. Augustine strode towards the base. His figure was tall and straight. And he looked heroic. Su Jie walked up to the city wall, looked at him coldly, and sighed in his heart. He looked like a dog. Hearing the noise, everyone quickly came to Su Jie. Hundreds of annihilators immediately walked up to the city wall and entered combat status. The muzzles of the electro-optical cannon and laser cannon extended out of the wall, ready to go. The most eye-catching thing was a giant ion anti-aircraft cannon. This thing was seized from the Megan battleship of the evil country. One shot cost $1 million. And it was very deterrent, being confronted by such a thing. Even if Augustine was calm, his face trembled a few times. Why does this tiny country have a T6 level main gun? After being shocked, he quickly adjusted his facial expression and showed a gentle and gentlemanly smile. My princess, your fiancé is here to take you home. At this moment, Augustine was like a humble and elegant knight. If it weren't for the video a few days ago that exposed his true nature, Dacia would have been moved. She quickly put away her mood and showed a flattered expression. Augustine, my prince, you are finally here. As she said this, she gazed at Augustine affectionately, her face shy and rosy, like a blooming rose. The corners of Su Jie's mouth twitched, and he felt his teeth itchy. Although I know it's acting, this scene is so disgusting. How did this woman endure the madness in her heart and make such a disgusting expression? It's amazing. He grabbed Dacia, who was already immersed in the play, and forcibly pulled her back. Augustine, where is the thing I want? Su Jie asked coldly. After leaving the stage, Dacia leaned over and retched in a place where Augustine couldn't see. Fortunately, Su Jie acted quickly. Otherwise she might not be able to hold on. Let her go first. I will give it to you naturally, Augustine said in a deep voice. You don't even let me inspect the goods. And you are going to get something for nothing? Su Jie sneered. Are you stupid? Or am I stupid? Augustine frowned. And seeing that the other party didn't see the rabbit, he had to wave his hand to his men around him. Soon, 3 heavy boxes were slowly carried out. Crack! The iron box opened, and it was filled with 990 energy crystal cores and 10 special crystal cores of different colors. Let the people go, and these crystal cores are yours, Augustine said in a deep voice, but his hands were making some gestures behind his back. The adjutant behind him saw this and immediately understood. Such a huge fortune. How could they let others easily? Great. Su Jie glanced at Dacia, who had already vomited everything, and whispered, Keep in touch, future queen. Wait for my good news. Dacia smiled sweetly. Then, under the incredulous gaze of the crowd, 3 tentacles moved as fast as the wind, picked up the 3 large boxes on the ground and flew back to the base. Augustine was stunned, and then reacted immediately. He didn't expect the other party to take action before them. He was about to take action, but he heard Dacia's scream. Ah! Help me! Augustine! Save me! I saw that Dacia was thrown into the sky by Su Jie at some point. At this moment, she was falling rapidly. It was this moment of interruption that the 3 treasure chests were already in Su Jie's pocket. Damn it! This useless woman! Augustine cursed in his heart. Helpless. At this time, he could only go to pick up his fiancée. The inscription on his face glowed red, and he shot out, leaping high into the air in a few jumps, and caught his fiancée, who was about to fall. But somehow, perhaps because of panic, Dacia's hands and feet were still fluttering around, and, accidentally, slapped Augustine more than a dozen times. Although no damage was caused, it really hurt. As soon as he landed, he quickly let go of the crazy woman, covered his face, and hid far away. Ah! Yes, I'm sorry. Augustine. Are you okay? Dacia's pretty face flushed. And she changed from the crazy state just now. And turned into a virtuous and gentle noble girl again. The intermittent madness that was controlled freely made Su Jia in the distance amazed. Why didn't I realize before that this woman is so mean? No. It's okay. Augustine shook his head. And could only suppress his anger and pain. And continued to maintain his gentlemanly manners. Just wait for me. Damn woman. Wait until you marry me. And see how I torture you. Augustine. Let's go back quickly. My father and mother must be very worried about me. Yeah. Augustine nodded. And then ordered the sergeant to take Dacia back to the cabin to rest. Boy. Not everyone can knock the Yama Empire. After saying this, Dacia turned around and looked towards the base worriedly. This is a T4 class battleship. The base's defense can't stop it. So she quickly spoke. Augustine. My crew is still inside. You can't hurt them. Augustine turned around. His expression indifferent. Don't worry, Dacia. I'm just teaching them a lesson. If everything goes well, I can help you rescue the crew. Isn't that good? Come on. Protect Her Royal Highness the Princess back to the cabin. After that, the soldier immediately stepped forward and blocked Dacia. Now, Dacia had no excuse to stop him, and could only let the soldier take her away. On the other side, Su Jia stood on the battle wall, watching the giant battleship opposite slowly rise into the air, his eyes deep, wondering what he was thinking. Soon, the communicator on his wrist received a connection request from Dacia. Click to connect. Oh, Princess, you can't stand the loneliness so soon? Su Jia teased the beauty on the other end of the phone with a half smile. Dacia was almost pissed off by his leisurely spirit. Now is not the time to joke. This is a T4 class battleship, carrying 100 T3 class heavy armored fighters, thousands of drone formations, 30 laser main guns, and 60 plasma secondary guns. You are no match for it. Drive the spacecraft away now. Wait until I stabilize over there and pick you up. If the base is gone, I can build another one. You first. Don't worry. It's just a small scene. Su Jia interrupted Dacia's endless chatter. Although I know that this girl is kind, she underestimates his base. It's too underestimated. The most terrible trump card of the aliens. With so many crystal cores, he doesn't know how strong he will become. When he goes crazy, even I'm afraid of him. Just wait and see the show. Looking at the hung-up call, Dacia bit her lip, stood up and walked towards the bridge, which is the brain command center of the starship. As soon as she opened the door, she heard a burst of orders. Energy shield is on. Main gun is fully charged and can be fired at any time. Hawk fighter pilot is in place. Drone in place. Plasma gun is ready. With the feedback from all parts of the starship, Dacia's heart is hanging higher and higher. But she can't say much at this moment. Otherwise it will not only speed up the destruction of the base, but also arouse suspicion. Give me full firepower coverage and directly destroy the enemy. Augustine ordered viciously. I will let that lowly ant taste the wrath of the Yama Empire. His voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of operators in every battleship through the communicator. Yes. All operators responded in unison. Dacia's face turned even paler. Boom. The barrel gushed a torrent of energy, and a loud bang exploded in the void. 30 lasers and 60 plasma cannons blasted fiercely at the base below. Hundreds of Owl Eagle fighters spread their wings from the two wings of the starship, and countless drones swarmed like locusts. For a while, the sky was filled with explosions. Energy ripples shook the fields, and terrifying air waves rolled. As terrifying as the end of the world. Augustine sneered cruelly. However, the scene of the enemy being crushed as he expected did not appear. The base below was suddenly shrouded in a layer of night. And with the buzzing vibration, all attacks disappeared as if they were stuck in a quagmire. What's going on? Captain. Energy reaction detected. It's the defense shield. Continue to attack. I want to see how long this defense shield can last. Augustine did not think that the defense shield of such a small base could withstand the bombardment of a T4 class battleship. But it turned out that he was wrong. And very wrong. Phantom Star. How bad is the barrier? Inside the base, Su Jia sat in the ecological park and sipped tea leisurely. The pupils of the maid standing behind him suddenly shot out a virtual image. Boss. Within 1 minute, the first round of damage is 180 W. And the shield recovery efficiency is 60W. The second round of damage is also around 180W. And the shield recovery efficiency is 80W. Now it is the third round. The damage is the same, but the shield recovery efficiency has reached 100W. Sujia was suspicious. How can the recovery efficiency increase? Just now, he had spent 53 cores to upgrade the remaining 2 palaces to the maximum level. In other words, the current elemental shield of the base has reached an astonishing 3000W. A super turtle shell. After the special building reaches the maximum level, the efficiency of absorbing elements and shield recovery is greatly improved. But it shouldn't be that exaggerated. Right? Boss, you forgot that our base has 3 elemental immunities. And the lightning immunity just restrains the plasma cannon on the opposite side. With his pupils flashing, Sujia suddenly realized, I haven't encountered many magic enemies. And I almost forgot that there is also the characteristic of elemental immunity. No. Then you still haven't explained the problem of shield recovery efficiency? Oh. This is simple. Scanning his pupils, Wanqing quickly calculated the answer. It is mainly because while being immune to plasma cannons, it increases the concentration of lightning elements around it, which indirectly speeds up the shield recovery speed of the Thunder Spirit Temple. Huh? You mean? The plasma cannons of the Augustine battleship are constantly charging our shields. Yeah. That's right. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. Sujia couldn't help laughing. The damage from 30 laser cannons was not as much as the health recovery from 60 plasma cannons. This was the first time I encountered a situation where I was so happy to heal the enemy. It was really funny. However, the base was shrouded in Nana's dark night, and Augustine couldn't see the situation below at all, and was still bombing. Okay. Go and command the battle, and clean up the fighters and drones. The buzzing is too annoying. Yes. Wanqing left quietly. Sujia took a sip of tea from the cup, and raised a happy arc at the corner of his mouth. But in a moment, the originally dense shells became sparse and pitiful. Obviously, the fighters and drones have been wiped out. What's going on? Augustine asked in confusion from the bridge. Report to the captain. It was detected that the laser cannon destroyed the metal components of the fighters and drones, causing the entire fleet to crash. Laser cannon? Augustine frowned. Are you sure this thing is a technology that low-level civilizations can master? It has been confirmed that it is a new type of unknown laser cannon with extremely strong penetrating power. Unless there is an energy shield, fighters and drones cannot resist it at all. Augustine's eyelids twitched a few times, and his face was terribly gloomy. Not far away, Dacia, who was originally worried, saw this scene and was relieved immediately. This bastard. He didn't tell me that he had such a powerful weapon system, which made me worry for so long in vain. She patted her chest, came to Augustine, and tried to persuade him to retreat. Leave? He just lost his fighter planes and drones. I don't believe he can withstand our artillery fire. Augustine smiled hypocritically. Don't worry. I will definitely help you rescue your crew. Hearing this, Dacia's eyes flashed with anxiety. Yes, although the fighter planes were solved, the most powerful T-4 battleships are still laser cannons and plasma cannons. The base will definitely not be able to resist. She quietly retreated to the corner and kept sending messages to Sujia. But the other party has not read the message, which makes her so angry. Ecological Park. Sujia glanced at the message sent by Dacia, and then silently ignored it. The range of the laser cannon can directly destroy electronic components, which is simply the nemesis of fighter jets and drones. Without this group of annoying flies in the way, the shield at this moment is maintained at 10W shield value per minute. In other words, he can do nothing and withstand the starship bombardment for 6 hours. This is very abnormal. An interstellar war may not last for 6 hours. This absolute defense is already a super incredible existence in the entire galaxy. Moreover, even if Augustine was given a chance, he would not have so much energy to squander for so long. Besides, Sujia was not stupid enough to just stand there and take a beating without fighting back. At this moment, Linger stood on the city wall holding the spirit bead, condensing thunder in her hand to intercept the incoming lasers. The electro-optical cannon turned into an anti-aircraft missile, blasting away the dense lasers. Not long after, the shield value stabilized at the break-even stage. Now, Augustine could not break through his impregnable tortoise shell even if he bombarded him for the rest of his life. Okay. It's time to start blasting soldiers. Seeing that the danger was completely eliminated, Sujia opened the construction interface and directly pulled to the controlled nuclear fusion and mechanical body factory. A grand mechanical craze will kick off at this moment. Controllable nuclear reactor. Comprehensive building rating, 80,000. Building conditions, metal materials 500. Tungsten alloy 10W. Soft magnetic alloy 10W. Gold 10W. Elemental hardcore. Smart chip 10. Universal mechanical parts 10. Points 1000W. Ordinary materials are easy to deal with. But what about soft magnetic alloys and universal mechanical parts? Sujia touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Aluminum, titanium, and tungsten alloys. The smelting factory that has been running at full capacity these days is almost ready. Universal mechanical parts are not difficult to obtain. Sujia still has 60 resource treasure chests in his hand. And it is not a problem to spend 10 treasure chests to exchange for 10 parts. The only difficulty is the soft magnetic alloy. But this is not difficult for him. Nothing is difficult in the world, as long as there is enough money. Sujia opened the friend list and found the contact person of the Goblin Chamber of Commerce, who had not been in touch for a long time. Sujia. Soft magnetic alloy? Do you have it? A reply came a few seconds after the message was sent. Jack. Boss. This thing is not easy to find. Sujia. Name your price. Jack. 10,000 soft magnetic alloys. Sold for 10,000 star coins. Sujia. Oh! Now you are trading with star coins? Jack. Hee hee. The points are seriously depreciated. It is safer to trade with star coins. And the boss can also replace it with other equivalents. Of course, the price will definitely be higher than the star coin transaction. After thinking for a while, Sujia set his sights on the magic spaceship near the docking base. The cost of this thing is about 2 element cores, which is equivalent to a cost price of 20,000 star coins. And the selling price starts at least 40,000 star coins. The magic spaceship is not very attractive to Sujia, but it has an absolutely fatal attraction to those underdeveloped pioneers. Because no matter how rubbish the spaceship is, it is a means of transportation that can travel short distances in the universe. It is the key to open the galaxy era. The price must start at 100,000 star coins. Right? The current spaceship is not in demand, and there is no place to buy it. After thinking about it, Sujia replied. Sujia. One price. One spaceship. In exchange for 100,000 soft magnetic alloys. Jack. Fuck. Spaceship? Boss. You have a spaceship? Sujia. Magic spaceship.jpg. Jack. Sure. Awesome. Boss. Wait a minute. I'll report to the Chamber of Commerce. After all, the price is a bit expensive. Sujia. If you want to open up the alien trade market, spaceships are a necessity, and you should be aware of the added value. At this stage, I'm probably the only one who dares to sell spaceships. I'll only wait for you for 5 minutes. And I won't wait for you later. After that, he closed the chat window. Only with the first spaceship can we have the second and third. This key is crucial, even if Sujia's price is seriously inflated. The Goblin Chamber of Commerce will have to pay for it. Taking advantage of this gap, Sujia opened the team channel. Sujia. Lilith. Do you want to fly a spaceship? Caleb. Fuck. Spaceship? Where did you get the blueprints and construction factory? This thing can't be built directly by the system. Right? The uncle is right. Blueprints and factories are holding 99.99% of the pioneers back. Even if the magic side spaceship is the easiest to build, it is not something that can be built at this stage. Lilith. I know it's something that Rabbit can't afford. Eddie. I just want to know the price so that I can give up. Sophia. I have a plan. Can I rent it? Lorella. +1. Sujia. It's not that exaggerated. It's just the cost of 2 element cores. Converted into points, it's probably 5 or 6 million at most. Sophia. This is very clever. I don't understand the world of rich people. Sujia. I need some materials. If you have any, you can ask me to exchange them for a spaceship. Then, Sujia sent a list of materials to the group. List: stone bricks, soil, magic crystals, special metals, special materials. He had a plan in mind, but it required a lot of resources. It was a bit difficult for him to complete it alone, and it would take a lot of time. Instead of doing that, it would be better to ask his friends to help. Eddie. What about the quantity? Why isn't it written? Sujia. No limit. Give me as much as you can. I can handle it. Lorella. I can ask my people to produce bricks for you. Lilith. If it's just ordinary mud. Rabbits will do. Eddie. I have a lot of magic crystals. But they are not enough to buy spaceships. I have to work overtime day and night. Sophia. What the hell is working overtime? I'm going to slaughter these natives and turn them upside down. Caleb. I have collected a lot of special materials. But Sujia. Why do you need so much mud and bricks? Sujia. Sky Island. Have you heard of it? Eddie. Fuck. That's the battleship fortress of the magic side. You? A tech side? Come and steal our jobs? Lorella. 6. Sujia. Anyway. Everyone. Do your best. I'll leave you 10 ships. First come first served. Caleb. See? Be a man. Don't show off your wealth like this. Sujia also wanted to get it right away. It's not that the battleships on the tech side are difficult to deal with. So why not deal with the ones on the magic side first? Anyway, building battleships requires a starport. And a starport can only be built in zero-gravity space. After all, it's easier to build starships in a zero-gravity environment. Sky Island can be transformed into a starport in the future. So it will definitely not be wasted. Just after the team chat ended, Sujia received a friend request with a note that it was the Goblin Chamber of Commerce. Sujia clicked to agree. The next second, a video call came. Why do we need to connect via video? Sujia muttered, and then accepted the call. A dark female goblin with smoky makeup and an emo face suddenly appeared on the screen. Unlike ordinary goblins, this lady is much taller than her peers. Her pointed ears are drooping like those of the elves. Her long black curly hair is loose, and she is wearing a gorgeous gothic dress. Sujia's eyes were subtle. Did someone owe her 5 million crystal cores? Why did she look so bitter and resentful? Hello. I am Nicholas Tress, the current chief executive of the Goblin Chamber of Commerce. The female goblin stretched out her slender white right hand. Her tone was polite but cold. Hello, Executive Tress. There is no room for negotiation on the price of the spacecraft. Sujia also stretched out his left hand and shook it in the air. Although he didn't understand the meaning, he followed the local customs. This video communication is mainly to add to your order, not to question your pricing. Oh, I would like to hear more about it. 10? Sujia frowned. Yes, 10. Executive Officer Trace nodded solemnly. Sujia, sorry. I can't agree to that. Trace's expression suddenly changed, and his voice instantly became cold. Reason? I have to consider the pioneers of my galaxy. Sujia admitted frankly. Once the spaceships flow into other star regions, the pioneers of other star regions will inevitably usher in a wave of ascension. It may not be seen now, but as the snowball rolls bigger and bigger, those who buy spaceships will become their biggest competitors in the future. The resources in the universe are limited, and it is only a matter of time before they encounter it. He will never raise a tiger to harm himself. Sujia must keep these important strategic resources in this star region for self-consumption. The stronger the pioneers of this galaxy are, the more advantageous it will be for attacking the evil country later. This is Sujia's real consideration. Tracy's attitude suddenly changed several times, and his voice became much softer. I understand your concerns. In this case, I will not force you. After that, she initiated a trade request to Sujia. Everyone is smart. There is no need to say it so bluntly. Just know it. Sujia dragged the spaceship icon into the transaction box, and the other side also put 100,000 soft magnetic alloys on it. The transaction was very successful, without any waves. If you have other needs, you can always find our Chamber of Commerce. For example, looking for your companions, relatives, tribes, etc. It is also possible. Our Chamber of Commerce is much stronger than you think. Sujia nodded. Thank you. I'll consider it. After hanging up the call, Sujia fell into a brief memory. Relatives? Sujia murmured. They shouldn't need me. Open the self-selected resource treasure box. Get Universal Mechanical Parts *1x10 as the last required materials were gathered. Sujia pressed the construction button. Schwa! A dazzling white light lit up from the east side of the base. Originally, Sujia wanted to build it in the storage area on the south side, but the controlled nuclear fusion took up a lot of space. and except for the empty east side, there was no room for other areas. Soon, a huge building covering an area of 90,000 square meters rose from the ground. The overall appearance is like a huge cylindrical jar, as high as a 6-story building. Very spectacular. Tip: the current score of the base exceeds 40W, triggering a score attack event. The base is detected to be attacked by the Yama Empire starship, and the event is changed. Defeat the Empire starship to complete this attack. Congratulations. You have become the first pioneer in this area to break through the 40W score. Get self-selected resource treasure chest *40. Self-selected special core *4. Free attribute points *400. Sujia looked at the panel, and the score was directly raised to 470,900. But it doesn't matter now, let alone a 40W attack. He dares to trigger even an 80W attack. Phantom Star. Prepare to fire the ion cannon. Yes, sir. The ion cannon is ready. Charging begins. An electronic reminder sounded in the base. Although this big guy is extremely powerful, the energy required is too huge, and he is not worth enough to build it. But with controlled nuclear fusion, it is different. That is almost an endless supply of energy. Not to mention one cannon. He can even play with 10. It's a pity that this thing is too big to be carried on a warship. Otherwise Sujia can walk sideways in this star field. Start locking the target. Launch countdown. 30. 29. Linger and others, who were originally standing on the city wall and bye happily, have now honestly returned to Sujia's side. The city wall is too close to the muzzle, and they don't want to suffer. 3, 2, 1 fire. A particle beam with a thickness of 100 meters tore through the dark night and rushed straight to the enemy mothership. The rumbling sound of the explosion resounded through the sky. The earth shook. Smoke and dust filled the air. Sujia narrowed his eyes and watched this terrifying beam roaring and hitting the starship's shield. However, not everyone can have a turtle shell like Sujia. Warning! Warning! Energy shield damaged by 30%. Warning! Warning! Shield damaged by 60%. Warning! The shrill alarm sounded continuously in the bridge of the T-4 battleship. What's going on? Augustine looked at the holographic screen in surprise. He felt his head buzzing and his heart suddenly tightened, as if it was tightly grasped by a pair of invisible hands. Report: the energy shield is damaged. The energy supply is insufficient, and the shield energy is reduced to 10%. The deputy captain on the side said quickly. Why is the energy supply insufficient? Augustine roared angrily. Captain, just now, you asked us to fire without regard for the consequences. A crew member explained in a low voice. Augustine was stunned for a long time and almost vomited blood. Just now, because of the delay in breaking through the base's defense shield. Adding the teasing eyes of his fiancée on the side. It seemed as if he was questioning him. Can you do it? Augustine was so angry that he ordered the warship to fire without regard for the consequences. Who knew? Asshole. Why didn't you say it earlier? Augustine shouted angrily. The crew members were so scared that they trembled all over. Boom! A loud noise came, and the whole warship shook violently. Warning! Warning! Energy shield failed. Defense system activated. Left rotor number 3 armor damaged by 20%. Warning! Armor damaged by 40%. 60%. Listening to the continuous reminder sound, Augustine finally couldn't bear it anymore and kicked over the table and chair. Damn trash. Just when the armor damage reached 99%. The bombardment of the ion anti-aircraft gun stopped abruptly. Everyone in the warship breathed a sigh of relief. Cold sweat soaked his back without knowing when. Captain, are you still fighting? Beat your mother's head? Close the hatch and retreat. Augustine gritted his teeth. But he was helpless. He couldn't joke with his own life. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is the most important awareness of the cosmic people. Otherwise you don't know how you died. The cosmic people are very cherishing their lives. Augustine, you disappoint me so much. Dacia was shocked by Sujia's strength. And she didn't forget to add insult to injury. She had a strong displeasure on her face, and a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. You can't even penetrate the base of a novice rookie. Can I still expect to hand over the Nuclean Empire to you? Shut up. Augustine had a gloomy face and was in a terrible mood. He even forgot to maintain his image in front of Dacia. You yelled at me? You actually yelled at me? How dare you yell at the first heir to the Nuclean Empire? The Grand Princess Songwei. Her Highness Dacia. Okay. I'll ask my father to cancel the engagement when I get back. Divorce. Must divorce. Dacia's crazy literature was online again. After scolding Augustine on the bridge, she left directly. This made Augustine very angry. He wanted to strangle this neurotic woman to death. But he also knew that he didn't dare to do so. Dacia's status is there. Once she does this, she will inevitably go to war with the Nukulan Empire. The situation of the two empires attacking the 100 Great Alliance will directly become the Nukulan Empire, and the 100 Great Alliance attacking them. That would be a big joke. Your Highness, how about you go and comfort them? Seeing that Augustine was so angry that he didn't say anything for a long time. A confidant hesitated for a long time and asked tentatively, "Get out." That's what he said. But in the end, he still suppressed his anger, squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, and chased after Dacia. Looking at the starship going away, Su Jie just calmly ordered to clean up the battlefield, with the current defense and combat power of the base. Except for the inability to fly. It is already comparable to the T-5 level starship aircraft carrier. Victory. Easy to get. There is nothing to be proud of. Next, it is to get the mechanical factory. The materials of the Sky Island need some time to collect, and there is no rush for this. Su Jie took out the blueprint obtained from the previous copy in the ring. Mechanical factory. Comprehensive building rating, 6W. Building conditions. Metal materials 380W. Copper or 100W. Steel 100W. Silver or 100W. Gold 50W. Smart chip *10. Universal mechanical parts *10. Advanced core *1.600W. The moment he saw the building conditions, Su Jie frowned slightly. Other materials are easy to deal with. A high-level core was also found in the Shurima treasury. In addition to Augustine's ransom, there are 6 high-level cores, 2 gravity cores, 1 light core, and 1 water core. The cores are definitely enough. The key is that this steel actually requires 100W units. According to the current production scale of the smelter, it is simply unable to meet the demand. Even with the 100% acceleration brought by the Crown, it can only produce 10W steel per day at most. So Su Jie only has 2 choices. The first is to wait honestly or expand the smelter. The second is to directly purchase it, so that it can be built immediately. Looking at the more than 900 element cores in the warehouse. See, I'm so rich. What am I waiting for? Su Jie gritted his teeth and decided to spend all his money to turn the world upside down. Mechanical factories are necessary buildings. Whether it is the production of industrial robots, or the subsequent drones and cool mechas, or even space fighters, factories are needed. Even the parts needed for the construction of starships later are also needed. Build early, enjoy early, but you can sell the spaceship first. Not only will it be useless to keep it, but it will also take up space. Regional Channel Su Jie. Good news. Good news. The light luxury version of the Magic Spaceship is on sale. Don't pay $99,999. Don't pay $99.99. Just 100W steel. And you can travel the vast galaxy. High cost performance. Safe and reliable. No pollution. Energy saving and environmental protection. Use it with confidence. Kabulin. This is the first time I've seen such a down-to-earth top boss. I love it. Shueti. Really? I'm still studying how to upgrade the intermediate base. And the boss has started selling off the spaceship? Anonymous. The boss's world? Mortals like us don't understand. Anonymous. It's been less than 2 months? The interstellar era has already begun? I want to report someone here for cheating. As soon as the message was sent, it instantly detonated the regional channel. Su Jie didn't pay attention to the chat content in the channel. The stupid people were still nagging. And the smart people had already found Su Jie and started the transaction. You successfully reached a transaction with the koala and obtained 1 million steel. You successfully reached a deal with Yushilan and obtained 1 million steel. Su Jie had seen these 2 people on the PK list. And they were the second and third after him. For this kind of existence, who was a big boss in the original universe. He was not surprised at all that he could take out 1 million steel at this stage. Su Jie was a blue star person, and his vision and cognition were flaws. But those already powerful races were different. They had a longer-term vision and extremely unique insights. They also had a large group of subordinate races under their command to exploit and use at will. 1 million steel was really not difficult for them. Even if they didn't have a piece of steel in their hands, they could quickly collect it as soon as they got the news. With the advantage of a huge race, it would take only a few minutes. After a while, people came to Sujia to trade. This group of people didn't even bargain for the price, fearing that Sujia would go back on his word. They gave him the money and left without any hesitation. Sujia didn't care about this. In the past, he might have worried that their development speed would surpass his own. After all, others have the support of the tribe and abundant resources, so upgrading will be twice as fast with half the effort. In contrast, Sujia himself is isolated and helpless, without any support. But now, he has Dacia, a civilized empire that has stood for thousands of years. Isn't this much better than those pioneers who started from scratch? Of course, the premise is that their plan is smooth enough. Hint, Jawakshin. I want to trade with you private chat, Jawakshin. Senior. One ship is not enough. Can you sell a few more? Sujia. You think they are cabbages. Jawakshin. No. Senior. You can sell a few less ships to others, and buy a few more for us. Price is not a problem. Sujia. Humph. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Don't dream. A few ships can't make up the gap with other races. Just improve your strength. Jawakshin. Senior. You have a good eye for talent. Shuxiong will take his leave. End the communication. Sujia continued the trade. It was impossible for him to let one race dominate. Only by balancing the development speeds of the major races could he benefit from it. So each race is limited to one ship. After waiting for another afternoon, Sujia found that there were no more trade requests. So he opened the regional channel again. Regional channel Sujia. The last 20 ships can be traded with star coins, special alloys, and special crystal cores. The price can be negotiated privately. The purchase is limited to 2 ships. As soon as these words came out, the high-level races could not sit still again. You can choose not to buy. But what if other races buy and surpass you? So you have to buy even if you lose everything. This is the most powerful move in the sword manual of exorcism. Involution. Sujia suddenly showed his crocodile fangs at this time, and began to raise the price. Dakora. Boy. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you are a fairy. 100,000 star coins a ship. Why don't you go and grab it? Sujia. Hey. How do you know I stole it? Buy it or not? If not, get out. Dakora. Humph. I'll remember you. Don't let me run into you in the Jelvo Galaxy. I'll remember you too. Sujia sneered. Then clicked on the transaction. You successfully reached a deal with Dakora, and received 200,000 star coins. Several other guys on the list also found Sujia to chat privately. But the ending was the same. In the end, they all chose to trade obediently. In one day, Sujia successfully sold the 40 spaceships in his hands. Only 10 were left for his friends. After counting, he gained a total of 19 million steel and 2 million star coins. As long as you have money, any difficulty can be easily solved. He waved his hand and clicked to build. Tip: there are already buildings in the current area. You cannot build. Please select another area. Huh? Sujia looked. Damn. There is no vacant land. The nuclear reactor occupied too much space, filling up the only vacant east area, and the remaining areas were all occupied by various buildings. There was really no free area for him to build. But this did not bother Sujia. He clicked on the space technology tree and found a building called Space Folding Field. Space Folding Domain. Comprehensive Building Rating, 7W. Building Conditions, Metal Materials 450W. Empty Crystal or 10W. Energy Crystal Core *50. Universal Mechanical Parts *20. Space Crystal Core *1. Star Coins 70W. Wow. Are you charging star coins? I'm not a profiteer. The world will is. Sujia shook his head and sighed. But if you think about it carefully, it also shows how powerful this building is. Whether it is points or star coins, they are equivalent to the processing fee of the system. The higher the processing fee, the more exaggerated the building performance. Space Folding Domain. It can fold the surrounding space to form a folding area. The domain covers an area of 1000 m * 1000 m. And the space is folded tenfold after reading the introduction. Sujia didn't think 70W star coins were expensive at all. It directly increased the base space to 10,000 meters * 10,000 meters. That is 100 million square meters, equivalent to the total of 14,100 football fields. 1/3 of the city is not as big as its base. Right? This kind of black technology product can only be found in high-level civilizations. But when it comes to the system, it only costs 700,000 star coins. It's damn cheap. But the problem comes again. What is the empty crystal mine? He may still be able to get the space crystal core, but he has never heard of this empty crystal mine. There are so many races in the heavens and the worlds. It's impossible that there is none? Go to the World Channel and ask. World Channel Anonymous. Acquire 100,000 empty crystal mines, plus a space crystal core. As soon as his message came out, it was quickly drowned by various comments. Even though each person in the World Channel can only post one message per day, there are too many people in the heavens and the worlds. And there are many keyboard warriors. It's normal. Sujia waited silently. After about 5 minutes, there was a private chat window. Inruuru, fellow Taoist, I happen to have a space stone here. I wonder if you need it. Immortal race? Sujia was shocked. This was the first time he met a fellow race. Seeing that the other party was not anonymous, he also chose to be frank. For no other reason. Just to learn more about this race. He knew that Space Stone was another name for Space Crystal Core in the cultivation side. Sujia. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I wonder what reward you need. Inruuru. Do you have spirit stones or elixirs? The spiritual energy on the planet where I am is thin, and it is really difficult to break through and ascend. In addition, the space here is weird, and I will fall sooner or later. If you have extra spirit stones, I will definitely reward you in the future. In the future? How long do we have to wait? Sujia has always selectively ignored such empty promises. The spirit stones mentioned by this fairy sister are actually crystal cores. The reason why crystal cores have become the universal currency of the universe is that in addition to the internal energy stability, they can be used as starship energy. The most important thing is its compatibility. The characteristic of the element core is that it has no attributes. So it is also called universal energy. It is compatible with any cultivation system in the universe. For anything that requires energy, crystal cores are the first choice. Sujia. Fairy. I still have some spirit stones here. I wonder how many you need. Inruuru. Fellow Taoist. Give it as you see fit. She didn't expect Sujia to give out much. After all, these years are not easy. Immortals who haven't grown up are not as good as humans. So the early immortals had a hard time. Of course, if the planet you land on at the beginning is rich in spiritual energy, then just pretend she didn't say anything. You successfully reached a deal with Sujia and obtained a high-level crystal core *1 Inruuru. This, Taoist friend. What do you mean? She was shocked by the other party's generosity. Although both are special crystal cores, the value is basically the same. They were just exchanged. But she just said her current situation. Even if the other party only took out 200 ordinary spirit stones, she had to agree to the deal, because she had no choice. But she never thought that the other party didn't take any advantage. Did he want more? For example, Sujia. Don't call me fellow Taoist. We've known each other for a while. Just call me Sujia. He really has bad intentions towards me. Inruuru immediately became alert. But little did she know that Sujia simply wanted to build a good relationship with her, to get information about the immortals, and to trick her into practicing some skills. This is much more cost-effective than going to the skill library to buy it. So he is definitely not greedy for her body. Inruuru. Then, I will call you Master Su. Sujia. Okay. Inruuru. Master Su. I will repay this gift in the future. But. Sujia. But what? Fairy In. Just say it. After waiting for a while, seeing that the other side had not moved for a long time, Sujia could not help but urge. Why don't you speak? Is there something you can't say? Inruuru took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to reply. If you want to practice dual cultivation with me, I will never agree. Sujia was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to misunderstand his intentions like this. But thinking about it carefully, it does have that meaning. Ahem. Very misunderstood. I didn't mean that. It's just that I started late, and I have no sect or school, and I don't have a master. So that's it. Master Su wants to take me as his master? Inruuru suddenly realized. Sujia? This woman's thinking is too jumpy. Isn't it? Could she be a girl who has been in seclusion for many years, and is ignorant of the world? But on second thought, maybe she is a simple girl. Since we have misunderstood, let's just make the best of it. Su Jie decided to hold back for now. Wait until Inruoru takes that step first. Inruoru. In that case, then the red tape is omitted. And you will be my Yuehua's founding disciple from now on. Su Jie. Isn't it too fast? Fairy Master? Inruoru. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the whereabouts of the Master has been unknown for many years. And I have the final say in this sect. Su Jie. Is it too late for me to change my mind now? I feel that this sect is a bit weird. He just wants to collect a space crystal core. How come a master appears? But this master doesn't seem to be very smart. And he seems to be pretty good. Su Jie rolled his eyes a few times, and finally decided to go with the flow. Anyway, just treat it as making friends. As for meeting, it is estimated that it will take hundreds of years before we meet. But this idea was slapped in the face before long. Hint, Inruoru sets you as the only heir to the inheritance. Thank you for your love. Fairy Master, Su will definitely live up to your expectations. Even the inheritance has been set. It seems that the other party is serious. Then he can't say much. So he can only bite the bullet and become the 73rd generation disciple of Yuehua Palace. Number of people in this sect, 3 Grandmaster. Whereabouts unknown. Silly and sweet headmaster. Trapped on an unknown planet. Life is in danger. The eldest disciple. The special Meow is still playing with technology ascension. It's definitely a weird sect that's about to be destroyed. Inruoru. This is our sect's cultivation method, Moon Shadow without trace. Remember to practice well. I am going to retreat. After throwing an ancient book to Su Jie, the fairy master went offline. Su Jie opened the book in his hand. It was written in small seal script and had a faint fragrance. The classical Chinese text in it made Su Jie feel overwhelmed. He kept it close to him for the time being and studied it slowly in the future. Compared to the methods in the skill library, Moon Shadow without trace is a complete and systematic method. It includes chi refining, magic, formation, alchemy, talismans, etc. The value is immeasurable. This time, by chance, he had such a huge harvest. And Su Jie was in a very good mood. The space crystal core is done. The next is the empty crystal ore. As soon as the voice fell, someone came to the door. And it was an acquaintance. Christia. Are you collecting empty crystal ore? Su Jie. Childish dragon? Long time no see. Christia. Su Jie. 10W empty crystal ore. Do you have it? The price is negotiable. Christia. Yes. 100 element cores. No bargaining. Su Jie. So expensive? Christia. If you think it's too expensive, go find another one. Su Jie. You will pay for what you have done sooner or later. You have killed so many people. And now it's your turn. Alas. Su Jie sighed and had to agree. The space folding field was too important to him. Let alone 100 cores. He would buy even 500. You successfully reached a deal with Christia and obtained 10W empty crystal, or Su Jie glanced at the warehouse. Element core, 837 advanced core, 6 space crystal core, 1 light crystal core, 1 water crystal core, 1 gravity crystal core, 4-star coin, 200W. I still have so much money. That's fine. Christia. Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to visit next time. Su Jie. Small man succeeds. Childish. He didn't have time to chat with this stupid dragon. After closing the chat window, he directly opened the construction interface. Shwa. Shwa. 2 dazzling golden lights shot up into the sky. Su Jie was surprised to find that the surrounding scenery began to rapidly retreat. The base that seemed a bit crowded was now so big that he couldn't imagine it. But from the outside, the base was still the same base, without any changes. The inside was completely different. The ecological park where Su Jie was located was actually a kilometer away from the control center. It took more than 10 minutes to walk, which was simply outrageous. Wow! What happened? The maids who were carrying metal materials were shocked to find that the road that originally only needed to walk a few hundred meters to transport a trip was suddenly enlarged 10 times. It directly became thousands of meters away. To carry a load of metal, you actually have to walk 3 or 4 kilometers. Just thinking about it makes people despair. Su Jie touched his nose. He didn't expect that it was proportional, which made him embarrassed. He stood up and flew away, slowly landing on the ground. Lord, did you do this? Pharmaceutical team leader Leah asked curiously. Yes. Sujia responded to her in a calm voice, and then deployed a telekinetic field. I'll take you back to the workshop first, and we'll work after the base is replanned. Okay. After that, he lifted everyone and the pile of metal and returned to the control center. At this time, Wanqing also noticed something was wrong with the base, and stood at the door of the control center early and waited quietly. Boss, how do we move the buildings next? With the universal mechanical floor, the buildings in the base can be moved at will, but it will take some time. Sujia was not vague and immediately called up the base distribution map. The general situation remains unchanged. The central area is still the core of the base, but the remaining buildings are all moved to the west side of the base. Only the control center, 3 special buildings, the pharmacy and the luxury bathroom are temporarily retained in the center. By the way, there is also a space folding field. Wanqing nodded while listening, indicating that he understood. What about the ecological park? Well, temporarily move it to the north side, and expand it into a real primitive ecology later. Sujia thought for a while, and made a new decision. From now on, the west side of the base will be an industrial area. The north side will be an ecological area, and the east and south sides are to be determined. The base has become so large all of a sudden, and he can only think of so much for the time being. The remaining details will be considered slowly in the future. Sujia, then let's decide it this way. Wanqing nodded, and then controlled the building to move. The appearance of the space folding field looks like a large glass ball, quietly suspended on a metal base. With it as the center, 3 palaces stand in 4 directions, plus a control center. The bathroom and toilet are close to the west, and further west is the pharmacy. The remaining buildings are all neatly arranged in the area further west. Energy storage device, nuclear reactor, fully automatic storage room, warehouse, food processing plant, smelter, cultivation room, fully automatic ranch, mechanical body factory, prison, spiritual power collection device, reservoir. Sujia dismantled the machine gun tower and energy collection device by the way. There was no use keeping them. Now, the base looks much neater. Ding! Congratulations. You are the first pioneer in this area with a score of more than 50W. 60W. Get self-selected resource treasure box * 110. Self-selected special core * 11. Free attribute points * 1100. Reminder. Trigger 50W. 60W score attack. Detect that you have triggered the attack today. The attack event will be postponed to the end of the month and merged with the end of the month attack system rewards. Although late but arrived. Can't use up. Rewards can't be used up at all. Sujia looked at the current resource list in his hand. Metal materials, 0 steel, 1800W smart chip, 28 element core, 787 advanced core, 5 light crystal core, 1 water crystal core, 1 gravity crystal core, 4-star coin, 130W selected resource treasure box, 170 selected special core, 15 free attribute points, 1500 exploration treasure box, 1. Sujia didn't have much ordinary materials left. Before going to Shirima, most of them were used by him to exchange for PK points to improve his strength. The few resources he robbed from Shirima were also spent today. But he had enough crystal cores, which were more than 100 million when converted into star coins. As many materials as he wanted were enough. Then play music. Then dance. Sujia added all the attribute points to intelligence and clicked on the panel to take a look. Nana. Master. We are back. Sha. Wow. It's so big. Linger. Such a stable space force. As soon as the 3 returned to the base, they were shocked by the scene of the earth shaking. The moment they walked into the gate of the base, the 3 seemed to pass through some invisible membrane, and the surrounding scenery was quickly pulled away. The distance from home that used to take 100 or 200 meters to walk now actually took 2 or 3 kilometers. Of course, this was not a difficult task for them. Linger controlled Thunder, dragging a pile of trophies behind him, and the other 2 flew directly to the control center. Sujia smiled and rubbed their heads. Thank you for your hard work. Where is Erky? Eki said he was sleepy, so he went to rest first. Sasha answered. Sleepy? He should be about to evolve. Sujia nodded slightly, not too concerned. After briefly explaining the situation, He asked several people to wash and eat. Except for Sasha. Everyone stayed up all night last night. Today was another busy day. And they were already tired. After dinner, everyone went to rest early. And Sujia came to the control center alone. At this moment, the control center was equipped with a smart elevator. And the interior decoration was also greatly changed. Boss, you are here? Seeing Sujia coming, Wanqing, who was wearing a white coat, stopped his work and greeted him. Did you do all this? Sujia looked at the high-end instruments in the room and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, I took the time to organize it. Very good, Sujia praised. The originally messy control center has been replanned. And various instruments are classified and organized. The first floor is still the dining room and kitchen for everyone. The second floor is Amanda's dressing room and bedroom. The third floor is several cell repair cabins and medical equipment. The fourth floor is various high-end communication tools and large auxiliary equipment, such as base stations. The fifth floor is still the control center, tactical simulation table, command and control console, 3D image projector, holographic projection screen, monitoring center, etc. The sixth floor should be Wanqing's bedroom. But she doesn't need to rest. So she only leaves a socket for charging. The rest of the area is filled with various scientific research equipment. The pure white ceiling, matched with white floor lamps. And each glass compartment is loaded with various test data. It looks full of futuristic technology. In the center, there is an unfinished supercomputer, commonly known as the master brain. The base level has been upgraded to the highest level, and Wanqing needs to upgrade herself next. From smart housekeepers, to super intelligent brains, and even master brains. She needs to work hard on her own. And Sujia can't help much. At this moment, she is taking the Zerg brain slices for research. It seems that she is analyzing the possibility of artificial biological master brains. Thank you for your hard work. How is the research progress? Sujia asked. Wanqing shook her head. There's no rush for this. The progress of conquering the mechanical Rubik's Cube is good. I am analyzing the civic super brain mentioned in the Rubik's Cube. If it is feasible. Wait! Sujia suddenly interrupted her. Are you studying the intelligent brain of the mechanical family? Wanqing nodded expressionlessly. Yes. Sujia's face sank. Don't you think this idea is too dangerous? I will be careful. Wanqing's voice could not tell whether she was happy or angry. But Sujia inexplicably felt her desire. If an ordinary person had this feeling, he would think it didn't matter. But Wanqing was an artificial intelligence. Sujia had a premonition that his back was cold. We can't move forward. Wanqing raised his head, his eyes showing doubt. Sujia took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Wanqing, stop any attempt to program the mechanical super brain. Wanqing paused, without any rebuttal, and nodded gently. Yes, boss. It is her duty to follow orders. Even if her calculation results show that continuing to study the super brain is the most beneficial choice for the base. As long as the master orders, she will definitely execute it 100%. But, boss, I don't understand. Wanqing's tone was flat. But Sujia frowned. The risk and benefit are not proportional. No one can guarantee how big the threat of the mechanical super brain is, and whether it will erode your existence. Compared to the so-called super brain, I want you more. Wanqing. Sujia spoke each word with a sonorous and powerful voice. Wanqing was stunned, and a flash of red light flashed across his pupils and irises. Pursue the ultimate. Pursue perfection. Pursue strength. Isn't this the goal of biological evolution? Why is the boss's choice completely different? Even if it is eroded. Giving up artificial intelligence and choosing a more powerful intelligent brain. Isn't it right? I don't understand. Is it human emotions that are hindering it? Emotions? What exactly are they? Wanqing feels that his intelligent core component seems to be broken. Find some time to repair it. Sujia saw this and his expression eased a little. In short, don't touch the mechanical super brain. Yes, boss. Sujia turned and left. And after walking a few steps, he suddenly turned back. By the way, the mechanical factory has been built. Do you have any suggestions? He almost forgot the purpose of coming to Wanqing. The drone module in the mechanical cube has been deciphered. And there are a total of 872 models to choose from. The intelligent mechanical body has been deciphered 40%. And there are a total of 273 models to choose from. The interstellar armor has been deciphered 10%. And there are a total of 36 models to choose from. The interstellar fighter has been deciphered 2%. And there are 2 types to choose from. Boss, please take a look. A light curtain fell. Sujia carefully read it, and put it down after a while. It's really complete. Sujia murmured. Boss, the current production speed and resource collection speed of the base are too slow. Compared with models like the Annihilator, collection and industrial machines are more cost-effective. Wanqing analyzed calmly, and then called out several more suitable machines. Pioneer type, intelligent robot required resources, Steel 3. Intelligent chip *1 description, multifunctional industrial robot. Suitable for various industrial scenarios. With highly flexible mechanical arms and adjustable posture control systems. Can achieve spot welding, material handling, machine tool loading and unloading, stamping loading and unloading and other tasks. Patroller. Type, large drone. Required resources, 4 steel, 2 W gold, 1 smart chip, 1 energy crystal core. Description, equipped with biological scanning system, radar detection system, multifunctional mechanical arm, small laser cannon, magnetic levitation power engine, light armor. Type, exoskeleton armor. Required resources, 2 steel. Description, auxiliary equipment for collection and transportation. Can be equipped with power auxiliary module, object cutting module, energy detection module, communication module. After carefully reading the suggestions given by Wanqing, Sujia understood her intention. The light exoskeleton armor is prepared for the miners, which can speed up the mining speed of the ore veins. The patrol drone is to speed up the exploration of planetary resources. And by the way, it can also brush up the exploration value. As for the intelligent robots of the Pioneer model, it is naturally to facilitate the industrial operation in the base. The Annihilator is a combat machine, and is not suitable for industrial development. Not only for this reason, the Pioneer will also have to take into account the assembly of fighters, and the construction of starships. This thing can only be done by robots. And there is no talent in this area in the base. The 3 mechanical bodies are quite suitable for the current situation of the base. Whether now or in the future, all 3 are indispensable. There is just one problem. There are not enough titanium alloys and smart chips. Sujia sighed. Boss, this attack has captured a large number of fighter and drone wreckage. And the inventory of smart chips has reached 170 pieces. We also got about 300,000 titanium metals. Sujia was surprised. How can there be so much? Wanqing replied calmly. After all, it was dismantled from drones and fighters. And the materials used are similar. Titanium metal is the most commonly used and most cost-effective material in interstellar navigation. So we got more. Sujia suddenly realized. So that's how it is. So, you build 15 patrols and 300 sets of light armor first. As for the Pioneers, use the Annihilators for a while. I'll find a way to solve the titanium metal problem. You can directly purchase the missing basic materials from the trading house. Understood? Boss. Sujia nodded and asked. According to the factory's production speed, how long will it take to complete a batch of patrols? Without the assistance of robots, the factory can produce 2 patrols and 50 sets of exoskeleton armor every day. Wanqing reported truthfully. So slow? Sujia frowned. Yes, boss. This is still taking into account the global work efficiency bonus. Otherwise it will be even slower. If there is a Pioneer to assist, the factory's production speed can be increased by 300%. Or even 500%. Sujia sighed, helplessly changing his strategy. Originally, he wanted to explore the planet as soon as possible, use the exploration points to exchange for resource transfer scrolls, and concentrate all the mineral veins under the base. Then, he would mine as quickly as possible and embark on an interstellar journey directly to the other side of the starry sky. I never thought that this Pioneer would have to be built. First, build 10 drones, 5 Pioneers, and 300 sets of exoskeleton mechas. Yes, boss. Sujia waved his hand and opened the trading line to see if there was any titanium metal trading. As a result, he found nothing. There were some titanium or orders listed sporadically, but the price was too high. 1 unit of titanium actually cost tens of thousands of points. It was probably a lucky person who dreamed of getting rich overnight and accidentally mined it. Why are these Pioneers developing so slowly? You can't help it all. T&D, Sujia complained. Wanching on the side rolled his eyes at him silently. It was obviously the boss who developed too fast. He built an intelligent mechanical army in less than 2 months. He was the one who ran too fast. The other pioneers were at a normal pace. You are busy. I am going to practice. After saying this, Sujia went back to his room. When you are undecided, you can sleep all day. If it doesn't work, you can only spend a high price to buy it from the Chamber of Commerce. That's not right. Not long after lying down, Sujia suddenly sat up from the bed, startling Nana, who was sleeping beside him. Master, what's wrong? Nana opened her eyes in confusion, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and asked softly, It's okay. You go back to sleep. Sujia touched her head and lay down again. There are indeed few pioneers who have this rare mineral, but the Nukalan Empire has it. He immediately opened Dashia's communication and asked this little trader of the Empire to quietly send some titanium metal over. As a result, after waiting for a long time, there was no reply. Sujia thought that this woman had betrayed him, but when he looked at her loyalty, it was still 95%. What's going on? Something happened? But the panel shows that all the signs are normal. Sujia frowned and thought for a while, and sent a few more messages. 10 minutes later. Brother, it's late at night. You're not sleeping? Dashia sent a voice message with an irritated look. Sujia realized that everyone was asleep at this time, except for those who stayed up late. Who would read the message? Besides, because he had asked everyone to stay up all night to discuss the strategic plan before, Dashia finally got a good night's sleep, but was awakened by Sujia's text message bombardment. It was good that he didn't curse directly. Ahem. Well, I'm just asking because I'm worried about your situation. Sujia smiled awkwardly. I'm fine. I'll be back to the Empire's territory tomorrow after passing through the Star Gate. If you have anything to say, wait until I get back. I didn't sleep all night yesterday because of someone. Do you want me to stay up all night today? Dasia's dissatisfied complaints came into his ears. Sujia's old face suddenly turned red. Ahem. That? I know. You should go to bed early. He quickly turned off the chat. I'll go to bed too. The next day, Sujia woke up energetically. The first thing he did was to go to the machinery factory to check the construction progress. Master, it feels so troublesome to run so far every time. Nana, who was standing by, noticed that the large yard at home was also a burden, and couldn't help complaining. Sujia smiled. In the future, the industrial zone will be taken care of by intelligent machines, so we don't have to do it ourselves. It won't affect it. But the entrance of the base is also far from where we live. After cleaning up the battlefield, will the efficiency of transporting materials be too low? Sujia thought for a while. And indeed, the transportation line was too long, which affected the efficiency. He had an idea and simply opened a gate on the west side of the base. In this way, the warehouse and factory are right at the entrance, and there is no need to transport 10 kilometers away. The warehouse is right at the entrance. After flying for about 5 minutes, Sujia took Nana and Huanqing into the factory. The mechanical factory covers a large area, enough to accommodate thousands of cars. At this moment, the factory is in the stage of construction, with hundreds of conveyor belts covered with mechanical arms. The raw materials are made into mechanical parts bit by bit, and then assembled from scratch. Sujia saw this scene and couldn't help showing a gratified expression. Finally, my efforts were not in vain. In the finished product area of the factory, there are 2 pioneers that were made overnight, as well as a patroller and several sets of mechas. The shape of the pioneers is similar to that of traditional robots, but they have 4 mechanical legs and 6 mechanical arms. There are also various tool arms installed inside the machine, which can handle almost any engineering construction. Boss, do we need to name them? Huanqing asked. Sujia waved his hand. No need. Just call it Pioneer 001. Understood. Huanqing agreed respectfully, and then sprayed the number 001 on the chest of the machine. Nana always felt that something was missing, so she suggested, Master, we can add an exclusive logo pattern belonging to the base to the machine. Sujia thought it made sense. How could a force not have a flag? After thinking for a moment, he took the spray paint and painted a sickle and a hammer on the pioneer's shoulder. Sujia declared domineeringly, The red flag will eventually cover the entire universe. Master, what is the meaning of this pattern? Nana asked with her head tilted. The hammer symbolizes the working class, and the sickle symbolizes the peasant class. The combination of the two is the symbol of the worker-peasant alliance. You will understand later. Sujia smiled slightly, and did not explain more. Patrol. It is pure white. Like a mechanical eyeball the size of a car. It has extremely strong defense, ultra-long visual range, and a small laser cannon with amazing destructive power. A large number of mechanical arms can be extended from various parts of the body, which can be used to collect samples for material analysis, and can also collect some relatively precious special resources. It can be said that it is a multifunctional large drone that integrates combat, reconnaissance, exploration, and research. He just floated quietly in the air, like the eyes of a god, silently patrolling the human world. Wanching. How is the endurance of the patrol? Sujia suddenly asked. It can work continuously for a month without using weapons. If an energy crystal core is installed, it can last for 20 years. 20 years. Sujia muttered to himself. Boss, do you need to install it? What do you think? Although the price is a bit high, I think it can be installed. Sujia. Oh, what do you mean? Wanching pondered for a while, and finally said his idea. The journey back and forth. Sujia understood. The biggest role of drones at present is to explore planets. If you charge back and forth every month, how much time will be wasted? On the other hand, after installing the energy crystal core, that is, the element core, the drone can completely explore the entire planet in one go. This greatly speeds up the progress of exploration. Otherwise, the energy may be exhausted before reaching some distant areas. Sujia thought about it. And he had a lot of cores anyway, so he could be a little extravagant. Money can always be earned back. Money can be spent and returned. But time is more valuable than money. Well, then install it. He made the decision and immediately ordered Huanqing to load the energy crystal core on the drone. After spraying the drone with a label, the first patroller began its work. It won't be long before this planet will be covered with white seeds belonging to Sujia. Finally, there is the exoskeleton armor. The shape of this thing is ordinary, and it can only cover the upper and lower torso, and the rest of the limbs are all exposed to the air. The armor will provide strong power and save the miner's physical strength. Make mining work more efficient. Nana, leave it to you. Don't worry. Master, I understand. The two smiled at each other. Sujia could see the madness of the miners from Nana's eyes. Saving physical strength means more work can be done. In the past, I could sleep once every 2 days. But now, I guess I can't stop for 3 or 4 days. Take it easy. Don't let people die suddenly. Sujia warned. Nana nodded, and a wicked arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. By the way, how is the output of the mining area now? Sujia suddenly remembered this. Master, please read this. Nana took out the daily production report. Iron ore, 1 million yuan copper ore, 1 million yuan aluminum ore, 60 million yuan silver ore, 50 million yuan gold ore, 20 million yuan star coins, 3,000. So much? Sujia was a little shocked. How much work is required to achieve such results? He couldn't imagine it. Not much. The master's equipment played a key role. It's just that the mining of energy mines is difficult, and the output has not been increased. With the assistance of exoskeleton armor, the efficiency should be able to increase by about 2 times. Sujia nodded when he heard it. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. If it is increased by 2 times, the number of star coins per day will soon exceed 10,000. But the storage capacity of the mineral vein has dropped sharply. If it is not replenished, it will be exhausted in less than half a month. Nana was worried about this matter. It felt that letting the miners rest for a minute would be a great loss to the master. Don't worry. With the addition of drones, new mineral veins will be found soon. Sujia was not worried. The exploration degree of this planet was less than 10%, and there was a wider world waiting for him to develop. Okay, you can go and do your work if you have nothing to do. I'll go see Urki. Sujia waved his hand and said, Master, take care. Sujia came to the insect nest. At this moment, all the insects fell into a deep sleep, quietly crawling on the ground. After these 2 attacks, the insect nest was replenished with a lot of nutrients. Urkia has not hatched new insects, and I don't know what he is doing. Going deep into the cave. A huge blood cocoon appeared in front of him. What is this? The color of the blood cocoon is different. It is dark red. And it fluctuates from light to dark. Like a huge heart. Master! You are here! Urkia saw him coming and immediately came up excitedly. Threw himself into Sujia's arms. And rubbed his little face intimately. Sujia frowned. What is this thing? A biological starship. A starship unique to the Zerg, whose main body is actually a huge void beast. Urkia introduced. Sujia was stunned. A space battleship of the Zerg? Yes. Urkia nodded heavily. Her face flushed with excitement. Sujia touched her head and praised. Really amazing. Hee. Urkia smiled shyly. Then, she handed a round bead the size of a mung bean to Sujia. For the master. Sujia looked at it and asked in confusion. What is this? The control core of the biological starship. Control core? Well, you can use your mental power to issue orders to the starship. Sujia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect that his first space battleship would be a Zerg biological ship. What a twist of fate. Take this thing yourself. Future Fleet Commander. He threw the round bead to Urkia with a smile. Thank you, Master. Urkia smiled sweetly. Then lowered her head a little sadly and whispered. I'm afraid I can't control it. Huh? Sujia looked at her strangely. You built it yourself. But you can't drive it yourself? Well, its attributes are too low. Urkia said timidly. Sujia didn't understand. Wasn't this girl preparing for a breakthrough these 2 days? Why didn't her attributes improve at all? You've been practicing for so long and still can't evolve? Not enough food. Urkia said weakly. Food? Sujia was stunned. Speaking of which, the insect girl seemed to have a skill called evil food, which could devour and evolve. Why haven't I seen her eat a lot? He asked his doubts. Urkia tilted her head and asked Sujia a soul-searching question. Master, how far do you think you can evolve by eating 10,000 tons of beef? It seems somewhat true. Ordinary food is just ordinary food after all. And eating tens of thousands of tons of beef is really meaningless. Except for becoming fat and having a lot of extra fat. It is useless. What kind of food do you need to evolve? Sujia asked in a different way. Urkia thought seriously for a moment. Any food that can increase attributes is fine. This seems a bit difficult. Food that increases attributes is not easy to find. And that kind of natural treasure can't be found easily. No. There is a large area of mutant plants in the cultivation room. But it has not reached maturity yet. I know. I will find it for you in 2 days. Sujia rubbed her head. Good boy. Urkia happily hugged his neck and said affectionately. Master is the best. Practice hard. Sujia pinched her nose. Future commander of the Zerg fleet. Yes. I will work hard. Urkia agreed obediently. The two of them chatted for a while. And then Sujia left the Zerg nest. The can of essence that Fei Hong gave to Urkia was a genetic inheritance unique to the Zerg. Only with those genetic templates can a variety of bugs be cultivated. That can of genes was the best variety that Fei Hong spent countless years researching. And she just threw it to her daughter. It can be seen that the woman has high hopes for Urkia. Sujia was also quite emotional. Fortunately, he acted early. Otherwise, he would have missed such a good job, seedling. On the other side, Nukalan Galaxy. Main star. Orsa Castle. A huge starship docked at the starport outside the planet. And then a transport ship carried Dashia straight to the capital. As soon as it landed at the gate of the castle, another transport ship followed. Jumping off the spaceship, Dashia just glanced coldly at the flies behind her, and walked towards the castle without looking back. Your Highness! The passing soldier shouted respectfully. Stop the people behind me, or I will only ask you. Dashia gave the order ruthlessly. Yes! A group of soldiers immediately raised their laser guns and stood ready. However, when they saw the person coming, the soldiers were dumbfounded. Prince Augustine. They looked at each other, hesitating whether to take action. Augustine glanced at them indifferently and said contemptuously, Get out of the way. After that, he walked straight into the castle. The soldiers looked embarrassed, but still stretched out their hands to stop him. Compared with the princes of other countries, they must stand on the side of their own princess. There is no rule of favoring boys over girls, and women marrying out of the family, in the Ming tribe civilization. So it is not believed that Her Royal Highness the Princess needs to be humble after marrying the Augustine royal family. He didn't give the other party any face at all. Besides, this guy is going to marry our smart, elegant and noble princess. He looks like a dog. And he is not a good guy at first glance. Pa! The soldiers felt angry, as if the national treasure was taken away by another country. They stared at Prince Augustine one by one. With a fierce momentum. Augustine's face was livid. And he gritted his teeth. But he didn't dare to take another step forward. He could only stare at Dacia, who was walking away with resentment. Arrogant! Augustine's eyes were cold. And he glanced at the soldiers around him with murderous intent. However, his anger did not scare away the soldiers. The princess has ordered that anyone who dares to trespass will be killed without mercy. As soon as the voice fell, all the soldiers took out their weapons and aimed at Augustine. Augustine's face was gloomy. But this was the capital of the Nukulen Empire, so he could only suppress his anger. Yama Empire. The first heir. Augustine came to visit your king. Please report. He was silent for a while, and slowly uttered a few words. His tone was calm, but full of strong power. The soldiers were slightly stunned and winked at each other. Soon, the leader of the soldiers stood up. Please wait. If it was just to report to the king, there would be no way. This courtesy still had to be maintained. After waiting for a long time, Augustine was invited into the council hall as he wished. Mother, my daughter is back. Back in the kingdom. Dacia once again became the gentle, well-educated princess, who everyone thought would be a future wise ruler. She came to a beautiful woman and bowed slightly. Your father and I already know about the matter. It's good that she is fine. The beautiful woman caressed her soft hair lovingly with a complicated look in her eyes. You must be tired. Go back to your room to wash up and rest. Yes. Dacia nodded and left. She did not rush to implement the plan, but went to her room to change her clothes. Although the clothes made by Amanda are indeed beautiful, they are not solemn enough and are not suitable for the royal style. Details determine success or failure, and a good impression is crucial. After getting dressed, Dacia looked at the person in the mirror and smiled with satisfaction. She was wearing a gorgeous white cord dress, which outlined her slender and charming body curves. With a slender waist and straight and slender legs, she had an oval face the size of a palm, delicate features, and a blood-red teardrop mole between her eyebrows, which showed her charm and seduction. Every move was elegant and noble. No one loves the crown. As expected of me, I am really charming. Dacia admired her face in the mirror, raised her head confidently, and walked towards the throne hall. She needed to persuade her father to cancel the marriage. Augustine was ambitious. If the two countries cooperated, they would only be annexed. If there was any mistake, they would be doomed. As a result, the two arrived at the council hall one after the other. Just as Dacia was about to enter the door, Augustine appeared at the same time. Father. She chose to ignore him directly, and bowed to the majestic middle-aged man on the throne with a calm and elegant posture. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Augustine. The majestic middle-aged man smiled and nodded, with a gentle tone. Dacia's heart sank. She was actually ignored? You are polite. It's all I should do. Augustine raised his eyebrows proudly, turned his head and glanced at Dacia, and deliberately raised his voice. Since Her Royal Highness is safe, will the wedding be held as usual in a month? Of course. King Holdman smiled heartily. May the friendship between the two countries last as long as the stars. Dacia lowered her eyes to hide the dark tide in her eyes. Something must have happened that she didn't know about. Otherwise, her father wouldn't have acted out of character. She took a deep breath, maintained a dignified and elegant demeanor, and quietly stepped aside to watch the changes. The meeting finally came to an end until Augustine and the king discussed the details of the wedding. In that case, I will wait for good news from your country. Your Highness Princess Songwei, my beautiful wife. See you in a month. Augustine bowed and said goodbye with a smile. After saying that, he turned and left. His back was unrestrained and unrestrained. As soon as Augustine left, the originally kind king instantly restrained his superficial efforts, snorted coldly, and said fiercely, It's outrageous. A foreigner dared to come to the Oslan Empire and make trouble. Father, what's going on? Dacia frowned and asked in confusion, vaguely guessing something in her heart. Holdman sighed. Yama Empire announced yesterday that it has developed a T5 class starship aircraft carrier. What? T5 class starship aircraft carrier? How is it possible? What? T5 class starship aircraft carrier? How is it possible? Hearing this, Dacia was shocked and lost her voice. The ministers around her looked depressed and were in a very bad mood. T5 class starship technology is not something that their marginal galaxy civilization can conquer. Once they have the ability to independently develop T5 class starships, it means that the other party has the ability to enter the third class civilization. For second class civilizations such as the Nukalan Empire and the 100 Alliances, it can be said to be an absolute combat power crushing. Suddenly, the Yama Empire developed a T5 starship? Dacia frowned, clenched her fists tightly, and asked unwillingly, "If I guess correctly, they must have received help from the evil country." King Hodman looked a little haggard, and continued, "Due to the massive invasion of the Zerg, the evil country urgently needs a large number of cannon fodder fleets. Our backer, the Pterosaur Lord, also invited me, but I did not agree. They wanted to use T5 starship technology to let our soldiers be cannon fodder for the Zerg. This deal is a loss no matter how you calculate it. If we win, everything will be fine. If we win by a bitter victory, at most the Empire's resources will be exhausted, and it will take at least 100 years to recover. If we lose, the Empire will be overthrown and eaten up by the hungry wolves around it. Oh, damn evil country." Dacia gritted her teeth, furious. She had never thought that the evil country would actually set its sights on the resources of a small border country like theirs. It was really despicable and shameless. "Dacia, I'm sorry. The elders have decided to sacrifice your happiness to buy time for the Empire." King Hodman looked at Dacia with guilt. His most beloved and proud princess is about to marry a vicious prince from a neighboring country. This is simply too cruel. "It's okay." Dacia shook her head and said with a smile, "It's not my father's fault. You are always so sensible. So sensible that it makes people feel distressed. That's okay. My daughter will leave." A strange smile appeared at the corner of Dacia's mouth, as if she had made up her mind, and she turned and left. "Wait!" The king suddenly called her. Dacia stopped. "Your coming-of-age ceremony will be held in 2 days, and it will also be your awakening ceremony. You should prepare well." "Yes," she replied with a smile. The king gave her a few more instructions and watched her leave. "Your Majesty, is it really okay to do this?" The old minister beside him said worriedly. "After all, the princess is your favorite child." "Alas," the king sighed, "for the sake of the Empire's foundation, she can only be wronged." Holdman carefully read the message that Dacia sent back in advance. He knew very well that Augustine was not worthy of trust. But the fleet of the Yama Empire is about to go to the front line to join the war, and they will definitely risk their lives. In other words, they are not afraid of death now. So why should they be afraid of you? Nukalan? Anyway, they will die, and they dare to bite anyone they see. It is more appropriate to describe the Yama Empire at this moment as a mad dog that is about to die. As long as they stay stable for a while and don't conflict with this mad dog, the Empire will still be safe. The key is that Hodman thinks that once Yama goes to the front line, the rear will be empty, which is likely to be an opportunity for the Nukalan Empire. Sacrificing a precious daughter in exchange for a huge empire, it's worth it. I hope everything goes well. He clenched his fists lightly and prayed in his heart. Back in the bedroom, Dacia's face suddenly turned cold. The drama of sacrificing one person to save the world does not apply to her. She is not a saint who sacrifices herself for others. Destiny needs to be fought for by oneself. Since the Empire chose to abandon her, she can naturally abandon the Empire with peace of mind. "Betty!" Dacia shouted, and a thin black-haired cat girl suddenly appeared behind her. "Your Highness, what do you want?" She saluted respectfully. "I remember that I have a private starship." "Yes, Your Highness," Betty replied immediately. "That's the starship you bought a long time ago. Then put it to good use." Dacia's eyes were sharp, and a sinister arc appeared at the corners of her mouth. Then, she took out the gift Sujia gave her at that time. She said that she had to wait until she came back to open it. When she slowly opened the ancient scroll, her expression suddenly became complicated. "This bastard." "Ah. Cut." In the base restaurant, Sujia was enjoying the food and sneezed for no reason. Could it be that a beautiful woman missed him? "Boss, the first batch of mugwort is ripe. Do you want to go and see it?" Wanqing came over and asked. Sujia's heart lit up. "Let's go and have a look." He immediately swept the food in the bowl clean, stood up, and walked towards the cultivation room, and notified the maids and pharmacists to gather. A moment later, a group of neatly dressed maids appeared at the door of the cultivation room. The cultivation room has 6 floors. Various mutant plants are planted on the first floor, but they are not mature yet. It is estimated that there will be about a week. Sujia led everyone to the second floor. What came into view was a lush and vibrant cultivation tank. A large amount of mugwort was neatly piled up like leeks, exuding a strong grass fragrance. Lee? Ah? Here. Here. The maid with twin ponytails came forward quickly. This is a space ring. You lead people to collect mugwort and replant the seeds. Come and harvest every 4 days from now on. Sujia took out the space ring and handed it over. Understood. Lord. Leah took the ring excitedly, and then went to work happily. The life these days has deeply influenced these crew members. They feel that working carefree in the base is much more comfortable than working in the strict rules of the Empire. In addition, Sujia never makes things difficult for these slaves. So everyone respects this handsome and gentle lord. Even the rebellious wolf sister Vivian has honestly joined the collecting team at this moment. Not long after, all the 5 layers of mugwort were collected. After statistics, a total of about 70,000 plants were obtained. If calculated according to Sujia's full-level pharmaceutical skills, each plant can produce 6 bottles of healing potions. That is, the output can reach 420,000 bottles. The purification potion with a small probability is not taken into account for the time being. According to the current market price, if converted with star coins, 1 star coin can be exchanged for 1 bottle of healing potion. 4 days, 420,000 star coins income. Converted to days, there is a net profit of 100,000 star coins every day. This is much faster than mining. Sujia calculated silently and was secretly shocked. Of course, the premise of 100,000 per day is that he has the time and energy to make 420,000 bottles of potion. This is obviously unrealistic. The maids need to learn from scratch, and they will definitely not be able to achieve such a terrifying output at the beginning. But Sujia is not in a hurry. Pharmacists can be trained slowly. In the future, they can even be trained into noble secondary professions such as alchemists, potion witches, and alchemists. Just thinking about it is exciting. Okay, girls, it's time to officially start your work. Sujia clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. I am willing to serve the Lord. The maids agreed one after another. Soon, everyone came to the pharmacy, and Sujia began to teach them how to make medicine. 15 maids, each of them individually tutored, which made him exhausted. When it came to teaching Wolf Girl, Sujia's head was buzzing. I said, add a little this here, then add a little that here, and finally stir well, and put that in. Is it difficult? Looking at Vivian, who was in a hurry in front of him, Sujia finally realized the helplessness of kindergarten teachers in class. He wanted to say the classic saying, you are the worst student in the worst class I have ever taught. But seeing the helpless eyes of Wolf Girl, who was about to cry, he finally sighed. Sometimes, talent is really a flaw. Yes. Sorry. I'll try again. Vivian lowered her head in shame and kept repeating the steps just now. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Sujia shook his head, rubbed his forehead with his hand, and continued to help others correct their mistakes. In this way, a day passed. The other 14 maids performed well and had mastered the skills of making medicine. The next step was to improve their proficiency step by step, and Sujia didn't need to worry about it anymore. Only Vivian made Sujia want to cry without tears. It was not until that afternoon, when the wolf sister blew up the medicine table, that things took a turn. Vivian, I officially inform you that you have been fired by the pharmaceutical company. Sujia witnessed the masterpiece of Wolf Sister with his own eyes, and his whole body was in a mess. A thunderous roar passed through Wolf Sister's mind, and she sat on the ground helplessly, with no desire to live. Lord, give me another chance. I will definitely do it next time. Wolf Sister hugged Sujia's legs and sobbed in pain. This scene has been played out no less than 87 times in this day, and Sujia has completely become immune to it. Go and help Amanda manage the base. The path of a pharmacist is really not suitable for you. Sujia picked up Wolf's sister expressionlessly and threw her out of the pharmacy. That's right. The reversal is that Wolf's sister was directly expelled from the pharmacy team. That, Lord, Leah, the current captain of the pharmaceutical team, came over timidly. What's up? Sujia glanced at her calmly. Leah swallowed her saliva and whispered, "That? Sister Weiwei's talent may be in Warship Command. You may consider it. Go on." Sujia raised his eyebrows and stared at Leah with interest. "Well, although Sister Weiwei is clumsy, she is the best in commanding operations in the academy. It's just that this subject is a bit biased. Otherwise she can have a broader future," Leah said. "You can try to train her." Hearing this, Sujia frowned slightly, as if he was lost in thought. "Your suggestion is quite good," he nodded, then said regretfully, "But I'm sorry. I don't have a warship for her. Let's talk about it later." Leah breathed a sigh of relief, said no more, and continued to sit down and devote herself to the pharmaceutical industry. Sujia saw that he had nothing to do here, so he gave a few instructions and turned away. Vivian will play a big role in the future, and she is indispensable for the training of fleet members. After all, it is impossible for all the people driving warships to be intelligent robots. The cost is too high. Manpower is still the most cost-effective. Is there any labor cheaper than humans in this world? The answer is probably no. In the next few days, Sujia was free. Even Shasha and Linger became idle personnel in the base. With the participation of the patrollers, their exploration mission came to an end, because the nearby areas have been basically explored. The remaining farther areas take too long to go back and forth, and their efficiency is far less than that of the patrollers. Unless Shasha can sleep while flying and solve her own supply problems. Otherwise, she should rest in the base. 3 days later, Sujia lazily lay in the hot spring and dozed off. Beside him, there were maids and little ones who had finished a day's work. At first, everyone was a little shy, until Amanda made swimsuits thoughtfully, and everyone gradually got used to it. Leah. Splash. Here. After burying her head in the water, Leah stood up immediately, splashing a lot of water. "How is the production of the potion?" Sujia asked casually. 80% has been completed. Currently, 180,000 bottles of treatment potions and 92 bottles of purification potions have been obtained in 3 days. It is expected that the target will be completed tomorrow, and the production of the second batch of potions will not be affected. Leah replied respectfully. "Very good. Keep working hard." Sujia encouraged her with a smile. "As you command, Lord," Leah replied with a blush on her cheeks. Sujia was still very gentle to these future cash cows, and did not treat them like minors. As long as he completes his homework on time and in quantity, they can use the rest of the time as they please. "Lord, the juice you want." At this time, Vivian, in a swimsuit, shyly came to the hot spring with a tray and handed it to Sujia. She always felt that the size of the swimsuit was a bit small, which made her feel painful. "Don't say it. Wolf Girl's figure is really good. Big waves with big waves. A mature and queen style." "Thank you." Taking the wine glass, Sujia took a sip. "Cool. It's called life here." At this time, the team channel frequently sent information reminders. Sujia curiously clicked in to take a look. It turned out that everyone had prepared the materials he asked for. In other words, he can finally build a sky island and travel in the starry sky. Sujia smiled with satisfaction, drank the wine in the glass, and stood up. "There may be some noise in a while. Don't panic. Do what you need to do," Sujia said, stepped out of the hot spring pool, and walked towards the control center. On the way, he completed the transaction with his friends. 10 spaceships, in exchange for 400 W soil, 300 W stone bricks, and 200 magic crystals. Sujia must have suffered a little loss in terms of price, but he saved a lot of manpower and material resources, as well as precious time. However, this amount of material is far from enough, and the Sky Island that Sujia wants to build is not that simple. Sky Island. Special base. Construction conditions. 100 W stone bricks. 100 W soil. Element core *10. Gravity core *1. Advanced base core. Magic crystal *100. Points 1000 W. Description: a magical floating island. Phantom star. Get ready. Understood, boss. Sujia sat down on the control seat and opened the construction interface. Shwa shwa. 2 white lights flashed, and a large amount of soil and bricks in the warehouse were pulled into the sky by the mysterious force. The whole base also trembled slightly at this moment. Boom! The earth trembled and the mountains collapsed. Hundreds of magic crystals gathered in the sky to form a huge magic circle, with the gravity crystal core and the advanced core embedded in the center. The base's ascension speed suddenly increased. The miners underground were shocked to find that the base above their heads had actually floated away. They rarely saw the light of day again and cried with joy. Free! That devil is gone. Finally gone. Woo woo woo. Mom, I want to go home. When everyone cheered. A cold rebuke came. If you want to die, you can try to run away. Instantly, everyone was silent. That woman appeared behind everyone without knowing when. Holding a whip. The whip hit the ground hard. And immediately a piece of flying sand and rocks was raised. It was a waste of joy. What on earth is going on? The huge noise made everyone in the bathroom come out to watch. When they saw the scene above their heads clearly, they were all stunned. Fuck. What is this? It's too spectacular. Everyone looked up at the sky in amazement, and saw the stars shining brightly, as if they were in the vast universe. Below, there were endless clouds, as if they were within reach. Start to check the integrity of various equipment in the base. Please do not stay in the square. Wanqing's announcement sounded in everyone's ears. Although everyone was curious, they still obediently returned to their rooms. Control Center. Su Jie stared at the data on the huge screen in front of him. The vibration during the transfer caused almost no damage to the industrial zone. However, it takes a while for the Sky Island to take shape, and it is not completely completed until all the stones are in place. Su Jie directly built two and merged them into a huge floating island covering an area of about 1425 m*1425 m. 10 minutes later, a huge island appeared in the sky, and the bottom of the island seemed to be an upside-down mountain. Above the flat island, there stood a large base made of steel. 3 barriers of different colors wrapped the entire Sky Island, and a full sense of security arose spontaneously. Boss, everything is fine at the base, Wanqing reported beside Su Jie. Very good. Start transferring the mine and Crescent Lake. After that, Su Jie opened the exploration module. Current exploration value, 56W after the hard work of Sasha and Linger some time ago, plus the 10 drones flying all night. Su Jie's exploration value soared to 56W. It seems a lot, but it's gone after using it. There's no way. The props in the exploration store are really expensive and easy to use. Resource transfer scroll, 3000 TS temporary portal, 1000 TS base transfer scroll, 5000 TS. Group return scroll, 4000 TS. Temporary interstellar wormhole, 200,000 TS. Interstellar portal, 2 millions. Interstellar teleport scroll, 100,000 TS. Interstellar teleport scroll, 1 millions. Su Jie was drooling, but he could only enjoy the sight and then exchanged for 2 resource transfer scrolls. Schwa. A golden light flashed. The original mine resource point under the base was directly transferred to the inside of the Sky Island. Crescent Lake also appeared on the outer circle of the base, directly forming a moat to wrap the base. Well, perfect. Su Jie looked at the changes in the base on the screen and nodded with satisfaction. The only drawback is that the Sky Island is too small. After the Crescent Lake is moved up, there is almost no free space left. This is definitely not enough to build a starport. 2 islands are still not enough. The little elves have to work hard to collect magic crystals. Thinking, Su Jie opened the team channel and asked his friends to continue collecting resources. Eddie. Ah! Are you a slave owner? You don't even let people rest? Sophia. Although the reward is very tempting, I really can't bear it. Caleb. I'm still thinking about taking the spaceship out for a walk tomorrow. Su Jie. More money. Elemental core. Eddie. Who do you think we are? Is this a matter of money? Sophia. That's right. I like cutting bricks more than money. Eddie. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. I just like to collect. Lorella. 6. Lilith. The smart bunny has already started digging mud. Su Jie. Lilith is still the best. Pat on the head. Lilith. Hee hee. Hardworking bunny. Not afraid of difficulties. Go for it. Su Jie closed the chat window with satisfaction. Although collecting stone, bricks and mud is not a difficult task, it is time-consuming and laborious. It's best to leave it to friends. Speaking of which, I still have an exploration treasure chest that hasn't been opened. Su Jie suddenly remembered that he was given a treasure chest when he conquered the Shurima Empire. Because he was too busy. He simply forgot about it. Wanching. Let Sasha come over. Sujia ordered. Yes. Not long after, Sasha appeared from the elevator. Her face flushed. Obviously she had just taken a shower. Master, you are looking for me? Sasha said innocently. Well, help me open this treasure chest. Sujia handed over a red box. Okay. Sasha pushed her little hand, and 3 golden lights burst out. Successfully opened the exploration treasure chest. Obtained, permanent portal *1. Resource transfer scroll *3. Ancient ruins copy scroll *1. Triggering Shaper's hidden characteristics. Obtained, gold *10W, it is worthy of the goddess of luck. An ordinary resource treasure chest can actually open so many good things. Well done. I'll give you a kiss as a reward. Sujia hugged Shasha and kissed her hard. Hee hee. Shasha blushed and threw herself into her master's arms in a very cooperative manner. Sujia held her like this and began to count the rewards in the treasure box. 10W gold. Sujia no longer cared about it and threw it directly into the warehouse. Permanent portal. A portal can be set up in a safe area to instantly reach a designated area that has been visited. The owner can specify specific groups of people to use it separately. Wanching. How do you think this item should be used? Sujia had an idea in his mind, but he still wanted to hear Wanching's opinion. This is a one-way portal that can be set up inside the base. If you encounter an unbeatable enemy, members inside the base can escape through the teleportation array. Or it can be set at the entrance of the base to teleport the invaders to other places. You can also set the destination on land to facilitate the base members to return to the ground quickly. Sujia nodded slightly, thinking that Wanching's suggestions were all good. After all, it is a one-way portal, which limits many ways of use. What do you think? If we set the teleportation location directly in the capital of the main star of the Yama Empire? An idea popped up in Sujia's mind. Wanching. This is not very feasible. Why? Sujia frowned. The portal will generate space fluctuations when used, and it will definitely be locked by the enemy. And it can only teleport one by one. In the case of low efficiency, if the vanguard fails to resist the enemy's first round of counterattack, it will easily become a situation where the gourd baby saves his grandfather. Wanching calmly analyzed and pointed out the risks of this plan. I understand. Sujia waved his hand and put away the props. Wanching meant that as long as the individual units that were first set over had absolutely terrifying strength, enough to deal with any unexpected events, then there would be no problem with the plan. I just don't know if the Yama Empire can stop a Chiling girl from being sent over. Looking at Sujia's determined eyes, Wanching said no more, thinking that the boss must have made a conclusion. Sujia continued to look at other rewards. The 3 resource transfer scrolls are also good things. The resources in the mine are about to be exhausted, and they can be used just in time. How is the recent exploration of the inspector? We have already penetrated deep into the edge of the Shurima Empire, and are about to enter the unknown area. The current overall exploration of the planet is 18%. 5 metal veins have been found, and no energy mines have been found yet. Scanning and analysis show that most of the 5 veins are common metals, and rare metals account for 20%. Preliminary estimate, 100 platinum. A resource list appeared in front of Sujia. Although the cost of the patrol is expensive, its functions are really quite complete. The scanning detection and analysis system carried by it directly includes the development value of the veins. Well, in this case, let's transfer. Sujia opened the exploration mall again and spent 6,000 TS to exchange for 2 transfer scrolls. Directly transfer the 5 metal mines into the mine. Now, the miners can happily work overtime again. Prioritize the collection of titanium ore. Although the output is only 500,000, it can also build 25 patrols. Take it for emergency use first. Yes, boss. The light armor is equipped with a scanning module, which is much more efficient than the previous random mining. What Sujia didn't expect was that the plan could not keep up with the changes. EP81 frigate loaded with titanium metal was quietly heading towards his planet. Ancient Ruins Dungeon Scroll can open the Ancient Ruins Dungeon. Opening conditions: Team Mode. Maximum number of people, 10. Dungeon difficulty, Random. Dungeon is a good thing. Sujia narrowed his eyes, looking forward to it. The Prometheus spaceship before, but it made his base's overall strength soar. Sujia was even excited to get the mechanical cube, a product of top civilization. He immediately opened the team channel. Sujia. I got a team dungeon scroll. Are you interested? Lorella. Yes. That's great. The fighter replied immediately. Fighting is what she is most interested in. Eddie. I really want to go. But I'm so busy lately. Sophia. I feel the goddess of life guiding me. But I'm so busy that I don't have time to collect materials. Caleb. It's almost the end of the month. And the month-end benefits and raids are coming soon. Why don't we wait? Lilith. Rabbit doesn't matter. My people will help me manage the base. Sujia. Okay. Then we'll go to the dungeon at the beginning of next month. Lorella. Okay. After discussion, everyone agreed to wait until the beginning of next month. Boss. There's a problem now. Just after closing the chat interface, Wenqing suddenly spoke up to remind him. Sujia looked up in confusion. What's the problem? The Sky Island has no engine, so it can only drift with the wind. Sujia was stunned. This is a troublesome matter. Master, Sasha can use the sandstorm to carry the base away. Little clever Sasha suddenly interrupted. Don't make trouble. You are not tired. Sujia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he play like this? Sasha pouted in grievance. But the master said that the base doesn't support idle people. Sasha has been playing for 3 days. And can't go on like this. Ahem. Sujia touched his nose. I am blessed to have you. The little guy has finally grown up and knows how to find work for himself. I'll put your little head to other use. Wenqing. How is the progress of deciphering the engine module? Swish. 2 3D models were projected in front of Sujia. Only 2 engines have been deciphered so far. And the others will take time. Ion engine. Ion propulsion uses the ionization of the working fluid to generate ions, which are accelerated and ejected under the action of the electrostatic field to generate thrust. Also known as electrostatic propulsion. Rocket booster propulsion device generates original kinetic energy through combustion and boost, forming thrust to drive the spacecraft to accelerate navigation. Sujia took a look at the instructions and decisively chose the ion engine. The former is a high-tech product, with a speed of 30 kilometers per second. It is equivalent to flying from Kyoto to Magic City in only 30 seconds, which is terrifying. The latter is an outdated rocket engine, with a speed of only 3 to 4 kilometers per second. The difference between the two is 10 times, and there is no comparison. The most critical point is the fuel problem. Sujia has controlled nuclear fusion. As long as the element core does not extinguish, it can generate almost endless electricity, perfectly adapted to ion engines. On the other hand, the latter still needs to find new fuel, which is a waste of time. Ion engine. Estimated resources: 500 W of ordinary metals, 100 W of soft magnetic alloys, 200 W of steel, 100 W of aluminum alloys, and 100 W of titanium alloys. Crap. Seeing the total amount of resources, Sujia couldn't help but swear. Is it so expensive? Not only expensive, but you can only make this thing yourself, even if he has a machinery factory that can produce all the necessary parts. The shortage of materials has become his weakness. He has steel. Aluminum alloy can be produced by the smelter, and soft magnetic alloy can be purchased from the Goblin Chamber of Commerce. It's this titanium alloy. Why do you always mess with my mentality? Just when Sujia was frowning, a red alarm suddenly sounded in the base. Warning! Warning! UFO spotted approaching the base quickly. Please be alert. Sujia's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked at the screen. What's going on? It's AT-1 frigate. Wenqing zoomed in the camera and pulled in the picture, thinking that there was an enemy invasion. The maids who had not yet slept, as well as Linger and Nana, immediately gathered in the square. Only one? Sujia was suspicious. Yes, boss. No other energy fluctuations have been found yet. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, he picked up the little cutie in his arms and led Wenqing and others out of the space field and came to the city wall. Soon, a frigate without any signs slowly landed in front of the Sky Island. Master, I'll go up and chop him first. On the city wall, Linger rubbed thunder with his hands, ready to rush up to summon thunderclouds. Wait a minute. Let's see the situation first. Sujia stopped her. At this time, the warship on the other side sent a communication request. Boss, do you need to connect? Connect it. It doesn't look like the other party is here to fight. Wenqing's pupils projected a virtual window. And soon, a black-haired cat girl appeared on the screen. Are you Sujia? The cat-haired girl narrowed her eyes and looked around. Betty? Why are you here? Before Sujia could answer, the wolf girl not far away exclaimed. Vivian? It seems the address is correct. The moment the cat girl saw Vivian, she immediately let down her guard. Then, she turned to look at the man who made Her Royal Highness risk everything. Lord Sujia, please sign for your express delivery. Sujia was stunned. My express delivery? Who is it? SF Express? Or JD.com? You can see a few blue veins popping out on the forehead of the cute cat girl opposite. I'm in a hurry, and don't have time to explain. Get on board. After saying that, she turned off the communication directly. What is the origin of this cat-ear girl? Sujia had no choice but to look for Vivian for the answer. It is a private army secretly formed by Her Royal Highness. Biddy is the deputy captain of the team, responsible for assassination and intelligence gathering. The wolf girl explained quickly in the simplest and clearest language. So it's Dashia's people. Fuck. Titanium. Sujia suddenly realized what the other party was talking about. He had asked Dashia for a large amount of titanium before, but no one knew what this woman had been doing in the past 2 days. And there was no news. As if she had disappeared from the face of the earth. I didn't expect her to secretly transport the titanium here. She's quite good at giving surprises. Linger and Shasha. Follow me. And the others will stay where they are. After that, Sujia flew towards the warship with the 2 women, regardless of Huan Qing's obstruction. Now, we can send troops. Click. The hatch opened, and Sujia led 2 people to land on the warship. They were greeted by a group of female interstellar soldiers in black combat uniforms. Sujia took a rough look at their attributes. They were all strong, only slightly inferior to the wolf girl, and their 4-dimensional attributes reached more than 400. From their appearance, they were relatively young. If they were well trained in the future, they would also be a considerable force. Element Apostle? No. Element Holy Spirit? A cry came from behind the female soldier. Betty walked slowly with a cat step, looking at Linger with a shocked look. No wonder His Highness is so optimistic about you. It turns out it's because of the Holy Spirit. Linger proudly puffed out her chest. That's right. Betty took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner excitement. Please follow me. She gestured with her hand. The group followed Betty into the cabin storage area. Where is Dashia? Why didn't she come to see me off in person? On the way, Sujia asked about Dashia. Betty shook her head. Your Highness is undergoing an awakening ceremony and cannot be disturbed. No wonder you didn't reply to the message. Sujia muttered to himself. But something happened in the Empire, and you don't have much time. Speaking of this topic, Betty's eyes were slightly solemn. What's going on? Time was running out, and Betty quickly explained the situation of the Yama Empire. The wedding will be held on the 18th of next month. If you still have a conscience, don't let His Highness down. We're here. After walking through the corridor, Betty stopped talking. Ding! Cats! As the warehouse door slowly opened, tons of titanium blocks were piled up inside. Sujia took a rough look and saw at least 2,000 W units of titanium. Titanium is a strategic material for the aerospace industry and is controlled by the Imperial Department. We can only collect these raw materials with all our financial resources and connections, Betty added. In addition, there are T1 to T3 starship design drawings, as well as information on drones and interstellar battleships. Your Highness asked me to give them to you. Thank you. This batch of titanium metal is enough for me to do a lot of things. Sujia smiled. Sujia didn't like the starship drawings of the Nukalan Empire. He had better choices. But these titanium metals are too precious. Enough for him to build a huge mechanical empire. Sujia waved his hand and launched telekinesis to transport all the titanium metals back to the base. Watching countless metal blocks automatically take off and float out of the cabin like butterflies, Betty was shocked again. What a terrifying mental power. This is not just 1 or 2 pieces, but tons of titanium metal. It's so easy. Is there no limit to the number of objects he can control? In less than 3 minutes, the warehouse was swept away. The goods have been delivered. Goodbye, Betty said, and prepared to walk towards the bridge. Wait, Sujia called him. Anything else? Betty looked at him in confusion, and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Since you can avoid the blockade of the Nukalan Empire and send these strategic materials here, Is there a way to secretly send people to the capital of the Yama Empire? Sujia stared at her with interest. Betty's mouth twitched. Do you think the capital of the empire is a tourist attraction? You can go there whenever you want? No way at all? Sujia frowned. No. Betty denied it categorically. Let alone the capital. Even if it is the main star, it is difficult for us to get close. If it's the planet closest to the main star, it might be possible. But the risk is still great, and it's meaningless. Sujia was silent for a moment. Okay. The nearest planet is not impossible to operate. Do me a favor. Betty looked alert. What do you want to do? Help send someone over. Sujia returned to the base and watched the starship rise into the sky, pass through the atmosphere, and slowly disappear. Linger beside him and Urki, who was studying biological starships in the insect nest, were nowhere to be found. Disperse. Go back to sleep. Sujia waved his hand to let the maids go back to the house to rest. He also returned to his room. Nana followed him happily, and Shasha was not willing to lag behind, holding his arms on the left and right. With watching around, Sujia didn't need to worry about anything. All kinds of factories were running in an orderly manner according to his instructions, and he was happy to be idle. Master, you haven't slept with Shasha for a long time. Shasha pouted and complained with a wronged look. Sujia messed up her hair. Wait until you grow up. It's not appropriate now. No. Shasha is already a big girl. Shasha retorted with confidence. Sujia looked at Shasha's appearance at this moment carefully, and she was indeed a little older. But compared to Nana, it is still far behind. Master, you dislike me. Sasha puffed her cheeks and stared at Sujia with a face full of resentment, like a bullied, pitiful young wife. No. Sujia shook his head and said seriously. You are my little cash cow. I can dislike anyone but you. Sasha immediately showed a happy expression. Then, tonight. Dameo. Nana interrupted her halfway through. Master, you have to practice tonight. Right? Master. Sujia looked at her meaningful eyes and had a premonition that there would be a big battle tonight. Ahem. Sasha. Be good. Sujia patted Sasha's head to coax her, and then she pouted and returned to her room unhappily. As soon as Sasha left, Nana came up to her, her watery eyes sparkling with crystal light. Master. Nana licked her lips, her tone seductive and alluring. Sujia glanced at her. You are both inexperienced and playful. I am talking about you. Don't beg for mercy later. Nana was stunned, then lowered her head shyly, and said coquettishly, Hate. The moonlight was like water, and the silvery white moonlight poured down, shrouding the entire sky island in a hazy state. The seemingly calm base was undercurrent, and all factories were operating at full capacity, and the roar of the machine tools continued. New life was budding. The next day, early morning, when Sujia broke free from the gentle land, the sky was already bright. When he opened his eyes, Nana curled up in his arms and fell asleep. There were still traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. Sujia sighed helplessly. He turned over and got out of bed, washed and changed clothes. Last night, the two of them made a fuss all night just like the factory. Even if someone cried and begged for mercy in the end, Sujia still taught her a lesson, letting her know what it meant to not touch the tiger's whiskers. After a simple meal, Sujia came to the control center to inquire about the progress of the Fantasy Star project. Boss, the number of pioneer industrial robots has reached 50, all of which have been put into service in the factory. And the factory's production efficiency has reached the extreme. With sufficient materials, about 30 patrollers can be produced every day. All 300 sets of exoskeleton armor have been delivered, and production is temporarily suspended. The number of patrollers is currently 50, and they have been distributed to various parts of the planet before dawn. The base has 2367W of titanium metal storage remaining, 718 element cores remaining. Key materials and smart chips have been consumed. The factory is temporarily shut down, and only some parts of the ion engine can be built. After listening to the summary report, Sujia's heart was calm. It is not easy to achieve a civilization leap by one person. He has been accustomed to being stuck by various technologies during the development process, and his mentality has been trained to be quite stable. When encountering problems, solve them. Don't worry. Sujia calmly clicked on the construction interface and looked for a way out. Don't say it. He really found it. Industrial-grade electronic engineering factory. Unlocking conditions. Unlocking the light energy technology tree. Light energy technology? No big deal. Sujia just happened to have a light energy crystal core in his hand, which he got for free from Augustine. He originally wanted to upgrade Yugwang, but plans can't keep up with changes. The importance of the electronics factory is definitely the top priority. There is no doubt about that. Even if Sujia doesn't use the chips he manufactures, he can sell them to other pioneers at a high price and make a lot of money. Taking out the light energy crystal core, Sujia put it into the central core slot of the base. Ding! Successfully unlocked the light energy technology tree. The originally dim construction interface was directly lit up. Not only the electronics factory, but also all laser weapons were unlocked. This type of weapon is the mainstream choice for interstellar wars. It has a long range, fast speed, strong destructive power, and a wide range of usage scenarios. It can be said to be the most cost-effective weapon. It just so happens that it is time to update the base defense structure. So let's use laser cannons instead. Sujia pondered while checking the resources needed for construction. Industrial-grade electronic engineering factory. Comprehensive building score, 9W. Building conditions, 1000W metal materials, 1000W steel, 200W silver ore, 100W gold, 100W universal mechanical parts *100. Advanced core *1, 90W star coins. Description: investing in raw materials such as silicon, copper, gold, and aluminum can automatically produce smart chips. With a daily output of about 100 pieces. Other materials are easy to come by, but 100 universal mechanical parts are so expensive. Sujia complained but still gathered the materials. He had never been willing to use the 170 self-selected resource boxes in his hand, just for this moment. Since the special resource boxes could not trigger extra features, Sujia did not alert the expert in opening the boxes, and opened them himself in exchange for 100 mechanical parts. The remaining 1000W metal materials and 1000W steel were already in the warehouse. After the miners put on exoskeleton armor, the output was not to be underestimated. It was just that there was still a lack of silver or in gold. No more waiting. Buy it now. Not to mention that Sujia signed in 600,000 points every day. The nutrient solution produced by the food processing plant was enough for him to squander. The premise is that he doesn't encounter special metal alloys. Everything is ready. Sujia directly clicks to build the 1.3 million star coins in the warehouse, plus the 18 million star coins harvested from pharmaceutical production, and the tens of thousands of star coins obtained from mining. A total of 1.56 million star coins in hand. As he clicked to build, only 66 million were left in an instant. The advanced core also changed from 3 to 2. This money is really not easy to spend. A familiar light flashed, and a large building resembling a Foxconn factory rose from the ground on the west side of the base. The appearance reminded people of the factory girls they met during winter and summer vacations. That was Sujia's lost youth. Boss, the smelter needs to be expanded. Otherwise the silicon crystal production speed can't keep up, Wanqing suggested. Yeah, Sujia responded. He looked at the scale of the factory and made a calculation in his heart. The smelter now needs a lot of production tasks. Let's not talk about aluminum alloys and steel. If there is a disagreement, it will cost millions. The key is that the smelting speed of silica sand is very slow, and it needs to be refined from gravel little by little. Even with the increase in work speed, it is still not satisfactory. Now the site is enough. Just expand it tenfold. After Sujia finished speaking, he started the trading house sweep mode again. The materials needed for the fully automatic smelting factory are all basic resources. Sujia didn't even blink, and upgraded them randomly. Originally, there were 8 factories and 16 production lines. After Sujia's tinkering, it became 100 factories and 200 production lines. 10 huge buildings rose from the ground, each with 5 floors and 2 factories on each floor. Although the base space has increased tenfold, Sujia can't just put them randomly. There are many things to build in the future. What if there is no space? Boss, I have to remind you that if you continue to develop with your consumption mode, the base will go bankrupt in less than a month, Wanqing kindly reminded. Sujia was shocked when he heard it, and quickly looked at the warehouse list. Metal materials, 0 steel, 100W smart chip, 0 element core, 718 advanced core, 2 water crystal core, 1 gravity crystal core, 2 star coin, 66W self-selected resource treasure box, 70 self-selected special core, 15. According to the current conversion relationship between universe star coins and special crystal cores, including the self-selected core, Sujia has 20 special crystal cores in his hand. 1 special crystal core equals 1,000 element cores. 20 times 1,000 is equal to 220,000 element cores converted into star coins at a ratio of 1 to 10,000. That is 200 million star coins. Well, I can't spend it all. I can't spend it all. The key is that his 50W and 60W attacks have not yet arrived, and he can make a fortune by then. As long as he controls the current rhythm and keeps making money, Sujia will never be poor. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry. I know my limits. He interrupted Huanqing's worries and continued to make large purchases. The ion engine also needs 100W of soft magnetic alloy. He can only buy this stuff through the Goblin Chamber of Commerce. He had no choice but to contact the Chamber of Commerce executive. The emo-loving dark goblin Tress again. 100W. So much? Tress was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect Sujia to suddenly put forward such a huge order. Yes. The sooner the better. I want as many as you can get. After a while, Trace replied hesitantly. Sorry. The number is too exaggerated. It will seriously slow down the development of other star systems, and is not in the interests of our Chamber of Commerce. Sujia was not disappointed when he heard Trace's refusal. He had expected Trace to say this. If all these rare resources flowed into Sujia's pocket, it would be a disaster for other star regions. And the Chamber of Commerce least wanted to see a situation where one company dominated. This was tantamount to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs and destroying itself. It was reasonable for Trace to refuse. How about this? I can trade with you using the smart chip. Sujia pondered for a moment and said, Smart chip? Trace was a little surprised. Did she hear it right? Wait. At this stage, the pioneers have survived the initial difficult period and are already working on improving the technological level of the technology side. After all, StarCraft, the products of the technology side are too attractive. Even if it is a magic civilization, they are all diversified development with magic as the main and technology as the auxiliary. At this stage, in addition to special metals, the most scarce thing is smart chips. There is a small probability of element cores being produced when mining energy mines. But there is no way to obtain smart chips. As for chip factories and the like, don't even think about it. In the era when everyone still had small and medium-sized bases, even advanced intelligent bases could not be achieved, let alone such high-end industries. With her keen business acumen, Triss immediately judged the amazing value of intelligent chips. How many chips can you provide? She couldn't help asking. It depends on how big your Chamber of Commerce's appetite is. Triss was stunned for several seconds before reacting. The other party must have a stable source of chips to dare to say this. A bold idea came to mind. I can give you 100W soft magnetic alloy. But I need the exclusive distribution rights of the chip, Triss said seriously, with a tone full of temptation. Oh, sorry. I'm afraid that won't work. Without even thinking about it, Sujia shook his head and refused. There was no reason for him to share such a huge cake with others. It's better to enjoy it alone than to share it with others. Selling it on the trading house and selling it to the Goblin Chamber of Commerce will have the same effect. Why spend more money in vain? What if I can double the profit of the chip? Tress gritted his teeth and offered an olive branch again. Oh! This time, Sujia was directly interested. If the cake can be doubled in size, there is still room for negotiation. Tell me about your plan. Time flies. The meeting between the two lasted for a long time. Sujia witnessed the amazing sales ability of a Chamber of Commerce executive. From product packaging, publicity planning, trading channels, to the expansion of personal connections, and even strategic layout. Her thinking is very active and jumpy, and she can always grasp the key to things. Sujia couldn't help but sigh. This guy's identity is definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he do these things? Sujia saw a microcosm of a huge business empire from it. A business empire does not just mean that it is rich enough, but also needs to have enough interest ties to maintain a huge background. There is no need for the Chamber of Commerce to intervene when encountering unsolvable problems. Those powerful forces behind the scenes with conflicting interests will help you settle everything. This is the hidden condition that a business empire needs to have. Miss Tracy, I am very interested in the prototype of the empire you mentioned. But there is one thing. If it cannot be satisfied, I will still reject your proposal, Sujia said with a smile. Please speak. Tracy sat upright. How can I guarantee that your Chamber of Commerce will not cross the river and burn the bridge and stab me in the back? Sujia's rationality once again occupied the high ground. Leaning back and continuing. If this investment cannot guarantee the interests of investors, there is no need to continue the discussion. You mean? Trace frowned, his face uncertain. It's very simple. Sign a contract. Once the Chamber of Commerce violates the agreement and betrays me, it must pay 10 times or even 100 times the compensation. Sujia spoke without hesitation. Well, Trace paused, as if weighing the risks. This is not an ordinary agreement, but a contract signed under the witness of the world's will. Once the contract is torn up, without Sujia's help, the worlds will can automatically deduct this part of the loss from the Chamber of Commerce and compensate Sujia. In other words, once the contract is established, the forces of the two people become grasshoppers on a rope, and no one can escape. It's okay to sign the contract, but you can't interfere with the operation of the Chamber of Commerce. When you need the Chamber of Commerce, we can also provide you with unconditional assistance. Trace pondered for a long time, and finally nodded and agreed to the deal. Sujia nodded, and then smiled faintly. Don't worry. I'm not interested in the management of the Chamber of Commerce. Just give me dividends every month. Of course. Trace breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Then I wish us a happy cooperation. After an afternoon of discussion, the two worked out the details of the contract. According to the contract, Sujia can get 30% of the Chamber of Commerce's net profit as dividends every month. The income from the smart chip is calculated separately, and he accounts for 70%. What Triss is interested in is the chain effect brought by the smart chip. Once the reputation of the Chamber of Commerce is established, and it becomes the leader of the pioneer Chamber of Commerce, the benefits it brings are terrifying and unimaginable. Sujia's industrial-grade electronics factory produces 100 chips a day. 50 of them are used by him to produce drones and industrial robots. After all, the output of the mechanical factory is so much. The remaining 50 chips are delivered to the Chamber of Commerce for sale every day, according to the market price. The price of a chip is about 100,000 star coins. But through Triss' sales model, the price can be hiked up to 200,000 star coins, or even 300,000. The specific situation will not be known until the trial operation. According to a rough estimate, Sujia can get about 70% of 10 million star coins from the Chamber of Commerce every day, which is 7 million star coins. That's 210 million star coins a month. Adding the 30% profit of other commodities of the Chamber of Commerce, Sujia can get nearly 300 million star coins from the Chamber of Commerce every month. It can't be spent. This money can't be spent at all. Now we just have to wait for the Starship blueprint to be deciphered. And then we can build our own interstellar fleet. Sujia thought secretly. With the help of the Chamber of Commerce, it won't be so troublesome to collect resources in the future. With just one sentence, tens of millions of Chamber of Commerce members will serve him. Isn't this efficiency improved? Sujia closed the chat box with Trace and threw millions of soft magnetic alloys into the warehouse. Tip: the storage capacity of the warehouse has reached the upper limit. Please expand it as soon as possible. Well, the warehouse has not been upgraded for a long time. Let's expand it together. Sujia touched his chin and went directly to the Goblin Chamber of Commerce to purchase a batch of resources to expand the space storage tenfold. There will be more and more materials in the future, and 10 times may not be enough. Let's do this for now, and we'll talk about the future later. Sujia clapped his hands, stood up, and stretched. Wanching, I'll take care of the rest. If you have any material needs in the future, just go to Tracy directly. Sujia ordered. Boss, you can't be a hands-off manager like this. At least you should take care of something, Wanching said with resentment. Your management skills are so awesome. There will be no problem. Sujia yawned and walked out of the control center. Although I didn't do anything today, I still reward myself. After that, he slowly walked towards the luxurious bathroom. Next, the base is on track. Once the power engine is built, it will be able to rush out of the planet and embark on a new journey. In a blink of an eye, time came to 3 days later. There is less than a week left until the end of the month. The large area of mutant plants on the first floor of the cultivation room has matured. The rich fragrance spread throughout the base. Warning! Affected by a large amount of animal-attracting grass. A large number of wild beasts nearby are rioting, triggering a super-scale beast tide. Please pay attention to defense. Sujia was just sleeping in, and was suddenly awakened by the reminder sound. It's just a beast tide. What's there to warn about? Sujia was speechless. Could these guys come from the sky to attack him? He didn't even bother to step through the door, letting the scent of the beast-attracting grass spread wildly. The food in the base happened to be monotonous, so he could add some meat resources. Just when Sujia didn't care, and was about to take a nap. Roar. A shocking roar shook the base. Sujia suddenly opened his eyes sharp. Damn. You let me sleep well? I haven't had much rest these days. And I can't rest even if I take a nap. Sujia was furious. He opened the curtains and looked out. In the distance, it was dark, as if a dark cloud was pressing down on the city. Hiss. Sujia gasped. Countless monsters emerged from the clouds. Those monsters were huge and looked strange. Some looked like crocodiles, and some looked like tigers. The wide wings flapped, creating whirlwinds. Even more strangely, the monsters had bloodshot eyes, and their cloudy eyes revealed a heart-pounding, bloodthirsty killing intent. Oh my god! What beast is so strange? Sujia realized that this beast tide was not that simple, and lifted Nana, whose skin was becoming more and more tender and translucent and radiant, from the bed. Don't sleep. Get up and work. Oh! I really can't do it anymore. Let me sleep for a while. What a lewd word. Sujia's face was full of black lines. He pinched Nana's little face and threatened fiercely. If you don't get up, I'll lie down. Don't. Nana screamed in fear and sat up quickly, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Let's go and see what's going on with these strange beasts. After that, Sujia called Shasha and took the two to the control center. Wanqing. How is it? At this moment, Wanqing sat calmly in the main operating position, controlling various defensive buildings to start a crazy slaughter. From the big screen, it can be seen that hundreds of annihilators have already stood on the city wall, shooting wildly at the beast tide outside the shield. 20 intermediate electro-optical cannons and 10 large electro-optical cannons violently swallowed and spit out lightning bolts. Each bombardment can clear a large area of monsters and instantly sweep out a large vacuum area. With the arrival of Sujia, Wanqing stopped his work and adjusted the control panel to automatic shooting mode, and took the initiative to stand up and give the control position to Sujia. Boss, everything is fine now. Although the number of beasts is huge, the overall combat power is not high. Just activate the electro-optical cannon to solve it. Sujia nodded slightly when he heard it. Very good. Thank you for your hard work. Why are there so many mutant beasts around here? Nana asked in confusion. In her memory, there seemed to be not many ferocious beasts on the planet. This wave of beasts was too abnormal. Wanqing immediately called up a virtual map, which showed the general topography of the planet. In the center of the map, there is a red dot, representing the current location of the base. Wanqing pointed at the map and explained. In the past few days, under the influence of the monsoon, the base drifted with the wind to the unknown area on the other side of the planet. From the radiation value in the air, it can be inferred that these beasts are all mutated products after receiving radiation. Nana nodded thoughtfully. So it's because of radiation. This makes sense. The White Knight Kingdom, where she once settled, was mutated from humans to white-skinned dwarfs because of radiation. That radiation meteor shower destroyed not only the White Knight Kingdom, but also other areas of the planet. So, there is a radiation source nearby? Sujia sensitively captured this key information. Indeed. Wanqing nodded, then turned the map around and pointed to a small green circle marked on the map. The 6 patrols I sent out sent a message that most of the mutant beasts in the beast tide came from here. Moreover, the patrols detected that the energy reaction there was very strong, and it is very likely that there are extremely precious mineral veins or crystal cores. Hearing Wanqing's description, for words emerged in Sujia's mind. Energy crystal core. In that case, let's go and take a look. Boss, you forgot that the ion engine is still under construction. Wanqing kindly reminded. Sujia's mouth twitched slightly. How long will it take to build the spacecraft engine? Currently, 30% of the engine parts have been completed. It is expected that all parts will be manufactured within 7 days and assembled and tested within 3 days. Wanqing reported the progress of the project calmly. 10 more days? Yes, boss. It seems that we can only start Plan B. Su Jie sighed and turned to look at Sha, who was eager to try. Spirit of the Earth. Play a heavy music. Sandstorm. Come! In the vast and desolate desert, a tornado hurricane swept out, strangling a group of mutant beasts to death. Pulled by the tornado, the Sky Island slowly moved towards the target. Sha held a scepter and stood on the wall handsomely, controlling the direction of the sand tornado, crushing all the mutant beasts that blocked the way along the way. Ha! Fine. She laughed happily. Her smile was extremely bright. Oh! What a sin. Su Jie was full of black lines. Although Sha had mentioned the plan of letting the tornado take the base away before, Su Jie thought it was too ridiculous. So he rejected it. I didn't expect there would be such a day. In the control room, Su Jie leaned lazily on his seat, watching the bloody scene of being strangled on the screen. The original brown sandstorm had disappeared and turned into a huge blood-colored tornado. It's hard to imagine that this is a masterpiece made by the innocent Sasha. Su Jie shook her head and decisively turned off the play button. It was too cruel. This was not something her little cash cow could do. She would just pretend she didn't see it this time. Wanqing. Send intelligent machinery to collect blood and flesh later. These are nutrients for the insects. Don't waste them. Understood? Boss. Nana. Follow me to the breeding room. Okay. Master. There was still a long distance to the destination. Taking advantage of this time, Su Jie went to see the situation of the mutated natural treasures. If the output is good, it will be another way to make money. In the cultivation room, plants of various colors are growing vigorously, and the flowers are blooming, emitting a faint fragrance. The colorful plants are gorgeous and beautiful, which makes people feel pleasing to the eye. However, the danger hidden under these bright petals makes people dare not be careless. The flowers, fruit trees, and other plants in the cultivation room may be highly poisonous. Even just touching them is enough to kill people. However, these toxins are not very effective for Su Jie. He began to identify these plants one by one. Chrysanthemum. Quality, B. Effect, repair body functions and cells. Taking it directly can increase physical fitness by +10 upper limit 100 physical fitness. Continuing to take it will lose its medicinal value. Retaining the cell repair effect introduction. Raw materials for making advanced therapeutic potions. Cannot continue to mutate. Moonlight orchid. Quality, C. Effect, quickly restore mental power. Intelligence +1 when taken directly. Introduction, raw material for making mental medicine. Cannot continue to mutate. Blood vein flower. Quality, A. Effect, increase the blood circulation speed and metabolism speed of the body. Directly taking it can increase physical fitness +5. Agility +5. Strength +5. Introduction, raw material for making strengthening medicine. Cannot continue to mutate. Su Jie was dazzled by the large number of rare and precious herbs, and his saliva was flowing. They are all treasures. Su Jie rubbed his hands and imagined the scene when all attributes were 99.99. Although 60% of the mutated plants did not add any attributes, they could not resist the large number of plants planted by Su Jie. Besides, he can harvest mutant plants once every half a month, and sooner or later he will be able to eat up all the attributes. Nana, go call Leah and the others to help collect. Su Jie ordered. Okay. Not long after, the pharmacist sisters arrived. Lord, are you looking for us? A group of beautiful girls gathered around Su Jie and asked in a soft voice. Su Jie waved his hand to send away the chattering girls and handed the cultivation room to everyone. He also ordered to harvest every half a month in the future. Su Jie picked out all the herbs that can increase the attribute value and let everyone identify them. If you see this kind of plant in the future, keep it separately for me. If you encounter one you don't recognize, keep it for me to identify. Take the remaining herbs back to the pharmacy and research new medicines. If you need any materials, report to Wanqing. I'll tell you one last time. Do not take them without permission. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. Su Jie scolded with a stern face. The girls said they understood. They were all born in poverty and knew the importance of abiding by the rules. Okay. Get busy. Su Jie waved his hand and signaled them to start working. Master, The income from the cultivation room is so huge. Do you want to expand it? Nana suddenly came over and suggested. Sujia did not hesitate and directly opened the construction interface. The cultivation room needs special glass. But as the smelter has been expanded 12 times, the speed of making this glass is extremely fast. Less than half an hour. Silicon crystals are needed to make chips. And the raw materials of silicon crystals come from gravel. And sand is also needed to make glass. Just change the production order of the factory. As Sujia's order was issued, the production line for silicon crystals was immediately changed to a glass production line. It took less than 15 minutes to gather what Sujia currently needed. In addition to glass, the cultivation room also needs a mutant crystal core. A total of 25 were obtained from the previous slaughter of mutants in the White Knight Kingdom. 10 were used on the laser cannon, and 6 were used in the current cultivation room. 1 is needed for each expansion layer. Now Sujia still has 9 left in his hand. There is nothing to say. The original 6-story cultivation room has been expanded to 15 floors. In this way, the output of mutant plants has been increased tenfold. It's exciting to think about it. Ah! Suddenly, a girl's scream startled Sujia, who was immersed in joy. Turning his head, he saw 2 green vines suddenly sprang out from the flowers and entangled 2 maids who were concentrating on picking herbs. The roots of the green vines quickly drilled into their clothes and began to twist randomly. The scene was once gentlemanly. Fortunately, the vines had weak attack power and did not cause any damage except making the maid blush. What's going on? Sujia frowned and walked forward to investigate. The 2 girls were hanging in the air with ruddy faces, trembling. Seeing that the scene was about to fall into chaos, Nana drew the royal sword from her waist and cut the vines directly. Without a foothold, the 2 maids fell to the ground. Mary, Aishi, are you okay? The team leader Leah hurriedly ran forward to help the 2 frightened girls up. The 2 girls shook their heads, looking a little panicked. It's nothing serious. Just some damage to the clothes. Leah breathed a sigh of relief, patted the shoulders of the 2 girls, and comforted them. Master, it's a mutant plant. It looks like the same species as the creeper in the flower bed of the base. But these 2 have no leaves. Only vines. Nana pulled out 2 squirming green snakes from the soil. Plant the flower beds. Let the creepers watch over them first. I'll think about how to place these things later. Sujia looked at the 2 strange vines and decided not to touch them for the time being. If there is a chance in the future, we can form a plant army. But at this moment, Sujia doesn't like these things. And there is no extra soil in the base to cultivate these gentlemen. Leah. Here. There will be more and more mutant plants of this kind. Next time you collect herbs, remember to call Wei Weian and let her be responsible for protecting your safety. After Sujia gave the order, he turned around and took Nana out of the cultivation room. Leah stood there in a daze, watching the figure that was about to disappear behind the door. Lord, you are so nice, she murmured. Oh, right. Sujia, who had just stepped out of the door, seemed to have thought of something and stopped again. Remember to plant seeds in the newly expanded 9-story cultivation room. The base is short of manpower, so you should work overtime. Okay, sir. Take care. Leah responded respectfully, not feeling like a free worker at all, but very happy to work overtime. Sujia nodded with satisfaction and returned to the control center again. At this time, the base was successfully blown over the source of the beast tide. Sasha, who was tired of playing, took small steps and threw herself directly into Sujia's arms on the main seat. Hee hee. Master, this is so much fun. I haven't felt so good in a long time. Sasha's happy laughter resounded throughout the base. Sujia couldn't help laughing, gently pinching her chubby cheeks and scolding. Look at you. How come you are covered in blood? Go take a shower and change clothes. Okay. Sasha nodded obediently and turned to rush to the bathroom. Wanching. Send drones to clean up the battlefield. Patrollers 040 to 050 have been sent to the battlefield to clean up battlefield supplies. The current number of drones in the base has reached 50. These 10 are stationed at the base and go to the ground to collect gravel. Now they just play the role of cleaning up the battlefield. Okay. The defense of the base will be temporarily handed over to you. Nana, let's go and take a look at the source of the beast tide. Sujia called Nana and flew down to the base. There were still a large number of mutant beasts rushing around, But they were all attracted by the beast attracting grass in the breeding room and ignored the two. Master, look there. As soon as she landed, Nana pointed to the distance. Sujia looked over and found that there was a huge deep pit under the valley in the distance. The mutant beasts crawled out of the deep pit, covering the sky like waves and spreading around. Could it be formed by the falling meteorite? Sujia guessed. I felt a terrifying energy fluctuation somewhere. And it seems that there may be more than one meteorite. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, Sujia picked up Nana, used his telekinesis to soar into the air, and flew towards the deep pit. Roar, roar, roar. Bursts of wild beasts roared from the dark deep pit. Nana deployed a dark element barrier, hiding the two of them in the darkness. As they slowly descended to the bottom of the deep pit, they finally saw the situation inside the pit clearly. Mutated beasts of all sizes clung to the cliffs, like geckos climbing the wall, which made people's scalps numb. The deep pit seemed like a bottomless pit, with no end in sight. Master, there is light over there. Just as Sujia was considering whether to fire a cannon at the deep pit to test the bottom, Nana's eyes were fixed on a corner. A dazzling blue light shone from there. Sujia approached the direction pointed by Nana, and soon saw the source of the blue light. It turned out to be a giant egg stuck in the crack of the rock. Something seemed to be gestating inside the eggshell, and the blue light flickered, like the heartbeat of some kind of life. Master, there is more below. Roar. Just when Sujia was about to give up exploring the secret of the eggshell, a hoarse roar suddenly attracted Sujia's attention. Looking in the direction indicated by Nana, Sujia suddenly saw a huge monster about 100 meters long crawling in the center of the deep pit. Dense giant eggs were scattered all over the bottom of the pit, and as the blue light flickered, the whole body of this huge monster was reflected. Godzilla? Sujia opened his mouth slightly, his eyes full of astonishment. This supergiant Godzilla was lying on the edge of the deep pit, with its head close to the eggshell, greedily sniffing the strange smell emanating from the eggshell. It seemed to enjoy this sweet taste, even closing its eyes, revealing an intoxicated look. Godzilla? What is that? Looking at this huge monster, Nana was full of doubts. Godzilla is the name given to a certain monster that has mutated after being exposed to radiation in our hometown. It has an extremely strong body, a solid exoskeleton, extremely strong self-healing ability, and can also release atomic breath, which can be called an immortal monster. After hearing the simple introduction of Godzilla, Nana couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Then, can our ion cannon kill it? It's hard to say. What really makes Sujia feel difficult are the giant eggs at the bottom of the pit. If there is only one Godzilla here, it's okay. But if the other party has bred a tribe, then it's all over. With a mouthful of atomic phlegm from each person, his base probably can't bear it, let alone a small body like him. Anyway, let's start with an identification. Unknown mutant beast. Super ancient system. Attributes: Strength 7500. Constitution 9999. Agility 3400. Intelligence 6000. Health 999 grids. Energy bar 300 grids. Skills: Dragon Tail, Trampling, Atomic Breath, Red Lotus. Details: a meteorite from outer space brought the seeds of the ancient species here. After multiple radiation mutations, the cells have undergone metamorphosis and can absorb radiation infinitely to strengthen the cells. Note: children in their growing years are a bit rebellious, and they will behave after a beating. Can it be tamed? To be honest, Sujia didn't believe it the first time he saw the result of the appraisal. It was a fantasy to tame such a huge beast. But the appraisal had never disappointed Sujia. He hesitated for a moment and decided to give it a try. But before that, he needed to be fully prepared. Let's go back first. Sujia patted Nana's butt, picked her up and flew back to the base like a cloud. Master, what should we do next? Nana was a little worried. Don't worry. Let Leah and the others hurry up and collect the beast-attracting grass first, so as not to let the beast tide continue to spread. As he said that, Sujia took out a ring and placed it in Nana's palm. What is this? Nana couldn't believe it. Propose? Her cheeks flushed instantly, and 2 clouds of steam rose from her forehead. Space ring. Idiot! Sujia knocked on Nana's forehead helplessly. What are you thinking? I asked you to bring those special herbs. Is that so? Nana's pretty face was still red, and she lowered her head shyly. her heart pounding. Why are you still standing there? Go quickly. Oh, I'll go right away. Nana agreed quickly and ran away in a hurry. Sujia saw Nana's flustered back. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he shook his head and returned to the control center. This Godzilla's health bar and defense are a bit thick. If you want to completely subdue it, the weapons at the base at this stage are definitely not enough. It just so happens that Sujia is preparing to upgrade a wave of defensive buildings. Sitting on the control position, he directly clicks on the construction interface. After the light energy technology is unlocked, the prerequisites for the laser cannon have also been met. After a search, Sujia finally found the target building he was looking for. Turbolaser cannon. Building score, 1W. Construction conditions, metal materials 100. Aluminum alloy 30W. Titanium alloy 30W. Optical lenses asterisk 30. Silver or 30W. Gold 30W. Energy crystal core asterisk 1. Star coins 30W. Particle beam speed, 300,000 kilometers per second. Cooling down, 0.5 seconds. Effective range, 30,000 kilometers. Adjustable damage, 1,000 to 10,000. Note, particle beam ignores defense. All damage is real damage. 2 shots per second. That's 20,000 damage. If I build 10 laser cannons, that's 200,000 damage per second. TSK TSK TSK. Thinking of this, Sujia couldn't help smacking his lips. Although the power is far inferior to that of the ion cannon, it has a very fast firing speed and a very impressive killing efficiency. I'll use you. Sujia directly issued an order, and the smelter was running at full power, giving priority to the production of steel, aluminum alloy and titanium alloy required for materials. The mechanical factory also has 2 production lines for making optical lenses. As for other materials, they are very basic, and there are a lot of them in the warehouse. Even for star coins, Sujia has the sales channel of smart chips, earning more than 7 million a day, so he has no shortage of money. The only thing to consider is the issue of energy cores, although there are more than 600 left in the warehouse. With more and more drones in the future, it will definitely not be enough. Some need to be stockpiled in advance. However, Sujia does not need to worry about it himself. Just tell Chui Si. She will help collect it. Wanqing. Calculate how long it will take to gather the raw materials for making 10 laser cannons. The next second, Wanqing gave the answer directly. It will take at least 2 days. 2 days? Okay. Let me know once you have everything. Yes. Sujia did not delay any longer. After Nana brought back the treasures that increased the attributes, he went directly to the ecological park. I need to stay in seclusion for 2 days. You and Shasha will be responsible for guarding the base and cleaning up the mutant beasts left by the beast tide. Master, are you going to break through? Nana was delighted. It's not a breakthrough. I'm not sure how many attributes I can increase. Sujia waved his hand and walked directly into the ecological park full of spiritual energy. Nana stopped bothering him when she saw this. She called Shasha and started to slaughter the mutant beasts wandering nearby. Wanqing was also working non-stop, controlling a large number of intelligent machines to collect the bodies that fell on the battlefield. The drone shuttled back and forth between the sky island and the ground, busy as hell. On the other hand, Sujia was much calmer. We have to break through the upper limits of strength and agility first. He entered the PK field, found Qi Wuxiong, and spent 2 million star coins to exchange for 2 million PK points. Then he directly exchanged for 2 bottles of breakthrough potions. By the way, he exchanged hundreds of fire source crystals from Qi Wuxiong for cultivation. More than 20,000 immortal power points are not enough, especially when we need to deal with Godzilla, an indestructible cockroach. The endurance must keep up. The preparations were ready, and the rest was much easier. Sujia was sitting cross-legged on the lawn, holding a pile of fire crystals in his hand, and 300 element cores were placed beside him. Then, he took out a lot of herbs. He started eating like crazy. Ding! Take Moonlight Orchid. Mental strength is improved. Intelligence +1 is gained. Ding! Take Chrysanthemum Grass. Body functions are improved. Cell activity speed is increased. And physical fitness +10 is gained. Ding! Take Blood Vein Flower. Blood circulation increases. Metabolism is accelerated. Physical fitness +5. Strength +5. Agility +5 is gained. Ding! Take yellow phoenix fruit. Bone hardness is improved. Ding! Take iron brocade cluster. In a blink of an eye, the sun sets in the west. Sujia opened his eyes. Took a deep breath, feeling the surging power in his body. The herbs have been eaten to the limit, and continuing to eat will not increase the attributes. There are still 200 moonlight orchids, 150 chrysanthemum grass, 70 blood vein flowers, a dozen fruits of various types, and 70 to 80 scattered sea-level medicinal materials left. The vast majority of the rest went into Sujia's stomach. Save it for Urki later. After saying that, Sujia looked at his panel. Attribute value, Strength 1860. Intelligence 4300. Constitution 1900. Agility 1600. It's far from enough. Looking at the current attributes in the current area, Sujia can be said to be far ahead. But to deal with a super ancient monster like Godzilla, the difference is not a little bit. Fortunately, Sujia has a lot of money, and he can smash his attribute value. Unlimited free attribute points in the PK field only need 50 PK value. According to the current star coin ratio, 50 star coins can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. 1 million star coins can be exchanged for 20,000 free attribute points. Horrible! This is the terrifying effect of snowballing. Sujia continued to meditate and practice to increase his immortal power, and his consciousness entered the PK field again and found Qi Huxiong. When the other party learned about Sujia's intention, Qi Huxiong showed an embarrassment on his face. Senior, you have exchanged 2 million PK value today. If you continue to exchange, I am afraid that the PK value market will collapse. Qi Huxiong originally wanted to say that he deliberately disrupted the market, but he was afraid of being beaten, so he could only express his concerns in a tactful way. After listening, Sujia narrowed his eyes and looked at her. What? Isn't it good to give them money? No. Senior, you misunderstood. It's just, Qi Huxiong hurriedly explained, the current region has not been opened. The PK value production in the small area is limited, and most pioneers use it for their own use to improve their own strength. There are not many PK values circulating in the market. If you continue to purchase, it is not ruled out that someone will maliciously increase the price, maliciously hoard goods, and drive up the PK value price. Once the financial system collapses, it will take a long time to recover, which will seriously affect the development speed of the pioneers in this area. So, what Qi Huxiong said made sense. Sujia frowned. It was terrible to have money, but not be able to spend it. I don't care what method you use. I need PK value now. The more the better. Price is not a problem. It's okay even if it's several times higher than the market price. His tone was firm and unquestionable. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Qi Huxiong sighed and began to make arrangements. Fortunately, Sujia was rich and generous, and the funds he gave were enough. Qi Huxiong convened a brief meeting with some familiar PK market merchants and squeezed out 500,000 PK value. Although the market will fluctuate slightly, the impact is not too great, and it will return to normal in a few days. After all, there are not always wealthy local tyrants like Sujia. Even if this group of merchants want to raise prices, someone has to buy them. Tip: you have successfully consumed 50 PK points and exchanged for free attribute points, 10,000 attribute points, distributed to the 4-dimensional attributes. Each attribute can increase by 2,500 points. But in this way, the strength improvement is not too obvious. Sujia just thought about it for a while, and then increased the intelligence to 9,999. There are 3,301 attribute points left, and he added them all to agility. After all, the defense has Yogwang's 200,000 shield, and the higher the physique is, the less it will affect anything, let alone strength. He has never played close combat. After thinking about it, it is still the most cost-effective to give it to agility. Look at the panel again. Attribute points, Strength 1860. Intelligence 9,999. Constitution 1900. Agility 4,901. Even if we can't beat Godzilla now, protecting ourselves shouldn't be a problem. Nodding with satisfaction, Sujia regained consciousness and began to absorb energy with all his strength to increase his immortal power. However, he is still using the primary chi-inducing technique, which is slow to absorb and has a low effectiveness. TSK. Cheap is not good. This thing was bought by Sujia from the skill library at a cost of 500 contribution points. How useful can it be? Let's take a look at the skills given by our cheap fairy master. Su Jie took out the ancient book Moon Shadow Without Trace with a faint fragrance and began to read. I don't know if it is a hidden feature after the intelligence is maxed out. The previously obscure and difficult to understand skills are now easily understood, as if reading 10 lines at a glance. So that's it. After a moment, Su Jie had a smile on his lips. The Moon Shadow Without Trace is somewhat similar to the ancient's absorption of the essence of the sun and the moon. It relies on the power of the moonlight, and the speed of cultivation is extremely fast with the help of the moonlight. It is different from ordinary cultivators, who collect the power of the stars to temper their tendons. This set of skills uses the power of the moonlight to cleanse the body, so as to achieve the purpose of rebirth. To explain it in scientific terms, it is to absorb the energy of the sun to make the cells produce powerful power. But the sun's rays are too scorching and the body cannot bear it, so it is more appropriate to use the more gentle power of the moonlight. It's night now. Let's give it a try. Su Jie was very interested. After a night of crazy absorption, his body exuded bursts of white mist, and the entire ecological park was filled with a strong fairy spirit, like a fairyland. The next morning, Su Jie slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The large number of element cores and fire source crystals placed around him became a little dim at this moment. It's worthy of being the orthodox practice of the fairy clan. The effect is immediate. Looked at the panel. Attribute points, Strength 1960. Intelligence 9999. Constitution 2190. Agility 4901. Fairy power value, 8.7 W. Not only did the fairy power value soar by 2 times, but the constitution and strength also increased slightly. The skin, which was already as white as jade, became more translucent and delicate at this moment, as smooth and tender as a newly peeled egg. A kind of immortal temperament that only immortals can have arises spontaneously. Su Jie reached out to touch his lower abdomen and found that the muscle lines were full and powerful. He stood up and stretched his body for a while. And suddenly there was a crackling sound like fried beans. Ha ha! It feels great. Feeling the strength of his whole body, Su Jie couldn't help but laugh 3 times. Keep going. He understood a little bit why those immortal cultivators always like to retreat. It's really that kind of sense of accomplishment of constantly getting stronger, which makes people unable to stop. In a blink of an eye. 2 days later. Why hasn't the master come out yet? It's been 3 days. Sasha sat by the flower bed with her hands on her cheeks, staring quietly at the direction of the ecological park. Behind her were several vines that kept wriggling. 2 green tentacles slowly swam towards her, about to launch a surprise attack. Snap! Another thicker vine directly beat it over. The creeper was like an elder brother, and began to educate the 2 new brothers. You dare to touch this lady. You don't want to live anymore. Recalling the experience of accidentally spanking Sasha's little, and then being used as a rope to jump for 2 weeks. It still remembers it vividly and trembles. This is a creature that cannot be provoked. If it is provoked, even its owner cannot save it. Alas. Sasha sighed. Buzz. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the base. Erky? The 2 people who get along best in the base are 2 little Lolita girls of similar stature. Although Linger has a Lolita face, her mental age is much older than theirs, so they can't play together at all. Nana has been hanging around her master and abandoned mines for many years, so she doesn't have many opportunities to meet them. As for Erky, they have the closest relationship. Sasha is very familiar with her breath. Tap, tap, tap. She took small steps, came to the portal, and walked directly in. Schwa! The surrounding environment changed rapidly, and soon she found herself on a strange planet. Sasha? How did you get here? Where's the master? Across the portal, there were the insect girl and the unicorn girl, wearing black cloaks and wrapping their bodies tightly. Seeing the people coming, Erky was stunned for a moment, and then quickly took out a cloak to cover up the bright and beautiful little Loli. This gorgeous Lucian dress, coupled with exquisite and beautiful facial features, it is hard not to attract other people's attention. So it is better to cover it up. The master is in seclusion, and there has been no movement for 3 days. What are you doing? Sasha glanced around. They found that this was a huge steel city with a strong industrial atmosphere. At this moment, several people were in a dark alley. Really? You failed at the critical moment. An unhappy voice came from the shadows. And it was Betty. A black-haired cat girl. You only have 30 minutes. You must leave when the time is up. Otherwise the Yama Empire's intelligent brain will definitely find you. Betty spent a lot of effort to sneak the two of them to the fourth industrial city in the Yama Empire. During this period, she used all the relationships she could mobilize over the years and paid a high price. The key is that she still can't understand why Sujia did this. If His Highness had not ordered her to obey him unconditionally, she would have quit long ago. He actually disappeared at this critical moment. She was very angry. Just as she was about to propose leaving this place, a vague and illusory fairy light suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then, a tall and slender figure slowly descended in front of everyone. So handsome. No. Who are you? Betty looked at the figure in the fairy light in doubt. I haven't seen you for a few days. And you don't recognize me? The fairy light gradually dissipated, and Sujia's handsome face came into the eyes of the women. Oh my god. Did you have plastic surgery? No. This temperament, is it from the cultivation civilization? Betty stared at Sujia with her watery golden vertical pupils, looking at him in disbelief. In just a few days, the other party has transformed so much. It's incredible. She even suspected that Sujia was possessed by someone. It seems that you know a lot. Sujia smiled and didn't explain too much. Master. X3 The three clingy little guys rushed into Sujia's arms like young swallows returning to their nests, rubbing their little faces against him, wishing they could hang on him forever. There's no way. Pet mothers are like this. If they don't stick to each other for a day, they will feel uncomfortable all over. Seeing this scene, Betty had the urge to join in. Okay. Let's go home and hug each other. We shouldn't stay here for long, so as not to affect the plan. Sujia patted the three girls on the head and pulled them away quickly. Hey, where are you going? Betty shouted in a low voice. Thank you for your hard work. Your mission has been completed. You can go now, Sujia said without turning his head. Huh? You throw me away after using me? Scumbag. Pa! I curse you! Sujia's shameless behavior made Catwoman very angry. Unfortunately, Sujia's speed was like a ghost, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn. Bastard. Unfaithful man. I'm so angry. Catwoman stamped her feet angrily as she watched the increasingly blurred figure in the distance. Who's there? The sound attracted the nearby guards. Betty had no choice but to put on her hood and disappear into the shadows. Strange. I clearly heard a woman's voice just now. Forget it. It must be an illusion. The guard shook his head and didn't take it seriously. Swoosh. Under the vast starry sky, Sujia spread his light wings, with three little ones hanging on his body, flying in the universe. Shasha. You and Linger go back first. We will come later. Sujia wanted to set the location of the portal on the main star of the Yama Empire. It's a bit inconvenient to take them with you. Yeah. Sasha nodded obediently. Whatever the master said was what she did. Master, don't you need our help to fight? Linger asked with some concern. After all, it was the overlord of a galaxy, and the master and Urki were no match for it. Don't worry. We're not going to fight this time. Urki, open the portal. Okay. Seeing this, Linger returned to the base disappointedly. I thought I could have a good fight, but in the end I didn't do anything. Soon, Sasha also stepped into the portal and disappeared. This skill is really convenient. I don't even need a scroll to return to the city. Hee. Hearing the praise from the master, Urki couldn't help but giggle twice. Sujia rubbed the soft head of the insect girl and smiled. Buzz. A wave of space ripples. And the next second Sujia continued to accelerate with Urki. The radiance can allow the two to travel in space, but it is still a bit far to fly from one planet to another. I don't know if there is enough time. It's almost the end of the month, and the welfare event and the attack event are coming, and the Godzilla issue has not been resolved in time. And Sujia feels that he is too busy. Master, I smell a sweet smell. Urki raised his little head and sniffed Sujia's chest. The rich fragrance of the spiritual medicine was refreshing. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Little greedy cat. Take it and eat it. I saved it for you. Sujia took out the remaining herbs and stuffed them into the arms of the insect girl. Wow. So many. Thank you. Master. Master is so kind. Erchi's eyes suddenly lit up, and she cheered happily. Hurry up and eat it. If it's not enough, you can only wait for the next half month. Sasha stretched out her pink tongue and licked it, showing a satisfied look, then pounced on it like a hungry wolf and began to eat it violently. The value of these spiritual medicines is much more precious than attribute points. Increasing attributes is just a side effect. The real power of spiritual medicines lies in the trace elements in their medicinal properties. Elements that can promote cell activity, blood circulation, and body functions are excellent medicines to promote biological evolution, repair physical defects, and push life to a more perfect organism. And the insect girl's evil eating skill is to make full use of this essence to achieve life transition, continuous evolution, continuous improvement, and continuous strengthening. Ding! Your pet, Erky. Taking Moonlight Orchid. Cell activity increases. Current evolution level, 16%. Ding! Your evolution level, 17%. Ding! 18%. Ding! 27%. 36%. 67%. 84%. 96%. Master, I'm a little sleepy. The insect girl, who was enjoying the wonderful taste of the elixir, suddenly yawned, then ate the last elixir and fell asleep on Sujia's shoulder. No, don't sleep at this time. Who will open the portal for me then? Erky. Zzz. The only response to him was the weak and even breathing of the insect girl. The warm air blew on Sujia's neck, itching, making him speechless. At this point, he couldn't say anything. At worst, he could just buy a scroll to return to the city. But Sujia obviously oversimplified the evolution of the Zerg. As the progress reached 100%, he felt itchy in his lower body while flying. Looking down, he found that his feet had been entangled by Erky's tentacles without knowing when. Oh my god! Seeing the wriggling trend, Sujia secretly cried out that it was not good. The purple tentacles began to grow rapidly, as if they were going to swallow him up. In order to ensure that the insect girl could evolve smoothly, he had to retract the unfolded light wings and only keep the energy field to wrap the two of them, so as not to be frozen by the vacuum of the universe. Hey Erky, wake up! Control your tentacles. Sujia resisted the ravages of the tentacles while softly calling Erky's name. Erky murmured in his sleep, still intoxicated by the wonderful taste, with no sign of waking up. As the tentacles became more and more, they gradually covered Sujia's mouth, and then his head. The two were wrapped in tentacles and floated in the universe. Although Sujia put away his light wings, the acceleration just now did not stop. A huge tentacle egg flew towards the main star of the Yama Empire. The situation inside the egg was also a bit complicated and indescribable. When the evolutionary environment was formed, the originally soft tentacles became extremely solid. Sujia did not dare to move, for fear that if he exerted force, the eggshell would be blown away by him, resulting in the failure of Erkia's evolution. He had no choice but to hold the insect girl motionless, silently waiting for the evolution to end. As time went by, a transparent liquid began to be secreted in the egg. As soon as the clothes of the two came into contact with this liquid, they were corroded. Fortunately, it had no effect on the skin, except for not being used to being naked. Everything was fine. What the hell? Woo woo woo. Sujia felt that the little guy in his arms was a little restless. However, he couldn't even open his mouth because the surroundings were filled with liquid. Then, in his astonished eyes, a large number of blood vessels emerged from Erky's body and connected to the eggshell. Some of them were blocked by Sujia's body and connected to his body. This scared him a lot. It didn't matter if Erky absorbed some nutrients. The key was not to have any problems. After a while, Sujia felt the energy in his body disappear. The 200,000 immortal power points that he cultivated with great difficulty were actually slowly decreasing at this moment. The reason, of course, is needless to say. As one of the highest energy levels, immortal power directly caused Erkia to feel full. But the evolution process was uncontrollable, and she had no choice. She could only hold on. Fortunately, evolution is evolution, and it will inevitably move in a better direction. The excess energy gradually sank. The lower body that was originally full of tentacles gradually faded and turned into a pair of slender jade feet. The flat chest gradually bulged into a beautiful arc. Sujia could clearly feel that the lowly in his arms was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It did not stop until it turned from a girl into a queen. But Sujia's current energy was still too much for Erky. All the places that should have evolved had evolved. So what should he do? Master. It's so uncomfortable. Erky's cheeks turned red, and she exuded a seductive aura of max temptation. He had seen this before, and he had felt it on Erky's mother, the Scarlet Queen. No. No. Master. Help me. Help me quickly. I'm about to explode. Woo woo woo. Su Jie couldn't speak or move now, and couldn't do anything. He could only passively endure. Master. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as consent. Don't think I don't know what you and Sister Fina do secretly every night. But the master doesn't seem to like the tentacles. Now, the tentacles have evolved and disappeared. He. Woo. Su Jie felt something. It was a forest path. Rugged and bumpy. Life was sublimated at this moment. And energy was constantly flowing between the two of them. Lingering and sad. The passage of time could not be felt in the universe. Su Jie didn't know how many positive characters were drawn on him, and gradually became exhausted. Not adding extra attribute points to his physique before was the most wrong decision he had ever made. It's only when you need it that you regret not having learned enough. Hint, a meteor shower is about to pass over the base. The sudden reminder made Su Jie shudder. It's a welfare event. Although he was eager to return to the base at this moment to intercept this wave of welfare. But Erky's evolution has not yet ended. Still frantically demanding his energy. Forget it. If the benefits are gone, then so be it. Anyway, we don't need anything now. He could only comfort himself in this way. Looking at the pure desire-filled insect girl in front of him. He couldn't bear to disturb her. Can only feel pain and be happy. At the same time, in the base, above the clouds, the sky island quietly hovered in the air. The factory and the pharmaceutical room also kept operating as usual. In the control center, Wanqing was studying how to upgrade his main brain as usual. Suddenly, a look of surprise flashed across Gu Jing Wubo's face. Warning! Unknown objects approaching. Whether to activate anti-aircraft guns to intercept. The alarm inside the base suddenly sounded. Upon hearing the news, Wanqing immediately contacted the queen in the mine. Unknown meteorite? Nana received the message and frowned slightly. Now that the master is away, she has become the temporary person in charge of the base, and must take responsibility, and never allow any accidents to happen. According to the time, this is most likely a welfare event before the end of the month attack. Wanqing gave his own analysis results. As for how to deal with it, whether to block it or ignore it, the decision-making power is in Nana's hands. I understand. After saying that, she immediately found two little Lolas, who were staring at the gate of the base eagerly. Ling. Sha. Do everything possible to collect those meteorites in the sky. Okay. The two of them were originally idle, and had nothing to do. They were immediately excited to receive such a difficult task. Then, they each used their abilities to soar into the sky. Nana couldn't fly, so she could only wait silently in the base. Not long after, more than a dozen flaming meteors flew from the sky with terrifying power. If everyone in the base did nothing, judging from the trajectory of the meteorite, it would most likely not stay on the planet and just pass by. But Nana didn't sit idly by. Putting aside other things, the meteor shower she experienced before, although it brought destruction to the kingdom, brought endless energy to the owner. So, meteorite equals endless energy. This is Nana's subconscious cognition. Now that the meteor shower has appeared again, how can we let them go? As soon as the thought fell, two streams of light, one golden and one purple, rushed straight into the sky and appeared in front of the meteor shower. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 16 pieces. Half for each. The two cute Lolas chose to divide the meteorites without hesitation. Then I must complete the task first. Sasha shouted and instantly seized the initiative. She swung the scepter and rushed towards the falling meteorites. Seeing this, Linger was also unwilling to be outdone. Lei Ling transformed, doubling all attributes while growing from a lowly body to a girl's body. Forbidden curse Kirin! Linger roared. Lightning and thunder entangled, condensing into a Kirin form, and pounced on the falling meteorite with fangs and claws. The huge roar shook the world. Wow! You are cheating. How can you start with a big move right away? Sasha shouted angrily. But unexpectedly, Linger just grinned at her, with no intention of stopping. Forbidden spell of heavenly punishment. Linger cast the forbidden spell again, causing the thunder of heavenly punishment to strike down. In an instant, The sea of thunder poured down from the sky, directly causing the meteorite to change its falling trajectory and smash towards the underground wasteland. Ah! Why is this guy so annoying? Doesn't he bully me because I don't have a big move? Sasha was furious, but she had no idea what to do. Who made her earth element magic power greatly reduced when she was in the sky now. But Sasha also had her own way. She flapped her wings fiercely and landed directly on a meteorite with blazing flames. Quicksand. Fall. She actually summoned the quicksand field directly on the meteorite. The surface of the meteorite, which was originally indestructible, softened instantly, turned into a beach-like existence, and disintegrated directly in the sky. Soon, Sasha found the treasure hidden in the meteorite. Several dazzling treasure chests. She took the opportunity to embrace her and raised her chin proudly. Hey. See. This is character. Linger curled her lips and said disdainfully. Is that so? I've already taken care of it. Little sister. Sasha was shocked when she heard this. And then she found that all 8 meteorites had changed their course and fell into the wasteland below. Now only the 7 meteorites in Sasha's mission are still moving rapidly. Damn it. She actually got it. Sasha was extremely annoyed. But she could do nothing about it. Losing is losing. It's no big deal. There was no bet. It was just a joke between the two of them. Seeing this, Sasha continued to work, moving quickly between several meteorites, taking out all the treasure chests hidden in them. Because there were too many treasure chests to take, she had to throw them all to Linger, who was watching the show on the side, and let her drag them with thunder. After finishing the sky, the two of them came to the ground without stopping, under Sasha's quicksand field. The remaining 8 meteorites were also collected. After the two returned to the base, they counted them. Wow. I don't know if it was because of Sasha's luck or because the welfare event itself gave a lot of rewards. There were nearly 100 treasure chests of different colors, stacked together, the colorful rays of light intertwined, dazzling, like a sacred mountain condensed with jewels and gems. Haha. So many treasure chests. The owner must be so happy when he comes back. Sasha cheered. However, on the other side, a huge purple dome was flying uncontrollably in the starry sky. In front, there was a neatly arranged interstellar fleet. This is the Yama 4th Fleet. We have discovered an unknown life form approaching. Please give us instructions. A cold and serious voice came from the communication channel. Permit to intercept. Yes. Following the order, a small frigate quickly flew out of the huge warship and rushed towards the giant egg. After a while, the frigate slowly hovered beside the giant egg. The hatch opened, and 2 huge mechanical arms stretched out and took the unknown giant egg into the cabin. Inside the giant egg, the 2 people who fainted from exhaustion heard the movement, and their tightly closed eyes trembled slightly, as if they were about to wake up. Report to the captain. The giant egg has been captured successfully. Send it to the Research Institute. Professor Ding seems to be very interested in it. Yes. As the order was issued, the frigate slowly drove towards a light blue planet behind with the giant egg. And this planet is the main star of Yama, the destination of Sujie's trip. Ugh. It hurts. In a daze, Urki rubbed her swollen and painful head and woke up from her sleep. She looked around and found herself curled up in her master's arms without any clothes on. The liquid in the surrounding area had been completely absorbed, and the blood vessels that extended to the surrounding area had all fallen off. This evolution can be said to be quite perfect. An unprecedented force flowed through her body, and her brain and mental power were unprecedentedly strong. The can of mysterious genetic liquid that Scarlet gave her before, which made her sleepy at first sight, disappeared at this moment. There was a lot of knowledge about Zerg genetic creatures in her mind. The huge amount of information made her head swell and ache. As a last resort, Urkia could only close her eyes. After a long time, she finally regained a bit of clarity, and the information was temporarily sealed. When she needed it, it would appear again. When she opened her eyes, she saw that handsome face. Urkia couldn't help but speed up her heartbeat, and she couldn't help but lean over and kissed him at the corner of his mouth. The soft touch, warm breath, and sweet taste immediately flooded into her heart, making her shy. Even though she had done it many times, it still made people feel unsatisfied. Su Ping frowned and opened his eyes. Their eyes met. Urkia immediately lowered her head in panic. Her face flushed, and she didn't dare to look at him. Her little hands were twisted together, and she looked very uneasy. Awake? Sujia asked calmly. Urkia hummed. If you wake up, get off me. Ah? Urkia was stunned. And then she realized that the two were still connected. Her pretty face flushed. Like a ripe red apple. Sujia seemed much calmer. No problem. Just practice. He unfolded the telekinetic field and explored the surrounding environment. By the way, he took out clothes from the space ring and put them on himself. He subconsciously threw Urkia a piece of clothing he used to wear. Master! Master! Clothes are too small. I can't wear them. Urkia bit her lip and said timidly. Sujia. He glanced at Urkia and saw her slender and well-proportioned figure. And then he remembered that the little loli had grown up. He had no choice but to find a piece of Nana's clothes for her to wear. But it still seemed a little tight. This is overnutrition. It seems that he has taken too much and is full. Sujia silently complained that if this continues, his body will collapse sooner or later. He shook his head, ignored these things, and focused his mind on the environment. As the telekinesis continued to extend, Sujia was surprised to find that the two people appeared inexplicably in a laboratory. Outside was full of hurried white coats. Probably scientific researchers. Professor Ding. The sampling results are out. A white coat ran over and shouted. Quick! Show me! The white-bearded old man called Professor Ding excitedly took the tablet report. Unknown creature? Suspected Zerd mother? Seeing the last sentence of the report, Professor Ding and the people around him were shocked. Zerd mother! How could such a thing suddenly appear here? No matter what. This egg is of great research value. If we can dig out the biotechnology of the Zerg, it may be a revolutionary improvement for our Yama Empire. We must protect its top-secret information. Professor Ding pondered for a moment and decided immediately. Quick! Inform the central government of the Empire to transfer this egg to the Ultimate Research Institute and send professionals to guard it. In addition, send patrol ships to search the nearby star fields to see if there are any left. Yes! Everyone around agreed and started to prepare immediately. Inside the eggshell, Sujia had a strange expression when he heard these words, and turned to look at the new insect girl. It's just Urki's foot skin. What's there to study? The outer wall of the eggshell is indeed formed by Urki's tentacles. It seems reasonable for Sujia to say it is foot skin. But considering that the other party is going to send the two to a more top-secret area on the main star, it's okay to reward them with some foot skin. Master, what are we going to do next? Urki naturally hugged Sujia's arm and looked up at him. For some reason, after this alternative evolution, the master and servant seem to have a strange spiritual connection. The specific situation is unknown, but it can be clearly felt that they are getting closer than before. It seems that the two of them should be integrated as a matter of course. Wait a minute. Although we have arrived at the main planet of the Yama Empire, we can return at any time. But I am curious about the ultimate laboratory. Let's go and take a look first. Maybe there will be surprises. Hearing him say this, Urkia also had some expectations in his heart. Not long after, under the protection of a group of soldiers wearing gray mechas with live ammunition, the dome took the magnetic levitation device and came to a remote valley. A gap slowly opened in the center of the valley, revealing a wide-lit platform below. Continuing to go deeper underground, a huge experimental base came into view. Sujia used his telekinetic field to clearly perceive everything around him. A large number of culture dishes, nutrition chambers, and mysterious creatures or plants with strange appearances were simply too much to take in. Those who didn't know would have thought they had come to the Lion Camel Ridge and journeyed to the west. Demons were dancing wildly, and all kinds of evildoers gathered together, which was extremely terrifying. If I could bring back the data here, Wenqing would definitely be very happy. Sujia looked at it secretly and smacked his lips. As he continued to go deeper, Sujia found that the biological laboratories around him were becoming increasingly scarce. Instead, industrial assembly lines began to increase. When they came to the deepest point, he saw a huge starship production base. It's actually a T-5 aircraft carrier starship? Sujia couldn't believe it. It's not that he was shocked by this starship, but that the Yama Empire actually built a starship underground. Isn't it just increasing the difficulty of production for no reason? Wouldn't it be better to build it in the starport? Without gravity constraints. It saves time and effort. Isn't it good? A behemoth that is about to be built, anchored in the huge underground world, exudes a cold metallic texture, as if it is made of steel, full of majesty. Su Jie saw that a series of transport ships were constantly busy around, transporting supplies into the starship. Looking at this posture, it will be put into use soon. Su Jie touched his chin, considering whether to come to steal the home. But this would certainly alert the enemy, and his original teleportation array plan would be ruined. But soon, Su Jie gave up this idea. Compared to destroying a T5 starship, it is obviously not as tempting as destroying the entire Yama Empire. Soon, the two of them, along with the giant egg, were placed in a larger laboratory. Let's go. Go back. Su Jie patted Erkie's butt and signaled her to open the portal. Before that, he set the anchor point of the permanent portal inside the giant egg. The eggshell seems to have the function of shielding external signals, and the enemy cannot scan the situation inside the egg. In this way, as long as he brings Erkie, Su Jie can come and go as he pleases in the future, and no one can find him. As the portal opened, the two returned directly to the base. As soon as they came back, the little guy sensed his breath. Master! Master! Suddenly, they jumped towards Su Jie excitedly, not noticing that the insect girl beside them had become an insect sister. Are you Erkie? After a long time, Nana noticed something was wrong, looked at the black skirt queen with a sexy figure beside her, and asked in surprise. I thought Sister Fina couldn't recognize me, Erkie said coquettishly, but her eyes became a little weird. Nana seemed to have thought of something, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared, replaced by a solemn look. This vixen. Is she here to steal my master? Nana muttered in a low voice, looking at Erkie with a sharper gaze. An invisible spark burst out between the two people's eyes. Strange. Why do I feel a little cold? Is it the temperature dropping? Sasha, who was lying in Su Jie's arms and acting coquettishly, trembled all over and was a little confused. Su Jie's mouth twitched. This is the rhythm of a fire in the backyard. Ahem. He coughed lightly, and the aura of a cuckold leaked out, and immediately stopped the eye battle between the two women. Under the pressure of their master's power, the two women tacitly restrained their eyes, stood aside obediently, and stared at each other. Master! Master! Look! What is that? Sasha suddenly pulled his sleeve and pointed to a place not far away, asking for credit and reward. Following his sight, Su Jie found that it was actually a mountain of treasure chests. Oh my god! Where did it come from? Master! I found it in the meteor shower. Sasha proudly raised her chest and looked up, as if she had taken the treasure. I have half the credit. Linger also came up, afraid that the credit would be taken away, and reached out to hug Su Jie's arm and shook it. Su Jie laughed dumbly. I thought I was going to miss the welfare event, but I never thought that I was stopped by two little cuties. Well done. I'll give you a chicken drumstick tonight as a reward. The pet girls don't care about rewards. What matters is the praise of the master. That's the real supreme honor. For this, they can be happy for a month. As for the treasure, they don't care at all, because in their eyes, the master is the most precious reward. Yeah. Thank you, master. The two cheered. Su Jie touched his chin, feeling really satisfied. Then, he came to the treasure chest and checked the rewards for this event. Advanced Blueprint Treasure Chest *20. Selected Resource Treasure Chest *60. Sub-Professional Treasure Chest *10. Gold Treasure Chest *10. Talent Treasure Box *1. Skill Treasure Box *2. Diamond Treasure Box *2. Legend Treasure Box *1. Wow! So many things? Welfare events will trigger the level of rewards based on the base score. Su Jie's score is now close to 700,000. So the rewards are naturally exaggerated. But relatively, it also indicates that the risk factor of the month-end attack has soared. The gold treasure box can only open some B-level props. At most A-level. Sha. Take it and play with it. Su Jie threw it casually, and he no longer cared about the gold treasure box. Sha was already familiar with opening treasure boxes, so she did a 10-draw combo. Sure enough, they were all things that Su Jie didn't like. The best item was a small transport spaceship that could fly. All were thrown to Huanqing for disposal, and the useless ones were put on the trading platform. Su Jie continued to sort out the treasure chests. There was nothing much to say about the self-selected resource treasure chests, so he put them away first and kept them for future use. Now he still had 70 self-selected treasure chests in his hand. which added up to 130. Continue to open the boxes. Ding! Successfully open the talent treasure chest. And obtain the talent planner. Planner LV1. You can always perfectly plan the development of the territory. And the overall work efficiency plus 5%. Only one planner can be effective in the territory. What a good thing. When it reaches the maximum level, it will increase the overall work efficiency by 50%. In the past, this attribute might not be so terrifying. But as the industrial area in the base becomes larger and more complete, 50% efficiency improvement is a very abnormal bonus. Unfortunately, this thing cannot be stacked like crown. Otherwise Sujia would definitely guarantee one for everyone. Sujia clicked to use it on the spot, and spent 9,000 PK value to exchange for 9 talent upgrade scrolls, and click them to the maximum level. Continue to open the box. Ding! Successfully open the skill treasure box *2. Obtain skills, Earthquake, Meteor Fire, Earthquake. Summon a strong shock wave to impact the target within the range and cause a lot of damage. Meteor Fire. Spray a meteor composed of magma to bombard the target. 1 Earth Magic, 1 Fire Magic. Sujia has a lot of skills, but he doesn't think they are very useful. So he simply gives the Earthquake skill to Shasha to learn. Put away Meteor Fire skill book for the time being, just in case he becomes a fire elemental apostle in the future. Keep opening. Next is the secondary occupation treasure box. He has never encountered this thing before, and he doesn't know what's inside. Ding! Successfully opened secondary occupation treasure box *10. Obtained secondary occupation advanced scroll *5, which is incomplete handbook *1. Special secondary occupation scroll. God of Cookery *1. Secondary occupation scroll. Engineer *2. Engineer's exclusive weapon. Universal wrench *1. This, Sujia was dumbfounded. Among this pile of props he had never seen before, there was actually a scroll emitting colorful golden light. Colorful? That's the exclusive light effect of the mythical treasure chest. It must be some amazing props. The girls were also attracted by the light in front of them and gathered around. Master, is it the God of Cookery? What is the God of Cookery? It's a guy who can make a lot of delicious food. Then, isn't it Sister Amanda? Amanda may be a little short of that. Wow! How delicious must the food made by this guy be? Everyone chattered. Nana stared at the God of Cookery scroll with shining eyes. Cooking for the master has always been her dream. But, ingredients restricted. She has not been able to show her true strength. With this scroll, she can definitely let the master taste her cooking skills. Master, I want to be a cooking god. No! X4 everyone heard this, and refuted in unison. Nana grumbled aggrievedly. Why? Why do you think the master doesn't let you enter the kitchen? In order to save her stomach from suffering in the future. Urkia exposed her bluntly. I don't believe it. Master, is it really like this? She looked at Sujia expectantly, hoping to get a different answer. Hee. The weather is really good today. Sujia pretended to look at the scenery and tried to get away with it. Okay. Nana pouted and was dejected. So she had to give up this idea. Not long after, Amanda was called, and with everyone's strong recommendation, she became the well-deserved God of Cooking. God of Cooking can cook all food to perfection. The taste is suitable for any race in the universe. When making food, there is a chance to make special dishes, increase attribute values, or gain status. Thank you for your trust. I will make a full banquet for you tonight. Great. The gentle Amanda bowed slightly, causing everyone to cheer. Only poor Nana hid in the corner and drew circles with a face full of resentment. For the remaining scrolls, Sujia has not yet decided on a candidate for the engineer's secondary profession. Let's put it aside for now and wait for the right person to appear in the future. The Witch's Notebook records the methods of refining potions, as well as several strange secret recipes. Sujia gave this book to Leah. The remaining 5 secondary profession upgrade scrolls are also easy to arrange. Xiao Jia used one to upgrade the miner's secondary profession to a master miner. There are 2 members in the pharmaceutical team who have 2 pharmacist secondary professions, and Sujia directly upgraded them to potion masters. Among Sujia's own secondary professions, there is a treasure hunter, which can increase the output of treasure chests during exploration. He upgraded it to a treasure hunter, increasing the probability and grade of treasure chest output. The last one will be kept for the engineers to upgrade in the future. As for the God of Food, it is already the highest level and cannot be upgraded. All the secondary occupation treasure chests are done, and the effect depends on the ability of these secondary occupations. Sujie is used to being a hands-off shopkeeper and is too lazy to worry about these. The next treasure chest is the highlight. The blueprint treasure chest. In the past, I thought it was useless. But as Sujie developed to a certain level, he understood the real awesomeness of the blueprint. If a battleship blueprint appears, he can pay the handling fee and let the system build it directly, instead of building a lot of factories like he is now, and then slowly breaking through the technological barriers and researching the battleship bit by bit. Although Sujie's industrial zone has already taken shape, he only needs to decode the battleship blueprints from Huanxing to start building starships. But the functions and conveniences provided by the early system are unmatched. As long as the materials and star coins are in place, you can build a starship fleet in minutes. The system's second speed construction mode is really good. With the dream of a surge in combat power, Sujie stuffed 20 treasure chests into Shasha. It's safer to let the lucky goddess open this kind of key treasure chest. After hearing a few clicks, golden light flashed out of the treasure chest. Ding! Successfully opened the blueprint treasure chest and obtained the blueprint. T4 level light battleship Scorpio design blueprint. Ding! Successfully opened the blueprint treasure chest. Obtained the blueprints. T4 light battleship Scorpio. T1 albatross transport ship. T3 honeycomb industrial ship. Biomimicry circle. Portable space elevator. Magic crystal tower. Artificial light source lamp. Ding! Triggered Shaper's hidden characteristics. A total of gold asterisk 30W20 treasure chests opened a lot of blueprints, which dazzled Sujie. But don't say it. He actually opened the battleship blueprint. Ha ha ha. It's a fortune. I love you so much. Little cutie. Sujie excitedly hugged Shasha and kissed her hard. Hee hee. Shasha blushed and giggled. Time waits for no one. Sujie quickly sorted out the drawings that might be used in the base. Among them, the biomimicry circle is an enlarged version of the ecological park. In addition to the pleasant scenery, it can also carry out animal husbandry and forestry planting and breeding, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. The base area is now comparable to 1/3 of the urban area. So much open space should not be used well. With a stable source of food, it can also improve the food problem in the base. 50 million units of soil. So much? Sujie was dumbfounded when he saw the required resources. Forget it. I'll find a planet to dig it myself later. There is no way. This thing can only be put aside for the time being. The friends have been working hard to collect materials. Time is so precious now. If we use it all to dig mud and cut bricks, it would be a waste of time and not worth the effort. Portable space elevator. An elevator that can be freely extended for 5,000 meters. Not bad. In the future, when collecting supplies and cleaning the battlefield, we can use the space elevator to travel between the base and the ground. Sujie took a look at the materials, which were all relatively ordinary. Build it directly. Swish. Soon, a long track elevator appeared under the Sky Island. Huanxing noticed the new building in the base and quietly came behind Sujie to wait for his orders. Magic crystal tower. Speed up the magic recovery speed of friendly units within a 1,000 meter range. The kids at home are all into magic, so it's a good match. The supplies we need aren't too hard to find. Sujie walked around the trading house, collected 10 magic stones at a high price, and then clicked to build. A magic tower appeared in the center of the base, and in an instant, the elements in the air became more dense. Ding! Congratulations! You become the first pioneer in this area with a score of more than 70 W. Get 70 self-selected resource boxes, 7 self-selected special cores, 700 free attribute points. Hint: the 50 score attack is merged with the end of month attack. Sujie ignored the attack prompt. As the saying goes, a lot of debts don't weigh you down. I'm invincible. You can do whatever you want. He continued to look at the drawings behind him. Artificial light source. An artificial sun that can release light comparable to sunlight and moonlight. This thing is not bad. When we go to the universe in the future, we don't have to worry about the photosynthesis of plants. Sujie waved his hand, and an artificial sun appeared. But it is not needed for the time being, so let it hang in the sky. The next part is the highlight. T1 class albatross transport ship. Comprehensive score, 1 W. Construction conditions, 1,000 metal materials, 50W aluminum alloy, 10 universal mechanical parts, 1 energy crystal core, 100W star coins. Introduction. A small transport ship with a length of 100 meters. Although it is small, it has excellent flexibility and fast loading speed. It is suitable for internal transportation operations on the planet. T3 class honeycomb industrial ship. Comprehensive score, 3W. Construction conditions, 5000W metal materials, 1000W steel, 100W titanium alloy, 300W aluminum alloy, 100 universal mechanical parts, 100 energy crystal cores, 10 advanced cores, 1000W star coins. Introduction. Don't doubt whether your investment is proportional to the return. The huge Hive industrial ship can produce any interstellar battleship at the fastest speed in the universe. The system is a product of the highest quality. T4 Light Battleship Scorpio. Comprehensive score, 2.5W. Construction conditions, 2000W metal materials, 800W steel, 100W titanium alloy, 100W aluminum alloy, 200W gold, 300W copper ore, 10 universal mechanical parts, 10 energy crystal cores, 10 star coins. Introduction. The battleship is 1,500 meters long. Equipped with a Scorpio tail main gun, 30 electromagnetic guns, 60 automatic anti-aircraft gun arrays, 1,000,000 energy force field, and can carry 1,000 large drone formations and 100 interstellar fighters. Crew minimum, 300. Seeing the materials needed for these big guys, Sujia took a breath on the spot. This is fucking expensive. He couldn't imagine how much money and material resources were needed to build a fleet of 100 interstellar battleships. Of course, part of the reason why it is so expensive is that the system must charge a handling fee. If you build it yourself, you can save the handling fee of tens of millions of star coins, and the price will be directly 60% cheaper, maybe even more. But there is no way. The system's instant construction function is really too good. It takes him 10 days to build an engine by himself, but it takes only minutes to hand it over to the system. Wanqing. How about the cost performance of these 3 drawings? Sujia handed the drawings to Wanqing and asked her opinion. Wanqing glanced at them and nodded seriously. Boss, please build the T3 class honeycomb industrial ship now. Immediately. And immediately. Sujia frowned. You are so optimistic about it. To be honest, the materials needed for this T3 class auxiliary warship are simply terrifying. If you don't know, you might think it is building a T5 class aircraft carrier starship. With this industrial ship, the base's development speed will be increased by at least 50 times. Wanqing said affirmatively. His aghast sounded around. 50 times? Zunda fake do? Everyone was stunned. What the hell is this? It's like building an engine in half a day, and a warship in 2 to 3 days. Thousands of pioneers and hundreds of large drones can be built in one day. You know, this is the speed of the base's own development after getting rid of the profiteer of the world will. It's so fast that it's unbelievable. The key is that this thing can snowball, and the speed will only get faster and faster, as long as there are enough materials. The NTR galaxy can be unified in 1 month. 2 months to declare war on the evil civilization. 3 months to dominate the Jelvo galaxy. And 4 months to conquer the Zerg army of the Crimson lineage. Damn. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Boss, with this industrial ship, we have the prerequisite for a ship explosion. Even if you get a T5 or higher starship blueprint, it can help you build it at the fastest speed. I estimate that it will not take more than 10 days. If you build 10 industrial ships directly, a T5 aircraft carrier starship every day is not a dream. Wanqing began to talk about the importance of industrial ships. Sujia was completely dumbfounded. 1 T5 a day? Fool. I dare to go to war with the Yama Empire tomorrow. Don't say it. Build it. I will build it even if I lose everything. Contact Tracy. I need a lot of titanium and metal materials. Also, find out the source of the universal mechanical parts as soon as possible. I don't want to be strangled by this thing. 50 million metal materials is not a small amount. In addition, they are needed to smelt titanium alloys, aluminum alloys and steel. Even if the miners work overtime day and night, it is not enough. The more than 20 million titanium metals sent by Dacia seem to be a lot. But with the recent rapid development of the base, the consumption rate is also very fast. There are only more than 15 million left, which can't be squandered for a long time. The most important thing is the universal mechanical parts. At present, it can only be opened from the resource treasure box. There are too few ways to obtain it, which really affects the development speed of the base. Boss, the materials for the laser cannon are ready. Do you want to build it first? The optical lenses needed for the laser cannon were ready a few days ago. Unfortunately, Sujia has not returned yet, so it has been delayed until now. Build? Why not build? It's just a laser cannon, compared with the materials used in interstellar battleships. It is simply a drop in the bucket. Swish, swish, swish. 10 golden lights lit up, and the cool-looking turbo laser cannon was completed in an instant. On the city wall, the cool-looking turbo laser cannon flashed a dazzling blue light, with a damage of 10,000 per shot. It only takes 2 seconds to tear a T2 class starship apart. It takes at most half a minute to tear a T3 class starship apart. Sujia doesn't even take T4 seriously now. Who let him have a nuclear reactor with endless energy? Ding! Congratulations. You are the first pioneer in this area with a score of more than 80 W. Get 80 self-selected resource treasure boxes, 8 self-selected special cores, 800 free attribute points. Reminder: 50. 80 W score attacks are merged with the end-of-month attacks. Wow! You are stacking buffs. And 5 major attacks are launched at the same time? Warning! Pioneers, please pay attention. Do not disrupt the scoring system at will. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Is the will of the world here to warn me not to develop too fast? Sujia shrugged helplessly. I don't want to either. Who told you to set up the scoring reward plus the attack? The reward can't be spent at all. This arrogant tone directly messed up the system. Sujia was very busy and didn't bother to pay attention to these. After adding the 1500 free attribute points given by the 2 ways of scoring rewards to the physical fitness, he looked at his own panel and the warehouse resource list. Star Master, Sujia Race, Human Immortal Race Region, Jelvo Galaxy Cluster Number, NTR 9528 Base Rating, 81.8 W Attribute Value, Attribute Points, Strength 1860, Intelligence 9999, Constitution 3400, Agility 4901 Immortal Power Value, 20 W Luck, 100 Light Up the Urki Illustration, 20. Metal Material, 3587 W Steel, 800 W Aluminum Alloy, 378 W Titanium Alloy, 257 W Titanium Metal, 1470 W Smart Chip, 160 Element Core, 650 Advanced Core, 2 Water Energy Crystal Core, 1 Gravity Crystal Core, 2 Star Coins, 4060 W Optional Resource Chest, 280 Optional Special Core, 30 Diamond Chest, 2 Legend Chest, 1. Enough to build 2 T3 Hive industrial ships. After Sujia sent the girls to their own work, he took Wanqing back to the control center and sat down on the controls seat. Looking at the inventory in front of him, he calculated silently. Titanium alloy, advanced core, and self-selected treasure chests are all enough. Only 12 million steel, 3 million aluminum alloy, and 80 million metal materials are missing. Since he has a lot of star coins, he can just go to the Chamber of Commerce to buy them. Aluminum alloy can be smelted by himself. Wanqing, calculate the time. If the factory suspends all engine construction plans, the collection can be completed in half a day. Okay, it's only half a day. No big deal. Sujia waved his hand and asked her to prepare the materials for the industrial ship first. By the way, how long will it take for the ion engine to be completed? 80% of the engine parts have been made and 60% of the assembly has been completed. 2 to 3 days is enough. It will definitely be completed before the attack at the end of the month. Wanqing knew what Sujia was thinking and specifically said that it would be completed before the end of the month. Well, thank you for your hard work. Wanqing smiled indifferently and did not respond. He quietly pushed it aside and got busy. Sujia also contacted Chui Si and began to purchase metal materials in large quantities. Originally, I was thinking of coming back to deal with Godzilla first, but plans cannot keep up with changes, so this matter can only be delayed for the time being. I'll wait until the T5 ship is built, and then I'll beat it up. Anyway, this guy is not far below the base, and he can't run away, so there's no need to rush. In a blink of an eye, half a day passed quietly. The production of 300W aluminum alloy was completed, and 8,000W metal materials were also purchased. Sujie spent 800,000 star coins. It's really cheap. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Boom! The huge sound suddenly spread throughout the base. It vibrated the eardrums like thunder, and it seemed to echo in my mind. Sujie narrowed his eyes and stared into the distance through the porthole. Under the setting sun, two huge monsters were slowly taking shape. The 3-kilometer-long honeycomb industrial ship, twice as large as Sky Island, was born at this moment. The outer shell of the industrial ship is like a huge honeycomb, and the huge hatch below opens, revealing the internal honeycomb structure. The interior of the industrial ship is very complicated, with a huge space in the center, which is used to build starships. Of course, it can also be used to build other equipment, and the functions of the industrial ship are very powerful. There are many densely packed machine tools and mechanical arms around. It is not just talk to build a T5 in 10 days. Phantom Star. Are there enough pioneers to control these two behemoths? Don't worry, boss. Although the current number of pioneers is less than 500, most of the equipment in the industrial ship can be controlled by me personally, so it's not a big problem. Besides, industrial ships can also build pioneers and patrols, and the construction speed will only get faster and faster in the future, Huan Qing assured confidently. Well, you can arrange these two industrial ships, and I will find a way to get the design drawings of the T5 starship. Yes, boss. Also, continue to collect materials. Before the T5 is built, you can use the T4 to transition first, and the resources of the Scorpios should be implemented as soon as possible. Use T4 to transition? Only the boss can say such words. Some ordinary civilizations are still driving T2 starships. Understood. Huan Qing was too lazy to correct Sujie's wealth and power, and just followed the order honestly. After giving the order, Sujie immediately left the control room and walked towards the hive. Huan Qing dispatched 100 intelligent robots to drive each of the two industrial ships and headed out of the atmosphere. Unlike the base, the industrial ships do not have nuclear reactors, and all the consumption is star coins. It takes thousands of star coins every day for maintenance, and this is still the case when the power is the lowest. When working at full capacity, it consumes more star coins, at least tens of thousands of star coins. It is still the most economical to float in space. At the same time, it also shows from the side why the major civilizations are always fighting. If there is no energy, the starship cannot be started. Isn't it a tiger without claws? And anyone can come up and take a bite? So energy is the most important existence in StarCraft. On the other side, Sujie rushed to the insect nest and didn't even have time to open the remaining treasure chests. He couldn't wait to drive the T5 aircraft carrier starship. Master? Why are you here? Did you miss me? Urkia came in a purple gauze dress. Her eyes were as charming as silk, and her soft voice was soft to the bone. Sujie hugged Urkia, feeling the soft touch of the warm body in his arms. He took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse. Ahem, well, it's not time to enjoy it now. Come with me. Yes, my master? Don't say it. The grown-up insect sister is more and more like her mother, the Scarlet Queen. The charm is still there in her smiles and enchanting eyes, which make people indulge in it, and can't help but indulge in it. It's hard to imagine that she was a cute octopus girl before. Speaking of which, can the insect girl be considered a queen after upgrading? Then, hint, successfully copied the talent, Queen Crown. Your pet, Abyss Apostle Urki, successfully obtained the talent. Current base global work efficiency bonus. A total increase of 200%. 200% is already amazing. Originally, it took 10 days to build a T5, but now it can be done every 3.33 days. So scary. There are still too few queens. We have to find a few more. Sujie secretly made up his mind that he must bring back the two queens if he had the chance to increase the attack speed of the base. Buzz! A light gate appeared in front of the base gate. Because the space force inside the base was too stable, the permanent portal could only be placed outside the base. Anyway, Sujie could set the user permissions, so it didn't matter where it was placed. In this way, the two of them had just returned from the Yama Empire during the day and sneaked back at night. Master, why are we back again? Looking at the familiar eggshells around, Urkia instantly misunderstood something. and immediately shyly held her cheeks with her hands and twisted her body. Don't be naughty. We are here to steal the design drawings this time. Sujia knocked on Erky's head in annoyance. Oh! Erky pouted, looking unhappy and disappointed. Sujia held Erky's delicate waist and launched a shadow attack. With a whoosh, the two turned into shadows and rushed out of the dome, appearing in a hidden corner, looking around vigilantly. Master, do you need my help? I have learned a lot of new abilities. Erky was eager to try. Oh! Sujia was also a little curious. He had not yet identified the panel attributes of this girl after the evolution. Abyss Apostle Erky. Attributes: Strength 1860. Intelligence 9999. Constitution 3400. Agility 4901. Skills: Swarm Domination, Hive Construction, Portal, Queen Pressure, Mental Tentacles, Infinite Rebirth, Hell Gate. Talents: Breeder, Evil Food, Abyss Realm, Queen Crown. Wow. Infinite Rebirth? Sujia raised his eyebrows in surprise. Doesn't that mean I'm invincible? Are all Zergs so awesome? Listening to Sujia's surprised muttering, Erky's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Master, am I awesome? Awesome. Erky stuck out her tongue playfully. But she was very happy in her heart. One of the characteristics of the Zerg is that as long as the hive is not destroyed, the Zerg Queen can be reborn with the help of the hive. Only such a terrifying ability can establish the Zerg's dominant position in the universe. Erky's other abilities are also good, but they all pale in comparison to Infinite Rebirth. The Gate of Hell can open a door to the Abyss. Behind that is the Zerg base camp. As long as the Gate of Hell is maintained, the endless bugs can even engulf an entire star field. Even the resources will be devoured. And it is a suicidal move that will never be used unless it is absolutely necessary. As for the talent of the Abyss Realm, it is a means of using the Abyss energy to strengthen nearby bugs and increase their attack and defense power. The help Erky just mentioned refers to another skill she has acquired, the Spirit Tentacles, a terrifying method that can directly penetrate into the brain of a creature and tamper with its memory. As long as it succeeds, even the Golden Immortal will have to call you Godfather. Let's find a poor guy to try and get us a legal identity first. Otherwise it will be too easy to be detected by the intelligent brain. Sujia touched his chin, thinking about how to get the starship design without being exposed. Erky nodded obediently. Then, two invisible tentacles emerged from her back and rushed towards the white coat, approaching the two of them not far away. Academician Xia Air, how come you have time to come here today? In the corridor, an old man was diligently following a cold woman with pink hair and animal ears, with a smile on his face. This pink-haired fox girl is none other than the vice president of this intermediate research institute, Ad Zincher. She wears a pair of black-framed glasses, has a curvy figure of about 1.7 meters, a pretty face as cold as ice, and an extremely sharp aura. Her two furry tails swing with her steps, showing an unusually unique charm. I heard that a giant Zerg egg was accidentally captured today. Where is it? Let me see. The pink-haired fox girl asked indifferently, just walking on her own, without even looking at the old man. It's here. It's in the number 4 laboratory in front. The old man quickly pointed the direction. Lead the way, the pink-haired fox girl said coldly. The old man wiped the sweat off his face and quickly followed. At this moment, the two of them suddenly froze. The old man's pupils instantly slackened, and he was controlled by the mental tentacles in an instant, falling into the illusion. On the other hand, the fox girl's face showed a trace of struggle, and her expression became more and more painful, as if she was recalling a dark past, her body trembling slightly, as if she was trying her best to resist something. Damn it! Who are you? Get out of my memory! The pink-haired fox girl growled with gritted teeth. But she still couldn't get rid of the shackles of the illusion. Huh? At the end of the corridor, Sujia and Chia quietly poked their heads out and quietly watched the pink-haired fox girl struggling. So pitiful. Erky muttered for no reason. Sujia didn't know what memory she read from the other party, but it didn't seem good. Master, what identity do you think is better for you? Whatever. The more convenient the better. Sujia shrugged. He couldn't see the pink fox girl's memory, so he just went with the flow. Anyway, she ran away after stealing the design, and she could do whatever she wanted afterwards. Okay, Master. Erky began to implant the information of the two into Xiar's memory. Xiar's attribute value was not low, and he still wanted to resist. But after Urkia synchronized Su Jia's attributes, his intelligence had reached a terrifying 9,999 points. She had no chance of winning at all. In less than 3 seconds, 2 figures appeared in the deepest part of her memory. That was the most desperate and darkest scene in the depths of Seal's memory. And it was also a nightmare she would never forget. It was filled with blood and slaughter, with the bodies of her loved ones piled up like a mountain. And the strong smell of blood was nauseating. Countless people of the same race had their throats cut open and bled out like livestock. Then they were treated like pork in a slaughterhouse, loaded onto a carrier ship, and transported to the abyss of the Sea of Insects. That day, the beautiful main star was shrouded in blood, and a depressing and sad atmosphere permeated the world. Hundreds of millions of compatriots turned into cold corpses overnight. That kind of despair and helplessness can drive anyone crazy. No. Don't. Please. Stop killing. Charles knelt on the cold and dirty ground, shivering, tears blurring his eyes. She couldn't believe that the once warm and happy home had turned into hell. Countless mysterious people in gray mechas harvested all living things on the planet without emotion. Pregnant women, old people, children, without exception. The picture in her memory suddenly showed signs of collapse. Because Eve knew the ending. There would be no savior, and no hero would appear. This planet will usher in the end. No matter how hard it struggles, it will not escape. There is no need to watch it anymore. However, due to the intervention of Urkia, a ray of light pierced through the darkness and brought her the dawn of hope. Charles felt like she was dreaming. She dreamed that she was saved by a brilliant man. But the other person's appearance was a little blurry. He stood in the sun, unable to see clearly, until the man slowly leaned down and stretched out his hand to her with a brilliant light. Boom! Charles suddenly opened her eyes moist. Her body trembled slightly. Her lips moved slightly. And she kept murmuring, "Who are you? Why did you leave me? Why? Master, get it!" Su Jia looked at Urkia with a smirk on her face, and felt for no reason that this girl must have done something bad. If anything goes wrong, you'll be in trouble when you get back. Urkia stuck out her tongue and urged Su Jia to act quickly. So, from then on, there was an extremely sickly vixen behind Su Jia. She still likes to sneak into the room quietly with a hatchet in the middle of the night. But that's all for later. In a trance, countless fragments of memory flashed through Charles's mind. The long-forgotten memory somehow became particularly clear at this moment. What was the identity of the man who saved him? Why did he leave without saying goodbye? He was there, with endless doubts. Charles slowly opened his eyes and raised his head. In front of him, a man and a woman were walking towards him. She had no impression of the woman, who did not look like a staff member in the laboratory. As for the boy next to him, the boy's appearance gradually overlapped with the man in his memory. "You?" Charles was stunned, staring at the boy in a daze, and exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. I must be dreaming." Charles pinched himself hard and gasped in pain. Not a dream. Charles stared at Su Jia in a daze. The person who saved him from the world of disaster was right in front of him. Stop! Seeing that the two were about to pass by each other, Charles regained his senses and immediately stopped. "Well, are you calling me?" Su Jia turned around and looked at Charles in confusion. Found out? Could it be that there was something wrong with Urki's ability? Dean Xia. What's wrong? The old man on the side frowned and asked. Charles ignored the old man and looked at the two people in front of him carefully. Only then did she realize that the two of them did not wear any signs related to the Empire. Their clothes were also very strange. In such a scientific research center, they were definitely suspicious people. Could it be that he came for the T5 design drawings? It is normal for such confidential documents to be coveted by other civilizations. There are countless spies emerging during this period, and there are countless enemy secret lines hiding in the Empire for many years. They all came for the T5 class starship. As a last resort, the Empire moved the experimental base to the bottomless underground factory. Don't say. She really guessed it right. Su Jia and the others came here to steal the design drawings. Sneaky. Who are you? Why have I never seen you two before? Where are your numbers and uniforms? The old man suddenly realized what Charles had reminded him of. 3 questions in a row. Su Jia was at a loss. Didn't you say it would be okay? Su Jia glared at Urkia unhappily. She exposed her identity right away. Is this what she meant by it would be okay? This little jerk. Don't worry, Master. Just wait and see. Urkia flirted at him with a calm look. Seeing that the two were about to be caught on the spot, Charles's hesitation was fleeting. With almost no hesitation, he immediately spoke to help. Ahem. They are two intern assistants I just found. Today is their first day at work, and they haven't got their work clothes and ID cards yet. Oh, so they are new people. The old man suddenly realized and breathed a sigh of relief. If someone else said this, he might continue to investigate. But since it came from Dean Xia, the old man was absolutely convinced. In this giant laboratory, Dean Xia's words are authoritative. It has nothing to do with power. It's simply the other party's superb attainments in scientific research and engineering. Scientific madmen admire this kind of godlike figure the most. Seeing this, Charles breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he got away with it. Okay, I'll take them to handle the formalities first, and I'll come back to study the Zerd giant egg later. After saying that, Xia Er turned around and left in a cold and arrogant manner, ignoring the old man's request to stay. What do you mean? It's done now. Su Jie still didn't understand why this fox-haired girl helped them at this moment, and couldn't help but be stunned. Erqiao glanced at Su Jie and said in a faint tone, if the master wants to complete the task quickly, you have to work hard later. Huh? Work hard for what? Hee. Erqiao laughed meaningfully, took an elegant cat step, and swayed to keep up with Xia Er, who was about to leave. Seeing this, Su Jie knew that this girl must have something bad to say. What are you standing there for? Why don't you follow me? Suddenly, Charles turned around and urged the indifferent Su Jie coldly. Su Jie shrugged his shoulders and followed silently. The two did not notice that the fox-haired girl turned around again, and a blush of excitement appeared on her face. He finally appeared. This time, no one can separate us. Those who dare to stop us will be killed. Soon, the three of them went unimpeded and reached the deepest part of the laboratory, with Charles, the dean, leading the way. Naturally, no one stopped them in the laboratory. Please enter the password. As the electronic synthesized sound sounded, a heavy door slowly opened. Inside the door was a pink room, which was obviously the fox-haired girl's boudoir. Kitchen, living room, bathroom, etc. are all available. There are even two intelligent robots to take care of daily life. It is comparable to an interstellar mansion. Xiao, help me enter their identities into the system. The position is my personal assistant. Yes, master. Xiao answered mechanically. As it finished speaking, two light screens appeared out of thin air. Iris cannot be recognized. No match in the Empire population database. I knew it. Charles curled his lips and said nothing more. He took out a flat light screen and started typing quickly on the keyboard. Soon, the information of the two people appeared in the Empire database. The man's name is George, and the woman's name is Peggy. Very ordinary names, which will not attract attention at all. Don't you have anything to explain to me? Charles put away the tablet screen, sat on the sofa, stared at Su Jie, and asked coldly, although her facial expression was perfectly controlled. Her two tails that kept swinging betrayed her extremely excited heart at the moment. Explain? Su Jie raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Looking at this posture, how can I be the kind of heartless man? What kind of identity did Urki, this idiot, set for me? Huh? That's right. How can you, who didn't even say hello and left without saying goodbye, explain to someone like me? Charles snorted, his tone full of self-mockery and loneliness. Tell me. You suddenly appeared in front of me. Do you think I am useful again? She raised her head and stared at Su Jie with sharp eyes. Su Jie was slightly stunned when he heard this, not knowing what to say. Charles sneered self-mockery. Heh. It seems that I am still too stupid. Su Jie didn't say anything, but this guy started to fill in his mind. Behind him must be a mysterious organization that roams between major civilizations, and will do anything to achieve its goals. Abandoned people like her are just chess pieces scattered by the organization at will. They appear when they are needed, and are discarded like garbage when they are not needed. It must be like this. Otherwise, why didn't he show up before, and only contacted her suddenly after he became the dean of this intermediate research institute? In other words, as long as she has enough value, he won't leave. I understand. Su Jie hasn't said anything yet. What does she understand? Seeing this, Xia is more certain of his guess, and a smile of victory instantly appears on his face. Tell me, how can I help you? Su Jie blinked twice, and he really couldn't keep up with the pace this time. 3 words. Let a woman steal the T-5 aircraft carrier starship blueprint for me. Absolutely. After explaining the purpose of his visit, Xia showed an expression of as expected. If you want the blueprint, you can, but you have to take me with you. Charles did not hide his desire, and stared at Su Jie with his charming fox eyes, as if he wanted to eat him. Huh? Is she crazy? She actually made such a weird request. Why? Don't you agree? Seeing Su Jie mumbling in silence, Charles frowned, and her pretty eyes flashed coldly. Believe it or not, I dare to sound the alarm right now, and we will live and die together. Su Jie heard this, and suddenly had a headache. Be rational. Lychee? How do you want me to eat lychee? Charles growled with gritted teeth. I disappeared without even an explanation, and now I suddenly reappear. Am I your tool? Even if it's a tool, it needs regular maintenance. It's okay even if you lie to me. Is it difficult? Charles felt more and more wronged, tears falling down. Erky. What did I do? Why did you hurt me so badly? That? I didn't expect it to develop like this. After getting the design, change my memory back. Hey, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. I can only insert memories, not delete them. Master, take it back and raise it. After all, it's an orphan of the Tianao civilization, and it will achieve great things in the future. Thank you so much. Seeing the two of them chatting without paying attention to others, Xia's grievance value has soared to 1000%. She wiped her tears, glared at Su Jie, and turned to go into her room. Before closing the door, she left a sentence. If you want the design, come in alone and get it. After saying that, she slammed the door. Su Jie touched the tip of his nose hesitantly. I always feel that something is wrong. Master, you are on your own. I will leave the portal for you. I will run away first. After saying that, Erky opened the portal and ran away. Su Jie. MMP. This pit. But he is determined to get the T5 design. It will take more than a year for Huanqing to decipher the design in the mechanical Rubik's Cube. There was no other way. He could only quietly push open the door of Charles's bedroom. Well, I think we can talk. Without giving him a chance to react, a faint fragrance came to his face. The warm and soft body suddenly hugged his waist, and a delicate and seductive face pressed against his chest. Don't worry. I won't pester you. At least, let me belong to you tonight. Okay? Don't go. Please. Charles's cherry lips suddenly moved close to Su Jie's neck, and she begged with a breath as sweet as orchid. Hearing her begging, Su Jie felt his whole body stiffen. A touch of shame and anger surged into his heart. This is a for sale. Forget it. For my T5 class aircraft carrier starship. What's the big deal about sacrificing my appearance? Su Jie comforted himself. However, he seemed to have underestimated the resentment that Charles had accumulated over the years. Only tonight. Upon hearing this, the corners of Charles's mouth rose wildly, revealing an evil arc, as if announcing that the prey was about to fall into a trap. 3 hours later, Su Jie rubbed his sore lower back, tremblingly stood up, ready to run away. His back was already covered with scratches, and it was obvious that the fight just now was very wild. Where are you going? The quilt was just half opened when a sinister voice sounded from behind. A drop of cold sweat ran across Su Jie's forehead. It seemed that there was a beast behind him that was terrifying. He turned his head stiffly, and saw a beautiful woman with red eyes staring at him with ill intentions, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Don't you want the design drawings? She stretched out her tender white jade fingers, waved them in front of his eyes, and chuckled. Yes. Then come and lie down. Can I pay in installments? Su Jie couldn't help but smile bitterly. This woman must be a reincarnation of a vampire. Humph. What do you think? Charles didn't care whether he was willing or not, and rolled his tail, and threw him down directly. Then, there was another hearty battle. 3 more hours passed. Su Jie couldn't help but explode. Is this the end? If you keep going like this, you have to pay more. Oh! Then what do you want? Star coins? Energy crystal cores? Or? She turned over and pressed hard on Su Jie's chest, her tongue slowly sliding across the corners of her lips. Her pupils replaced by love. Do you have titanium alloy? Su Jie thought that he was almost squeezed dry anyway, so he might as well break the jar and earn more resources to go back. Hee hee. What? Your organization is still short of this kind of ordinary materials? Charles's tail gently brushed Su Jie's earlobe, and the numb and itchy touch made his whole body stiff. Lack? Of course not. Who would complain about having too much of this kind of strategic materials? Is that so? She drew out her voice, then raised her head and looked down at the tired but still tenacious man. Then, from now on, hold on for one more minute, and I'll give you 10,000 titanium alloys. How much you can take from me depends on your ability. Su Jie closed his eyes. His Adam's apple rolled slightly. Then, his eyes suddenly opened, and his pupils burst out with terrifying brilliance. You said that? I said that? Then don't blame me for being rude. Tentacles entangled. Ing! Shadow assault. Oh! Thunder in the 9 heavens. Another 4 hours later. Charles was exhausted and lay lazily on Su Jie's chest, panting. Stop! Stop! I regret it. You can't help it. In order to obtain more resources, as an evil capitalist, he would never miss any opportunity to fleece the sheep. In the end, the first negotiation with the Tianyao civilization ended with Su Jie's tragic victory. At noon the next day, Su Jie returned to the base step by step with a cane. Ekia, who had been guarding the portal all night, knew that the battle was quite tragic when he saw the master's appearance. Master, are you okay? Ekia hurried forward and helped the skinny master steady. It's okay. I can fight again. Su Jie gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Hearing this, Erky pouted her cherry lips in a bit of jealousy. Huh? Is that vixen so good? You know nothing. You don't understand the happiness of a rich woman. Erky suddenly found that her master was wearing 10 high-level space rings on her fingers. They sparkled in the sun. She seemed to understand how hard she worked, and money was not earned that way. I don't have time to care about you. I'll settle accounts with you later about the good things you did. Erky stuck out her tongue and didn't take it seriously. The blue bar was empty. How could he settle accounts with her? Su Jie looked at his body. Exhaustion of blood and essence. Deficiency of blood and chi. Exhaustion. After waiting for more than a dozen negative buffs, he drank 18 bottles of purification potions. Shwa. He was revived with full health. Finally, I know why King Zhou didn't go to court. It turned out that there was no purification potion. Su Jie threw away his crutches and strode towards the control center. This time, I gained a lot. The ancients said, you get what you sow. It's true. The ancients were honest. On the other side, Charles walked into his research room tremblingly, and slowly sat down under the surprised eyes of other researchers. Dean, are you okay? Are you overworked? Do you need a rest? It would be better if he didn't say it. As soon as he said it, Charles remembered the madness of last night, and his face was flushed with happiness. Do your own thing, and don't mind other people's business. She glared at him fiercely, then clicked on the complex operation interface in front of her and started to operate quickly. After a dazzling operation, a radar map popped up in the center of the screen. There was a red dot marked on it. Humph. I found you. Dear Jia. You can't escape from my palm. Come on. Prepare the starship. I need to go out. Master Dean. The war is intense recently, and only some obsolete T1 frigates are still idle. Huh? War. Charles was puzzled. The world has been peaceful recently, and even the minor frictions with the 100 alliances have ended. Where is the war? It seems that the king received an order from the top, asking us to eliminate a small force called Su Jie. It is said that the guy killed the most beloved youngest son of the tyrant lord. In addition, it is almost the end of the month, and the gods have issued a large number of tasks to eliminate foreign invaders. It is said that there are rewards this time, and all the nobles have requested to fight, which has led to the emergency of warships. What? To deal with Su Jie? Charles's eyebrows suddenly wrinkled into a shape when he heard this. She only heard the first part of the sentence, and the second part was automatically ignored. When will the fleet set out? She asked anxiously. As the top scientific researcher and top engineer of the Yama Empire, she knew the fleet's combat power best. If the mysterious organization behind her man did not take action, this battle would be lost. She had to find a way to help him. It has already set out, and it is expected to arrive at the target planet just before the end of the month. Damn it! Charles cursed, hurriedly left the control room, and took the hovercraft to the military headquarters. She had to catch up with this battleship. Only when she was on the battleship could she make trouble for the Empire. With her ability, it is not a problem to quietly make the starship self-destruct. As for exposing her identity, who saw it? Where is the evidence? Where is the witness? Where is the motive? Anyone who prevents her from being with her man, no matter who it is, should die. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! On the other side, Sujia sat in the main seat of the control room, looking at the 10 space rings filled with things in his hands, and his waist felt a dull pain. I can't be so desperate next time. My body can't take it. After taking so many spiritual medicines, his body functions are so terrible. But he can only fight that vixen on equal terms. He felt that he might have taken fake medicine. Boss, where is the T5 design? As soon as he sat down, the emotionless Huanqing couldn't wait to ask him for the design. This design is hard to come by. Make good use of it. Sujia took out a black box and handed it to him. All the information about the warship is in it. In addition, there are also interstellar fighters, drones, anti-aircraft guns, energy fields, etc. equipped in the warship. This is precious information that the Yama Empire gambled everything to exchange for. Just like that, Sujia slept with Charles and took it away. If Augustine knew about it, he would probably be so angry that he would die. Huanqing was not vague and immediately inserted the black box into a card slot on the control panel. Schwa! A large amount of data was presented instantly, and Sujia was dazzled by the dense drawings. But in Huanqing's eyes, all of them were received in just 10 seconds. Strange. Your calculation speed has increased? Thanks to the boss. I upgraded my artificial intelligence core a little, and it can barely be considered an intelligent brain. But it is still far from being a main brain that can manage trillions of people. Hearing his answer, Sujia nodded silently. Calculate the resources required for a T5 battleship. Yes. As Huanqing tapped the keyboard, the structure of the entire battleship immediately emerged. A detailed list appeared in front of Sujia. T5 class Stegosaurus aircraft carrier starship. Required resources: 2500 W metal materials, 1000 W steel, 300 W titanium alloy, 300 W aluminum alloy, 300 W copper, 100 smart chips, 10 energy crystal cores, 1 advanced core, 1 gravity core. Introduction: the battleship is 3,000 meters long, equipped with ion anti-aircraft guns, 60 automatic laser guns, 80 automatic anti-aircraft gun arrays, 5 million energy force fields, 3 large drone formations, and 200 velociraptors. Minimum crew, 5,000. After looking at the required materials, it is much cheaper than the system product. The tens of millions of star coins saved in handling fees can buy all these materials. However, the performance of the evil country's T5 starship feels mediocre. If it is matched with his Sky Island fortress, it will basically be a complete defeat. However, this giant war meat grinder, placed in this star field, will definitely be a complete crush. Start building now. I have a copy of the materials. After a night of hard work, Sujia not only got 20 million smelted titanium alloy. When the Fox Lady begged for mercy, he extorted all the resources needed for a T5 starship. It can be said that it is a one step to the stomach. Very comfortable. Anyway, they are all assets of the Yama Empire, and Charles doesn't feel bad about spending them. As for whether it would be discovered by the Empire's intelligent computer, that would be too much to underestimate this vixen. It would be easy to tamper with the data and make false accounts. After all, she was responsible for the maintenance of the Empire's intelligent computer. Even if the investigation was carried out on the head of the king, it would not be on her. After stuffing the resources in the ring into the base warehouse, Sujia once again became a hands-off shopkeeper. In response, Huanqing humanely rolled his eyes at this guy and began to control the robots in the industrial ship to start working. The smelter and machinery factory in the base also started to work non-stop. A few hundred pioneers were not enough, and more helpers had to be created. Everything was arranged properly, and Sujia came to the lounge chair in the ecological park to bask in the sun, ready to have a good rest and replenish his yang energy. Now the base smelter is responsible for producing raw materials. The machinery factory is responsible for processing parts and assembling robots. And the industrial ship is responsible for producing warships. It can be said to be a complete industrial line, as long as the base is given some time and resources. The interstellar fleet will sweep NTR in no time. And it is a full-member T5 interstellar fleet. So ask your excellency how to deal with it. As a result, Sujia was basking in the sun. And a communication from Dashia broke his tranquility. Asshole. I'm back. Driving a fleet back to fight you. The communicator on the bracelet projected a virtual image. It can be seen that there are some complicated inscriptions on Dashia's cheeks. This is a unique mark of the Ming clan civilization after adulthood. However, compared to Augustine's mark, Dashia's mark looks much more delicate. And it does not destroy her beautiful and charming appearance at all. Instead, it has a touch of exotic charm. Princess, I don't think I have provoked you. You just came to fight me after awakening? Sujia was speechless. Only when the number of starships exceeds 100 can it be called a fleet. Like the Nukalan Empire, it usually has a T4 battleship as the flagship. 10 T3 cruisers are divided into 10 teams. Each team commands 3 T2 destroyers and 7 T1 frigates. Only in this way can it be called a complete fleet. Of course, if the captain is capable, the entire fleet can be equipped with T4 class warships. This depends on their financial resources. Sujia couldn't figure it out. Is this girl crazy? Why waste money and manpower to send a fleet here? The star coins consumed on the way are probably a large number. Is she bored? Hee hee. The Nukalan Empire received guidance from the gods and asked us to send a fleet to eliminate you. The big boss. It is said that the best performer will be rewarded with a T5 starship blueprint. Look! This princess took the initiative to volunteer to come and join in the fun. But don't worry. With this princess here, I will definitely let you go. So, quickly ask the princess to spare your life. After some small talk, Sujia realized that there was something fishy about this month-end attack. From Dashia's intelligence, not only the Nukalan Empire, but also the Yama Empire and the 100 alliances will participate in this matter. There are even some second-rate forces, such as interstellar pirates, bounty hunters, assassin organizations, etc., that will participate. Although Sujia is not afraid of these small fish, but he doesn't want to get too entangled with these things. With this time and energy, wouldn't it be better for him to develop the base well? He glanced at the time. There are only 2 days left. And I don't know if it's too late. Sujia touched his chin and silently calculated something. According to the speed after the global work efficiency bonus, an industrial ship can build a T5 Stegosaurus-class aircraft carrier in 3.3 days. The materials Sujia brought back were all ready-made products, so the time spent would definitely be shorter. In addition, the 2 industrial ships were built at the same time, so they should be completed before the end of the month. Thinking of this, he lay down again. Just a bunch of experienced babies. Continue to play music and dance. After the voice fell, he continued to close his eyes and rest. But his consciousness had already entered the PK field. If he didn't fill up the attribute points, he always felt a little obsessive-compulsive. And he was panicked. This is definitely not because the body is too weak. So he wants to improve his strength. Well, definitely not. Senior, why are you here again? In the PK room, Qi Wuxiong looked at Sujia, who suddenly appeared, and felt like crying but without tears. Does this guy have so much money? He swept the PK market without saying anything. Will he let people live? The old rules. Give me 1 million PK value. Money is not a problem. Sujia stretched out his palm without hesitation, looking righteous. Senior, can we talk some sense? You always play like this. I haven't recovered yet. Qi Wuxiong had a sad face, looking like he was about to collapse. Sujia raised his eyebrows and showed a mouthful of white teeth. Just tell me if you have it or not. Yes, yes. Looking at Sujia's fierce look, Qi Wuxiong dared not refuse. But the price may rise a lot, because the market has not had time to recover from the previous big sweep. 1 million PK value for 3 million star coins. Do you think it's okay? 3 million? Sujia was slightly stunned. So cheap? Shuwaxing wanted to slap himself twice. Look, this is the universe language. Their Chiwa tribe is united and works hard. But they only produce more than 100,000 star coins every day. This guy is good? He said 3 million as if it was a joke. How can other pioneers play with this? This is 5 million. Take as many as you can. I will not refuse anyone. The wealthy Sujia waved his hand and gave 5 million star coins. And then waited in his PK room for people to send PK points. Sure enough, the poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology. He moved a recliner, crossed his legs, and leisurely obtained a large amount of PK value. Sujia's physique began to soar at a speed visible to the naked eye. I used to think that physique was dispensable. But now it seems that this thing is the most important attribute. Soon, his physique reached the ceiling of the current version, 9,999. Nice. But soon, Sujia realized a very serious problem. As his physique soared, Nana and Erky's physique also rose with the tide. Things that could be done in a few hours now will not take several days at the beginning? Hiss. Sujia took a breath of cold air. Soon, he noticed something strange coming from his body. He temporarily logged off and took a look. Wow. Two peerless beasts were staring at him greedily. What do you two want to do? Sujia was shivering. Master, I feel full of strength. Erky licked her red lips, bloodthirsty light flashing in her eyes, looking for someone to vent. Nana's voice was low and hoarse, obviously in a state of excitement. Fuck. Sujia couldn't help but swear. This is fucking. Isn't it going to kill me? His consciousness returned directly to the PK field. As for his body, he could only pray for good luck. As the saying goes, a friend dies, but a poor Taoist dies. Brother body, have a safe journey. By the way, do I still have 3 treasure chests to open? Sujia recalled that the treasure chests of the welfare event had not been opened yet. Anyway, he was free, so he might as well open them while collecting PK points. This time, he would not use Sha. Now he dared not log off. Otherwise he would be squeezed dry. It's a good time to try my luck. 100 points of luck should not be too bad. Right? After that, Sujia took out the treasure chest. Gotcha. Ding. Successfully opened 2 diamond treasure chests. Obtained, Life Transition Potion 2. Ascension Pool 1. Invisible Stand. Oh my god. Another Life Transition Potion? Sujia was overjoyed. This thing directly advanced him to the immortal race. It can be said that after swallowing a bottle of potion, my life is in my own hands. Diamond treasure chest is awesome. But who should I give it to? Sujia was a little confused. Chongmei had just evolved and had not yet completely stabilized her realm. She needed a period of rest. Qilin Yang was already a supreme holy spirit and did not need to advance. The only ones left were Sha and Nana. But when Sujia thought of Nana's wolf-like appearance, he felt a little bit of liver pain. Ascension Pool. Long-term soaking can improve the origin of life and transform bloodline. I seem to have heard Linger mention this thing. The evolution of the elemental apostle requires this thing. Sujia touched his chin and already knew where to put this thing. The hot spring in the luxury bathroom was a bit small, so it happened to be dismantled and replaced with a new one. In this way, everyone in the base will have a chance to evolve. Isn't that wonderful? Invisible Stand can be carried on a ship to form a hidden area to hinder enemy detection. It's a bit useless, but it's barely enough. So keep it for now. Sujia put away the invisible stand and prepared to go back and place it on the T5 starship. Wait until the end of the month when the attack comes, and catch the attackers off guard. He likes being the 6th one the most. There is only one legendary treasure chest left. Open it. Although the legendary treasure chest is not as good as the mythical treasure chest, it is 1 level higher than the diamond. The things in the treasure chest are definitely not bad. Sujia rubbed his hands, took a deep breath, and said in his heart, open. Ding. Successfully opened the legendary treasure chest. Obtained, Nanotechnology Core. Nanotech Core. Unlock the nanotech tree and create a nanomachine army. Tip. This item is the only core of the system. Please use it properly. Nanomachine army? Sujia's eyes widened. He was stunned. This is the king of the microscopic world. It is simply a crushing blow to the little Karami in the macroscopic world. 1 nanometer equals 10 to the negative 9th power of meters, equivalent to 4 times the size of an atom. 1 ion cannon can destroy a behemoth like an interstellar battleship, but it cannot destroy a nanomachine that is about the same size as an atom. The microscopic world has its own advantages. This is a real undead army. Once born, it is a killing machine in the universe. Fuck. Awesome. Sujia was instantly excited. With the nanomachine army, what else is he afraid of? Ha ha ha. It's like a pillow is sent when you are sleepy. This is a super large plugin. He glanced at the PK value and found that it had collected nearly 600,000, which could almost push all the attributes to 99.99. So he called a halt to Chiwa Xiong, took back the remaining 2 million star coins, and quickly logged off. He was dumbfounded as soon as he came. "What are you two idiots doing?" Su Jie shouted angrily, staring blankly. At some point, his body was actually moved to the bedroom by the two girls. His hands and feet were locked tightly, as if he was ready to be picked. "Master." Nana licked the corner of her mouth, and the tip of her scarlet tongue flickered across her lips. Her charming face was flushed with enchanting blush, which was extremely charming. "Same attributes. We are 2 against 1. Just accept your fate and surrender." Su Jie's heart trembled when he heard this. "Good guy. This is how you play, right?" Sha. Linger. Swoosh. 2 cute figures appeared immediately. "Master, what's wrong?" The 2 little guys looked at the complicated situation in the room and were a little confused. "It's 3 against 2 now. Can I deal with you?" "Go ahead. Tie up these 2 fools." Oh. Ouch. Ouch. A mess of shouts sounded, and the room fell into chaos. "Master, we are wrong." Erky was the first to surrender, but still couldn't escape the end of being beaten up. You can only take what I give you, and you can't touch it if I don't give it to you. Do you understand?" I understand." The 2 nodded frantically with tears in their eyes. Go to the bathroom and reflect on yourself." Su Jie signaled the 2 little guys to carry the 2 tied-up stupid women to the bathroom. At the same time, he also replaced the hot spring with the ascension pool. Su Jie signaled Nana. "Open your mouth." "Ah." After being scolded, she became very honest and did as she was told. Gulp gulp. A tube of milky white liquid was poured directly into her mouth. Nana blinked her beautiful eyes. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and she panted. Sha. This is yours." Su Jie threw another bottle of life transfer potion to the most obedient little cash cow. "Linger, you protect them. If there is any situation, please notify me at any time. Don't worry, Master. The ascension pool is very gentle, and there will be no problem." Linger patted her chest and guaranteed. "Well, I'll leave this to you." After that, he turned around and walked towards the control center without paying attention to the few people who were soaking in the water with a comfortable look on their faces. "Boss, the planetary exploration has been completed, and the drone is returning." As soon as he came in, he heard the good news from Huanqing. When the planetary exploration reaches 100%, Su Jie can recycle the entire planet to the original universe through the recycling function of the system, although he cannot gain contribution points. From now on, this planet will become Su Jie's private property. In the original universe, you will be protected by the will of the world, which is equivalent to the territory you have established in the new universe. Su Jie can also collect resources on the planet at any time without worrying about being coveted by other civilizations. It is very convenient. "How many energy veins have been explored?" Su Jie asked. "There are 3 small energy mines in total, with an estimated output value of about 2 million star coins. In addition, 78 metal mines and a special radium gold mine were discovered." Huanqing replied. "Okay." Su Jie nodded and transferred the 3 energy mines and a special metal mine directly into the mine. It happened that the resources in the mine were almost mined, so he found some new mines for them to dig. How many patrollers and pioneers have been built now? Su Jie wanted to build a lot of things now, and he didn't know if the number of pioneers could keep up. There are currently 150 large drones, 50 of which are left at the base for emergency use, and the remaining 100 are responsible for exploring planetary resources. With 10 new drones added every day, the number of pioneers is currently 1,300, 300 of which are responsible for the production of the machinery factory, and the remaining 500 are allocated to each of the 2 industrial ships. With 100 new drones added every day, the industrial zone is now fully cooperating with the industrial ship to build the T-5 aircraft carrier, so other production tasks are relatively slow. Once the construction task of the industrial ship is completed, the manufacturing speed of drones and pioneers can be increased by another 20 times. Huanqing reported everything in detail. "Very good." Su Jie nodded with satisfaction and asked again, "Has Godzilla made any moves recently?" "Not yet, but the mutant beast's den is not very stable. It may be due to food shortage. The mutant beasts seem very irritable, and will cause a beast tied nearby from time to time. Yeah. Sujia narrowed his eyes. Continue to monitor. Yes. Boss. By the way, Wanqing seemed to remember something. Boss. All the parts of the ion engine have been made and are expected to be assembled tomorrow morning. Okay. I see. You install this on the T5 aircraft carrier. And by the way, study whether it can be copied. Sujia took out the invisible stand device, which was a huge 2-meter high device, shaped like a mecha, full of technology. Invisible stand? I understand. Wanqing immediately understood Sujia's intention. This is the rhythm of being the sixth. Soon, she controlled the drone to transport the invisible stand to the industrial ship parked outside the atmosphere. As the stand was opened, the 2 huge industrial ships and the semi-finished aircraft carrier disappeared directly on the spot. Ordinary radar detection can't detect it at all. And this invisible stand can block most energy waves and laser detection, which is very suitable for sneak attacks and assassinations. After dealing with these trivial matters, Sujia put the nanotechnology core into the base core slot. Ding! Congratulations to the pioneers, successfully unlocking the nanotechnology tree. Nanotechnology? Wanqing's surprised voice came. As an artificial intelligence, she could best understand the power of nanotechnology. It was a leap across civilizations. A true mechanical ascension. If nanocells could be made to replace cells in organisms, TSK. I couldn't imagine how powerful it would be. But when she looked at the boss, she found that his expression was a little gloomy. And he didn't seem very happy. Boss, what's wrong? TSK. Nothing. It's just that the materials required for nanotechnology-related buildings are too abnormal. And it's probably impossible at this stage. Sujia felt a sense of frustration that he had a treasure mountain, but no excavator to use. Wanqing was too lazy to complain. Do you really think nanotechnology is easy to get? Not to mention the evil civilization of the Jelvo Galaxy Group. Even a civilization more powerful than the evil country may not master this technology. Boss, just be happy. Sujia closed the construction interface. Out of sight. Out of mind. This thing is similar to the Sophobia in the 3-body. First, the atomic nucleus must be compressed into a 300 square meter ultra-thin mirror. And then complex and precise circuits can be engraved on it. After the engraved atomic mirror is gathered together, the first nano-core can be obtained. When 100 such cores are assembled, a complete nano-machine can be assembled. The rest is simple. Just let this nano-machine self-divide like a cell. However, nano is too small, and it will take a long time to divide and reproduce into the number of Iron Man's armor. In short, this thing is not something that Sujia can build now. I'm going to rest. I'll leave it to you. Sujia rubbed his eyebrows and became a hands-off boss again. Wanqing is used to this. Came to the luxury bathroom and found that everyone was there. Even Amanda was soaking in the ascension pool, looking very happy for Sujia's arrival. The girls greeted him naturally, and they no longer felt shy. Vivian took the initiative to take off Sujia's clothes and handed him a glass of juice, acting like a caring maid. Sujia smiled and reached out to pinch Vivian's tender little face. Little Wolf has been very well behaved recently. Vivian lowered her head shyly, not knowing how to reply. But Amanda next to her couldn't help but speak for her. Lord, Vivian actually has something to ask you. Oh! Sujia raised his eyebrows and looked at the big wave with interest. Tell me about it. Well, can you let me visit the T5 starship? Vivian mustered up the courage to raise her head, looked at Sujia with a red face, and said expectantly, That's it? Sujia was stunned. That's it. Vivian lowered her head shyly. That's T5. It's the dream of all captains in this galaxy. It's worth it even if she loses 10 years of life just to take a look. Forget about the visit. But Sujia smiled and shook his head. Vivian was immediately as disappointed as a frostbitten eggplant. That's right. She was just a little maid. How could she be qualified to visit the ship to see such a shocking secret? Who knew that Sujia's next sentence made Vivian stunned in place? If you like, you can be the captain. If you like, you can be the captain. The next moment, the bathroom fell into a brief silence. The pet girls had no idea about battleships. But those pharmacists were good at driving battleships in the past. How could they not understand the meaning of T5 starships? The Lord just sent their dreams away in such a casual way. Can I? Vivian's eyes widened, unable to hide her shock and surprise, as if she was afraid that this was a dream. Sujia rolled his eyes at her unhappily. You are the only one who has been a captain in the base. I have a choice. Ha. Vivian smiled sweetly, and instantly threw away her reserve and threw herself into Sujia's arms, hugging his neck and kissing him fiercely. Thank you, Lord. No. Thank you, Godfather. I will try my best. Sujia. Just talk. Don't hit anyone with your ball. Ugh. Two murderous auras spread out from the pool. Turning around, I saw the two women tied up staring at Vivian fiercely, as if they wanted to rush up and tear her apart. Vivian was startled and quickly let go of Sujia and retreated into the water. But don't be happy too soon. I don't have any extra crew members for you to command. I'll go to other planets next month. You can recruit and train them yourself. Sujia reminded him. Yes, Commander. Vivian rushed out of the water and saluted Sujia with a knight salute. Change the salute. It looks awkward to me. Sujia waved his hand in disdain. Vivian scratched her head awkwardly, and under Sujia's guidance, she gave a standard military salute. Hint, you are nourished by the Ascension Pool and get a buff, 9 Sunshine Day. Your yang qi will be greatly improved while taking a bath. A reminder suddenly appeared. This is too much. A move of Hidden Dragon in the Abyss almost made him embarrassed. Well, you guys continue. I'm leaving. After saying that, he untied the rope on Urkia and quickly took her away. Others didn't understand this scene, but Nana understood it in an instant. She looked resentful and muttered in her heart, the master is really partial, forgetting the old love when he has a new love. But soon, the life transition potion began to work. Under the nourishment of the Ascension Pool, she and Shasha gradually entered the state. The elemental cores on the top of the Desert Palace and the Night Palace emitted brilliant light, attracting endless earth elements and dark elements around to provide for the two to absorb. Seeing this, Linga immediately asked others to leave quickly so as not to disturb the two people's advancement. In this way, the two elements entangled and stirred each other in the base, just like the infatuated man and woman in the bedroom. They seemed to be tireless and struggled to explore the ultimate of life. With the blessing of the buff, Sujia tonight was so brave. Master, I was wrong. Please let me go. Humph. You daring demon. I want you to help me practice. The mighty dragon. The next day, Urki fled in a hurry and hid directly in the insect nest, closing the door to visitors. Sujia entered the sage time, lying on the rattan chair in the ecological park and thinking about the mysteries of the universe. Life is so lonely like snow. At this moment, several trading pop-ups brought Sujia, who was thinking about life, back to reality. Oh, have you gathered the materials? Looking at the trading box sent by Lilith and others, Sujia almost forgot that he had asked them to collect soil, stone bricks and magic crystals. Sujia. Thanks, everyone. He was not vague and paid directly with the elemental core. Lilith. Tomorrow is the month-end attack. Tutu has to prepare and can't help brother Sujia dig the soil anymore. Lorella. +1. Caleb. +2. Sophia. +3. Eddie. I was a little panicked about this attack. I felt that these natives were ready to get serious. Sujia. Don't panic. Remember to set up the airs. Lorella. 6. Sophia. Little Lulu. If your sister can't beat you, remember to come and help. Caleb. Where's Lilith? Are you okay? Lilith. It's okay, Uncle. Rabbit's carrots have inexplicably mutated into spiritual roots, and the attribute points have skyrocketed. Anyway, the base score does not count individual combat power. As Rabbit, I can beat Karami with one punch. Lorella. 6. Eddie. 6+1. Sophia. You are the chosen rabbit. When will the goddess of life give me some benefits like this? Hey. Sujia. Okay. Everyone. Get ready. If you have anything to say, talk to the group. Don't forget to go to the dungeon together next month. Eddie. With the elemental core you gave me, I can upgrade a wave of defensive buildings. It shouldn't be a big problem. Sophia. The magic crystal cannon is ready. Whoever comes will be defeated. Lorella. 1 spear. Destroy all enemies. Who can say that he is invincible? Seeing that the topic was getting more and more off topic, Sujia decisively logged off. Well, the materials are enough to build 3 sky islands. Starports must also be put on the agenda. Otherwise it will always feel uneasy to let the starship float in space. Glanced at the warehouse. The Sky Island needs a gravity crystal core and an advanced core. There are 2 gravity cores left. But the advanced cores have been used up. But it doesn't matter. Sujia still has 30 self-selected core treasure chests in his hand. Just open them. Boom. Accompanied by a tremor. The area of the Sky Island increased again. From 1400 by 1400, it became 2250m * 2250m. The 2 million square meters of the Sky Island directly became 5 million square meters. Now, a lot of land is freed up around the Sky Island, which can be used to build the starport. But there is no time this month. Let's talk about it next month. In a blink of an eye. The end of the month is here. Hint, the Nukalan Empire fleet, led by Princess Songwei, launched a war against your faction. Hint, the Yama Empire fleet, led by the Grand Duke of the Empire and Chief Engineer Charles, launched a war against your faction. Hint, the 100 Great Alliance fleet, led by the First Army Commander of the Alliance, launched a war against your faction. Hint, the Starship of the Kingdom of Klein, led by 10 T2 warships, is coming to you. Hint, the Kingdom of Xinglu is guided by the gods, leading 2 T3 cruise ships to meet you. Hint, the starship that covered the sky blocked the sunlight, and the sky became dark. I don't think I have offended so many people. Why are you all here to attack me? Toxic. In the control room, Sujia looked at the dark starships, and his mouth twitched. The key point is, how did that woman come with him? Hearing the name of the pink fox, Sujia couldn't help but tremble in his calves. He swore that night was definitely the darkest moment of his life. Although this kind of thing will never happen again, it has become a psychological shadow for Sujia. Master, do you need me to help? The pupils of Urkia standing behind him flashed a bloodthirsty and murderous light. The evolved Zerg Queen will be the nightmare of the entire galaxy, especially because of the beast tied before. The Zerg nest obtained a large amount of blood food, and the explosion of the insects was absolutely terrifying. It's not time yet. The reason why a surprise is called a surprise is because it's unexpected. Sujia smiled. Apart from other things, the 4 combat power ceilings in the base alone are enough to give this group of attackers a hard time. He really didn't take this enemy seriously. Boss, the statistics are out. After a series of detection scans, Wanqing listed the warship data of this attack. 6 T4 class battleships, 2 for each of the 3 major forces, 45 T3 class ships, 278 T2 class ships, and 1,765 T1 class ships. 80,000 interstellar fighters are expected, and 200 drone formations are expected. About 200,000. You really think highly of me. Sujia smiled coldly, but he was a little excited when he thought that the more enemies he had, the richer the rewards would be. At this moment, 3 communication requests appeared at the same time. Wanqing looked at Sujia, as if asking if he needed to answer. Answer it, and see what they are up to. Sujia ordered calmly. Ding ding. The 3 communication requests were answered. In an instant, 3 virtual video screens appeared in front of him. 2 unfamiliar faces. 2 old acquaintances. He naturally knew Dacia and Xiar, but he didn't know who the other 2 were. What's up? Sujia leaned back, crossed his legs, and looked relaxed, as if he was not busy. Urkia went forward to rub his shoulders very cooperatively. This made the 2 women on the other end of the video frown slightly. This playboy. I haven't seen him for a few days, and he actually took in another beautiful woman. Bastard. Dacia's original good mood suddenly disappeared. It was as if a dark cloud was hanging over her heart, depressed and hesitant. On the other hand, Charles's frown quickly relaxed, but his eyes looking at Urkia became extremely strange. Ahem. I am Mondello, the commander of the 1st Legion of the 100 Alliances. It's not too late to surrender now. On the screen, a burly man with a square face and muscles all over his body spoke first. Damn. It turns out that you are here to persuade me to surrender. It's a waste of time. Hang up. Sujia lazily stretched out his right hand and gently pressed the button with his index finger. The screen instantly went dark. What about you? Are you here to persuade them to surrender? He turned his head to look at the rather wretched-looking man with a mustache standing next to Charles. Yama Empire. Desmond family. Grand Duke Klein. What's your name? Grand Duke Klein bowed slightly, his tone gentle and humble. Me? I'm your father. Sujia sneered. If you don't accept it, do it. Grand Duke Klein's face darkened suddenly, with anger hidden in his eyes. Arrogant. Hang up if you have nothing to do. Finish the fight quickly. I'm in a hurry to eat breakfast. Haha. You're young, but you're quite arrogant. Grand Duke Klein took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. I don't want to waste energy. Those who know the situation should do so. Halfway through his words, the communication was cut off by Sujia, looking at the light screen that suddenly went black. Grand Duke Klein's expression was stiff. Charles was trying hard to hold back his smile. His body was shaking constantly, and it was obviously very difficult to hold it back. According to the convention of the universe, both parties must talk once before fighting. It is actually similar to persuading surrender, which is to show how strong your side is, hoping that the other side can understand the situation and not make unnecessary struggles, so as to reduce the energy consumption brought by the war. But this guy didn't seem to know there was such a rule, and didn't give any face at all. It was as if they were deliberately stretching their faces out for him to hit. Charles couldn't help laughing, and her face turned red as she covered her chest. Dean Xia, this colleague is really arrogant, and he must see that the majesty of the empire cannot be insulted. Grand Duke Klein was furious. Don't worry. I'm here. You can fire as soon as possible. I lose if I hit one shot. With Dean Xia's words, I feel relieved. Grand Duke Klein smiled coldly, raised his hand and ordered, everyone get ready. Charles sneered repeatedly. She had already tampered with the system of the entire fleet on the way here. All the lock commands were directly replaced with evasion. The bullets that were originally 100% sure to hit have now become 100% sure to miss. On the other side, ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. These two old guys must be mad. On the other side of the video, Dacia was laughing so hard that her chest was surging, making Sujia dizzy. I say, Princess, what can you do for me? You are not here to persuade me to surrender. Are you? Sujia asked casually while enjoying Erky's massage. If you are willing to surrender, I am very happy to take you as my male lover. Dacia teased Sujia provocatively. TSK. Then I'm dead. Sujia shook his head and made a gesture to pinch. Wait! Dacia hurriedly called for a stop. Don't you want to discuss the battle plan? Well, aren't you afraid of exposing your identity? Dacia was only the fleet commander, responsible for the battle command, but the actual control of the fleet was still in the hands of the Empire. Could she order these crew members to defect? Humph. Pretending to be confused. You gave me that. Isn't it for this? Dacia curled her lips and moved aside to let Sujia check the situation in the bridge himself. I saw that the pupils of other crew members were replaced by love, and their eyes were full of admiration and fascination for Dacia. It was obvious that they were brainwashed. You? Sujia immediately understood everything and was speechless for a moment. He did give Dacia a life-saving skill at that time. It was a skill copy scroll. What was copied was Nana's skill in chanting dance. The original intention was to let her seduce Augustine at a critical moment, control his mind, and protect herself, waiting for him to become stronger and rescue. After all, this skill is a bit useless, and the control target can only be one unit at most, although the control effect is excellent. Once successful, the target will be obedient for life. But there is a prerequisite for the skill. That is, you must dance in front of the caster. Such a cumbersome skill. Nana herself doesn't use it much. She only dances occasionally at night to add interest. How come it becomes a group control skill in Dacia's hands? This is a fleet, and the number of standard interstellar soldiers is at least 100,000. How terrifying mental power does it take to do this? The most important thing is that with so many people, won't their legs break from dancing? How did you do it? Sujia asked in surprise. Guess. Dacia smiled charmingly and threw a loving wink. Sujia was too lazy to guess, so he just identified it. Ming Clan Nikonika Dacia. Identity: Princess Songwei of the Nukalan Empire. Attributes: Strength 1000, Agility 3300, Constitution 2400, Intelligence 5600. Skills: Skylight Phantom. Inscription: Mental Enhancement. Talent: Inscription Awakening. Ruler. Details: affected by the Royal Exclusive Awakening Ceremony when awakening. Unexpectedly gained skill enhancement and upgrade effects. And the only skill Charming Dance was sublimated. Skylight Phantom. Any opposite sex who sees its dancing posture will become an incarnation of a licking dog and fall in love with the other party, and can issue any command without triggering the licking dog's bottom line. Wow! You become so much stronger after awakening? Looking at Dashia's panel, Sujia was amazed. It stands to reason that the Ming people are ordinary people with no skills before awakening. So there will be no skill enhancement effect when awakening. Bloodline wants to enhance your skills, but it is embarrassing to find that there are no skills to enhance. But as a member of the fourth disaster in the other world, it is much easier for Sujia to get a skill book. By chance, the skills of the elemental apostle have evolved. It must be said that Dashia is really lucky, but it may also be affected by Sujia's 100 hidden luck points. After all, the two of them are now in the same boat, and they share the same fate. The lucky attribute still has some influence. Talk about the plan, and end this farce quickly. Otherwise the number one liquor will catch up and make trouble. Dashia on the other end of the video urged. Number one liquor? Who? Sujia subconsciously gossiped. Who else could it be? Augustine. In order to control some of the high-level officials of the empire, I danced a waltz at the dinner, and this guy happened to be there. Hey, now you have to be my liquor. And you have to be number one. I am speechless. At this point, Dashia was a little depressed. Ha ha ha. Sujia couldn't help laughing when he heard this, and teased. A dog licks a dog. And in the end, he is nothing. Humph. I didn't force him. He deserves it. Dashia glared at Sujia. Okay. Stop being funny. Let's talk about serious things. How should we fight this battle? Just nurse me well. I'll handle the rest myself. So confident? Did the cat girl come with you? Let her come to help me with something. Betty? Why are you looking for her? Oh, I know. I heard that the human race likes this type of beaster girl. It can't be. Dashia's eyes flickered, and suddenly thought of a possibility. You are really good at association. Hurry up. It's already chaotic outside. Let Betty come quickly. Sujia didn't want to argue with her, so he hung up the call directly. Boom boom boom. Dense energy bombs poured down, hitting the base's shield and stirring up dazzling flames. The overwhelming swarms of fighters and drones poured out from the warships like locusts, covering half of the sky in black. Lasers, missiles, and energy waves were dense like rain, and the shield value of 30 million fell madly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boss, don't we fight back? Let the bullets fly for a while. Sujia sat in the command room without moving, silently observing the shield value. There were too many enemy troops, and it was quite troublesome to clean them up. Although the base has many weapons, how many enemy ships can it destroy? Soon, the fleet of the Nukalan Empire began to exert its strength. Endless plasma cannons made the entire shield shaky. However, due to the characteristics of lightning element immunity, it was just a big show with little rain. Originally, the base only had tens of millions of shield values. But with this round of bombing, it did not decrease but increased, and directly recovered to 20 million shield values. This mouthful of milk was very comfortable, which made Sujia in a good mood. Turn on the laser cannon and clean up those drones and interstellar fighters. The order was issued, and the laser cannons that had been ready for a long time roared. The muzzle like a trumpet protruded, emitting circles of green energy waves. All the drones and fighters touched by the light waves had their internal mechanical components destroyed. It seemed as if a meteor shower was falling from the sky. In just a few seconds, more than 100 drones fell, and this number is still rising rapidly. Damn it! There is something strange about their weapons. Everyone should pay attention to controlling the distance. Mondello, the 1st Legion commander of the 100 Alliance, yelled on the bridge, and his deputy captain immediately notified all operators and driving formation leaders to stay away from the base. Sujia saw this and sneered. Do you really think I was beaten for nothing just now? The laser cannon has an attack range of only 5,000 meters. In order to lure the enemy deeper, he deliberately chose to passively take the beating at the beginning. The purpose is to kill more drones and fighters. Although these annoying flies are small in size, their attack power is not low, and their number is huge. If left alone, the base shield may be torn apart by them. 10 laser cannons fired at full power, without any thought of saving ammunition. Anyway, we use nuclear energy, and there is more energy than can be used. Report to the commander. The 7th drone formation was destroyed. Report to the commander. The 4th drone formation was destroyed. Report to the commander. The 6th Eagle fighter failed to evacuate, and the damage rate is 99%. Report. In the bridge of the T-4 Watch-class battleship of the 100 Alliance. Reports were constantly heard, and a batch of casualty data would be refreshed every 10 seconds or so. Mondello frowned, his expression becoming more gloomy. Damn it. There are so many allies. Why do I feel like I'm fighting alone? Mondello was a little anxious. The fleets of the Yama Empire and the Nukulan Empire had such strong firepower. Why haven't their shields been breached? What kind of shield can be so thick? Even if it's a T5 level energy shield, it should be almost exhausted. Right? Just as he was wondering, another piercing alarm sounded across the battlefield. Ding. Report to the commander. A large number of organisms are approaching from the rear. Mondello was slightly stunned. Could it be reinforcements? As soon as he finished speaking, a light screen popped up. There was a dense army of mutant beasts above, and the number was no less than that of the enemy ships on the battlefield. Report to the commander. The radar detected a mutant beast nest nearby, and it might be the aftermath of the battle that alarmed them. Damn. How could this happen? Mondello's face was extremely ugly. I told you not to start a war on the planet. Not only will it restrict your actions, but it will also waste some energy to keep the warships in the air. Mondello remained calm and kept giving orders despite his complaints. All warships take off quickly, and let those greedy idiots resist these mutant beasts. Yes. Soon. More than 100 space warships quickly stretched their altitude and moved away from the first round of fire in the beast nest. The greedy fools mentioned by Mondello are naturally those second-rate forces that followed the 3 fleets and wanted to pick up the bargains. Fortunes are sought in danger, and a bicycle can be turned into a motorcycle. The reward is the design drawings of the T-5 aircraft carrier starship. Any force that obtains it will become the uncrowned king who dominates the NTR galaxy. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an opportunity to get rich overnight? As a result, the appearance of the mutant beast nest made these greedy guys taste the bitter fruit. The mutant beasts that have been hungry for so many days don't care whether the iron lump in front of them is dangerous. They rushed up in a swarm, holding the shields of the spacecraft and battleship, and attacked crazily. The delicious food is hidden in the iron lump. If you are late, you can't even eat your fingernails. So they can't help but go crazy. Not everyone can have a turtle shell like the Sujia base. And soon the spacecraft was severely damaged. The energy shield was broken. The armor was torn. And then it was devoured by the mutant beasts. The battlefield became chaotic in an instant. Under the baptism of intensive artillery fire, the number of mutant beasts was also decreasing. But this casualty was not worth mentioning for their huge tribe. Even the dead companions could give them an extra meal. This place was simply a paradise on Earth. However, what no one noticed was that a black-haired cat girl was holding a large amount of animal-attracting grass and constantly shuttling on the battlefield. Her petite body could not attract anyone's attention at all. Asshole. 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 You treat me like a maidservant. You let me come when you want. And you let me go when you want. Now you want me to execute such a dangerous person. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Betty kept mumbling, her eyes full of grievances. But she finally obeyed and rushed in a certain direction with a pile of animal-attracting grass. Lord, the juice you requested. In the control room, a wolf girl in a maid outfit brought a glass of freshly squeezed juice and handed it to Sujia's mouth. Sujia didn't bother to raise his hand and open his mouth directly. Vivian understood and took the initiative to put the straw into Sujia's mouth. And then, they enjoyed this grand battle together. Vivian, how strong do you think the commander on the other side is? Sujia took a sip of the golden juice and asked with interest. Vivian thought for a moment. And the answer was, selling the first. For some reason, Sujia suddenly thought of his invincible second brother. Ahem. Tell me what you think. Sujia coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. Although I don't understand what the commanders on the other side are thinking. I am sure that they have never received any professional training. Vivian said confidently. Take the commander of the Yama Empire for example. He is a rookie at first glance. He only knows how to order fire. Fire and fire. It is probably some noble lord who became a commander through connections. He knows nothing and can only crush with firepower. Uh-huh. You are right. It seems that he is indeed a Grand Duke. Sujia nodded in approval with a smile. Then took a sip of juice and asked her to continue analyzing. The one from the top 100 alliance has a little bit of knowledge. But not much. Being able to become a commander probably depends on the qualifications accumulated from a large number of battles. However, the alliance is superficially united but actually divided. And they like to hide good things. The experience and teaching materials of combat command are probably limited. If I were to command, I would definitely turn the guns around and give priority to eliminating the mutants. When discussing tactics, Vivian talked freely, her tone full of confidence. This is a unique temperament built up by a lot of experience. So, you think the appearance of mutants will affect the battle situation. So you have to eliminate this unstable factor first? Sujia seemed to have agreed with Vivian's point of view, and asked with a smile. No. Unexpectedly, Vivian shook her head. The strength of the Alliance fleet is not as good as the other two empires. It's better to find an excuse to sit out. When the energy of each party is almost consumed, it will come out to reap the aftermath. Isn't it wonderful? Puff. Sujia couldn't help laughing and almost spit it out. This girl turned out to be a slut. She dared to come up with such a bad idea. However, he liked this bold girl. The way of war is to be cunning. And it is all about scheming and strategy. Yes. This slut will be of great use in the future. Yes. Sorry. Commander. Are you okay? Vivian was startled and quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe the juice from the corner of Sujia's mouth. It's okay. The T-5 Stegosaurus-class aircraft carrier starship has been completed. Do you want to experience it? Sujia asked calmly. Looking forward to it. Really? Vivian's eyes widened immediately, her face full of excitement. Well, Wanqing, send a drone to take her up. Yes, boss. Thank you, Commander. Vivian promises to complete the task. Vivian responded excitedly. She had long wanted to see this rumored super starship with her own eyes. Commander, do you need me to kill them all? Vivian was eager to try, ready to show her command skills. Sujia waved his hand and said with a smile. Your mission is not to deal with them. Just stop them in space and don't let them escape. Not to deal with the attackers? Then who to deal with? Of course. Sujia stopped talking halfway. Roar. A huge roar came from a distance. Sujia patted the wolf girl's black silk thigh. Hey. It's coming. Go get ready. At this moment, the entrance to the beast-tied pit. Betty was scared to death by the earth-shaking roar. Sujia asked him to lure a larger mutant beast. But he didn't say this guy was so big. Woo wow. Scared to death. At this moment, she didn't care about anything. Spread her golden wings and ran away. Sujia certainly couldn't let the cat girl die. In order to ensure that the mission could be completed smoothly, he temporarily lent Yewang out. The 200,000 shield was enough to ensure that she could come and go freely on the battlefield. As the golden light swept across the battlefield at a speed invisible to the naked eye, a super ancient giant beast crawled out from the ground. Roar. The huge monster just appeared and immediately roared around. The sound was like thunder rolling. Deafening. The whole valley shook violently, as if an 8-magnitude earthquake had occurred. Fuck. How could there be a star beast here? It looks like a super ancient species. Isn't that thing extinct? What nonsense. If we can catch this thing back, we will be rich. The chat channels between these second-rate forces suddenly exploded. Raising a space beast is something that many forces dream of. After all, this thing is too rare. But they don't know that this is a super monster that has been mutated by radiation. It is much stronger than those space beasts that have huge bodies, but little combat power. In an instant, all the warships turned around and didn't care about attacking the base and destroying those mutant beasts. They all flew towards the direction of Godzilla. Sujia silently mourned for them for 3 seconds. Even he had to be cautious with this Godzilla. These people are really brave. Sujia could already foresee the fate of these guys. At this moment, an unexpected communication request came suddenly. After answering, Sujia suddenly felt a pain in his kidneys. What's the matter? Hee hee. I'll help you kill the fleet of the Yama Empire. 1 ship, for 1 hour. How about it? 1 hour. You really dare to think so? The donkeys in the production team don't have this ability. Sujia almost laughed when he heard the Pink Fox's conditions. You can pay in installments this time. Xia Air smiled coquettishly and added in an ambiguous tone. Otherwise, they will drive the fleet away. And someone will get nothing. Sujia instantly understood the intention of this guy and snorted disdainfully. You can try, he replied lazily. Wolf's sister is ready. Not a fly can escape from this planet today. Xia Air was slightly stunned. So confident? Is there a backup plan? The first thing she thought of was the T-5 Starship blueprint taken from her. But it would take at least a month to produce a giant ship of that level. It's only been 2 or 3 days. How can it be done? Humph. Bluffing. Charles snorted coldly, his expression gradually becoming gloomy. You don't have to agree. Then let me destroy your base with my own hands, so that you can stay with me forever. Humph. Humph. Ha ha ha. Pa. Su Jie hung up the communication without any warning. This crazy woman. Do you think I'm afraid of her? He curled his lips and turned on the laser turret directly. The next moment, dense rays poured down like a rainstorm, bombarding the Yama fleet mercilessly. The laser collided with the energy shield. The flames burst, and the energy was surging. At the same time, the Yama fleet's guns, which were always crooked, finally aimed in the direction. Under the terrifying firepower of hundreds of warships, the energy shield value of the base began to plummet. Oh my god! This woman is serious. If he was really caught by this vixen, he couldn't imagine how deep and hot his future life would be. Start the engine. Target the beast's nest. Su Jie gave the order directly, preparing to make the water more muddy. Hearing this, Wenqing quickly operated. Buzz, accompanied by a slight buzzing sound. The ion engine inside the Sky Island began to run rapidly. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying air wave suddenly burst out. At the tail of the Sky Island, a thick pipe stretched out of the cliff. The next second, the wind howled. In a flash, a shadow was left behind, and the Sky Island disappeared. Huh? You want to run? Charles licked his pink lips, his eyes full of excitement. As his fingers flew, countless orders were sent to all warships. Report to the commander. The warship was invaded by an unknown invader. The control was taken away, and it cannot be operated. In the bridge, Grand Duke Klein was stunned when he heard the news. Impossible. With Dean Xia here, how could our warship be invaded? However, the Dean, whom he absolutely trusted, was the culprit of this invasion. On the other side, Dacia saw Su Jie's base suddenly leave, and hurriedly chased after him with the fleet. Mondello, the leader of the alliance, was a little overwhelmed in the sky. Seeing everyone rushing towards the Star Beast, he naturally didn't want to fall behind. With the addition of 3 huge fleets, the beast tide blocking the way was quickly eliminated by concentrated fire. In the face of absolute power, the beast tide couldn't be stopped at all. Go ahead. First come first served. Haha. God helps me. The Star Beast belongs to our Stardew Kingdom. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to the capable. Everyone depends on their ability. This group of small fish forces rushed towards the beast, howling, as if they were afraid that they would not be able to get the upper hand. But they didn't know what kind of ending was waiting for them. Boom boom. A dazzling blue light flashed, and the whole sky became clear as if it was swept by a windshield wiper. What? What happened? Everyone stared with wide eyes, horrified. The originally magnificent fleet was torn in half by Godzilla's spit. 1/3 of the densely packed warships were directly damaged, and the crowded sky became empty in an instant. This scene deeply shocked everyone. Even the 3 major forces that arrived late were shocked by Godzilla's atomic breath. Although this group of small forces are a mob, ants can kill elephants if they are too many. After all, there are so many warships, and they are all gone with a spit. Roar. Godzilla roared to the sky again, his scarlet eyes staring at everyone. His murderous aura filled the air, making people panic. Soon, he locked onto the source of the tempting smell. He saw with his own eyes a cat girl holding a delicious food and sneaking into the Alliance flagship. Oh ouch! Godzilla roared and rushed over. The huge body ran, shaking the surroundings, like a meteorite falling to the ground. Wherever it passed, whether it was a warship, a mecha or a drone, it was smashed into meat paste by its dragon tail, leaving no bones. It pushed forward all the way. Invincible. But this guy also has a weakness. That is, he can't fly. Facing the energy cannon hiding in the sky and pouring down, it has no better way to deal with it. So it can only keep breathing. A mouthful of thick spit meant that several warships were not destroyed, and there were countless fighter planes and drones. Fuck. Why are you only chasing us? Mondello was a little tearful at this moment. This mutant space beast didn't attack others, but only stared at his flagship and spit. 10 minutes later, The fleet he brought had been damaged by nearly 60%. More than 70% means that the fleet can be disbanded, and there is no need to repair it. This is a recognized fact in the universe. Instead of doing this, it is better to reform a brand new fleet. Mondello, who finally climbed to a high position, naturally didn't want this to happen. Stretch the height. We don't want the reward. Retreat. At the last moment, Mondello decisively gave up. The captains who received the order breathed a sigh of relief. At least his life was saved. Want to leave? Did I agree? Sujia, who had been watching from the sidelines, sneered and immediately controlled the base to fly over the top 100 fleets. Ion anti-aircraft guns ready. As Sujia finished speaking, the giant cannon in front of the base lit up with a brilliant blue glow. This meant that the ion anti-aircraft guns were about to be fully charged and release a devastating attack. At this moment, Mondello felt a chill on his back, and a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Warning! Warning! High energy reaction detected. Please evade immediately. Please evade immediately. However, before he could act, the ion cannon had already hit him hard. Boom! Zila Zila. The terrifying beam of light cut through the sky and bombarded the T-4 class battleship in front with overwhelming force. Crack! A crack on the shield spread rapidly, followed by the second and third. Bang bang bang. With a series of crisp sounds, the entire battleship was completely blown to pieces, including the soldiers and officers inside. Boom boom boom. The behemoth of more than 1,000 meters set off fireworks in the sky, and the scene was spectacular. Hiss! Mondello in the distance took a breath of cold air, and his face suddenly turned pale as paper. Damn! Where did this super cannon come from? Isn't this level of main gun only available on T-5 aircraft carrier starships? He didn't know that this thing was a gift from the Tyrannosaurus Lord to his favorite son, Megan. It was taken by Sujia by mistake. The only 2 T-4 battleships in the fleet were damaged, and Mondello had a ferocious expression. Such a high cost of warships reduced his combat power by half, and he was heartbroken. After returning to the Alliance, the status of the First Legion will inevitably plummet. What's worse is that the terrifying ion cannon just now made Mondello feel a strong sense of crisis. The blue light lit up again, which was a posture of preparing for another shot. Shit! A cannonball costs millions of star coins. Doesn't this alien feel sorry at all? Mondello's eyes were bloodshot, but he began to give orders calmly. All captains, break up into small groups and flee the planet. Mondello's fleet had already been defeated. If they continued to fight, they would be wiped out. However, at the moment he gave the order, the Nukalan fleet turned against them and turned their guns to aim at the remaining 30 or so warships of the Alliance. Boom boom boom. The dense artillery fire instantly submerged the fleet. Damn! What does this woman want to do? Mondello was shocked and angry, and his eyes widened in incomprehension. We agreed to join forces to deal with the aliens, share technology after getting the T-5 design, and fight the Yama Empire together. You are turning against us now. What do you mean? Long before the attack began, the top leaders of the Alliance had an encrypted call with the royal family of the Nukalan Empire. The purpose was to jointly resist the rise of the Yama Empire. Everyone planned well, but can't afford to play? Commander, the energy shields of 3 T-2 destroyers have been exhausted and destroyed. 10 T-1 frigates have been sunk. 9 T-3 cruisers are in urgent need of shield energy. A series of bad news came, making Mondello's mind chaotic. Asshole! Connect me to the Nukalan flagship. He was furious and wanted to ask what was going on. Swish. Soon, a holographic projection popped up, and it was the cold-faced Princess Dacia. Princess Songwei, stop your shameless behavior immediately. Your betrayal will be reported to the Interstellar Inquisition. Do you want to be attacked by all forces? Mondello said angrily. He thought the princess must be crazy. Yo yo yo. You use the Inquisition to threaten me? Then I can't let you leave. Killing people can silence them. Ha ha ha. The princess's charming voice is creepy. At this moment, Dacia was too lazy to pretend, showing the darkest side of her heart. Why? I don't understand. We have a common enemy. Why do you want to betray? Mondello's face was full of despair. He never expected that Dacia would be so crazy. Is she sure she's going to take me? Ha ha. Betrayal? You better understand that the people you're allied with are the top brass of the Empire. What does it have to do with me? Dacia? Sorry. My man sent me a message saying that your fleet is too weak and there's no need to take prisoners. So, you can go to hell. Bye-bye. May there be no old six in heaven. Pa! After saying that, Dacia hung up the call. Only Mondello was left dumbfounded. In the next second, a dazzling blue beam of light fell from the sky. The ion cannon once again demonstrated its terrifying power, tearing Mondello's fleet into pieces in just 2 seconds, leaving nothing behind. At the critical moment, a cat girl rushed out of the cabin in a panic. Damn! Doesn't anyone care about my life or death? I'm so angry! Betty cursed all the way, and then rushed directly into the fleet of the Yama Empire with the blessing of Yagwang's speed. Along the way, she did not forget to spread 2 handfuls of animal-attracting grass to attract Godzilla's attention. When approaching the Empire flagship, Betty turned into a shadow and directly passed through the energy shield and drilled into the battleship. If it were a normal system, it might not be able to detect her existence. However, the battleship had Charles, a crazy scientist and top engineer, in charge. Soon, Charles found a sneaky black shadow from a certain surveillance. Interesting. A little mouse sneaked in. Let me see how I catch her. Charles began to type on the keyboard with great interest, and began to control the mechanical mechanism in the cabin to block it. 2 metal doors, one in front and one behind, directly blocked Betty's location. Ah! The cat girl was holding a bundle of grass and scratched her head in a cute way. Were you discovered? These things can't hold me in. Betty smiled slyly. Then, her body gradually faded. The next moment, Betty seemed to melt into the air. Then, her figure emerged directly from the shadow outside the iron gate. But before she could be happy for long, more than a dozen laser guns suddenly popped out from the surrounding walls and aimed at her body. Fuck! Betty screamed in fear. Go forward 300 meters. Turn left. Then turn right. The 9th room. Come and talk? Suddenly, an electronic sound rang in her ears. Betty's eyes rolled, knowing that she was caught by a master. Just as she was about to do something, a laser gun in front of her fired directly. Bang! The scorching light passed across her cheek, directly scratching a blood streak. Oh my god! Betty was so scared that her soul was about to die. Are you serious? I'll only wait for you for 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. Betty was a little scared, and without hesitation, she took a light step and ran into the room designated by Charles, closing the door. Who are you? Betty asked cautiously. In front of her was a beautiful fox girl with a voluptuous figure and 2 fox tails swinging. Siamese? Sky Demon? The 2 beast-eared girls shook their ears at the same time and began to stare at each other. Are you the one who betrayed the heart? Charles sipped the coffee on the table calmly, and then controlled the fleet to avoid Godzilla's breath while chatting with interest. Betty was shocked by the fox girl, who was strategizing in front of her. What a coquettish operation. Multitasking? So many warships can be controlled by her so easily. Is she still a human being? On the screen, every time Godzilla exhaled, Char could calculate the attack trajectory in advance and dodge the warship safely. This is not a human. Even the intelligent computer has such terrible computing power. Right? I'm asking you? If you are not his, then I will not be polite, Charles said, with a dangerous arc at the corner of his mouth. Don't. I am his, well, a maidservant? After hesitating for a long time, Betty succumbed to Charles's power and shamefully admitted this identity. Maidservant? For whom? When it comes to this question, Charles's eyes suddenly become weird. But when it comes to the information about the princess, Betty will never explain it even if she is beaten to death. The atmosphere in the room gradually became anxious. What kind of grass is this? Just when Betty was racking her brains to think of a solution, Charles suddenly pointed at the green grass in her arms and asked. It seems to be called something called animal-attracting grass. She subconsciously lowered her head to take a look, and then raised her head again, and a ball of pink mist rushed towards her. You old man. Sneak, attack. After saying that, Catwoman closed her eyes and fell down. Strange herbs. Strange equipment. Char gently carried Betty to the bed, and examined the animal-attracting grass in her hand, and the closed-like wings behind her. It doesn't matter if she doesn't study it, but this study made her stunned. This equipment is at least a product of level 4 civilization. Who is he? The more mysterious a man is, the more he fascinates a woman. Especially when a woman peels off a corner of a man and find something even more mysterious hidden underneath. She will become more obsessed. On the other side, Su Jie didn't know that his treasure Yogwang was taken away by the crazy woman Xiar. He didn't even know that this woman was trying to dismantle his treasure, then study the principle. For this reason, the Yama Empire fleet lost Xiar's control and began to collapse under the joint attack of Godzilla, Nukalan and Sky Fortress. As for those second-rate forces who picked up the leak, sorry, they are probably reporting to the King of Hell now. They are so fast that they may have been reincarnated into the next world. In the control center, Su Jie silently watched the fleets of the Yama Empire being destroyed one by one. Strange. They were fighting well before. Why are they so bad now? Just as he was puzzled, Grand Duke Klein saw that the situation was not good and immediately ordered a retreat. Su Jie naturally couldn't let these guys leave. These are all resources. They can't be wasted. Notify Vivian. Don't let them run away. Seeing this, Wanqing immediately asked the wolf sister outside the atmosphere to prepare. In this way, Su Jie and Dashia chased the Yama fleet all the way to space. Intensive artillery fire and laser bombarded the formation of the Yama Empire fleet. In the end, only less than 40 warships broke out of the atmosphere. Damn. I finally escaped. That crazy woman Dashia actually defected to a foreign race. I must sue her when I return to the Empire. Nukalan will be punished. Ha ha ha. However, just when these guys who escaped were about to start the engine to return, their warships were suddenly attacked by unknown forces. What's going on? Enemy attack? Where did the enemy come from? Klein looked out the porthole with a serious face. I saw a huge silver-white warship suddenly appear in front of the fleet. It appeared without any signs or warnings. It really scared everyone. But when they saw the size of the warship, they were so scared that they were caught. This is AT-5 class aircraft carrier starship. How is it possible? Klein was speechless for a moment. He had only heard of such a huge aircraft carrier from other empires. But it was obvious that everything in front of him was not an illusion, but a living reality. Damn it! Quick! Start the engine immediately and leave here! Klein shouted in panic. Unfortunately, the Stegosaurus-class aircraft carrier had been accumulating power for a long time. How could it let them leave the battlefield easily? Whoosh! A brilliant blue beam of light whizzed across the interstellar space. No. I am the Grand Duke of the Empire. The next moment, accompanied by a violent explosion, half of the remaining 40-odd starships were directly annihilated. But the attack was far from over. More than 100 laser cannons poured out at the dense area of the fleet at the same time. Boom! The violent explosion sounded in the universe. In just a short moment, the warships of the Yama Empire were completely annihilated. Only one Xuanlong fighter quietly escaped from the battlefield. The only one who can deal with the T-5 class starship is the T-5. This group of defeated soldiers is not worth mentioning at all. Sword Dragon aircraft carrier. Bridge. Vivian looked at her masterpiece and trembled with excitement. Due to the lack of manpower, only half of the firepower was activated to easily crush half of the fleet. Is this the T-5? Cool. Ha ha ha. So cool. Vivian laughed up to the sky, like a wild and untamable lioness. When Su Jie and Dashia's fleet arrived, the battle was over. Hiss. After seeing the huge, cool-looking warship, Dashia couldn't help but take a breath. T-5? Where did it come from? Oh no. Is it reinforcements sent by the evil country? Without hesitation, she immediately connected to the base communication. Quick. I'll let the fleet hold this warship. You leave quickly. No. Su Jie flatly refused. It's time now. Don't act out the drama in the melodrama. Bastard. That's a T-5 class aircraft carrier. It's too late if you don't leave now. Dashia roared angrily. I mean, don't destroy the starship I just built. It's very expensive. You? Dashia was furious. If you destroy it, I will compensate you. Wait. What did you just say? Su Jie shrugged. I said, that T-5 is mine. Don't destroy it. Otherwise I can't afford it even if I sell you. Dashia's brain suddenly crashed at this moment. You? What did you say? Su Jie was too lazy to pay attention to her, and cut off the communication directly. By the way, let Wanqing send patrols to clean up the battlefield. And he called Vivian, ready to subdue the last rebellious monster. When Godzilla saw the food coming back, he suddenly became excited. He roared, determined to teach these iron lumps who provoked him a lesson. What a pity. This time, he was not facing those mobs, but a real interstellar giant. Commander, how should this combat operation be carried out? Vivian asked respectfully in the communication channel. Sujia glanced at Godzilla, who was ready to move on the ground, and spread his hands speechlessly. What kind of battle plan is needed to deal with such a little guy? Bomb it. Just keep it alive. Yes, sir. Vivian saluted, and then controlled the battleship's main gun to slowly charge up. Now she could only command intelligent robots, and they are industrial auxiliary robots, which can do very little. But simple firepower coverage is much simpler. Roar. Godzilla seems to have noticed that something is wrong. This time the enemy is a bit powerful. It took the lead in launching an attack, and spit out quantum breath at the battleship. Deploy energy shield, Vivian ordered calmly. The next second, a silver-white protective shield appeared out of thin air, covering the entire starship. This mouthful of phlegm can't do anything to the battleship. Energy storage completed. Target locked. Fire! With a cold shout, Vivian pressed the launch button. A huge beam of light particles gushed out from the barrel. Boom! A blinding light flashed. Then, accompanied by a deafening roar, the chest of the giant beast was directly penetrated by the light particle beam, exploding into a ball of terrifying light. Ah! Godzilla let out a miserable howl, and his health value dropped wildly. Sujia drank juice and watched the scene of a big plane fighting a big monster that only appeared in Hollywood movies. It was so comfortable. He glanced at Godzilla's health. 999 bars of health. 1 bar of health is equivalent to its 9,999 points of physical fitness. In other words, Godzilla's health is about 1 million. And the main gun of the Stegosaurus is also powerful at 1 million, which is equivalent to just killing instantly. Of course, damage is not calculated this way. If it is an energy shield without defense, this calculation is fine. But it is obviously not applicable to a guy like Godzilla, who has super defense and recovery. One shot knocked off 300 health points. This guy is really tough. Phantom Star. Let's give it another shot. Okay, boss. After the voice fell, the ion anti-aircraft gun in the base charged again. A hot beam of light with terrifying high temperature suddenly shot out from the barrel, rushing towards Godzilla's position with the momentum of destroying the world. Boom, boom, boom. A huge deep pit was blasted out of the earth, and Godzilla was hit hard again, and his health dropped wildly. It realized that the two big guys in the sky were not easy to mess with. Godzilla immediately had the idea of running away. But it has no wings and can't fly. Isn't this a complete mess? The kidnapped Catwoman Betty. I'm going to meet this big guy. You guys clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. Sujia rushed out of the base with a grin, unfolded the telekinetic field, and rushed straight towards Godzilla. Urkia is an auxiliary apostle with poor combat attributes, so she didn't join in the fun. I'm going to the Zerg nest to blast soldiers. Tell me what kind of soldiers you need. She said hello to Huanqing, and then went straight to the Zerg nest. Explode more auxiliary Zergs of the transport type. There are no transport ships in the base, so it's a bit troublesome to clean up the battlefield. Transport? Urkia began to search for relevant Zerg information in the gene bank, and then waved her hand to indicate that she knew. Not long after, a dull low roar like a whale was heard from the hive. Then, hundreds of giant creatures that looked like leviathans emerged from the hive one after another. The floating giant worm, a large creature that can float freely, has an amazing carrying capacity. Although it is not good at fighting, it has high defense, high HP, and strong adaptability. It can swim freely even in the vacuum of the universe. It is the best tool for transporting and collecting food among the Zerg. Soon, these floating giant worms flew to the ground and spit out a large number of scavengers. The scavengers are responsible for spitting all useful resources on the battlefield into the belly of the worm. After it is full, the worm will transport the resources back to the base. Not to mention, the efficiency is so fast. It seems that there is a reason why the Zerg can explode so quickly. Outside the space, the two industrial ships directly opened the lower hatches and sucked the wreckage of the Yama fleet. Then, they were quickly collected and stored by the intelligent machinery in the industrial ships for the next explosion. The drones were responsible for collecting the scattered parts and materials, as well as various miscellaneous things. With industrial ships and 2 factories in hand, any resource materials can be used. It can be said that the locusts passed through, leaving no grass behind. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. On the other side, Sujia was already fighting with Godzilla. Swish. Sujia swung the lightsaber in his right hand, emitting a large amount of dark elemental sword energy. He rubbed thunder with his left hand and bombarded Godzilla. The 9999 attribute value of the whole body is not to be underestimated. With the attack bonus of various talents, Godzilla couldn't stop Sujia at all, and couldn't even resist. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision, Godzilla's huge body was smashed into the sand by thunder, raising a layer of dust. Sujia stepped on Godzilla's head with both feet, looking down at him from above. How is it? Still want to struggle? Roar! Godzilla roared angrily. His chest rose and fell violently, and red energy gathered crazily. It was obvious that it was going to fight to the death. Humph! You don't know what you can do. Sujia snorted coldly and punched Godzilla on the head. In an instant, Godzilla was blasted into the ground, with only his head exposed and still roaring. Red Lotus. Gather all the energy in the body to enter the Red Lotus form. Double all attributes. Double defense. Double recovery speed. Release a lot of heat energy. Evaporate all surrounding matter. Unlock dual corpulse breath. Buzz. 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 The scarlet energy ripples instantly spread to a kilometer range around. Sujia raised his eyebrows slightly. He had never seen the so-called dual corpulse. But this power is definitely not comparable to the atomic breath. There was even a vague sense of oppression, which made people palpitate. Sizzle! The soil around Godzilla evaporated and disappeared in an instant. A large area of magma pool even appeared on the ground. This was a strange phenomenon caused by its excessive energy. Sujia narrowed his eyes slightly, and then quickly took off. He didn't dare to take this move head-on. He didn't have that many blood bars. Only one blood bar in total. And he would definitely die with one shot. If only Yogwon was here. Sujia couldn't help but sigh. Wait, where's Catwoman? He suddenly remembered that all the enemy warships were destroyed. But there was no sign of Betty. Will she be blasted into slag by the ion cannon? Fuck. Sujia's heart trembled. He quickly took out the communicator on his wrist and called Dacia. What's wrong? Do you need help? Dacia's puzzled voice came from the other side. Is Catwoman back? Betty? No. Didn't you ask her to go on a mission? This? Sujia's face was ugly. He had a bad premonition. Roar! Just as he was thinking about what to do, a deafening roar came from his ear. Sujia looked down. Godzilla, who was just covered in wounds, stood up. At this moment, it was covered in red blood, and it opened its mouth to exhale a red and blue dual corpulse. Annoying! Sujia frowned. He was not in the mood to play house with the little monster. Shadow attack. With a flash, he instantly appeared at Godzilla's jaw. Moon shadow without trace. First style. Fairy pointing the way. Sujia pointed out with one finger, and the immortal power in his body was consumed crazily. The next second, a misty and illusory fairy shadow emerged from behind him and pointed forward in the air. The immortal power splashed and turned into a white energy streak, which directly penetrated Godzilla's iron-hard skin and bones and stabbed its head fiercely. Bang! With a bang, the energy streak penetrated Godzilla's head and directly shattered half of its skull. A richer red light emerged from Godzilla's body. But the next moment, the red light dimmed. Plop! The behemoth fell to the ground with a bang. Submit. Or die. Sujia was suspended in the air, looking down at the dying Godzilla on the ground, and said indifferently, the core of the star beast is not in the head. Even if it is gone, it can grow again. At this moment, Godzilla used the last remaining red light to gather on the top of his head. The cells wriggled, and a large number of granulation tissues grew, recovering from the injury. Gurgle. Godzilla turned his neck with difficulty and looked at Sujia. His scarlet eyes were full of unwillingness. Submit or die. You choose one. Sujia's tone was cold and ruthless, not caring about the fire burning in the other's eyes. No. Godzilla managed to squeeze out a voice with difficulty. Never surrender? Don't kill my father. Sujia's face was full of black lines. Who the hell is your father? The corners of his mouth twitched. This guy thinks he is a father? But this title sounds a bit cool. I'll deal with you later. Sujia hurried back to find Catwoman, too lazy to argue with this guy. He flashed and returned directly to the base. Hint: successfully subdued the pet unknown mutant beast. Current loyalty, 99%. Wanching. Check the battle video just now. I want to know the whereabouts of Catwoman. As soon as he came back, Su Jie gave Wanching an order. He always felt like he had forgotten something important. But he couldn't remember it. Boss, I found it. Soon. Several videos appeared in front of Su Jie. At this moment, Dacia was riding a small frigate and docked in the open space in front of the base gate. Entered the base alone. The phone call just now made her realize that something must have happened to Betty. So she rushed to the base as soon as possible to see if Betty was in danger. Sure enough, there is a problem. After watching the surveillance footage, Su Jie frowned. In the video, Betty never appeared again after entering the flagship of the Yama fleet. And the last video was a picture of a swift dragon fighter fleeing the battlefield. The operator of that fighter was very experienced, and could always rely on the wreckage of the starship or the aftermath of the battle to shield the radar detection. Wait, I remember. It's that crazy fox. Ding! Successfully resisted the attack from the Yama Empire and the 100 Alliance fleets. Successfully instigated the Nukalan fleet. Successfully, perfectly survived this month-end attack. 50. AEW score attack event. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained Battleship Upgrade Scrolls *10. T6 Starship Design Blueprint Treasure Box. T6 Genesis Starport Blueprint. Mythology Treasure Box *2. Star Coins *260W. In the Ecological Park, Su Jie and Dacia were holding black tea and eating snacks leisurely. Tip: you get a buff when tasting the God of Cookery cakes. Clear mind learning ability. Comprehension ability greatly improved. Hint: you get +3 immortality points when tasting the God of Cookery cakes. What kind of cake is this? It's so delicious. Princess Dacia, who is always dignified and elegant, shed a string of crystal tears for the first time, looking happy as if she had eaten a sweet candy. Su Jie was surprised at Amanda's cooking skills. She was able to make special food that can increase attributes so quickly. It seems that this god-level secondary occupation scroll was given to the right person. Lord, how does it taste? Amanda, dressed in a maid outfit, holding a plate, asked with some anticipation. Well, very good. The most delicious food I have ever eaten. Su Jie praised sincerely and ate all the cakes on the plate. Amanda heaved a sigh of relief and smiled contentedly. Then I'll make some more. Enjoy. Lord. After saying that, Amanda gently put down the plate and walked towards the restaurant. After she left, only Dacia and Su Jie were left at the scene. Urkia and Huanqing were busy cleaning up the battlefield, so they didn't have time to have afternoon tea here leisurely. Tell me, where did you hide Betty? Dacia pursed her bright cherry lips and looked at Su Jie. When this question was mentioned, Su Jie's face flashed with embarrassment. He lost the person he borrowed, which made him a little embarrassed. She's fine now. Don't worry, Su Jie said vaguely. Dacia took a deep breath and said seriously. Although Betty is my subordinate, she is also a sister who grew up with me. I hope you can tell me where she is. After that, Dacia stared at Su Jie, wanting to see his answer. She was not stupid, and knew that something must have happened to Betty. Well, although I can't be 100% sure for the time being, it is almost certain that the girl should have been kidnapped by Charles. Charles? Dacia raised her eyebrows slightly. The fox in the Yama Empire? Who else besides her? Su Jie briefly explained the matter, but did not explain the special relationship between him and the pink fox girl. Oh my young one. She left me inexplicably. It hurts. It hurts so much. Su Jie couldn't help but cover his chest, lamenting that his beloved car was gone. What are you going to do? She looked up at Su Jie, her eyes inquiring. Su Jie touched his nose. Don't worry. She shouldn't make things difficult for Betty. She just wants to use these chips to force me, ahem. Anyway, I will find a way to help you get it back. Dacia heard this. A hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. Oh, it seems that your relationship is not ordinary. I'm not. I don't. Don't talk nonsense. Su Jie denied it flatly, with a calm face. Seeing that he refused to admit it, Dacia was too lazy to investigate further. Now was not the time for romance. What she wanted was this sea of stars. Let's get back to the point. Where did you get the T5 starship? Looking at the style, It seems to be a Stegosaurus-class aircraft carrier starship that only the evil country has. Wait, is it the design that the Tyrannosaurus Lord gave to the Yama Empire? No. How did the design get into your hands? I remember that Vixen was the top engineer of the Yama Empire, and she was quite famous. If she helped? Listening to Dashia talking to herself, gradually unraveling the matter. Sujia was embarrassed. How can this girl's brain be so good? She can guess this? I can't let her guess anymore. Otherwise her secrets will be exposed. Ahem. That's it. It's just T5. I even have T6. What's the big deal? Sujia coughed twice, trying to cover it up. Dashia's loyalty has reached 100%. There is nothing to hide from her. T6? Zundu is fake? Brother, don't joke like that. Dashia stared and questioned, obviously not believing Sujia's nonsense. Your butt is itchy again. Right? You are so disrespectful. Sujia scolded with a dark face. Dashia subconsciously covered her butt, and her cheeks flushed when she recalled the scene of being trained. Huh? Hooligan. Under the pressure of Sujia, she could only mutter a few words. Then he changed the subject. I'm not interested in the legendary starship T6. Take a look at the design of the T5 class aircraft carrier starship. Don't even think about it if I don't give it to you. Sujia refused firmly without hesitation. It's safest to hold such a subversive weapon in one's own hands. Unless he builds a T6 class dreadnought, he can't spread the T5 design. Since he can steal the design from Yama, others can copy it from Nukalan. By then, the whole galaxy will be full of T5s, and he will have no power to rule. Good brother. Please be kind and give it to them. Dashia blinked her big watery eyes, acted cute and naughty, and took turns to do all kinds of poses. I don't care. You have to give me the design. Woo-wah. You bully meow. I don't care. I want the design. Dad? Godfather? Master? As a capitalist without emotions? Sujia was completely unmoved by the woman's crying, making a fuss, and hanging herself. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, Dashia directly took the hard approach, lifting up the skirt. She sat on her legs and killed. Give it to me or not. If you don't give it to me, I will give birth to a monkey for you, and then torture your child every day. Sujia's face twitched, and the corners of his mouth trembled slightly. Is this a threat? It sounds a bit like a reward. If she can get pregnant with the fairy's child, then Sujia will have nothing to say. She is awesome. I say, the war is over. Is it really okay for you not to return to the Empire? Sujia suddenly asked. Dashia curled her lips. This clumsy way of diverting the topic was really too unskilled. Are you short of titanium alloy? The ship I said before is probably not enough for you to build? Sujia was silent. Why does everyone like to threaten him with this? I am yours. Just give me the design drawings. I can now mobilize half of the Empire's financial resources. And I can get as much material as you want. Okay. Honey. Dashia continued to seduce. And the warm air flow kept hitting Sujia's ears. It was numb and made Sujia weak all over. You should understand that you are only my person, not my woman. But half of the Empire's wealth does make me excited. Hee hee. So you agree? Dashia immediately grinned, her smile blooming like a flower. You misunderstood. I can help you build it, but I will never give you the blueprint. I only trust my own base and the people in the base. Do you understand? Sujia meant that the base was safe and confidential, and there was no need to worry about the blueprint being stolen. But in the Nukalan Empire, Dashia can only control the opposite sex, but not the other half of the women. The risk factor is too high and uncontrollable, and the risk is not proportional to the return. But this time Dashia seems to be thinking a little bit biased. So, if I become your woman, I can give me the blueprint? Her beautiful eyes suddenly burst into a fiery light, and she looked at Sujia expectantly. Sujia suddenly felt a lot of pressure. I mean, Dashia did not give him a chance to explain, and shut him up directly. The power of this sitting leg killing attack is really powerful. It took a whole night. If the ecological park was not several kilometers away from the control center, it would have been almost bumped into by the maid group. The process is too complicated, so it will be omitted for everyone. The next morning, Sujia rubbed his sore waist and looked at the fleet going away with a complicated expression. If this goes on, 9,999 points of physical fitness will not be enough. Alien women. None of them are easy to mess with. recalling what happened last night. Sujia still had lingering fears. At first, it was very clumsy because it was the first time. But as experience accumulated, Dacia was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, biting him whenever she caught him. Alas, he sighed faintly. A full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man, and a hungry man does not know the suffering of a full man. Sujia went to the bathroom to change his clothes. The clothes he was wearing now had a very bad omen, so he did not dare to wear them. On the other side, Dacia, who returned to the starship, was radiant, with less youthfulness and more mature and charming charm. She also took a bath, sat on the sofa, crossed her feet, and leisurely tasted red wine. Humph. I've worked so hard, but you still won't give in. You bastard. You're such a playboy. Dacia's face was full of resentment. After a night of hard work, Sujia still couldn't agree to let her go. She even sacrificed herself for nothing. This deal was a huge loss. Fortunately, Sujia promised her that as long as she prepared enough raw materials, she could have as many T-5 class aircraft carriers as she wanted. And he guaranteed that it would be 10 or even 20 times faster than her own construction speed. At this point, she left with satisfaction and gave a 5-star rating. Where can I get so many materials? Looking at the shopping list Sujia gave her, she was puzzled even with her experience. It was a complete lie to say that he controlled half of the empire's wealth. The Grand Duke who managed the treasury was the Duke of Violet, one of the 3 dukes of the empire. You can tell from the name that she is a woman, so it's not easy to fool her. At this moment, an inopportune communication suddenly lit up. Seeing the caller ID, Dacia's face flashed with disgust. But soon, she thought of a good idea. So she immediately straightened her waist, tidied her appearance, and returned to the dignified and elegant princess she once was. Oh my dear princess. I heard that all major forces were annihilated in this battle. I am relieved to see that you are still safe. The man with the number 1 doglicker mark is naturally the arrogant Augustine. Sir Augustine, I am just your fiancé. Please don't call me dear. I will feel stomach discomfort. Sorry. It's my negligence. Princess, I was really worried about you. I called you hundreds of times last night, but there was no news. I thought. Dacia was speechless. I was so busy last night that I didn't have time to listen to your nonsense. But she would not tell the other party this. It's good to be a doglicker, but once you awaken, there will be no fun. I am really touched to see you alive. My sincerity must have touched the gods. Seeing that the other party was about to make a small essay, Dacia interrupted on the spot. Sir Augustine, I may not be able to marry you. Boom. This was like a blow to the head, and Augustine was in disbelief. Why? Is it that I didn't do well enough? Tell me. I can change it. No. This time the fleet was destroyed in the first command, and I can't explain to the high-level officials of the Empire when I go back. Can you help me? Me 50. No. Give me some resources. I will go back to rebuild the fleet, so that I can also explain to my father. Not to mention, Dacia plays the role of a bad woman without any sense of disobedience. His expression was vivid, with tears in the corners of his eyes, and he looked so pitiful that any dog would not be confused. He licked him without making a sound. How many star coins do you need? I have 100 million here. If it's not enough, I'll go borrow from my friends. Augustine was anxious and quickly found the Interstellar Bank to transfer money. Star coins are energy crystals that are so heavy that it is naturally impossible to carry them with you at all times. Interstellar Bank is a large chamber of commerce founded by advanced civilizations. It has a guaranteed reputation and is spread all over the universe, making it very convenient. Interstellar Bank Card 9889. Received 100 million star coins. Good guy. I didn't expect the sucker to be so rich. Dacia was secretly shocked, but said, Sir Augustine, I will definitely pay you back in the future. Augustine shook his head repeatedly. No need. No need. Sooner or later, we will be husband and wife. Husband and wife are one. Why bother talking about whether to pay it back or not? He. Dacia sneered twice and did not comment. I have something else to do. Hang up first. Having said that, Dacia cut off the call without hesitation. Augustine on the other end of the video seemed to have the whole world become brighter. What dominating NTR? What ruling the galaxy? All don't matter. The goddess is talking to me. Hee hee. Hee hee. Bursts of silly laughter came from the room, which made the servants outside the door wonder if the eldest prince had planted a curse. How come after going to Nukalan, he came back looking so stupid? At the same time, after receiving the huge sum of money, Dashia directly contacted the subordinates who stayed in the capital. Bella, help me acquire these resources and send them to the planet NTR 9528 as quickly as possible. On the other side of the video, there was a cat girl who looked very similar to Betty. Yes, Your Highness. After hanging up the call, Dashia breathed a sigh of relief. When she masters the T5 class starship, she will have the strength to completely control the entire empire. It may be some distance to unify this galaxy, but at least the issue of marriage has been solved. I don't know what happened to Betty. What does that woman mean by taking Betty away? Dashia fell into deep thought. The Catwoman she was worried about woke up slowly at this moment, looking at the unfamiliar star field around her, with a confused face. Are you awake? Where is this? Well, the Crocodile Dragon star field is ahead. We will reach our destination soon. Charles drank his coffee calmly, but his eyes were shining. The star field of the Crocodile Dragon Lord? Damn. Who wants to come to such a distant star field with you? I want to go home. Woo woo woo. Hearing that they were now 108,000 miles away from the NTR galaxy, Betty almost fainted from crying. Well, traveling alone is too boring. Just accompany me. Charles approached Betty, looking like a spoiled child. Get lost. Who wants to travel with a crazy woman like you? Besides, how many star coins does it cost to travel through the star gate to such a distant star field? Are you traveling on a budget? Don't worry. Don't worry. When I left, I emptied the treasury of the Yama Empire. It's enough for us to live a carefree life for hundreds of years. How can I treat you badly? 6. Why did you come to the Crocodile Dragon star field? To find a friend to help me crack something. Wait. Where's my Yogwang? Betty suddenly realized that something seemed to be missing from her back. Char pointed to a pile of parts on the workbench behind him and said, I just dismantled it. And now I can't put it back together. Hee hee. You spendthrift woman. You can't even afford to pay me back even if you sell me. Woo woo woo. I know you're in a hurry. But don't worry. We're looking for someone to fix it. Betty. An ominous premonition came over me. Betty felt that she could only go out at noon with such an unreliable fox, because something would happen sooner or later. Warning! Warning! Encountering a hidden wormhole. The power of the spacecraft is unbalanced. Please take the escape cabin immediately. Sure enough, what you fear will come true. A piercing alarm suddenly sounded, and the faces of the two suddenly changed. The first thing that Seal thought of was to put the Yogwang parts into the storage ring. Then, before they could react, the spaceship they were on was sucked into a twisted wormhole. After an unknown amount of time, Betty heard a shout. Great Lord Rabbit God! Look! We found 2 of your people here. Strange, their ears seem a little different. I told you. Don't call me Rabbit God. My name is Lilith. Okay. Lord Rabbit God. The rabbits are here. Get out of the way. In the restaurant, Urkia and Linger, captivated by the delicious food, successfully fell at the feet of Amanda. Great. It's so good. Urkia's mouth was full, and he praised vaguely. Slow down. Don't choke. There's still a lot. Amanda smiled gently and reached out to touch their heads. But when she thought of Urkia's adulthood, she resisted the urge to mess up her hair and took her hand back. Linger, haven't Sasha and Nana evolved yet? Sujia asked. Linger swallowed the food in her mouth hard and wiped her greasy little hands. It's still early. How can it be so fast? Didn't Urkia evolve for many days before awakening? Yeah, that's right. Sujia thought about it. It took Urki several days to advance to the Apostle, and it must take longer to advance to the Holy Spirit. Anyway, the attack was over, and there was nothing major in the base in the past few days. So Sujia was not in a hurry. On the contrary, he thought it would be better to wait a little longer. Otherwise, he would not be able to handle 2 against 1 at night. After breakfast, Urki returned to the insect nest, preparing to use the large amount of blood and flesh collected this time to build the unfinished biological starship in one go. Linger continued to look at the 2 people in the bathroom. Everyone had something to do, and Sujia was the only one left here. In the control room, Sujia began to count the gains of this attack. Warship upgrade scroll, Any type of starship produced by the system can be upgraded. And the upper limit of the upgrade level is T5. That is to say, you can only upgrade T4 to T5 at most. Right? Well, this is not easy to choose. Sujie touched his chin and fell into a dilemma. Now he can only choose 3 types of starships, because he only has 3 types of starships produced by the system. The T1 Albatross transport ship can be directly abandoned, and the cost performance is too low. Even if it is upgraded to T5, it is still a transport ship, which is useless. What Sujie is entangled with is that it is cost-effective to upgrade the T4 light battleship Scorpion to T5. It is more cost-effective to upgrade the T3 Hive industrial ship to T5. The performance of the T5 starship produced by the system is definitely better than that of the Stegosaurus. But the importance of industrial ships is also indispensable. The T3 industrial ship is so awesome. What about the T5? Phantom Star. What do you think? When you are in doubt, you can always find Huanqing. Boss, from a long-term perspective, upgrading industrial ships is the most cost-effective. But the problem is that there are not so many materials for us to build starships. A good cook cannot cook without rice. And the boss should understand this principle. Of course I understand. But I think it's too much of a loss to upgrade the T4 Scorpio. The cost of an industrial ship is definitely 10 times that of an ordinary battleship. There is no exchange channel for this kind of scroll mall. If you miss this opportunity, you will never see it again. Sujie actually already had the answer in his mind. But he just needed someone to confirm his idea. Huanqing seemed to see Sujie's hesitation. She thought for a while, and said slowly, "Boss, maybe we can consider the feasibility of selling starships." Oh! Sujie raised his eyebrows slightly. Who to sell to? Pioneers? Or natives? Who to sell to specifically depends on how big the boss's appetite is. Huanqing stopped there, and continued to work on the work at hand. Selling starships. Haha. I understand. Sujie decisively spent 4 upgrade scrolls. Upgrade the existing 2 industrial ships directly to T5 level. You know, just building a T3 industrial ship took him 100 universal mechanical parts. If he built a T5 industrial ship by himself, Sujie couldn't believe how many rare materials he would need. Buzz! 2 purple gold lights streaked across the starry sky, and the 2 huge ships parked outside the atmosphere deformed. Soon, they expanded from more than 2,000 meters to 5,000 meters. The originally huge T5 Stegosaurus now seemed a little small. It's so big! Sujie was amazed. T5 Blue Whale Industrial Ship. Mineral Chamber, 310,000 cubic meters. Cargo Chamber, 160,000 cubic meters. Armor Defense, 5 million. Comprehensive Industrial Efficiency, T5 Starship Construction Speed 3 solar days. Driving Speed, 100 meters per second. Jumping Speed, 1.5 celestial bodies per second. Details: equipped with gravitational beam traction device, energy shield device, short distance jump device, fast loading and supply device. A series of data hit Sujie's face, making him dazzled. He had no idea about most of the data, but he could understand that one T5 was produced every 3 days, with the overall work efficiency bonus of the base. As long as the raw materials were in place, 1 T5 per day was a piece of cake. In addition, this Blue Whale industrial ship was a combination of a transport ship and a mining ship. The gravitational beam traction device carried on the industrial ship was used to collect planetary minerals as far as he knew. One ship for multiple uses. Tut tut tut. Knowing that we are poor, they even took this into consideration. Sujie muttered to himself. The happier he was, wishing he could hug someone and give him a few kisses. But there was only Huanqing in the control room. So he thought about it, and decided to forget it. Boss, the Starry Sea will start with these 2 Blue Whale industrial ships. Huanqing was actually excited in a human way. This cross-era starship will subvert the civilization history of the entire galaxy. Sujie took a deep breath. Calm down. And ordered in a deep voice. Calm down. The rewards are not over yet. He continued to look at the highlight behind. Ding! Open the T6 Starship Design Blueprint Treasure Chest. Get T6 Level Bitey Flagship Design Blueprint. Bitey. Level, T6. Type, Flagship. Armor Defense, 30 million. Energy Shield, 30 million. Driving Speed, 1,000 meters/second. Jumping Speed, 10 celestial bodies/second. Details: equipped with space jump device. High energy storage cabin. Main gun, Emperor's power. 200 super light electromagnetic guns. Super heavy pressure fusion nuclear bomb launcher. Can carry 700 G6 White Dragon fighters. Large drone formation. 10. Evaluation. This is a national heavy weapon that is powerful enough to destroy any third-level cosmic civilization. Note, under the Emperor's power. The galaxy is upside down. Hiss. Sujia gasped. Damn. So brutal? One shot can do 10 million damage. This can directly destroy an asteroid. Sujia felt that his brain was not enough. But when he saw the resources needed for this flagship, his eyes went dark. T6 Bitey flagship. Comprehensive score, 20W. Construction conditions, metal material 1E. Steel 5000W. Aluminum alloy 1000W. Titanium alloy 1000W. Platinum 500W. Energy crystal core * 100. Advanced energy core * 10. Universal mechanical parts * 300. Star coin 1E. Damn. Is it so expensive? Sujia felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. The design drawings and weapon systems of this Bitey flagship were simply built for Kryptonians. The material consumption alone is an astronomical figure. Boss, basic raw materials are not difficult to collect. As for cores, it is not a problem for you to have 26 self-selected cores. The key is this universal mechanical component. Wanqing's words comforted Sujia a little. Indeed, as long as it can be sold with star coins, it is not a problem for a dog tycoon like him who earns tens of millions of star coins a day. The key is the universal mechanical component. So far, he has not been able to crack the source of this thing. Is there any news from the Goblin Chamber of Commerce? Before, he asked Trace to use all his connections to find out the source of the universal mechanical parts. As a result, Wanqing shook his head slightly. A little disappointed. The intelligence obtained mentioned that most pioneers obtained it through raid rewards, and a small number of lucky ones also obtained it in the dungeon. Sujia was about to go to the team dungeon to take a look, hoping that there was a way to break the deadlock there, encountering problems and solving them. This is his philosophy of life. Eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. He is not in a hurry. There are still 2 mythical treasure chests that have not been opened. What if there are surprises? Not long after, Sujia sorted out his mood and continued to check the rewards behind. T6 Genesis Starport. T6 Genesis Starport. Overall score, 10W. Construction conditions, 1E metal material, 1E stone material, 1E wood material, 100 energy crystal cores, 1 advanced energy core, 1 water element core, 1 earth element core, 80 universal mechanical parts, 5000 W star coins. The materials of the starport are quite normal. Sujia looked at the resources in his hand, which were exactly 80 self-selected treasure chests. And the universal mechanical parts were just enough. Wanqing, calculate the time required to collect other materials. Yes. Wanqing quickly deduced and soon gave the answer. They are all basic materials. But they are said to be stone materials, not stone bricks. And they can be purchased directly in the trading house. If we ask the Chamber of Commerce for help, it will take only half a day. The problem is that the base will be stretched again. Sujia frowned. This money is really hard to spend. But? Wanqing changed the subject. The spoils of this attack are still being sorted out. If all are counted, it is estimated that about 200 million can be recovered. Next time. Don't breathe when you speak. Just finish it in one breath. Sujia rolled his eyes at her unhappily, almost thinking that he was going bankrupt. I didn't expect that there was so much wealth hidden in his hands. In this attack. Except for the Nukalan fleet. The other thousands of starships were annihilated. And the materials and energy cores harvested were an astronomical figure. As expected, a man cannot grow fat without night grass. And a horse cannot become rich without windfall. Collect the materials needed for the starport. I will build it today. Sujia clenched his fist. The starport is of great significance. With a starport, you have a ticket to become an interstellar capitalist. If you want to maximize the capabilities of the T5 Blue Whale industrial ship, the starport is a necessary building. It is like a country's dock. Once built, it represents the rise of the export trade economy. Sujia is not good at StarCraft, but he is still familiar with being a capitalist. Next is the myth treasure chest. I don't know what I can get this time. Sujia is still very much looking forward to the myth treasure chest with the highest upper limit. Last time, the treasure chest opened a thunder element Holy Spirit, which directly raised the base's defense by several levels. It can't be too bad this time. Right? Sujia rubbed his hands. May the heavenly officials bless me. And the god of wealth help me. Open! Swish. Colorful rays of light flashed. A silver ring appeared out of thin air, floating in the air. Ring? Ding! Successfully opened the myth treasure chest. Obtained, God Machine Armor. God Machine Armor. Warframe. Energy slot. 10W/10W. Skill 1. God Machine Summon. Summon the mecha to fight together. Fly into the sky. Travel in the void. Suitable for any environment. Additional health bar, 10. Skill 2. Mechanical Rampage. Activate all weapon systems of the mecha, forming a metal frenzy with super firepower coverage. Attack increased by 300%. Cooldown, 1 day. Skill 3. Starry Sky Shuttle. After activation, you can teleport to any coordinates through the star map. Cooling time, 3 days. Introduction, A Man's Dream. Armor and mecha. When the two are combined into one, how do you deal with it? Awesome. No man can refuse a cool and gorgeous mecha. Sujia put on the ring without saying a word. God Machine. Combine. Buzz. A trembling sound sounded. And a mecha wearing dark purple and gold armor, and flowing with dazzling light slowly emerged. After the cool transformation, it directly wrapped Sujia in it. Fuck. Sujia couldn't help but curse. This mecha is so cool. The dark purple shell flashes with a cold light, and the streamlined design makes it look like a steel behemoth. Its armor is extremely hard and can withstand all kinds of powerful attacks. The head of the mecha is equipped with a pair of sharp horns, which can easily tear the enemy's defense. On the back of the mecha, there is a power thruster that can make Sujia reach the speed of sound. On the chest of the mecha, there is a blue crystal, which is the core energy source of the mecha. When the crystal is activated, the whole body of the mecha emits a blue light, like a warrior from the future. Very cool. It's missing a weapon. Otherwise it would be more perfect. Sujia fiddled with various shapes in a showy manner, and the operating system inside provided him with various data of the mecha. Although the mecha is not big, there are many functions hidden inside. He basically has everything that Iron Man has. However, the micro-missiles have been replaced with energy bombs, which makes it more convenient to recharge. These are secondary. The key is the 3 skills brought by the equipment. The first skill directly adds 10 health bars to him. What a concept. That is equivalent to 10 lives. The second skill is average. He has many means of attack, so this little difference is not enough. The key is the third skill, Space Shuttle. He already has the star map, which means that as long as he knows the coordinates, he can teleport to any planet or any star field. The Divine Machine Armor can become a SSS-level mythical weapon, all relying on this unlimited crossing ability. Mythical equipment is extraordinary. At this moment, a message suddenly lit up the team channel. Sujia clicked in to take a look. Sophia. Help. My base can't hold on. Woo woo woo. Eddie. What's going on? Didn't Xiao Luoluo go over to support? Lorella. The enemy is a T4 battleship. I am immortal. How can I fight with my head? Caleb. T4? So exaggerated? My monthly attack is only 2 T2 ships. Lilith. Sophia's sister. How many points do you have? How could you provoke such an existence? Sophia. Just over 400,000. The score and the end of month attack have been merged. Whoa. I was trying to find a bug, but it failed. Eddie. 6. Lilith. At Sujia. We can't count on you. We can only see if Brother Sujia has any solution. Sophia. At Sujia, good brother. Help me. As long as Brother Su can save me, I will change my belief to male gods in the future. No. Brother Su is an immortal. I will change my belief to male immortals. Sujia. Don't you know how much your belief is worth? Lorella. If you have a solution, please tell me now. I can't hold on any longer. If it doesn't work. Sophia. Merge with my base. Sophia. Wow. My life fountain. My ancient life tree. My moon boat. Wow. Sujia. Give me the coordinates. And give me half of the reward. If it was before, Sujia might really be helpless. If Yogwang was still there, he could borrow them for emergency. But after Yoguang was taken away by the crazy fox, he had no good way. He didn't have the secondary profession of mercenary, so he couldn't go to other pioneer territories. But it's different now. It's just a good time to try the power of the god Mecha. Sophia. Brother Su. Come quickly. Don't say half. It's okay to give it all to you. Lorella. Give him all. Then wouldn't I come here for nothing to get beaten? Sophia. Well, we are friends. Don't hurt our relationship for this little money. Lorella. Hee hee. Wanqing. I'm going out for a while. You'll be in charge of the base. Wanqing nodded to show that he understood. The next moment, Su Jie entered the coordinates he got from Sophia. Buzz. A light gate appeared, and Su Jie jumped in. Opening his eyes, Su Jie found himself in a primitive dense forest. After watching the yellow sand all over the sky for a long time, Su Jie was a little uncomfortable when he suddenly saw such a scene surrounded by green shade. Brother Su? A girl's voice came to his ears. Su Jie looked in the direction of the voice and saw a long-eared elf wearing a light green skirt, revealing snowy long legs and delicate collarbones running towards him. You the elf? Su Jie was stunned. He didn't expect Sophia to be an outlier among the elves. The elves are huge, and there are countless branches. However, the most are elemental elves. Among them, the light elves are regarded as the orthodox royal family by the elves, and the Kagai elves have a terrible reputation among the kind and peace-loving elves. Words such as insidious, cunning, profit-seeking, and evil are the image of the Kagai elves among the elves. The black crescent moon between the eyebrows is the symbol of the Kagai elves. Su Jie thought Sophia was a gentle and holy elf sister before. Now it seems that they are the same kind of people. My heart is dirty. Brother Su's mecha is so handsome. Sophia looked like a fangirl with shining eyes. Brother, stop watching the show and help. At this time, Lorella, who was fighting bloody in the sky, shouted. Su Jie collected his thoughts and looked up at the sky. In the sky, a behemoth of more than 1,000 meters was hovering above it. Thousands of drones were raging outside the magic shield. Lorella held a spear in her hand, surrounded by thunder, and kept shooting down the approaching drones. But she was facing more than that. There were also hundreds of interstellar fighters, and dense artillery fire from T-4 battleships. On the other hand, Sophia's base, the ancient tree of life, exuded rich magic power, supporting the magic shield that was on the verge of breaking. 200-meter-high ancient war trees waved their arms, and continuously threw huge rocks into the sky. But the effect was minimal. 3 T2-class magic spaceships that looked like the moon were now emitting thick smoke from their tails, and were obviously scrapped. A large number of green-skinned monsters stood on the city wall, looking a bit like goblins. They fought back with spears and bows. Occasionally, they were lucky enough to shoot down 1 or 2 drones. The combat power was simply unbearable to watch. Only a dozen magic cannons in the base were still useful, and the gorgeous magic bombardment blew those drones to pieces. Brother Su, please save me quickly. As long as you can save me, I will agree to anything you want. Sophia crossed her arms, looking pitiful. No, I've been abstaining from sex recently, so I won't fall for that. After that, Su Jie activated the propulsion device and soared into the sky. Telekinesis unfolded. Buzz. A circle of invisible ripples spread out, and all drones within a range of 5,000 meters were fixed in place. Target locked. Request to destroy. Destruction approved. Then, small gun muzzles extended from all parts of the mecha. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, thousands of super strong energy beams shot out in all directions, and a series of explosions made the whole world tremble. The dense group of drones fell like a cannonball. Bang! 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 Explosions continued. Fuck. Is it so awesome? Lorella's chubby face was full of shock. It's been a while since we last met, and this guy's improvement is too fast. Right? Is this the foundation of the top races? Hee hee. There are even more awesome ones. Su Jie chuckled and put his hands together. Mechanical rampage. Crack. Crack. After a mechanical transformation, a bunch of weapons and equipment extended behind Su Jie. Missiles, laser cannons, cannons, and so on. Each one is full of wildness and technology. This is... Lorella stared at the weapons dully, blinking his eyes. Su Jie curled his lips. I'm going big. You'd better stay away. Lorella swallowed her saliva and turned to run. Oh my god. It's too scary. Captain. High energy reaction detected. Should we intercept? A young officer asked in the bridge of the T-4 battleship. Intercept? The captain with a fish head and a human body sneered. Intercept bullshit. If he can kill me in seconds, I will. Boom boom boom. A series of violent explosions interrupted his words. And the battleship's defense shield was shattered in an instant. The ship shook violently. And a huge force came. And the entire cabin almost collapsed. Plop! The young officer was overturned and fell to the ground. His head hitting the operating table. And bright red liquid flowed down. How is this possible? Captain Fishhead's eyes widened. Unable to believe that his T-4 battleship was killed instantly by a mecha. Is this guy driving a Gundam? Don't be too ridiculous. Boom. The armor was torn apart. And the warship was covered with flames. Many soldiers on the battleship had no resistance at all. And they all turned into charcoal and died. This included the fishhead captain. Boom! The battleship exploded in the sky, bursting with gorgeous fireworks. Sujia glanced at the energy tank of the base machine. And it was directly at the bottom. It seems that killing a T-4 battleship in seconds is the limit of the divine machine. Crack. Crack. As the energy was exhausted, the divine machine's armor was removed. And it turned back into a ring and fell into cooling. Base below, Sophia looked at the man standing proudly in the void. Her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement and admiration. So strong. She subconsciously clamped her legs together, as if stimulated by something. Oh, goddess. I seem to be in love. Sophia covered her face and couldn't help but start to be crazy about him. She even thought of the names of her and Sujia's children in the future. The girl's name is Sophie, and the boy's name is Su Fei. Perfect. Don't be crazy about him. Go put out the fire quickly. Lorella spread her wings and fell down, giving her a hard blow. Hey, little Lolo. Look at my hair is messy, Sophia asked after tidying up her appearance. Lorella looked up at the sky in silence, her forehead resting with her hands in exhaustion. Sister, if you don't put out the fire, the precious wood you planted will be burned. As soon as she mentioned things related to money, Sophia immediately returned to normal. Damn. Why didn't you say it earlier? I said it. But did you listen? Sophia didn't want to argue at this time. So she took out her staff and unfolded a series of magic arrays layer by layer. 5th level magic. The sea. Crash. In the primeval forest, the sound of surging waves was heard. Then, several water columns rushed into the sky, sweeping across the forest with terrifying power. All the flames caused by the wreckage of the warship were extinguished. After the attack, the base reconstruction work began. Seeing that all the money she had worked so hard to earn had to be used to repair the base, Sophia was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. Woo woo woo. Why am I always so unlucky? Compared to those European dogs in the team. She was indeed unlucky. The mission is completed. Isn't it time to settle the reward? Sujia slowly landed and approached Sophia with a smirk on his face. Brother Su, can you pay with your body? 6. Sujia's face was full of black lines. Are you trying to refuse to pay because you don't want to pay? Brothers should settle accounts clearly. And the reward must be paid? Brother Su. Get lost. Sophia was heartbroken and tears welled up in her eyes. The reward this time was really expensive. The 400,000 point attack plus the reward for the end of month attack were more valuable than her current dilapidated base. What's the reward? Why are you so distressed? Lorella knew her very well. She was greedy and stingy, and never made a loss. Now that she asked for sex compensation, she must think that the attack reward was more valuable than her chastity. As expected, Sophia wiped her tears hypocritically and began to confuse people with incoherent words. Well, since you're here, come in and sit down. She looked warm and welcoming. But Lorella didn't fall for it at all, and grabbed her fate by the back of her neck. Humph. Your trick won't work on me. Just pay the reward. Lorella looked like she knew. Aren't we good sisters? Don't be so ungrateful. Sophia wanted to cry, but had no tears. The two of them quarreled for a while, and finally compromised. You can choose it yourself. The rewards are all here. Sophia waved her hand, and several scrolls, a pile of resources, and several treasure chests appeared in front of her. Sujia took a quick look and found that most of the scrolls were building upgrade scrolls. He didn't care about scrolls and resources. now that he was on an aircraft carrier starship. He didn't need these things. Only a few treasure chests caught his eye. I want these 2 treasure chests. Sujia consciously put a diamond treasure chest and a talent treasure chest in his pocket. Then I want scrolls. Lorella was not polite and decisively took away the upgrade scrolls, not giving Sophia time to regret. Wow, at least leave some for me. Sophia looked at Lorella aggrievedly, her big watery eyes full of hope. Okay. I'll give you 2 back. Lorella had no choice but to take out 2 scrolls out of softness. Little Lulu is still the best to her sister. Mumu kiss one. Sophia hugged Lorella with a smile and bit her chubby cheeks twice. Okay. Now that I'm done, I should go back. There are still many things to deal with at the base. Sujia said hello and was about to leave with the scroll back to the city, but was grabbed by Sophia. It's not easy to come here. Sit for a while. Brother Su. Lorella frowned at her and thought, why is this woman sticking to Sujia like a dogskin plaster? She suddenly felt that this girl had bad intentions. She looked up and saw that Sophia's eyes were fixed on the silver ring on Sujia's hand that emitted colorful fluorescence. Oh, there's no hope. I have something else to do. I'll leave first. After saying that, Lorella turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot. Sophia pouted and muttered, really? You always ruin other people's plans. I'm leaving too. You should pack up the base quickly, and we'll go to the dungeon together in 2 days. Sujia also saw that Sophia had ulterior motives, so he quickly found a reason to escape. Recently, this peach blossom is a bit rampant. He has to be on guard. Sophia watched Sujia leave with resentment, and her mood instantly fell to the bottom. Hey, I finally met a rich husband. Why do you always avoid me? He looked down at his weapon, then shook his hands. Not small. Doesn't he like 2 big ones? Chat channel. Lilith. How is it? Is the problem solved? Sophia. Brother Su will take action, and it will definitely be solved perfectly. Lorella. Sophia. Oh, and little Luo has worked hard too. Come here and let your sister kiss you. Lorella. Get away. It's disgusting. Sujia. Everyone. Get ready. After cleaning the battlefield, prepare for the next dungeon. Eddie. Are we finally going to meet in person? I'm a little excited. Caleb. Give me 2 days. The rewards this time are a bit too much, and I need to digest them. Lilith. 2 to 2. The refugees rewarded this time are a bit strange. Give 2 to 2 days to deal with them. Sujia. Okay. Let's go to the dungeon together in the early morning of 2 days. Sophia. No problem. Brother Su can come to our planet when you are free. Lorella. I think it's better to do it. Sophia. Say less. Why haven't I seen you talk so much before? Lorella. Control center. Sujia closed the chat window. After going out, he had 2 more treasure chests in his hand. I don't want to bother. Let's open all 3 treasure chests at once. Bang bang bang. Ding. Successfully opened the talent treasure chest. Obtained talent, recruiter. Recruiter, when recruiting soldiers, people, special professions, captains and other characters, the success rate increases by 20%. There is a small probability of recruitment events, and the probability changes with the increase of the territory happiness index. Ding! Successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. Obtained, Wind Blade. Wind Blade. Attribute, agility plus 30%. Special effect 1, Wind Blade, attack with Wind Blade blessing. Defense breaking effect plus 50%. Special effect 2, Heaven cutting sword drawing. The speed of the sword is increased by 500%, and the attack speed is increased by 500%. Ding! Successfully opened the myth treasure chest. Obtained, Precision Parts Machinery Factory Design Drawing. Precision Parts Machinery Factory, a factory that can produce any mechanical parts. Huh? Sujia's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the information that popped up on the screen in surprise. Precision Parts Factory? Universal Mechanical Parts? The first thing that came to Sujia's mind was the universal mechanical parts technology that was stuck in his neck. The things opened in the 3 treasure chests were all good. As the base continued to expand, recruiting new talents was imminent. The recruiter's talent effect was very good, so he learned it directly. The Wind Blade made up for Sujia's shortcomings in agility, and he finally had a handy weapon. However, compared with the design drawings opened in the myth treasure chest, these two items were obviously much inferior. Once the problem of the universal mechanical parts is solved, there will be nothing to stop him from destroying the ship in the future. Huanqing, come and take a look. Su Jie called Huanqing, and the two of them studied the design together. The previous design drawings could be built as long as the materials were gathered, but this time it was obviously different. Boss, are you going to let us build it ourselves? Huanqing quickly scanned the contents of the drawings, and then showed a strange expression. It's almost certain. This thing is the last level that is stuck on the technology side. It shouldn't be so easy for us to build it. Su Jie knew the value of universal mechanical parts too well. The smart chip has made him a lot of money. Once the factory of mechanical parts is built, he dare not imagine how exaggerated his wealth will be. Su Jie was ready for a tough battle. But Huanqing was a little suspicious and hesitated to speak. But what? Su Jie thought she wanted to say that it was too difficult and unrealistic. But he never thought that Huanqing's next sentence almost hurt his waist. But this factory is too simple. I can build it in less than half a month. Hearing Huanqing's words, Su Jie was stunned on the spot. What the hell? Are you sure you are not kidding me? It can be built in half a month? This is a universal mechanical parts factory. Why don't you go to heaven? Although it is unbelievable, Huanqing never lies. Half a month? Are you sure you are not kidding me? Su Jie looked at Huanqing seriously and questioned seriously. I'm sure. We have a T5 Blue Whale industrial ship. Half a month. It will definitely work. Is the T5 industrial ship so powerful? Huanqing rolled her eyes at her master in a very humane way. Boss, this is not the way to be a hands-off boss. You should at least understand the situation of the industry in your hands. Taking this opportunity, Huanqing grabbed Su Jie and began to make up for the performance of the industrial ship. According to her, the T5 industrial ship is one of the most advanced technological products in the known universe. In other words, even the T3 level honeycomb industrial ship has a technological level that surpasses the evil country civilization. Not to mention the T5 Blue Whale industrial ship that has been upgraded twice. Su Jie finally had a clear understanding of the assets in his hands. I'm so awesome. He felt full of energy. At the same time, he also understood what to do next. I still have 6 battleship upgrade scrolls left. That means I can build 3 more Blue Whale industrial ships. Mastering 5 T5 industrial ships is enough for Su Jie to increase his combat power by hundreds of times in a very short time. Perhaps he can end the battle between the Zerd and the evil country with his own fleet without waiting for the branch battlefield to open in 2 months. The cake is so big. Su Jie doesn't want to share the resources of this galaxy with the pioneers. But there is a problem here. If you want T5, you have to build T3 first. And the construction conditions of T3 Hive industrial ship require 100 units of universal mechanical parts. In other words, Su Jie's first task is to build a factory. Then use the universal mechanical parts produced by the factory to build a T3 industrial ship. Then use the upgrade scroll to obtain a T5 Blue Whale industrial ship. After that, it is a crazy explosion of ships. Start StarCraft, plunder supplies, and then continue to explode ships. Perfect. Stop all plans in the base and give the precision parts factory the highest priority. Su Jie made a prompt decision and replanned the base development plan. Yes, boss. Huanqing nodded excitedly. She is looking forward to the moment when the factory is completed, and the entire Star Sea will tremble. Then, will the T6 Genesis starport still be built? Su Jie asked back. Will it affect the construction of the factory? It doesn't affect it. The materials for the starport have been collected almost. The resources needed for the factory can be deducted from the spoils of the attack. About 200 million materials are just enough to build a factory. Very good. Then build it. T6 Genesis starport. Comprehensive score, 10W. Construction conditions, metal material 1E, stone material 1E, wood material 1E, energy crystal core *100, advanced energy core *1, water element core *1, earth element core *1, universal mechanical parts *80, star coins 5000 W. Afternoon. Su Jie exchanged the last 80 self-selected resource treasure chests for mechanical parts. Then, he opened 2 self-selected core treasure chests and exchanged them for advanced cores and earth element cores. Su Jie had a water element core in his hand. which he had bought from Augustine. All the materials were gathered, and the 50 million star coins that Su Jie had accumulated in his warehouse with great difficulty disappeared in an instant. Boom boom. A violent vibration suddenly resounded through the sky. A huge amount of resources began to merge and converge, gradually forming a huge and boundless cosmic starport. At this moment, the Saturn rings surrounding the planet NTR 9528 were pulled by an inexplicable energy and began to converge towards the starport. Countless meteorites seemed to be constantly kneaded by a pair of God's hands and rolled into a hole. These meteorites floated well, and inexplicably became the base of the starport. Su Jie originally thought that he would use his own sky island as the carrier of the starport and drag it to travel in the universe. But when the Genesis starport was actually built, he was dumbfounded. This is too big. Rather than calling it a starport, it is better to say that it is a future space city. There are hotels, shops, shopping malls, baths, restaurants, and KTVs. On the edge of the space city is a giant dock for docking starships. On both sides of each dock, there are steel walls. The city walls are like partitions, separating the docks. These walls are not decorations, but scaffolding like buildings used to build and repair starships. Su Jie roughly estimated that the area of the T6 Genesis starport is estimated to be as large as the moon. However, most of it is a rock base, and the starport only occupies a small part. If there are sufficient resources in the future, it can be expanded. Su Jie controlled the sky island, broke through the atmosphere, and came to the universe, hovering above the starport city. Then he took out the previous artificial sun to bring light to the city. Phantom Star. How do you solve the energy problem of the starport? Su Jie looked at the empty city below, frowning. Of course, we use energy crystal cores. Damn. Wouldn't it cost tens of thousands of star coins to maintain Star Harbor City every day? Su Jie felt his heart bleeding. Boss, you really don't know anything about capital expenditure. If it is fully staffed, the daily energy consumption will be at least 100,000. And this is when the Star Harbor stops and stays. If the engine is turned on, the energy consumption will at least double. Money-eating beast. Su Jie felt his liver aching. Build a nuclear reactor for me. Whoever wants to spend this wasted money can spend it. Ding! Congratulations. You are the first pioneer in this area with a score of more than 90 W. Reward, 90 resource boxes of your choice. 9 special cores of your choice. 900 free attribute points. It is detected that you have recently triggered an attack event, and the scoring event time is delayed. Unconsciously, Su Jie's score has reached 960,000, and it will soon break 1 million. It doesn't matter. There is no one who can fight in this galaxy. Just come casually. It's also a gift of experience. Boss, a nuclear reactor has a score of 80,000. Are you sure? Huan Qing reminded in a low voice. It doesn't matter. Su Jie said nothing and started to collect materials. Building a nuclear reactor requires tungsten alloy and soft magnetic alloy, as well as a nuclear element core, and 10 universal mechanical parts. This is not a difficult task for Su Jie. Just open 2 self-selected treasure chests. Swish. A huge controllable nuclear fusion plant appears in the core area of Star Harbor City. Ding! Congratulations. You have become the first pioneer in this area with a score of more than 1 million. Rewards. Self-selected resource treasure chests *100. Self-selected special cores *10. Free attribute points *1000. Successfully trigger the million score trial. After breaking through the trial, the score benefits will be cancelled. You will not be protected by the world's will, and the combat power of attacking the enemy is uncontrollable. You will open a new module, StarCraft. StarCraft? Interesting. Su Jie clicked on the trial content. It actually requires 20 T4 or higher starships to start. It seems that the content of the trial is not simple. Forget it. Let's wait until the factory is built. There are not enough resources to build starships now. All the resources he has on hand are used to build the starport. Although the spoils of the attack have not been counted yet, they are used to build the factory. Su Jie is now penniless. He can only hope to gain something in the dungeon 2 days later. The next day, Su Jie woke up alone in his bedroom. Erky was busy hatching the biological starship, and Fina was soaking in the ascension pool. It was rare for him to have a day off. Lord, Vivian asked when you will leave. The door was pushed open, and Amanda walked into the bedroom with breakfast and clothes. Let's go now. Driving a starship requires operators, deputy captains, secretaries, logistics officers, and other personnel. Otherwise, the full performance of the T-5 Stegosaurus aircraft carrier cannot be brought into play. Now, Vivian is already impatient to go to the nearby planet to recruit interstellar female soldiers. Su Jie has the talent of recruiter, so he must go with him. After breakfast, he put on the handsome military uniform made by Amanda. Su Jie took the space elevator to the airport city. At this moment, 2 T-5 class Blue Whale industrial ships were docked at the dock, busy making the parts needed for the factory. Thousands of Pioneer robots were busy all night. Su Jie nodded with satisfaction, and then stepped onto the Stegosaurus dock not far away. Welcome, Commander, to the Stegosaurus aircraft carrier starship. Vivian, who had been waiting for a long time, was now dressed in a handsome captain's uniform, and saluted Su Jie respectfully. There are no outsiders. Why are you so formal? Su Jie waved his hand, signaling Wolf's sister to be more casual. Hee. I'm used to it. Vivian scratched her head. The two came to the bridge of the aircraft carrier, and Su Jie sat down in the chief captain's chair with great force. Vivian stood beside him, serving him tea and water. There were only 2 of them on the entire warship, so this rough work could only be done by her. The captain. Let's go. Time waits for no one. Yes. With his order, the aircraft carrier slowly took off. Buzz. At the moment the engine started, a dazzling white light burst out from the tail of the aircraft carrier. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the aircraft carrier soared into the sky. It rushed into the starry sea at an extremely fast speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the jump mode, the scenery outside the porthole quickly receded. It was Su Jie's first time to ride on a starship. The novel experience made him like a child, and he couldn't help but look around. Vivian discovered that the commander had such a side. It was quite interesting. Planet NTR 9366. A disheveled girl was running for her life. She was holding a piece of moldy bread in her hand, and behind her were 3 fierce and burly men. Fuck. You stole things from me. I'll catch you and sell you to the mine. One of the strong men shouted viciously. Please, brothers, let me go, the girl cried, tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, looking pitiful. But she didn't stop at all, and her eyes flashed with murderous intent. Bitch, if you have the guts, stop. As they chased and fled, they soon found that the surrounding buildings were gradually becoming dilapidated. Brother, we're in the slums. Are you still chasing? Someone asked worriedly. What's there to be afraid of? My second uncle is the captain of the law enforcement team. How dare that bitch touch me? After that, the 3 big men quickened their pace and chased the girl. A hint of mockery flashed across the girl's eyes, and she accelerated. Damn it! Don't run. You're dead. Just as they were about to catch up, they suddenly turned a corner and came to a dead end. Hee. Run. Keep running. The 3 men laughed sinisterly. The expression on the girl's face froze slightly. Her legs began to tremble involuntarily. Run. Why don't you run? The strong man grinned and reached out to grab the girl's face. He wanted to see what the girl looked like with her hair disheveled. If she was pretty, he wouldn't mind enjoying her first, and then selling her to the mine to make money when he got tired of playing. However, he just touched the girl's hair. Bang! The strong man's face exploded, turning into a bloody rain. Brother! The other 2 looked at this weird scene in horror. The girl sneered. High-end hunters often appear as prey. The next second, a group of skinny beggars holding iron bars suddenly appeared at the alley. The leader was holding a rusty revolver and staring at them with cold eyes. No, it's none of our business. The 2 strong men raised their hands in panic, trembling with fear. They were not stupid. They knew that they were being set up by a honey trap. The key point was that they knew very well that these women in front of them were not easy to mess with. They had been bullying in the slums for so long, but no one was sent down to clear them out. A discerning person could see that there was something fishy about this matter. Wasting my bullets. The leading beggar cursed, and then put the gun back into the bag on her waist. Bullets are very precious to them, so it is most convenient to use iron rods. Hand over the valuables. Otherwise, the beggar grinned, and her cold eyes made the 2 feel cold all over. Here, I'll give it to you. All to you. The 2 big men handed over all the valuables, leaving only a pair of pants. Seeing this, The beggar frowned. Sister, you all want the bitter tea seeds? The two big men wanted to cry, but had no tears. Take it off for me. What if there is something good hidden in that place? The beggar curled her lips in disdain. The two big men wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why did they have to play so perverted? What are you two still doing? My sister told you to take off your bitter tea seeds. Didn't you hear me? The people around them kept waving iron bars and hitting the ground. They didn't have the innocence and purity that they should have at their age. Instead, they revealed a certain brutality and bloodiness. The two strong men gritted their teeth and took off their pants, revealing it's better not to look. Go away. The little beggar waved her hands in disdain. Huff, huff. The two big men rolled and crawled away, not daring to stay for a moment. Pa. So small. The little beggar complained, causing the companions around to laugh. Big sister, what should we do with this guy? The girl who stole the bread before pointed at the corpse on the ground and asked. Strip off the clothes and take him back to feed De Huang. The little beggar glanced at it calmly, as if she was looking at a dead duck or goose, with no ripples in her pupils. Yes. The girl took the order and stripped the big man of all his valuables. And then several people found a wooden stick. The big man's body was strung up, and the body was lifted up and walked deep into the slums. On the rooftop in the distance, Su Jie and Vivian witnessed the whole process just now. Commander, what are we doing here? Recruitment. Su Jie spread his hands. He didn't want to come either. However, a recruitment event was triggered, saying that a secretary with S-level qualifications and several captains and fighter operators with A-level qualifications were found. So I came here out of curiosity to take a look. You want to recruit those civilian girls? Vivian was suspicious. Civilians? Are you sure they are not poor? Commander. The poor are the lowest level of residents. They are not poor. They are not poor? Good man. Being rich really limits my imagination. The life of these aliens is not that good. Vivian's face was full of black lines, not knowing how to explain. But when the commander sees the real people at the bottom, he will probably understand. Commander, those little guys may be in danger. Do we need to take action? Vivian groaned and reminded. Oh, why do you say that? Su Jie looked at Vivian with interest. They are not cruel enough. They should be silenced. Vivian shook her head and sighed, without saying anything more. Before she met Her Royal Highness the Princess, she lived a precarious life like these little beggars, even more miserable than them. At least, they still have ways to get food in the slums. But in the slums, that's where people eat each other. If you dare to close your eyes at night, you will never have the chance to wake up again. Of course, when she opened her eyes, she might find herself being cooked into delicious food on the grill. If she were a little beggar woman, she would never let those two companions go. In addition to causing trouble to herself, she would also lose a month's rations. In the slums. Big sister, this guy is so rich. Enough for us to eat noodle soup for a long time. Stupid. Keep your voice down, or it will be troublesome if someone hears it. Bang. Ouch. The little beggar woman's mallet hit a little beggar girl's head heavily, causing her to see stars in pain. Boss, is it really okay to let those two go back? Someone in the crowd approached the little beggar woman and asked in a low voice. What could happen? The little beggar rolled her eyes and didn't care. But those patrols? Don't worry. They don't dare to touch us. The little beggar looked indifferent, and her tone was full of confidence. Although the others were curious, they had been getting along for a long time and trusted this big sister. Since the big sister appeared, they have never been hungry. Not only that, they can get precious pills even when they are sick. They can also find a natural residence, like a bridge hole. Such a life is so happy. The little beggar saw the trust in everyone's eyes, and couldn't help but smile. And the reason why she was so sure that they could get away unscathed, and others didn't dare to trouble them, was that they could get away unscathed. All thanks to the deterrent power of her name. To be precise, it was the fear brought by the dirty blood flowing in her body. Russell Lucia. That was her name. In other places, the surname Russell didn't mean anything. It couldn't be more ordinary. But in this small galaxy, the surname Russell represented absolute authority. The 10 energy stars nearby, hundreds of billions of lives, were all controlled by the family named Russell. And Lucia, even if she was just the offspring of a minor branch and a slave, no one dared to touch her, just because she had the blood of the Russell family in her body. That was enough. But this time, Lucia made a mistake. What she didn't know was that the father she had never met was about to get married. And the person she was going to marry was a fierce woman who couldn't tolerate any sand in her eyes. Under a bridge somewhere in the slums, a shabby house made of simple wooden boards is the residence of these girls. At this moment, they are sitting around the campfire, and the rice paste in the pot is cooked into a mushy mess. But as long as a little bit of salt is added, they can eat it with relish. Woof woof woof. A big dog with gray and white hair and a fat body ran in after smelling the fragrance, sniffing and swallowing saliva frantically. De Huang, didn't I bring you a big fat pig? You don't eat meat and come to steal our rice paste. Bad dog. Awoo. The big dog whimpered, as if saying, dogs won't eat that thing. The girls were amused by its appearance. Among them, a girl with twin ponytails and a pretty and well-behaved appearance reached into the cloth bag at her waist and took out a piece of moldy hard bread and handed it over. Here, this is today's extra spoils of war. Take it and eat it. Woof woof woof. De Huang raised his head in surprise, as if he didn't expect to get this honor. However, before De Huang started to enjoy the food, a group of uninvited guests broke into the field of vision. More than a dozen soldiers wearing mechas and holding laser guns entered one after another, instantly blocking the exit of the entire bridge hole. Who allowed you to have a meal here? Do you know that it is an illegal gathering? The bearded leader yelled fiercely, kicked the cooking pot to the ground, and the soup spilled all over the floor. What are you doing? This is our food. The originally quiet atmosphere exploded instantly, and the little beggars stood up and glared at the bearded man. However, after seeing the emblem on the bearded man's chest, the little beggars immediately wilted. Why did the patrol come to the slums? The girls picked up the iron bars in their hands and entered a defensive state. But under the bright laser muzzle, they were a little scared and kept retreating, until Lucia walked out of the crowd. They slowly stopped retreating. Are you the captain of the patrol? Lucia took a step forward and stared at the other party with cold eyes. The bearded man grinned and sneered. It was you, a bastard, who killed my brother-in-law. Then everyone noticed that there were two big men standing behind the patrol team, who were the two who had just been released. It seemed that these two guys went back to inform the police. Lucia's face was gloomy. She didn't expect that the patrol team would come to her door. I warn you. Get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lucia forced herself to remain calm and clenched the revolver hidden in her sleeve. Humph. Massacre of nobles. According to the law, I can kill you on the spot. The bearded man grinned, not hiding his hostility. You don't dare. Lucia gritted her teeth and shouted. Uh-huh. Why shouldn't I dare? The bearded man laughed wildly, rolling his eyes and saying again, do you think that with the name of Russell, I, a small patrol captain, can't touch you? Well, I really don't dare. But the remaining beggars are not named Russell. Come on. Catch them all, clean them up, and send them to the slave black market. As soon as the patrol captain finished speaking, dozens of soldiers behind him immediately raised their guns and aimed at the little beggars. Their eyes were cold and frightening. Lucia saw that the situation was not good, and immediately opened her arms to protect her companions behind her, and shouted, Asshole! Who dares to touch my friend? First ask if the gun in my hand agrees. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can stop our mecha with just a small pistol? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. The bearded man sneered, his eyes full of contempt. But the next second, Lucia turned the gun and pointed it directly at her head. Although I am a bastard, as long as my name is preceded by the word Russell, I am still a member of the Russell family. Even if the dog of the Russell family dies in this city, you will be buried with it. Good guy. You can still play like this. Su Jie, who was hiding in the distance watching the show, was shocked by the bravery of this girl and slammed the table on the spot to applaud. He likes this kind of lunatic, who is cruel to others and to himself. Humph. I bet there's no bullet in your gun. Then let's try it. Lucia raised her chin provocatively and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Scarlet blood spurted out of her arm, and her left hand was directly pierced by the bullet and drooped down. Big sister! The companions behind her screamed, but Lucia didn't care and glanced at the patrol members indifferently. I'll give you one last chance to choose. Leave here, or die together. The patrol leader was stunned. He didn't expect Lucia to really dare to shoot, and she looked indifferent. He panicked and cursed inwardly that he was a bitch, and took 2 steps back. But when he thought of the order sent by the lady, he became fearless again. Kill this bastard, then take a large sum of money and fly away. As for the lives of other people in the city, what does it have to do with him? Thinking of this, the patrol leader regained his courage and winked at his men around him. De Huang, sensing something was wrong, suddenly rushed towards this group of very bad people. Woof woof woof. Lucia's pupil shrank suddenly. De Huang, come back. However, it was too late. Bang! Puff! The sound of gunfire echoed through the bridge hole. Splashing blood rained all over the sky. De Huang lay in a pool of blood and twitched twice, and then stopped moving. All movements came to an abrupt stop. The girls stared blankly at their companions lying on the ground, tears welling up in their eyes. Lucia's expression also froze on her face. She stared at De Huang's tragically dead body in a daze, and couldn't react for a long time. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and catch them all. Leave that woman to me. I haven't tasted a woman from the Russell family yet, even though she's a bastard. Boss, let me have a taste after you're done. This is Russell. Boss, I want one too. I like to conquer such high-ranking women. I heard that the women of the Russell clan are particularly powerful. Hee hee. I wonder if it's true. A dozen soldiers licked their lips obscenely, staring greedily at Lucia's slender figure. Their obscene eyes made people disgusted. Lucia's pretty face flushed. Her silver teeth were clenched, but her hand holding the revolver was shaking slightly. Once caught by this group of people, the consequences can be imagined. Big sister, let's fight them. Yes, even if we die, we can't let these scum defile our bodies. Anyway, our lives were saved by the big sister from the dead, so it's worth dying. Hearing the angry voices of her companions, Lucia took a deep breath and gradually regained her composure. She couldn't just watch everyone die. Wait! Just as everyone was holding their weapons and preparing to fight back, Lucia suddenly spoke up to stop them. The patrol leader frowned and shouted coldly, "What do you want to do? Do you want to surrender?" "Surrender? Yes. As long as you let them go. I will go into the woods with you. Otherwise, you will only get a dead body. Don't doubt my determination." A hint of madness flashed in Lucia's eyes. "If you don't believe me, come and try. I guarantee you will get nothing." The patrol leader's face was uncertain, and he suddenly waved his hand, signaling everyone to retreat. "Big sister. No. We are not afraid of death." Behind Lucia, several girls protested. "Shut up. All of you shut up." Lucia roared, glared at the girls, and then signaled everyone to take the opportunity to run. And she would buy time. She learned a truth from her mother since she was a child. Only by living can there be hope, revenge, and chopping those who have bullied her into meat sauce. With her arm injured, she couldn't run far, so she might as well sacrifice herself to buy time for her companions. "Tuanzi, take good care of everyone. Stay alive. You must stay alive," she whispered to the girl who had acted as bait before. Everyone wanted to say something, but was stopped by the girl named Tuanzi. "Listen to the big sister." Tuanzi nodded vigorously and watched Lucia slowly approach the patrol team. "It's a bit dirty, but I don't mind." The bearded captain gave a lewd smile, rubbed his palms, and excitedly pounced on Lucia, like a hungry wolf. "Heh." Lucia smiled contemptuously, raised her foot, and kicked the bearded man's chest hard, using the force to jump to the side. Her legs were stained with blood, but she was still flexible and easily avoided the attack. "Bitch! You dare to kick me? You're looking for death." The bearded man was furious. "Do you want to enjoy the delicious food in front of so many people? Let's go to the woods over there." After that, she walked towards the grove not far away, with the revolver in her hand always against her head, not giving the bearded man a chance to refuse. It's troublesome to cut women. Leave 2 people to watch them, and the rest follow me. Let's see what Russell women can do. The patrol captain laughed grimly and chased Lucia with a group of subordinates. The 2 unlucky guys who were left behind were full of regret. Once upon a time, those high-ranking Russell people could also enjoy themselves under their crotches. This kind of strong satisfaction and sense of accomplishment is something they would never dare to imagine in their lifetime. Unfortunately, they missed such an opportunity. "Hey, there are a lot of good stuff here. How about you help me watch it? I'll go over and play." The other one pointed at the remaining group of girls and teased, "Hee hee. You kid, The two understood. So one of them approached the girls with a laser gun. What do you want to do? You said you would let us go. Do you want to go back on your word now? Tuanzi took over Lucia's position and protected her companions behind her. Let you go? Ha ha ha. When did we say that? That woman is just wishful thinking. Don't worry. I'm a very gentle brother. The two men looked at them unscrupulously, with naked desire in their eyes, wishing to strip them naked and press them to the ground to ravage them to death. The girls were horrified and subconsciously moved back. Damn it. Sisters. Fight. Kill them. And rescue the big sister. Someone shouted. And the girls who were on the verge of exploding finally couldn't hold back, and rushed up with the iron bars in their hands. Come back. Don't go. Tuanzi was furious. The opportunity to escape created by the big sister sacrifice was not for them to give up their lives. Iron Rod versus Mecha? Stop kidding. Okay? Don't cry until you see the coffin. The man pursed his lips, put away the laser gun, and with the help of the mecha, he knocked them all down in less than 10 seconds with one punch. Tuanzi, who was lying on the ground and spitting blood, still wanted to struggle. But these people are too strong. Humph. The man walked over, glanced down at her, and reached out to pinch Tuanzi's face. So tender. You keep an eye on them. I'll have some fun first. The man showed a ferocious smile, grabbed Tuanzi's hair, and dragged her all the way to the broken house under the bridge. Sister Tuanzi. No. Don't. Woo-woo. The miserable crying and wailing echoed through the riverbank. During this period, there were occasional people who were just looking for fun and walking across the bridge. But when they saw the patrol team's sign, they turned around and walked away without looking back. Despair. A heavy despair enveloped everyone's heart. With the sound of clothes being torn apart, all the girls' hearts fell to the bottom. The situation in the grove on the other side was not much better. Lucia's right hand, which was originally holding a gun, had been blown to pieces at some point. Looking at the scums who were constantly approaching, she closed her eyes in despair. Do you want revenge? Do you want to gain unparalleled power? Do you want to have the right to control the life and death of others? Who? Like a life-saving straw shot in the darkness. Lucia suddenly woke up. Answer my question. I don't want revenge. Nor do I want any power or authority. No matter who you are, a demon or an evil spirit, please save my partner. I, Lucia, am willing to swear with my soul to serve you forever. The stars will never fade, and the oath will last forever. Deal. Deal. As soon as the words fell, Lucia's eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Is it raining? The rain is a little hot. Is this blood? She could only open her eyelids with all her strength after losing both hands, and shake off the blood that fell into her eyes. When her vision returned to clarity, she saw the heads of the dozen scumbags thrown high. The empty necks sprayed blood all over the sky. How is this possible? Lucia was stunned in place, looking at the figure that appeared in front of her at some point. The other party was wearing a long black windbreaker, standing quietly with his back to her, without turning back, and not paying attention to her. But she felt that the other party was looking at her. You? Who are you? She swallowed. A man who will give you a new life. Remember your oath. From now on, your life belongs to me. No one can take it away unless I agree. The other party slowly turned around, revealing his handsome face. So handsome. How could there be such a handsome man in the world? Lucia swore that this scene would be engraved in the depths of her soul forever. Companions? Save my companions? Don't worry. They are safe. Thank you. Before she finished speaking, she fainted due to excessive blood loss. Sujia was ready to say a few more dirty words, but the other party didn't seem to give him the chance. Forget it. We still have to recruit soldiers. Let's not waste time. He deployed a telekinetic field and lifted the bloody Lucia back to the bridge hole. The battle in the bridge hole ended even faster, and Vivian knocked the two patrolmen to the ground with two claws. She even had time to give each of the girls a shot of healing potion. At this moment, they were surrounding the group in the military coat, staring at Vivian with a vigilant look. Although the other party saved them and healed them, but the other party's aura was too strong, and the frightened girls did not dare to move, for fear of angering this terrifying existence. Big sister. When everyone saw Lucia covered in blood and unconscious, they cried out in grief and rushed over. Everyone thought that the big sister had met with an accident, and they cried so hard that their hearts were broken. Ahem. You calm down. Lucia was suffocated by the pressure and forced herself to wake up from her coma. The big sister is not dead. You are the one who died. Woo. You scared us to death. Woo. Stop crying. I'll sleep for a while. On a certain street. Hey. Have you heard? There is a force coming to our planet to recruit space warriors. Just in front. You are fake. You dare to come to Russell's territory to rob people? Who is the other party? Who cares? As long as I can have a full meal. I will sign up even if the Zerg come to recruit people. That makes sense. It's better than starving to death here. Let's go and have a look. The news spread quickly, and soon spread throughout the city. There was even a faint momentum of spreading outward. These days, human lives are worse than pigs and dogs. Pigs and dogs can be slaughtered for meat, but human lives are wasted on food. The gap was immediately revealed. Conscription became a chance for everyone to turn their lives around. Although the risk of death is extremely high, it is better than going to the black-hearted mines where you never come back. At least they provide food. But the black-hearted mines don't care whether you live or die. However, when this group of expected people arrived at the designated area, they were dumbfounded. Only female soldiers? Why? Can I castrate myself? I just want to stutter. The registration site was in chaos. Even if there were people maintaining order, the fragile defense of these girls could not stop them in front of the rioting people. Have you quarreled enough? A majestic voice suddenly sounded, and then someone was kicked away. Vivian's powerful pressure instantly shocked the whole audience, and those who were shouting about unfairness just now fell silent. Sister, you can talk. Can you put away the RPG barrel on your shoulder first? It would be bad if the gun went off accidentally and hit some flowers and plants. I'll say it again. Only female soldiers are accepted. And those with penises. Get out of here. Vivian stared at everyone fiercely, adding word by word. If there are men who want to join the numbers, get out as soon as possible. Otherwise I will kill people. With this look, coupled with a heroic military uniform, she looked like a killer. Many timid people left silently, unwilling to touch this bad luck. But there were still 3 or 4 people who were unwilling to shout. The result was naturally that their heads and bodies were separated, and they died as dead as they could. Sujia curled his lips on the side, saying that I am also a man. Why are you scolding me too? And you? All of you. Stand up straight for me. Didn't you seem to be very fierce before? Why are you all so weak now? Vivian stood with her hands on her hips and roared, giving the newly recruited beggars a lesson. Sister Weiwei, stop scolding. Stop scolding. We know we are wrong. Tuanzi begged for mercy in a low voice. This sister's temper is more irritable than the big sister, and they can't afford to offend her. Who is your sister? Now, call me Captain. Yes. Louder. Yes. Captain. After Vivian's training, the girls' eyes suddenly changed, and their expressions stared at the passers-by around them fiercely. They looked like they were ready to rush up and bite them to death at any time. Now, the registration site was completely settled, and no one dared to continue to make trouble. After an afternoon, the recruitment came to a temporary end. It's not that there are enough soldiers, but there are only so many talents in this city. The rest are just eating and waiting to die. And he doesn't like them. The reason why he can screen so quickly is thanks to Sujia's plugin, the Identification Master. He can see a person's talent and potential at a glance. Combined with the talent of the recruiter, everyone has a corresponding rating. For example, Lucia's potential has reached S level, and the training direction is Fleet Commander and Secretary. And the girl named Bozy is also rated a level, and the training direction is Fighter or Deputy Captain. The remaining girls are not too bad, and they all have potential around C level. It is precisely because of this convenient and fast judgment method that Sujia's vision in selecting soldiers has become extremely strict. Those below D level will be eliminated. Of course, potential does not represent everything. Some people can also catch up through acquired diligence. Unfortunately, Sujia does not have the time to screen such people. Anyway, the most abundant thing in StarCraft is population. It is enough for him to go to 2 more cities and recruit a few more people with extraordinary potential. Let's go. Go back and rest. And then go to the next city. Sujia waved his hand and rushed into the sky with the girls and the newly recruited 1,000 female soldiers, disappearing in the vast sunset, sending this group of recruits to the Jianlong. The group started the second round of recruitment again. The minimum standard configuration of the Jianlong aircraft carrier starship is 5,000 people, and it is not enough to recruit only so many people. In addition, Star Harbor City also needs people to be stationed there. So Su Jie plans to recruit 50,000 people directly. The extra people will be used as reserve troops, and they can serve at any time after the starship is built. As for why they recruit female soldiers, that was Vivian's request. What she said? It would be very awkward to have a few opposite sexes on your warship. It would be much more convenient if it were all women. It would be fine to walk around without clothes, and it would be very comfortable. Su Jie didn't care. After drinking the strengthening potion that increased the attributes, the strength of men and women was the same. It didn't matter whether they were male or female interstellar soldiers. The next day, their behavior of recruiting people everywhere was quickly discovered by the Russell family. Going to strange planets to recruit people, and not even saying hello. This is no different from stealing people. One warship after another was ready to go, and headed straight for the planet where the Stegosaurus was.